because I'm making it too
No,
complicated for it to exist.
let's say it's not a claim. Does an apple fall from a tree and fall to the ground? That's a simple claim. Simple.
And no,
It's
it's
very
not, because the claim is the reason it did so.
so when
It's because it's
people
attracted to the center of mass of a planet, okay, that has a size of 3959 in radius with a circumference of 24,000 fucking miles. And the claim is that it's attracted to the center of mass of a molten iron core, in which shouldn't be there anymore because 4 billion years ago, luckily, a fucking planet crashed into this one, supplanted it with a new molten iron core as this one was about to burn out, and then the remnants of that planet created debris, which are then eventually formed into the fucking moon, and then the moon was exactly took 400 times the size to distance ratio so that we could experience eclipses. Remember, this isn't just a claim of things falling. The claim is the causality of them falling,
I can
right?
easily I can say something simple. It is what it is because whatever science has given you has given you the basis to deny it.
What?
That's funny, and it's really the end of your argument because you're not allowing us any possibility to speak in your language.
You're the skeptic, bro, not us. You're not even willing to look
Yeah,
at the
I
thing
didn't
you
even know I
believe.
was trying to flat the server, man. I honestly did not.
I know,
Dude,
I didn't tell you.
I'm enjoying this entire thing, man. Like, I'm having a good time. I'm not
We are
mad or
too, but the point is that if you're not willing to like look at the terms that you're speaking, right? So you're saying it's been scientifically verified that gravity exists, and you're denying it. Okay, I'm denying the scientific verification of gravity. What is the scientific verification about gravity? What's the
but what
scientific method?
here's the thing. I keep going on about this. This is going to be the basis of the whole argument. This is going to be my finale. It is literally like, what is your basis off of?
My basis is literally right that the words that you're using and the definitions you're using are incorrect. Okay,
You're putting it
that
back on me. I'm
no, no,
asking you.
because right. So I'm
Once you
about to explain to you that the reason why I'm saying that it's not been scientifically verified that gravity exists is because, in their own words, this is the case. They say the science isn't even settled on anything. That science doesn't prove anything. You're claiming that science proves everything. That we don't even need to necessarily
dude,
look at the
I will,
memes.
I will tell you
I'm
this.
telling you. I'm
And
telling you.
do
As I'm
not
wait there. I'm not
that
finished. Wait there.
prove everything. That is something that you made an assumption on me. I am
I
not
didn't
telling
say.
you
I said the
everything.
scientists say this, right? And I'm saying that unfortunately, right, when you say science proves gravity, right, that it's just science, right? Science is a word that we start adding to different things that are yet to be proven to deify them, to put them beyond reproach so that we cannot question them, right? This is a clear tactic to shut people out of intellectual thought. And the point is that science, if it's scientifically verified, right, there is a clear mechanism in which things are classed as scientifically verified. That is when they are able to be run through the scientific method, right? Which would mean they're able to be what experimented on. That these things would be able to be put into a framework of experimentation that we could manipulate variables within inside of that, so that we could denote and prove the cause of an effect. Problem being that the word gravity has been deified by this word science when it's not even related to it, right? So now people believe that gravity has been scientifically verified through experimentation. Experimentation being the cause of the proof of cause and effect in the past was what gave validity to the word science. Well, science now
Hey,
is
my
being
friend,
used.
I have to stop you right there because you sound like a very intelligent person, but I could see how the youth might like take you as a very credible person. But what you said is like completely ridiculous nonsense.
Go on then, explain how.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, use big words to change things. You said like what deity and like or not deity. You didn't say deity. What would you say?
Deifying, deifying the word.
Yeah.
The word gravity has been deified by being put next to the moniker of science, because science is something that's respected, because previously it was denoted as a thing that would run
But what's
things
your
through a cause and
what's the
effect
basis of that?
mechanism,
What?
because
What's the basis
science,
of that?
the
Like
basis of that
it
statement,
makes
wait
no
there, I'm telling you, because the basis of the word science, right, which is the word I've said, is being used as a moniker next to another word in order to verify the other word, right, is that science used to be the thing known as things that would be able to be ran through a mechanism, a rigorous one at so, all right, that could be repeated and redone by anyone to prove cause and effect relationships, right? So we would, let's say, have the boiling of water, right? We would put this into a framework of an experiment. The experiment shows that the boiling of water happens at 100 degrees. We know it's the cause of heat because if we take away the heat, the
Perfect
boiling
example.
doesn't happen, right? Okay, so
I
the
can
point
boil
is
water. I can boil water without heat, practically.
well, okay, whatever, bro. That you understand that wasn't my overall point, and I'm making it quickly because he keeps interrupting
I
me.
know.
Right. So my point is that what I said to you was not word salad at all. Okay, it made complete fucking sense. You can try and claim that it was word salad. It wasn't. You'd have to pick apart my statement and prove that it was
I would
false.
say, like, ultimately, man, like I said, here's the thing that bothers me is you sound like a very intelligent individual, but you're like, well, I'm not even go there.
Well, I'm asking for something to be applied in the
Discreditation
way it's
ultimately.
being presented. No, you've presented to me that gravity is scientifically verified. I'm asking for the mechanism in which it was done by. I'm
The
saying
mechanism, the mechanism is the same mechanism that gave you the opportunity to deny it. That's
no,
what
it's
I'll tell
not.
you.
It was never used in that mechanism. I could deny an experiment if I look at the framework of it and then I go and go, oh, wait a minute, I believe this other variable would have been more likely the cause. I don't even have that to use that mechanism to deny
No, but
it.
I can tell you that.
You have a
I can
false
definitely tell you.
application of a word next to gravity. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
the application comes with your denial. You have to be able to deny something, and that is your thing, right? Like you want to deny
Oh,
something.
you're really not getting it.
No, I get
Cavendish.
it, bro.
The
I
answer
get
is
it.
Cavendish.
I
I
get
don't
it. I'm
understand.
just
I
not
don't
gonna.
understand,
We know.
Crackford, why you
We
think
know.
that gravity isn't demonstrable. I mean, when we look at little g, that's the description of the acceleration of a body from rest in motion till it
I'm
strikes
not
the
talking
ground.
about. Listen. Wait there a second. I'm talking about.
That's
Wait
gravity,
there. I'm
and
talking
that's
about this guy.
repeatable, and that's an observation.
Okay, wait there a second. All right, wait there.
Sure.
Right, I'm talking to this guy here, right, who is throwing out terms and he doesn't understand what they necessarily mean.
What term did he
right?
throw out?
And I'm asking him
You're
to qualify those things, and he's dancing around it and isn't actually qualifying some of the statements he's previously
I
made.
don't
So
have
what
to.
term? Yeah, but what
I don't
term do you
have.
think he did? Just 1 second. What term do you think he didn't qualify?
I believe that he doesn't understand. Well, when he keeps saying that this has been scientifically proven, and then when I ask him, well, okay, so by which is the means in which that would need to be proven by? He goes, oh, yeah, but that's just oversimplifying it. When it's like, no, that's getting to the brass tacks of it. Going into experimentation isn't simplifying something. I'm just saying I believe that his
Well,
rhetoric isn't from a position of understanding innately of the media in which we're talking about. The
would you
subject matter,
agree
sorry.
that experimentation is used for falsification, not verification?
Yeah.
Cool. Then I'm totally, that's a really cool statement to make. I think it's a very sensible statement to make.
Yeah, so he's helping your argument a little bit. But we know if it's not experimental, it's false, right? We can experiment all day as humans. That's what we do. We figure out things. We figure out
Yeah, but
what
you're
is
one of
going
them people that believe that science proves shit. That's what I'm saying. You don't understand what you're talking about.
on. No, I'm not one dude, don't put me on that label, man. Like we can all figure out things ourselves, right? That's one of the flat earthers' biggest things, man. Go find out for yourself. I've done some pretty cool things, man. Like I was a
I'm not saying
geologist.
you haven't.
Like I've done some neat things to see like how the world works. And I tend to lean on this side. I do. Now, am I right? I don't know. But I do know one thing is the your belief has to have my belief to exist.
That isn't true at all.
Why?
Because the Earth doesn't need to be conceived of as a globe for us to conceive of it to be flat. My worldview came before yours. What are you on about?
Well, your evidence though that you love to put on people needs our scientific evidence. I say ours is like I'm like a fucking scientist. I'm not,
No,
but
scientific
y'all need
evidence
that
is only in pursuit of
to
truth.
deny all science and all human influence ever.
But
Like you're
you're
just
talking
denying.
about shit that's not necessarily a science. Like when we were
No,
talking
it's
about
the truth.
geometry, you were talking about when we were talking about geometry, you brought up science, right? Like remember me, right? Not agreeing with your worldview doesn't mean that inherently somehow your worldview gave birth to mine. That I need your evidence in order for mine
So in history,
denial of it
like
to exist. Like, what are you
the
on
globe
about, bro?
Earth thing, the globe Earth thing in history, we know that didn't happen to like the fucking Romans, like the fucking Greeks,
After that,
right?
it
Like
did.
we know that in history, right? Like we
Neither
know
did
at one
God.
point we decided this because of a certain
You don't know
humanitarian, like it was an agreement, like of people of knowledge. Now we've adapted that, and science has brought us to so many great things because of that basic understanding. We're talking like simple things, like society in general just developing to the capabilities that we are to this day. Now, if you were to take that deniability that you have and say like this is this, like we're denying everything, like it discredits, like it wouldn't be possible. It wouldn't be possible. Denial in itself, like saying like I believe 9/11's a hoax, I believe like the Crusades were fucking false, like this, that, and the third, man. You could do that all fucking day. But the reality is the reality, and the world is still moving on.
Yeah, here, Ignatic, this is how I know the Earth is flat. Because there isn't any movement going on. You'll hear a globalist come in here today, tell you there's no argument. The Earth is a globe. And then, a half hour, 30 minutes later, rage quit, saying they won the argument. That they first claimed there was no argument. And then they'll come back again tomorrow, no change. Nothing
Dude, I'm
new
here.
under the sun.
I got invited to the server. I did not know this was a fucking flat earth server. And I'm just a drunken moron that's debating a bunch of fucking flat earthers, man. That should show you one thing. I don't mean to discredit anybody here, but I am a drunken fool. And I'm enjoying everybody's conversation here, and I love it. I mean, I really do appreciate it. But on that level,
Can we go about this a different way? What would you
I'm
say
more.
is your best evidence that you're on a spinning globe right now? For you, the best piece of evidence.
I like to think
That's
I'm more of a
yeah.
scientist and just personal experimentation, and I took a big interest in the Flat Earth Society a couple of years ago, man. And
Who?
although I personally never been to Burning Man, my uncle has, and he explained
Well,
it to
you need
me.
to forget everything that you're already. Flat Earth Society. No one knows who those people are
Dude,
at
no,
all.
that shit is so unrelated to real flat Earth. I have no idea why you associate Burning Man with flat Earth and
Or
why.
even the Flat
Well,
Earth Society.
because Burning Man does a thing every year where they debunk Flat Earth with
They
their
debunk the
Why
Flat
would
Earth
they do that?
Society.
Why would
They
they?
debunk. But wait, they
Dude, I can't
debunked the
explain
Flat
it.
Earth Society.
If you guys want to go out to Burning Man and see it for yourself, that's all I can say. I mean, I cannot tell you why the Earth is not flat, dude. This is why the community has gone crazy and so strong, because like it's denial of everything. But what happens with that, man, is you just like don't ever go further.
Well,
Like
dude,
it's
no, hold on.
That
What
ain't
I
true.
asked you was for your just one piece of evidence that makes you think you're spinning on a ball right now, right? Like, do you feel yourself spinning? I mean,
no, sir, I do not.
have you seen the curve of the Earth where the clouds are like bending down and shit? And
No, sir, I have not.
so why do you think you're on a ball?
Yeah, because of the rhetoric I've been given, and I will say it might be rhetoric. It is this. It is this, that, and the third, but it's logical,
Well,
right?
why? No, it's not, because
Take
you're
that away.
saying you
Take that
believe
away. Take that away.
something. You believe something that you've been told. Nobody Nobody told us.
we all know the basic rhetoric, right? I'm assuming like at one point in time, like that's why y'all deny it, like right? But why do you deny it? Why is
Because
it
I
so
don't. There's no evidence. There's no evidence that we're spinning or curving. I've seen no measurements
there's
of
no
such.
evidence that it's flat either?
Flat's not a shape
Why does that matter?
because none of us here are talking about a pancake or a disc in space floating through the stars. None of us are talking about any of that. We're just right
Yeah,
now
but the
saying
cool
we're
thing
not
about
on
it
a
is
ball.
there's a story that goes farther than that. You're just making a blanket statement that's simple for people to understand, and that's your end game. Like that's it. Like it's
Hey,
simple, done,
enigmatic.
flat,
Hey
over.
man, just so you know, this guy Flatopus is not a flat earther. He thinks it's retarded. He said so in chat. He's a glober, but he likes to troll people.
See,
Why he's here?
Regardless, I don't need it.
you tried to
I
come
don't need it to
into
explain
hold
that.
on
Like,
1 second, dude. You've been going around servers like posting this fucking one DM I sent you. Yeah, I did say I'm not a flat earther because flat's not a fucking shape, dude. Like, get that through your
That's
fucking
a
head.
stupid argument.
Let's see if
Jesus
we can
Christ.
advance this
Write it
platypus.
down.
So
No, hold on. Write
what?
this down. Negator, write it down so it's cleared up. You cleared it up today. You should never brain fart this again. Platypus told you the context. He told you what he meant. Now, are you able to understand? Or are you just going to keep being a retard? Which one is it?
None of that
Platypus,
made
what?
sense. All I'm pointing out is enigmatic is that he's being trolled by a flat. I don't know why a Flatopus wants to act like this. I've spoken to him. He seems like a good guy. He has a interpersonal issue with the confident, intelligent folks in the Glober community or the rest of the world. So he does this. I
Told you
don't
that's
know
wrong.
why.
Dude, you've
No,
spoken to me. You've literally spoken to me once.
I'll correct you on one thing. I do this when I'm super drunk, and I love to try to like, even though I might be wrong and it might discredit like I might not be right, but I love having conversations like this just because I want to try to give reason to people and why they believe the way they believe. Especially like there's a lot of young people on Discord, and it's fun for me, man. And I want like what's his name? Crack fucking sounds very intelligent. He's very like linguistic. Like he loves to use large words and make it sound like he's very intelligent. But the reality is, man, in the ultimate basis, you have to have a basis to deny first. And
Well, you've got it right there. You just saw it in real time. You had
yeah, but
Platypus talking to you. Well, hold on real quick. You had Platypus talking to you about the Earth, and some panic emo globalist just starts freaking out and talking about Platypus. They
dude,
can't even stay.
dude, I'm a conspiracy theorist myself. Like when it comes to like
Everyone's a
government,
conspiracy
the
theorist.
third, like I'm all about that, man. I'm all about that. But flat Earth, come on, man. Like that's just
Dude, I know how you feel.
There's a question that follows on from what Platypus said. Platypus, what is the Earth?
I have no idea. I have no fucking clue, but it's not a spinning ball.
Well, if you have no clue, how can you say it's not something?
Because it doesn't have
Logically.
the characteristics. It doesn't have the characteristics of a spinning ball, i.e., curvature and motion, spinning. It's not there.
But if we forget everything that we know, and we look at our experience, that we can say one of three things in my personal view, and correct me if you think I'm wrong on any of this. One, when I look up and I observe the motion of the planets and the stars and the sun and everything else, I can come to one of three basic conclusions. Everything above me is moving and I'm not. I'm moving and the stuff above me is not. Or I'm moving and the stuff above me is moving as well.
Have you ever looked under a microscope?
Hold on. I want to. Was there more to that? Because I'm going to respond.
No. That's it. That's 3 points. I try and be
Right.
short.
So yeah, and if
to the point.
we forgot everything, then we can just start being like, okay, hey, people, from here on out, it's going to go in our historical records that we're trying to figure out whether or not we're moving, or the sky's moving, or both. So we're going to track the stars, we're going to track the constellations, and if they move over however many years it takes to find out whether or not they're fucking moving, we'll eventually know, right? Because we're fucking spinning through galaxies and stars are exploding and nebulas are fucking queefing all around. So this shit's gonna change for us in 1,000 years or 10,000 years, however long.
Yeah,
We'll find, dude.
but,
Here's the thing.
and we've
find out soon
observed
enough.
that's my point. I mean, you know, we can look at Polaris. If you go back to the 10th, 11th century, we didn't have Polaris in the position that it was, and it was one of the problems. You know, they used to talk about it. You know, we've got treaties and documents talking about the fact that there was no pole star, and we actually used a different sort of way of actually trying to navigate through the stars.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that we're spinning on a spinning on a ball.
No, but that shows movement in space, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so things above us are moving. That doesn't mean that we're moving.
Didn't say it did. I'm just pointing out
Right.
that fact. You said you'd expect stuff to move up above us, in relation. So again,
in relevance though, if regardless, like hypothetically, like if we weren't moving and everything else around us was moving, does that make us moving or everything around us moving?
that's kind of my point, is the fact that, you know, if you want to say forget everything, I mean, for me, someone said, oh, what's your best singular piece of evidence, and my personal experience is working with communications. You know, that's one of the big things, because, you know, I know the distance to the objects that I was interacting with, and they're about 30,000 kilometers away.
Okay.
So that says we have stuff, and that's above the surface of the Earth, by the way. That's not to the surface of the Earth. And I get that from the data, from the way I'm sending data through those transmissions.
Okay. Perfect.
What are you sending data to?
A data center.
And that's
so you're
that's in the sky or what?
No, we're using a satellite to get to it. So it's a satellite uplink.
Oh, so
and then transmit. So basically, I used to work on oil rigs.
I did too.
Okay, but how does that?
So you also have a deckhand certificate, sir. Congratulations.
I was a geologist on that oil rig, man.
Yeah, I was a comms guy. So, you know, when you're on an oil rig, you know, they collect a lot of telemetry data, you know, so they can do just-in-time maintenance provision. So what I was setting up was the monitoring of the hardware and equipment that would then be recorded. That telemetry data is then uplinked to the oil company's data centers, so they can then make sure that they can ship out the right shit to replace stuff at the right time, because it's really expensive throwing stuff on a helicopter.
Yeah, but all you're saying is that an internet like transfer data, like you don't have to make it complicated, man. It's just
no. It's just, yeah. But it's the round trip, the latency delay, and the actual handling of that information that we see at every single stage.
Well, when you're offshore, man, when you're offshore on an oil rig, you have to have satellite internet, which is interesting that you brought that up, because satellites, of course, orbit the Earth.
Well, these are geostationary, so they're fixed position.
Yeah, I was about to say, no, those ones definitely don't orbit. And I mean, do you have any proof that things are orbiting?
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, I've personally seen the ISS.
If you look up in the sky, man, you could. There's
I've seen a couple of other satellites.
There's something that's really cool. But
so what does orbit? What does orbit mean?
To go round.
Oh, to go in a circle?
If you go outside, man, at a given point,
does it mean to go in a circle or no? Maybe I don't understand.
No, not necessarily to go around something.
Orbit the Earth, like it. Is
that in a circular path? Is that in a circular path?
Not necessarily a circular path. It can be an elliptical
so elliptical.
Path as well.
Sorry, elliptical, right? Can you go in an elliptical path over a flat plane?
You can, but the problem you've got there is what it's doing is it's going for the next phase, which says, okay, so let me show you my logical path. So I know that we've got satellites up in space, or satellites at a distance above the Earth's surface that's quite a long way away. So the geostationary ones are at Lagrange point 1. I can look at other stuff that's said to be at this point where I'm happy that there is stuff. So I can then start to look at, say, some of the weather satellites that are stationed out there as well.
Yeah, but that's personal feeling, not scientific evidence, man. That's how you feel. And
no, it's not how I feel. This is logical progression. So it's not saying it's just my personal feeling. It's a logical chain.
You said it twice. I mean, I'm just it's not logic at all.
Yeah, it is.
Logic
It's
would
an
be
inference.
like inference would be fair, but logic is not. It is not logical.
Logical. There are two main forms of logic. One is deductive. The other is inference.
Right.
Enigmatic.
This is shit that I've actually studied. Enigmatic.
No,
I'm
I
quite
get that you
good at
might have
it.
studied it, but it amazes me how somebody so intelligent would deny something so practical. Like
What am I
it
denying?
boggles my fucking mind that you're even entertaining this idea. Like that's what intrigues.
What am I denying?
About the flat Earth or whatever? It
What am I
intrigues me
denying?
that somebody is at least it linguistically well versed, man. It intrigues me more about you more so than anything else.
What am I
Like,
denying?
He doesn't want to know what you think. He doesn't even want to know how you think.
Dan, you're
Don't
real
make
low,
me
bud.
agree with you, Dan. Don't do this. This is not fair.
Yeah,
you know
Dan,
we disagree on just about everything.
your mic is.
Well, I'm definitely
your mic is
intrigued
really
because
bad,
the argument we know how this all ends. It's going to end with nothing. Like, but I'm very interested in why
I'm
somebody
interested,
so.
Enigmatic. You made the accusation that I'm denying something, and I'm asking you, what did I deny?
Oh, denial. Like, so I already made my base claim, of you have to have something. You have to have scientific evidence to deny something in the first place. So at what point, that was what I'm based off of, and somebody that seems so linguistically intelligent. I don't know if you actually are intelligent. Well, you definitely are, but
I know
I'm still
what
waiting for what
happened.
I'm still waiting for what I'm denying.
Hold on. I know what happened. He thinks that you are crack villain. That's where the wires cross.
Ah, do you think I'm crack villain?
I don't even know what that term means, man. So I
Do you think I'm the same crack villain? Can you talk?
He was here just a second ago. I think he was speaking with crack villain.
I'm another British guy.
Yeah, Druss is not a dummy.
Nobody's a dummy here. Nobody's a dummy. I just think we got our wires crossed a little bit. I was a little confused. That's what was going on. Yeah.
I do think that you the way you speak, you're a leader of a group of people that you have an opinion on things and you're not following scientific evidence, you're in just straight denial. And your basis off of a following is just basic rhetoric of denial. You have no evidence of yourself to prove or disprove, I should say, because you have to have something to prove in the first place. But
No,
you're
I've
just
got lots of
straight
stuff
up
that disproves.
denial. You're just straight up
What
denial.
do you think? What do you think I'm denying?
Oh well, I mean, you should come back and ask me. Now we're back and forth. This is exactly where I'd expect it to end, because it would take somebody of hyper intelligence. Nah, I'm getting stupid. It didn't even need that. It would take somebody of more knowledge than me to try to discredit the whole flat Earth theory. I can honestly tell you right now. I can honestly tell you right now. I am not that guy.
I'm not a flat earther, enigmatic. Does that help?
No, well that's great, but you're going.
I'm a flat Earth skeptic, so I keep the position of a I'm skeptical of the position of flat Earth. That is my position.
Oh, that makes me love you a little bit more. But I see you going one way or the other though. You're more so on the other side, and I don't mean other side like we're fucking combative. We're combative people or anything, but dude, science, of course, here I go. I'm in my drunken rhetoric, but there's just so much evidence, man. Physical evidence that we can do ourselves. Geological evidence, even proving gravity, which is cool because that's one thing we can.
If you're a geologist, you probably used a gravimeter to look at things like stratification and density layers within that stratification as indicators to actually try to to try and
Pressure.
find where good ore deposits are, because there is a density difference where you see
And
an
where
ore
are the
deposit.
hardest minerals on Earth? Where the most dense area is, which is diamond. It's going to be at pretty much the core of the Earth. And we know as we drill, I was in the oil field, and you were too. You said
Diamonds aren't that dense, but they have a very strong lattice formation, which is why they have the strength that they do. So if you're looking at densities, diamonds are just carbon, and carbon is not that far on the elementary scale, which means they don't have the density per volume. So
we
I
know
would
that
say that you need to
that's
think
something we
about
can
what you're
test.
saying.
That's something we can test because we know that diamonds are dense because they're the most dense molecule we have on the face of the planet.
But they're
No,
not. No, they're not at all. What are you on about? You know nothing of science. You know nothing about anything you're talking about.
that's the other British guy that was talking, by the way.
That's fair. I was just a geologist. It's okay.
But a geologist should know about density of, mineral material and
Yes.
Right. So like a diamond is like in no way close to being the densest material. Yeah, it has like you said, a lattice structure, which a lattice structure is an extremely strong and rigorous pattern.
Which goes into density. It
No, it
is
doesn't.
density, man.
No,
Diamonds
it
are
doesn't.
dense. Would you agree with me or disagree with me?
So diamonds have a density of 3.51 grams per cubic centimeter, yeah?
Which is not a
I
lot.
don't know.
Let's look at tungsten.
I'm sorry, mate, but you are very drunk.
I am. I'm super drunk. And I'm enjoying this conversation, so continue. I got like 90 people in here, and I'm the only opposing side, so I'm definitely enjoying
No,
it.
you're not. I'm kind of on
You're
your
not.
side.
He's a glober, bro.
Yeah, I'm a flat Earth
Oh, most
skeptic.
definitely.
My position is I'm less skeptical of the globe claim than I am of the flat Earth claim. Because as you rightly said, from our personal experience, we're working from the perspective of inference, not deduction.
Yeah, but this is the only reason why I like
Right,
you. I bet
but-
I know your actual original name. Was it? What was your other name? Fuck. You're the guy who know. Wait. You know Jamaican people. You used to live in Jamaica, right?
Yeah.
Right. I knew it was you. I was like, why do I like this Glober? What the fuck do I like this Glober for? And then it's you. Oh yeah, of course, it makes sense now.
So my original name was Just the Legend when I was on G+ back in the day, and Foolish Decisions is kind
Foolish.
of
That's it. There you go. That's
it's probably the one I'm best known for on Discord.
Yeah, you're a dickhead for making me like you, isn't it?
It's because I don't treat people like a cunt. That's why. Well, unless they deserve it. That's the bottom line, isn't it? We don't have to treat each other like pieces of shit just because we have a disagreement. You treat people like pieces of shit because they're arseholes.
Yeah, definitely. But again, let's go back to. So, what would you say is more dense then, like tungsten or diamond? Because if you say if a pattern, and let me
obviously that's a loaded question because I would say diamond, but you're going to tell me otherwise. So
obviously it's not diamond, right? And but it's in something that you actually talked about yourself, right? Pattern has a lot to do with density, but not in the way that you're thinking, right? So, let's say for instance, right, that we have. Think about the raw material of diamond as a liquid like water, right? Where, and then imagine, right, that you use that water, okay, and you've just got a square there, right? And it's just a square of liquid water. Every portion of that cube full of water, right, has no space. The water is literally taking form to the whole container in all directions, right? But if you then took that water and you made like a pattern, okay, that was like a honeycomb pattern out of the water and it was able to constrict itself to that, right? Then you had that overall cube that the water was in before and it filled the whole void of the space, right? The whole privation. But now what you've got is the water in a structure. What would you say which cube would be more dense? The one with the pattern where the water is now taking up the space, right? But only in the pattern form. And it's like a honeycomb structure.
Water under pressure would tell you otherwise.
No,
if
I'm
you
not.
look at
You're not
diamonds,
understanding what I'm saying at all.
where are you? Where are you going to get diamond and tungsten out of?
I'm
I'm
sorry,
not
but this
disagreeing
guy
with
is
that.
amazingly dumb.
I'm not disagreeing with what are you on about? Like that had nothing
I
to
mean,
do with
come
what I
on.
just stated.
No, it will ultimately like go into the rhetoric, right? Like, so where do you get
What?
diamond and tungsten from? They're from
That's
the
unrelated to what I was trying to
I gotta
convey to you, sir.
attack the argument, but he's got none. He's just talking silly stuff.
Like for real, right? Like, and listen, what I was trying to show you was how pattern was, and again, your previous statement that pattern has stuff to do with density, right? I say stuff, right? But so, and I'm agreeing with you, but trying to show you how a pattern can be something that aids toward there being less density, right? Some diamonds are more dense than others. Okay, like why? Because a diamond that's a certain cubic size can weigh less than another one, right? Why would that be? That would be to do with the thickness of the pattern inside of the structure and the actual pattern itself. Some patterns take up more space than others. The raw material is the raw material, right? But when we think of
right.
it,
Well, which
right?
comes from density, right? Which how do
But
you get density?
what
Which
I'm trying
is
to what I'm trying to claim to you is that you're getting it confused. Diamonds are one of the hardest substances known to man, but the structure can inform how hard something is, also, right? But the structure, when we think about it, instead of like a blob of water, we take the inside of the blob of water out, and then we put a structure in there of like toothpicks, right? That now hold the exterior of the blob of water there, right? Like now it's less dense, right? But it might not be as compact.
toothpicks
Like
in water makes it less dense. That's what you said, right?
you're not understanding what I'm trying to show you.
I'm
Like
trying to follow. I was asking a question.
I'm
Toothpick.
extrapolating how a pattern can make something that's a solid object the pattern of something. So tungsten has a granular structure to the inside of it, right? So
Okay.
steel, right? Grains hold closer together than sticks do. You understand that?
Yes.
Right. So when I say to you, is tungsten more dense than diamond? Diamond, has a structural pattern. That's why it's incredibly strong. Okay. Well, it's not grain like the structure of diamond. Okay.
Right. But why is that? That's where you have to get the consideration, and that's because of
Well,
density.
okay.
Density. I'm not trying to derail you, man. Like this is where the conversation is actually going. Like that's how your structure works. Even yours is on the same page, man. Like you're
I don't
right
know
there.
what you mean right now. What are you referring to right now? What do you mean I'm right there?
You're explaining like the tangible like the molecular level of like tungsten, and you're explaining it
Right.
as, and you're saying it's like sticks and it's not as dense, but you have to realize that density is what causes different molecules to condense. That's why we call it density.
You're on about pressure.
What?
You're saying density is the cause of what?
Density.
Right. So you're on about compression causing something to be more dense.
Well,
right?
compression. Yes.
Which is that's created by pressure, not density. Dense objects may apply a differential pressure.
Things that are applied with pressure become more dense. We know this scientifically.
I didn't
That's
disagree.
demonstrable, like in every self-evident claim, man. We can do that
Right.
ourselves.
And your
You
point
take
is,
a fucking fruit roll up and you fucking mash in your hands, it's gonna become more dense. That's demonstrable evidence of density. Like we can make it more dense. Now, when you come into when you go into geology, you talk about diamonds and like tungsten, like you like to believe. Not like you like to believe. I'm sorry, I'm drunk, but as you said, these things do have structural differences. You're right, but they're from different platforms of the. Damn, I'm such a nerd. I don't even know the terminology, man. But I continue. I can't even think of it right now.
Well, yeah, I just think you thought
The best way I can
I
describe
was
it
saying
is
something I wasn't.
diamonds,
I don't doubt that
middle.
pressure creates. I know. I think you're trying to explain something to me that I understand pretty well.
I'm just super drunk, man. I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody in the chat, man. Like, I want to explain it, but I'm just highly intoxicated.
Yeah, and everyone else disappeared. I'm stoned myself now.
I'm still here. Yeah,
I
Igmatic,
haven't smoked
you're
weed in a
fine,
long
dude.
time.
I think you're being all right. I mean, like you might feel you're drunker than you. You must seem drunker than you must feel drunker than you're acting because I'm not seeing any like super goofy.
Well,
dude.
it's just the way dude. I'm honestly on my like last limb, dude. Like I'm super intoxicated. Like this is, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, regardless.
you hold your liquor well then, because I can't tell.
Yeah, well, I'm on the verge. I will tell you that. But anyways, like, I just wanted to like let you guys know I'm a fool.
No, you're sounding drunk.
So I hear somebody else talking very slightly in the background.
Yeah, I'm your Copernicus's hot mic.
Yeah,
That's
it's
why.
Travis hot mic.
Hey, Travis. Sort your shit out, brother.
Damn, nobody else is willing to talk in the server, or what? It was just us.
What's up? What do you want to talk about?
I was just the silence killed me.
I'm here too, Godric.
Why did Crack get muted?
I muted him because he had a hot mic, and I DM'd him that he can just get unmuted by DMing anyone.
I know that's Travis with the hot mic.
Oh shit, was it? Whoops. Let me fix that.
Yeah, I literally just told Travis that he had a.
No, that's Crack Villain.
You could hear like a radio or something, like a news reporter.
Yeah.
That was Travis.
Is Travis Crack Villain or?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna unmute Crack Villain. You guys tell me if you hear what I'm hearing.
Oh yeah, he's got fuzzy. Like you could hear him. Like he's doing voice activated. So it's just a little like
8:29. I'd love to like hear some other perspectives.
Your total is.
So I've heard from Crack, and I know what he believes, but what did?
Please remember to take your receipt.
What was the point that anybody started denying, like,
what you've been told and what we've been told, like at school, like gravity stuff fall down.
What
the
was
story?
the point?
When did you switch from globe to flat Earth? Like, what was that key point?
Well, I want to hear some people that like are just in the audience. Like, I'd love to hear their perspective of why are they here? Like, how did they get here? Why are they starting to go down this rabbit hole? And like, because I've heard from the moderators and like the big guys, you know, I'd love to hear some of the other guys' opinions. I mean, there's
Well,
50 people in here.
Yeah, how about pick someone? Who do you want to hear from?
Let's go. Let's see. Let's do Jeremy.
He might not be here.
All right. Well, next on the list, let's go Globus.
Jeremy's probably asleep still.
I mean, you want to know? I don't think he's here either. Like, if somebody's got themselves muted, there might be a chance that they're, you know, just listening.
Jeremy's probably asleep.
But are you trying to hear why people are here or why they went from?
I'm more intrigued of why people like. So I've heard what like you have to say. Me and you've been talking this entire goddamn time. So like, I'd love to hear people's like opinion on like why they got to the point of realization that they're at right now, and like, I don't know, it's developmental, man. Because in all reality, man, we're both right and wrong. Like, there's no, we'll never actually figure this out, not in our lifetime anyway. But I want to know why people have decided to go this route. And I think I know the reason for, in my own personal mind, it's lack of reason. It's just the total denial of everything. That's how I feel about you guys, man. No offense, but
you're just super uninformed on this fucking subject, man.
Yeah, like
I just find it fucking embarrassing of you, man, to be honest.
Well, it is, but it always will be. That's the thing. Like, when you get, like, you call me a glober, right? Like, we know goddamn well that I cannot say anything to you to change your mind, and you can't say a goddamn thing to me to change my mind. So at this point, we're just drinking buddies at this point.
We know you're better than you do. You just go off basic normie fucking knowledge of globe Earth. We actually fucking know your model way better than you. So there's nothing you can say that could change our minds. You're just like there's some drunk normie in you, just entertaining it for some reason.
Well, I've already said the only thing I could ever say is that in order for you to deny it, there had to be causality and presence in the first place, and that will kill y'all's argument altogether right there. That's it. It's
I think
done.
a lot of people weren't just told that the Earth. Okay, I think a lot of people weren't just told that the Earth was flat, and they were like, "Oh, okay, yeah, it is." I think there was a lot of compound fractures in the globe mindset before it finally broke. Big one, I mean, I know I'm sure a big one for most, you know, people in here is the moon landings being faked. Where are you on that? Do you think that we went to the moon?
Regardless whether I believe in that or not, I like the compounding evidence on the flat Earth or global theory. That's irrelevant, man. On the flat Earth side, like if the Earth is like that, is totally an irrelevant argument.
No. You asked how people got into this, and he's come up with a really good.
Oh yeah, you're. Well, I'm combating. Yeah, I did. Most definitely did.
You know what I mean? Come on, man. I know you're drunk, but this is one reason why a lot of people have 24/7 is because fucking drunk ramblings for hours and hours. Can't handle drunks, man. They're fucking idiots.
I'm not trying to cut people off. It cut me off as well, man. Like, go ahead. I don't mean to be that guy, but I'm just saying, like, I could say otherwise. You know, like.
Yeah, but your drunkenness gives you no fucking social awareness of the room. Like the whole conversation you had with Cragville, you didn't get any of it. It was just going over your head, and you just come in with nonsense. It's like, what is going on?
No, not true. Not true. Dude, I've been
It
paying
is shit. I
attention.
listen
I
to the
might
higher
be a
show,
drunken
man.
fool, but I pay
No,
attention.
dude,
I listen.
it's fucking
I listen.
bullshit.
And I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything within the past like 15 minutes that wasn't like.
I know the
Just-
exact day I went to the Flat Earth. It was the 7th of December, 2018. And it took 4 months for me to actually say it. Like 4 months earlier, I realized the Earth was flat, and I just let it kind of bounce around in my head until I finally said, "Okay, that's it." I just can't lie to myself anymore and just pretend everything's okay and just pretend the Earth's a globe.
What do you mean by okay though? Like, so if you don't mind me asking, what's your background? Like, are you?
Okay,
Yeah,
here's
right.
what I'm getting at as far as like background and stuff. So when I was growing up, all this stuff
Crit
was
used to
new.
be a 5-time black wizard, mage, warlock, pagan, globe earther. Used to like be nuts.
No,
Now
don't let him.
He's right.
He's now a Christian man who's married, loves
Hey, go
the
to
Lord.
psychology, bro. Stop, man.
No, he got it.
Sorry,
He got it
I'm
right.
just
I know
fucking
you're
around.
the
I'm just joking.
ringleader here, man, but stop, man. I want to.
No, I'm not. Well,
No,
you
Crack's
think I'm a
about.
mod, but I'm not. I'm just fucking around.
Yeah,
You can't tell the
Crack's
difference
kind of got it tracking there because when I was being told about the lunar mission and stuff like that, kind of what Flatpuss was saying, they would tell us that, hey, your kids, when they go on the field trip, it'll be on the moon, and they'll walk around and they'll see where it all started, where like the expansion of humanity into the stars. It all started.
Who did that? Your teachers?
Yeah, the teachers. So then, but you fast forward.
Where the fuck did you go to school, bro? God damn, that's terrible.
Yeah, the school I went to isn't even around anymore. So that would tell you something. It's gone.
I mean, dude, I'm from Texas, bro, and I came from a rural school, and we didn't believe that shit. Like that surprised the hell out of me.
They pretended that the expansion of humans into space was going to be the most pivotal thing that ever happened. It was going to change everything. The world peace was on the edge of all humanity's problems being solved. Everyone was going to come together, and it was going to be like this kumbaya world. Vulcans. Everyone's going to become a Vulcan. All of society's problems were just going to get fixed. All these solutions were just going to come. A mass awakening was going to happen because of this lunar mission. It showed people. Mac, I'm almost there. Okay? They showed you that they said that this was going to change everything, and even the plaque that Nixon signed said this right here is for world peace. But what happened? What do you think happened after that? What's your take? What happened after the lunar missions?
Well, I would say that you took a very blanket statement on your own life, and then you brought in Nixon immediately. So I'd say that you're misinformed of how that whole situation developed and how it was proceeded. Now, I don't have the knowledge to tell you otherwise because I can't Google it right now. But
no, I mean, what are you looking at? Okay, so who do you think was in charge during the Apollo program?
The what?
The Apollo program. The first and only and last time humans have ever been to space.
No, it was Nixon, of course, but what I'm saying is, I don't know. All I can say is, man, I don't see it as evidence of like denial.
Okay, I'm not denying it. I don't deny it at all. I think if the Earth is a globe,
you were at a point in your life. We were going on like how you developed into coming into this idea, right? So
yeah,
you were
I'm letting you know.
kid.
Look, if the Earth is a globe, a lunar mission like that, a space flight, would have been some mass awakening. It would have been what
we're talking. I wanted to ask you, like personally, like at what point, because that was obviously like
the 7th of December, The 7th of December, 2018.
You're not 90 years old or 50 years old, bro. Like, at what point in your life did you decide that the rhetoric that you've been given was wrong, and you want to not necessarily, you want to defy it? And
Okay. Yeah, the exact date, the 7th of December, 2018. That's the day I knew the Earth was flat, without a doubt in my mind.
And why?
Because I started arguing when I first heard this topic. I'm like, yeah, sure, let me argue with some flat earthers and see where they're coming from. And I just started arguing in the typical, stuff like, hey, why is Mars round type crap. Then I was not listening. Then finally I decided to listen. And in August of the same year, there was going to be a solar eclipse. And they're like, I'm like, sure. Well, can you explain that? And they just don't really talk about it, or there's like some ideas or some understanding of a solar eclipse. So they said to me, just go out there, look up, and what do you see? Just describe exactly what you see. And I was like, yeah, sure. I'm going to see the moon pass in front of the sun, and it's going to be obvious that it's a heliocentric model. So I come back after the next day, and I'm like, okay, hey, what's up? What did you see? I said, yeah, I saw the moon pass in front of the sun. It's a heliocentric. And they're like, well, how do you know that? Like, how do you know that was the moon? How do you know that was a sun? And I'm like, well, duh. Like, what are you talking about? And they go, well, how are they the same size? Isn't one bigger than the other? And then I started thinking, I'm like, holy crap, you're right. How can the moon be the exact same size as the sun? Like, how does that happen?
Dude, that is gravity. That is mathematical gravity. The reason it's like that is because of the density of mass. That is, dude. It's
well, it has
beyond
to do with distance. You mean distance?
It's beyond me as well, and it's almost ungodly. I can't even tell you. Like,
I mean, there's no awareness of what Crick just said, dude. You got absolutely, you're not listening to what he's saying. It's nothing to do with gravity and mass. He's talking about the sizes of the two celestial bodies.
Yeah, it's about distance.
The sizes of the two celestial bodies, especially concerned with the moon and the Earth, is definitely a gravitational thing with the Earth and the moon. And the reason why that, like, the sun itself and the moon's there, the Earth is there, like, it's just gravitational pull, man. Like, that's it. And it works out in such a finite way. It is beyond us, I do agree, and it's beyond me as well. But
it's not beyond us, but it's beyond you.
Well, most definitely. Well, beyond me right now. Like, I could definitely try to explain this to you guys, but not now. No way. There's no fucking way.
Can I get in and ask a question? You mentioned the solar eclipse. Does Flat Earth have an explanation yet for the lunar eclipse?
Yeah, the moon does its own thing.
But the moon goes dark.
Okay.
And then back goes. Let me explain. The moon goes full moon.
The moon goes
visible in the sky. The moon is the moon rises. For the observer who can see it. The moon's in the sky.
It's in the sky.
It's full. It's a full moon.
It's full. Yep.
You don't have to repeat everything. Just let me get to it.
Look at all this whole time. All you've done is made an observation of the moon. At no time have you even invoked the Earth. But yet somehow you're broken.
I'm trying to.
No, I know this guy.
I've got like 2 sentences out.
Dude, I know who you are. Why are you trying to pretend like no one doesn't know who you are?
I'm not hiding.
Okay.
My face is in my profile picture.
Dude, the whole time you're looking at a lunar eclipse. Just get to the point where somehow you're looking at the Earth.
Right. So the moon is in the sky. It's 11 o'clock at night, and the shadow has now come across the moon that was full moon, but the moon is exactly the same shape, and it's just there in the sky. And then it goes completely dark, and when I invoke the Earth is right now, is that at the time that the lunar eclipse is predicted, On the other side of the globe model is sunrise for those locations. The sun is hitting that side of the Earth, and the sun is projecting the Earth's shadow that's always projecting into space at some point is now lining up, and that is what's projecting onto the moon. And your answer for the lunar eclipse was the moon just does what it does by itself.
And that's your same answer too.
No, I didn't. I just explained to you the 3-body mechanism just then. I explained to you the position of the sun, position of the position of the Earth, and the position of the moon that I'm looking at. And I videoed the whole thing.
So you videoed the moon doing something the moon did, therefore Earth. See, this is the logic
That's ridiculous. And I was really hoping you would go there for this reason.
Yeah, so you at no point did you ever even look the right direction to observe the Earth.
I don't have to.
Oh, you're fucking kidding
I'm
me, bro.
standing on the Earth. All I have to do is know where the sun is rising on other locations, and all I have to do is get one observer to say they never saw it, or to say, yep, it was sunrise, or to say, hey, did the sun rise on your side today? Are they going to say, no, the sun didn't rise?
Yeah, that's pretty determined, I would say.
Right? Okay, now here we go. No matter what camera I use, right? No matter what camera I use, you got to understand that it's a ratio-based thing. So all I did was take a screenshot that I chose, a nice clear screenshot of the eclipse, okay? And then I took the measurements that the globe says is the measurement for the moon. I created a ratio of that circle.
No, you didn't.
I created a ratio of that circle on the screen.
No,
I
you didn't.
circled both of the Earth's ratio and the moon's ratio. I just put 2 circles on the screen. I selected both so I could uniformly scale both. I shifted them as I uniformly scaled them. Please don't tell me I'll do this live. And
I'll tell you why you did it.
Regardless, this is
if you did any of this,
I'm finishing my,
Yeah,
so once
if
I had
you
my
did-
2 circles, all I had to do was
yeah, look at
scale
so
this
look at you'll
one
ask a question and then just start talking.
No, I'm explaining why it's
Yeah, I'll tell
significant.
you why you didn't.
I'm using
because you asked me.
I'm using observations from the ground, using globe ratios from
Yeah, I get it.
from
You're
what
trying
it
to
says the
hijack
ratio.
the room.
No,
yeah,
no.
Ignatic was asking me
no.
about why I switched over to
Once I've
the
got the
flat
2
Earth,
circles
and
there
you
with
want
the
to make it all
ratios
about you.
drawn at because I'm not doing them
Yeah,
full
you try to
ratio
make
because
it
I
all
wouldn't fit on
about
my
you all of a
computer
sudden.
screen.
That you got to be the prettiest little pony
And
in
so
the
I do a
room.
ratio of it.
Completely
Then I
derailing.
circle both objects and
Yeah,
then
completely derailing everything that was being
uniformly.
said.
Let me just
and
finish.
just
You've been interrupting me for fucking 4
That's
minutes.
what you're doing. You just started going on some monologue.
No,
Ignatic was
dude.
asking me about my idea.
You don't want my answer.
No, you're interrupting.
No one
Faithful,
wants
bro.
your answer. No
Here's
one
the
asked you
Here's the
anything.
Yeah, you don't want it. I'm
You-
ripping
no
the
one-
band-aid off.
I don't
I'm here
want
to rip the
anything
band-aid
from
off.
you.
For the main
No one
saviors
wants
of
anything from you,
You're
ever.
trying to manipulate all this
Okay.
group of people into believing
Right.
this fucking stupid rhetoric, and that
So
is
as
simple as
I so
Yeah,
I had the
no one's gonna
ratios of the
believe
2
you.
circles on the screen. All I had to do was
Yeah,
select
no one
both
cares.
circles
No
and
one asked you.
scale them
No,
together.
shut up,
And when the
conspiracy,
moon,
shut up.
when the moon's circle was matching my screenshot of the still from my video.
Okay, who asked?
All I had to do was deselect the object and move the Earth's shadow, whatever size it had become, and it matched the perfect shadow on that moon, which means the ratios
no one asked
match.
you.
My observation was fine, and the data is right there. Not only that, is other people that I spoke to didn't see the total lunar eclipse because of their location. So now you've got at least 2 data points.
Yeah, no one even asked you. How about there? Who asked?
I asked you.
Yeah,
I
you
wanna
asked
say
me.
one thing.
That's the
I'm
best
about to-
part.
I'm about
You
to
asked
leave. I
me,
wanna-
then went on some monologue that no one even
Yeah,
asked
because
you.
you don't have an answer. So
Yeah,
I'm exposing the fact you have no
statement
answer.
right here. It's
no, I
live
told you
right
the
now.
answer. The
That's
moon is
stupid.
going
I'm
to do
gonna
what
tell
the
you
moon
guys,
does.
man.
You
That's not
observe
an
the moon
Anybody
do.
answer.
who's listening, do
So
not
not an answer is also an answer.
look
Okay,
for
so
it yourself,
what
man.
is
This
the
is
moon?
how I know that you're just bullshitting. You're just
What is the
bullshitting.
moon? What is the moon?
When you figure it out,
stuff. Oh
write it
yeah,
down.
cracking there to bail you out, bro.
Okay,
Like you're like,
can a light cast a shadow on itself?
When you figure these stuff out, come back and let everyone know.
Can a light cast a shadow on itself?
Dude, when you figure it out,
Can you not figure that out?
No, can't you? You're the one asking the question.
No, it can't. Crit. A light can't cast a shadow on itself. Light, by definition, casts shadows.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
now you've got the answer you need.
I appreciate everybody having me over today, man. I'm out, man. I'll see y'all later.
Ciao.
Sweet.
Yeah, take care.
Phoenix,
there you go. You did it. You killed it, Phoenix.
I'll talk to you in another room if you
People,
like. You're not going to get much audience.
Yeah,
here.
this guy's just here to just throw shit.
Oh, don't tell me about this guy, okay? I'm more controlled and calm than you are, dude.
No, you're
and the only
freaking
reason
out.
I'm raising my
you
voice
heard somebody
is
talking.
because
you heard me and him talking. You just freaked out.
No, you finished your solar eclipse, and I said,
No,
let me get it. He said, yeah, let me get it. Let me get it. So I got in. And I asked you, what's a lunar eclipse? And you said, the moon does what it does. That's your answer.
Then
Absolutely
you flipped out.
batshit. Absolutely batshit. And then when I'm trying to get
out.
2 sentences out,
then they leave.
You speak through me. I don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear it.
No one wants to hear you get on some monologue about why you're some altard that got ran off
else
another
raised
server.
their voice, or just you hearing yourself speak?
That's what you're doing.
Exactly. I'm showing you that nobody else said, shut up, Phoenix. We don't want to hear you. Just you, because you don't have an answer for me.
Who asked you anything?
Shut up,
don't
Phoenix.
Tell me.
Who's asked you a
Try to
single
muddy
question?
the water. Oh, we know who you are. Like I'm some bad rip around here.
Yeah, your whole purpose is to derail all conversation, start flipping out, and then when you get bored, you just log out and think you did something.
So you went to the Globe servers, and every time you can answer a picture, you just post a spinning picture of yourself. Oh, they're spiraling. They're spiraling. Oh, they're spiraling.
Yeah, it's funny.
Dude, you don't have an answer, and you think it's okay. You go to bed at night
follow
thinking the moon
that claim.
does what it does. I'm
Follow
a grown
that
man.
claim. If you think I don't have an answer, you would not ask me a question.
You
But
don't have an
can't
answer.
Then why would you ask?
Because now I know you don't have an answer. And when I
But you
ask you
said
again,
your
you
claim was
confirm you
first.
don't have an answer.
My answer is the moon's going to do what it does.
What kind of fucking answer is that, though?
Yeah, it's
Like
an
if I
answer
said-
you don't
if
even
I said
understand
to
as
you-
an answer.
If I said to you, hey, did you fix my car? Yeah, it's going to do what it does. What kind of answer is that? What can I do with that answer, Crit?
Whatever you this is what you do with it. You will spiral. You will trigger, and you'll come back and do the next thing day in, day out, no change.
Dude,
Nothing
I've
new
got
under the
answers,
sun.
okay? Listen to me. I was forced through the same lockdowns and bullshit. They tried to take me down the path of taking experimental madness. I didn't take it, okay? So I don't trust everything either. But what I don't have the ability to do is sit there and go, fuck it. There's a shadow cast on the moon. Moon gonna do what it does.
Yeah, and at no point will the moon. You can factor the moon out completely. It won't change what the Earth is. The moon
Why
could
does
just
it happen
disappear.
every day? Why does it happen every day?
When you figure this stuff out, let me know.
I have figured it out.
Then why would you ask?
I'm asking if you know.
Yeah, I gave you the same answer. The
No, I'm
moon's
asking
just
for an
gonna do.
alternative. I'm asking for another way. You know, because I'm double checking. Like I
Then
said, I don't
figure it
trust
out.
everything. I trust.
Open the
I
book
trust
and start
what
reading.
I can do. I trust what I can. I also trust someone else to take the video for me and then give me the footage, upload it somewhere for me. I did it myself.
Then you know why. You did
I
it.
know why. And you're not gonna like
But
it.
yet, no, I don't care about it. Anything you're offering, zero.
course.
I don't care.
Because that's where you need to stay.
All you're gonna do is freak
You're not
out.
a truth seeker.
You're
You're
not
happy
offering
where
truth.
you are.
You're not
happy where
offering
you
truth.
are.
I
You've got
know,
a stone
this
wall
is
up.
why. I know not to ask you anything because I know you can't get blood from a turnip. There's
Dude,
nothing
Wait,
you've
I'm
got
not afraid of
I
any
want.
question you have. Ask one.
I won't ask any. I don't care what you think.
I never denied a question. Never
And you
deny
don't.
answering
You
a
really
question.
don't care what
and
I
guess
think
what?
either.
Guess what? If I don't have an answer, I don't just say it's going to do what it does. I'll say I don't know.
Yeah, and this is another reason why.
There we have it.
No one's going to ask you anything. And the best part, you can get the same feedback no matter where you go in life. You can walk up to any astrology or astronomy department and you can say, here, look at my video. They won't even take your call. You probably get the door slammed in your face. Like, how'd you get past security?
The astrology department will take my money and let me in. Thank you very much. But the astronomy...
They'll slam the door in your face and be like, how'd you get past security?
The astrology department won't, but the astronomy definitely will. And that's the thing, because I'm not qualified. So should I really be going, well, it doesn't do what it does, or should I go and search like should you go and search like two options? Just sit there and go, well, the moon's just doing what it does. Not even looking at it, not even going, wow, a shadow is cast onto the moon that matches the ratio of the predicted Earth shadow. That's weird. And the moon is in the position, it lined up where the sun is on the other side of the Earth in the globe model, and the light seems to be shining. And it was 11 o'clock at night, which means it was already sunset. And then all of a sudden, it begins. You see?
Who asked you?
Well, I'm just clarifying. We do know how it works.
You can't even tell me
now
who
you have
asked.
to falsify that mechanism before you can ever move on. And it do what it does just the way I said it does.
Okay, who asked you?
I asked you. This was a trap for you.
Yeah, and I saw your trap.
Because
and I
you
sprung
said
it
we
because
know
you're dumb.
everything, right? You said to the
No, I
other
didn't
guy
say
before.
that.
We know what we know your globe model. We understand it all. We've heard it all, and that's why I came in, Crit. So
no, that's not what I said.
You
I said my
brought it
understanding
on
of the globe
yourself.
model was when they said they would go to the space flight and they went to the moon for peace. I was expecting there was going to be that. There was going to be some sort of awakening, and you came in knowing that holy shit, Crit's right. In the heliocentric model, there is enough space to figure out all this stuff that's all this violence and all this endless perpetual war. There would have been peace by now. But since you can't figure it out, why?
Dude,
you just want to start screeching.
Peace is not on the cards, but peace is possible, okay? But we've got people who would rather go to bed at night when they can save every starving person on the planet than save every starving person on the planet. It's called free will and damned. And if you don't know what damned means, it's destined for hellfire.
There you go. So even if the Earth is a globe, no one cares. They just time for bed. Damn them.
The point is that peace would be possible if we got rid of the people who don't want peace.
Like who? Who doesn't want it?
Not the people having to pay taxes. Not the people who were locked down and forced through the, everything that we've just been through. I'm not even going to use the words in case it flags some stupid algorithm. Yes, they lied to us. Yeah, I got you. But let's look at the things that we can actually examine. And if we can't answer it, it's okay to say, I don't know. I don't fucking know astrophysics. I don't know chemistry. I don't know all these things. So I'm certainly not going to start pretending I do. But something as simple as time, object, direction, height. These things I can work out. These things I've done. Now, if you want to attack the model, then don't forget about the southern hemisphere, where everything's flipped upside down and the stars rotate the other way. And I'm the observer who can tell you that happens. Okay, so it's not a hearsay anymore. Here I say it.
Here, watch the video I posted. It should put in context exactly what I'm talking about.
So I'm in to watch something from you, but you don't want anything from me.
You asked me. I didn't ask you.
Do unto others as they do unto you.
Yeah. So if you'll prove to me that should I ask you a question, because you'll listen to what I have to say. If you don't want to listen to what I say, there's two data points now as to why I will never ask you anything.
Have you got a question now? You've changed your mind. You wanna ask me a question?
No, there's no question.
I'm so confused.
You can just add another data point to it as to why no questions.
Right. Okay. So you don't have any other mechanism to refute the mechanism that I said, that the position of the sun is calculated, found.
Just tell me who asked you.
I'm asking you.
Okay, so there you go.
You said you understood it, Crit. I've come to the expert, which is you, self-proclaimed.
Where did this happen?
You know all about it. You know exactly why. You know why the model, doesn't work. All the rest of it. This is not the first time we've spoken, remember. I've heard you many times. And when you opened your mouth before and just said what you said, I jumped and said, okay, do you have a lunar eclipse? I've been asking since I since I videoed the lunar eclipse last year. I've been asking.
But yet no one's asked you.
No, they run.
You gained no insight from that.
They run away.
And you've gained no insight from that.
Oh, it speaks volumes. They would rather run and take their toys back to wherever they're safe in case they take them out and get them dirty. Or they take them out and they get exposed as fake and knockoffs. I was in Flat Earth for 9 months. I emptied my cup.
Here's the first question.
Okay?
What is
I
Flat Earth
emptied
then?
my cup. I let everybody talk. I let all the people talk. Demok knows me. Merle knows me. Jin knows me. New Perspective knows me. I gave it a go. Okay?
Okay, hear this. There's the first question. If you were in for Flat Earth for 9 months, what is Flat Earth?
Flat Earth is a group of, most of the time, pretty decent people who have seen things in their life that don't add up, that they sit wrong, that don't make sense. They investigate, it doesn't make sense. I don't understand it. I feel I've been lied to. But Flat Earth also comes with free thinkers, faithful, family, friends. But it also comes with no qualifications. Nobody qualified in the fields of the science they're trying to attack.
Okay, so for you, Flat Earth is people. Okay, so that right there tells me you were never anything related to Flat Earth. How about this? Let's dial it back. What's the word flat? What does flat mean?
What does flat mean?
Yeah, is flat like is it a verb? Is it a noun? Is it an adjective?
An adjective.
Okay, so now you've got flat. So flat X. What's X? Is X what?
Yeah, but it's not flat.
Okay, but I'm saying I got right here, I've got something on my desk here. And I said this something, like 20 questions. This is a game cavemen used to play. So I've got, your first question is it flat? And I tell you yes. So you've got a flat noun. What's next?
Aren't you asking the questions?
No, yeah. What question would you ask next? Like, can you even play 20 questions? Like, are you smart? How about, I got one better for you. Why do people run their appliances at night? Why would they do that?
Why would they run their appliances at night?
Yeah, why do people run their appliances at night?
What appliances?
Like, say your dishwasher, and like your dryer. Why would people run those at night?
Because they've had dinner.
See,
and you put all the dishes. They put all the dishes in there. I mean, I run my dishwasher at fucking 3 a.m. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. You globalists are just hilarious with how bad you are. Just in your. How about this one? Why is there a welcome mat in the front of people's houses?
What?
Okay, have you ever gone to a house where someone has like a mat in front of their front door?
Yeah.
On the Flat Earth, we call that a welcome mat. Why is that there?
Welcome as a group, right?
Yeah. Why do people put a welcome mat?
So welcome is it can be used as a single or group invitation. Welcome, everyone, come in. So when you get to the door that's shut, you feel welcome before that even opens.
Yeah. So why would they put a mat on the ground there to say welcome?
Because people might want to keep their shoes on.
Yeah, that's breathtaking. Look at this guy, James, couldn't even figure it out in text chat. He has no idea what a welcome mat's for. So that puts you right there in my book. You're above 50% of globalists.
Bro, you're way down. You're way down at 10% right now when the moon do what it does.
Yeah, you're even worse than that because when I'm talking about a flat Earth and you ask me about the moon, and then I ask you what is flat Earth because you told me you're a flat Earther, and you go on some diatribe about
You cut me
like
off.
people.
Actually, I didn't finish to what flat Earth represented to me. You said,
It has
"What
nothing
does
to do
flat
with
Earth
people.
mean to you?" That's
How
what you
about
said.
it?
That's what you said.
Yeah, and you could even.
You asked for my opinion,
It's
not
2
what
words.
Chris expected and unexpected opinion. You asked for my words, okay? So you're gonna get what I say, not what you want me to say.
Yeah, I got you. And you could even. It's only 2 words. What does the word flat and Earth? And you went on and on about people. Had nothing to do with the 2 words. So basically,
To
you just heard
flat Earth. That's what it represents to me. You asked, what does it mean to me?
Yeah, and you were never a part of flat
You
Earth.
went with the shape. I told you it's not flat. So I'm not going to give you what you want. Because I'll give you an observation that shows curvature.
Flat isn't a shape.
114 miles, 2,000 missing meters of mountain, along with all the
not
townships and the
asking
top
you.
of the South Island. And you claim water is flat and level and seeks equilibrium, then I should be able to see the wharf. And with refraction calculated, the mountain is attempting to be lifted up, but it can't. And nothing else is being lifted up. But in the Black Swan, the horizon, the oil rigs, all of that's being lifted up. So is it game over? Perhaps.
Lifted up by who? Who lifted up the mountains?
Yeah, sure. Let's say it's game
I just
over.
said
Follow the
refraction's being
logic
calculated.
right now.
No, you didn't. You talk a lot and said nothing. It's like,
I said refraction's
can
being
we get a side
calculated,
view?
which
Hot air?
shows
Okay, hold
it's
on.
lifting up,
Can we
but
get a,
still can't
can we
help
get a
it.
side view? Do you
Okay,
have a side view or not, hot air?
No, Phoenix.
No,
Okay,
I
right now.
I don't have a side view thousands of
You don't
meters
have a
out on the
side view.
water.
Well, take your crayons and go home, little kid. Your show
No,
and tell day is
because
over.
I don't have to worry. Do you know why, little Dimmock? Because I have
It's
an
a flat
elevation
Earth.
profile, and I could stand on my head, and that elevation
you're not on the
profile is still
globe.
going
You
to
can't
read the
even
right way
stick your
because the
hand off
M
the globe.
is not a W
You're saying
that
nonsense
I just
right
took
now. You sound
from
like a
you.
little kid sitting in the corner
So
talking
take your
to
L.
himself.
Take your L. Go
Listen,
away.
where's the edge of your globe at? Horizontally, can you stick anything where there's not dirt and water underneath you? Show me that spot, little Glober
Oh,
Joe.
yeah.
Is that
Sea
too
level.
complex for you? Find
Sea
the edge of your
level.
ball.
Sea
Okay,
level.
Phoenix, you said it's
Ball
over.
edge.
If
Where's
it's
it
over,
at? Where's the ball edge? Fuck sea level.
Ball edge. What a moron.
okay, here's this,
Yeah,
Phoenix,
the
right?
ball
Let's say
edge,
you're
the
right.
dirt and water ends, motherfucker. If you sit in a car and the car represents Earth, you can stick your hand out the window. So do the same on.
Oh, I
Do the
don't
same thing.
We're talking about an
Hello?
island. We're talking about
I'm
an
talking
island
about
to island
Earth being an
observation.
object,
All
and you
right.
sticking
So
your
we're talking about
fucking
the
object off
sand
the
and the
object.
dirt and the rocks. They're ending because now we're
Yeah,
across the
stick your
water,
hand
Demo.
past it.
Alright. Hello,
Where does
guys.
it end?
Hello, guys. Alright. What have I stepped into? Let's just tone it down a little bit. Alright. Let's just bring it
Well,
back.
we got.
Bring it back to a
I was good.
conversation.
We got.
I know. But we're
Yeah,
shouting.
what's his name won't stop
We are
talking.
shouting. I know, well, we need to not shout because it'll get me in a bad mood. And
Yeah.
nobody wants me in a bad mood.
Oh, well, yeah, it's this dude. He's talking
Yeah,
loud
thank
over
you.
everybody.
Fair enough.
So the horizon, right? You have a horizon you keep claiming. Now stick a stick past it real quick live for us, and we'll be done.
Man, you're an idiot.
None of the ad homs.
Sorry, I'm sorry, but
Thank you.
what you want me to
Okay,
you
no,
want me to
how about-
swim across the ocean to the
No, this is what I'm looking at,
No,
Phoenix.
original thoughts really totally just.
No, dude, it's absolutely stupid because we've got an object that we know the height of in the distance, and we know the height of it. And if we can see
We're
it
not
and
talking
nothing
about
else,
objects.
then something is being hidden. And
I
we
didn't
know the
ask you about
elevation
an
of the
object.
land, and we know that the sea level is equidistant across the crossing.
No, you don't know anything.
Yes, we do.
I asked you to find the edge that you claim exists.
Edge of what?
Why is that so hard?
Edge of what?
Your ball. Your
There's an edge
curve.
of a basketball, is there?
I don't
There's
know.
an edge
You
of a...
show me.
Have you seen an edge on a
Show
basketball?
me where there's not an
Show
edge.
me
Show
where
me
it
where
ends.
it keeps going forever. You think a basketball goes forever and never ends?
Well, it
Are you
just goes
serious?
back to the big. Well, no, it's connected. It's one thing.
So how many miles is a basketball? A million? Is it bigger than the sun? It just never ends, right? You can't ever find the end of the basketball. You can't stick a little stick past the basketball. That's what you're telling me
Goodness
in
me.
physics. So you can't get a ruler that sticks past the edge of that ball, past it.
Oh, if I
What
created,
are you talking about, dude?
if I created a
What
ball
are
and
you
that was
talking
my
about?
representation of
Yeah,
the.
stick something off of it, and that's mine. There you go.
Yeah.
Now where can you do that on Earth?
Okay, if the Earth was a basketball, how small would the mountain ranges be?
Little.
I don't care. How far can you stick your hand past the curb is the question.
I don't even know if you can entertain
I'm
this
asking
thought.
about the curve where you can stick any object past it horizontally. Can you stick
Okay.
with me here?
Okay, I
Are
get what
you
you're
on the
saying,
same track
but
I
now
am,
we've
or what are you
already got a
talking about?
basketball before I was actually using the physical horizon out in the
We're not
ocean
talking
somewhere.
about the basketball. You brought that up. We're talking about the Earth that you claim where the boat supposedly goes and disappears around a curve. Now go where that boat's at, stand on the tip, and stick your fucking pole, your selfie stick, past that, and show us no dirt and water underneath the curve of the Earth. Horizontally. That's all we need. We don't need your stories, Mickey Mouse.
You just lack understanding in this moment, so I don't know if we can continue.
Okay,
Hey,
I got
well
one
then,
for you.
let me. Okay, go, Crit.
So let's say you're right, okay? And everything you said today is 100% above board, even though no one asked. But suddenly they're just going to say, wow, he came in here and is so much truth. It's like a light in the face. So, and it's over. It's done, right? You've settled it. So let's predict what will happen next. Do you A, go on with your life, or B, come back and try it again? And then see what happens, and then match which model predicts what you would do.
We've
Does
got
that sound
one
fair?
model. We've got one model to work with, unless you've got one to provide.
Okay, so I've got a model that's flat and stationary, nothing new under the sun. What happens today? Just repeating events over and over and over again with no change. Then I got another model that tells me every second of every day is constant change, constant flux, all moving towards a greater goal and a greater purpose for humanity. So now you've got a statement that debate's settled. One of those models is so objectively true that you've just shined a light in when no one asked, and you settled it. It's over, as you claim. Now, which model are you going to accept?
Well, I actually asked,
I'll
is
just
it
wait and
game
see.
over? I asked, is it game over? Right? I didn't say it's not game over. Is it game over?
No, it's not. Nothing new under the sun. You'll come back over and over and over again. No change. There's
Right,
only
so
one model that matches that.
in your fictitious model that's flat and out of your head, got no dimensions, got no elevations, got nothing. It's a false equivalent to the observation that I can provide, and I don't really know what to do with an idea thought form in your head, Crit.
Then what you would
See
okay if
it.
you
I know
don't
you
know.
can see it when you say flat, but I can't
Yeah.
see it.
Okay, so you wouldn't ask for it then. If you can't see it, if you can't understand it, you wouldn't ask day in, day out, no change. Over and over. Even more so when I'm talking to someone else who has nothing to do with you. You wouldn't just derail the conversation when no one even asked you.
Okay, my father was a heavy drinker. I knew when that guy was about to leave. That's why I knew that was pretty much up to him. And when I asked him, can I get in and ask a question? He said yes. Okay? I know you didn't want to talk to me. And I didn't even know you were you. Okay? Because you changed your name again. And that is what it is. But the fact that I asked you a question and I got your answer, that's fine. But here's what you've got to understand. This world is not what they tell us, okay? This world is not some physical 3D realm that's just all normal and all the rest of it, okay? Miracles happen in this world, okay? Supernatural shit can take place if you are willing to open your eyes to be able to
No.
receive it.
No, miracles can't happen. A miracle's definition is something that
Well, don't tell me what can't happen when I just told you they do.
Read the
And if you want,
definition, motherfucker. A miracle
oh,
can't happen.
no. Seemingly impossible inside physical realm and limitations of a 3D material world. That's what
Well,
it
where do
is.
you live in the unphysical realm at? Show
Can
us that.
God
Show us
do
the
anything?
unphysical.
Can God do anything?
Show me the
Yes.
unphysical and stop yelling at yourself, dude. You
Just
okay?
don't tell me about miracles, okay? Don't tell me
Well,
about
show me
miracles.
one happening. Show me Bigfoot up here. That'd be a miracle.
So stupid. So stupid.
Anyway,
Show me the edge of your ball horizontally. That'd be a miracle.
So
That'd be a
stupid.
miracle too. If you could stick something
A
past
miracle
the curve of
is
your dirt
simply
water.
seemingly impossible,
No,
Demok. Okay,
sticking something past your dirt
seemingly
curve.
impossible, not
Your
impossible.
dirt curve
Seemingly
miracle ball.
impossible. See,
Yeah,
when
sticking
God
something
said,
past your
"Let
dirt
there be
ball.
light," okay, let there be
No, dirt
light.
and water.
Just let there be, right?
No,
Let
we're
there
talking
be
about dirt
dirt.
and water.
So let there be a
dirt and water.
miracle, Demok. You see, let there be a miracle
Yeah.
when the person was willing to die
Be a
for it.
miracle if you made any sense.
Hell
What
yeah,
are the-
yeah.
Be a
You
miracle if you
should
said
we
something
go
that
and
was
see
worth
some
2
of what
pennies.
you've said? Come on, please.
Yeah, I'm asking you for the edge past your boat. Where's
There
the
is
live
no
thing where you can stick
edge.
any a rocket,
There is no
BB?
edge.
You can't shoot
This
nothing
is
past
very
the curve.
constructive.
You can't throw anything past the curve. Can't
Yeah.
reach it.
I was really enjoying like discussing observations, but you're not even willing to engage.
I
I've
want to
got something.
observe you stick something past the curve.
All right, I've got something for you, Phoenix. I've got something for you, Phoenix. If you want to partake.
Yeah. Look, Benzo, you know my stance on it. I've got things, observations that I want answers for, and when they say they're ready to attack the globe model in its totality, well, don't forget New Zealand. We're fucking missing off like 100-something maps out there.
Yeah, no. Hey, you just breathe, calm down, have a
Well,
cup
no,
of
that's not,
tea.
this thing comes
have
from
a
the poisoning of the well. Like I'm some bad person with some notorious fucking
I'm not
reputation of
saying
being an
okay
asshole
then.
glober.
Link,
I can
calm
be.
down. Well, yeah, you can be, but anyway, I don't want to take that stance. I've just got a question for you. What are the properties of a liquid that make it that it can't support itself? Do you know?
Properties of liquid that can't support itself.
Yeah, because liquid can't support itself, right? Like if I get a say a fish tank, we'll use a fish tank for argument's sake, right? And I fill it up with water, and I then say put something in that fish tank, say a brick for argument's sake. I put a brick in the middle of that fish tank, right? Well, on the top of that, the surface of the water now, I don't have a brick shape, do I? Okay. But if I was to do the same sort of thing in soil or something like that, soil is kind of self-supporting, right? If you can dig a hole and you can put a brick in there and put the soil back on top, and it'll kind of, it'll kind of be self-supportive. So, what are the properties of water that make it that it can't be self-supportive?
Well, the thing that you missed out is that when you add the brick, the water is now sitting on top of the brick. It's not going to go through the brick, so the water level in that tank is going to rise. You agree with that, right?
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, it'll displace water, and the water level will rise, but it will rise and displace evenly throughout that liquid. It won't just do it in one place. It'll do it throughout the all of that liquid,
Of
right?
course.
Whereas, in dirt or something like that, it doesn't quite do that. It doesn't displace evenly, or kind of just stay exactly where it is. It's self-supportive to a certain degree, but liquid is any liquids are quite a different property. They have quite a different dynamic to them. They displace evenly throughout it. They're not self-supportive.
Well, this is
At
different
all.
though. You know, it's almost a false equivalence because the water is connected and the soil is not.
What do you mean the soil isn't connected?
Well, unless you pat it down and turn it into compressed soil, it's still individual pieces of soil, right?
Well, we have individual molecules of water.
But they're joined. They join together in one liquid amount, right? You can't just like you try to pick up quickly a whole bunch of dirt with your hands. What happens?
Yeah,
If
but
you
the
tried to
soil,
pick up a whole bunch of soil with your hands, what would happen?
the soil touches each other too, so it is also touching each other.
Yeah, but
isn't it?
it's only been held down, right? If you kick it, the top of the soil, it spreads like sand whoosh, in the air, right? Because each individual piece is now able to move, and its mass is so small that gravity will eventually deal with it. But of course, it's gonna into the sky. You know, it's light. It's super light. You know, some of
Yeah,
those pieces of soil will be like particles of gas.
and I can do exactly the same thing with water down at the beach. I can go up and I can be walking along the beachfront there, and I can kick the water, and I can also too go whoosh, right and kick that
You like
water.
that? You
Yeah,
like that?
and
You like-
and part of that water will go over there, go over here, and because I've kicked it so hard, it will vaporize, and some of it will go up into the air, never to be seen again, perhaps. So the same sort of
Newton's
things.
law.
Will
Newton's law, right?
will
Equal and
will.
opposite reaction.
There you go. There you go.
Newton's law.
Right?
Newton's law. But what happens if you went to the water and you did a deep kick into the water and you kicked the water towards the ocean? What's going to happen to that water?
Well, it disperses, doesn't it?
It just
Right?
goes straight back into the water, doesn't it?
Exactly right. Now, if I go up to the beach and I walk down to the beach tomorrow and I take my little Cooper's bucket and my little shovel with me and I fill it up with some sand, and I take this sand, right, and I move this bucket to over there and I pour that sand on top of the other sand, I've made a little sand castle. Now, can I make a little water castle? I'm going to go up to the water and I'm going to fill up with a bucket of water, and I go, I want to make a water castle over there, and I'm going to tip it out, and I'm going to be devastated because I haven't been able to make a little water castle. Now, why? Why can't I do this? Why isn't water self-supporting? Why will it disperse evenly throughout it, right? And, right, seek to find its own equilibrium throughout that water. That's what it will do. That's what water does. That's the properties of water.
That's right. Water will form to the forces acting upon it. The density of the soil is much greater. But again, it's not connected. Unless you pack it down. The sand is kind of a better version because you kind of have to add a little bit of water, or you get that really soft soil to be able to get it really sand-like, right? But if we go with the sand option, if you don't crush it down enough and you get rid of all the space between those sands, not like the water that's already connected, all together, you're going to have what happens when you don't make the effort and put the sand in properly. Your sandcastle fails, right?
Yeah, it's
and
a
why
sad,
does it fall down like that? Why does it not just float up in the air?
Well, it's a sad looking sandcastle. I'll grant you that when you don't compact it
Oh,
properly.
it is,
But
but you know what I mean? So
having
if
said
the
that,
sandcastle fails, it falls down,
yeah,
doesn't it?
yeah,
Like the
no,
water does.
exactly right. So, but if I compress it enough, right, and then tip that bucket upside down and put it on the sand, voila! My grandkids are going to think I'm a magician because I've just created a sandcastle before their very eyes. I am now a god in front of my grandkids, right? Now, I can go along with the same bucket. I can go into the water. I can get that water. I can push that water down as hard as I want into that bucket. I can compress it and push it in there, into all the corners, into all the little nooks and crannies, flip it over, right? And I'm going to go to my grandkids, voila, we're about to see a water castle, and they're going to look at that water castle and they're going to be devastated. I have now gone from God status down to mere mortal because I can't create a water castle, right?
Okay. But if you got a really good bucket, you know, like one that's not cheap, you know, the one that could create the suction that you know, on a flat piece of board or something, maybe a piece of glass, right? You could, and let's say we now give you a bucket that's see-through, or at least semi-transparent, so we can see the liquid in it. You know, we can't do it like that, right? Either, or can we?
What? Keep the water in the bucket.
Yeah, without letting the, you know, it's now sitting again. It's the same amount of water, but it's now upside down on a, and there's no way for it to run out.
Yeah. But it's in a container and it's upside down. And my kids have just witnessed me being a god, right?
Yeah.
Because I've removed that bucket, right?
Right.
No container, no nothing, and then there's that sandcastle. And now they're going to look at me, right, as a cheater, right? Because I've kept the bucket there.
Yeah.
Right? They're gonna go, Grandpa, no, that's not good enough, right?
Yeah.
You're tricking us. You're tricking us. Right? They're gonna see through the illusion straight away. All right.
Right, I get that.
Okay then. So now,
but
we've got this.
Here's the thing, right? Would you, before we do anything more with the bucket, would you say let's say we've got the bucket that's on the glass, you know, or the flat surface that's keeping the water there, and you've got your sandcastle. Let's say they're at exactly the same, you know, in the same elevation, right there next to each other. Is there different atmospheric forces acting upon either one of them, or is it uniform? You know, within pedantic measures, right? The pressure, the atmospheric conditions around the sandcastle are the same around the bucket.
Mm-hmm.
So when you lift the bucket up, we see the same atmospheric conditions affecting different what?
Sorry, you're gonna have to say that again because my head.
If we've got the same atmospheric conditions, and we lift the bucket now with the water in it, we're now exposing the inside of that bucket to the outside conditions that this sandcastle seems to be dealing with quite fine. So the only difference must be the medium.
Well, what's going to happen to that water? It's not going to be self-supporting. It's going to collapse straight away, isn't it?
Exactly. But it's the same atmospheric pressure. So it must be the fact that the medium is different.
The medium's different. So can you tell me a medium where I can build a water castle?
In the water.
In the water. So now I've got to get that bucket of water.
Yep.
Now, and I've got to get my flippers, right, and my goggles, and I've got to fill up that bucket, and I've got to go down to the bottom, and I've got to flip that bucket over on the sea floor, and I've got to pull that bucket off, and I'll say, hey, little Connor, put your goggles on, dive down with me, and I'm going to show you a water castle. And then when I pull that bucket off, he's going to go, but where is it? It all looks like water to me, Grandpa.
No. See, you didn't. You chose the water that you're going into. You didn't realize you actually have to go to the Arctic, and the water that you're taking is actually going to freeze there.
Oh, so now I'm going to freeze the water.
Yep.
All right. So now I've got to change water from a liquid, because I did specify right at the very start.
I'm just showing you the medium span saw, right?
Yeah,
I'm just
no,
showing you
no.
when we can manipulate the same thing
No.
to get it to the conditions that we can match it.
That's not the medium. That's the state of something. That's not the medium.
Yeah, you're right. That's
Yeah,
right.
gravity
I
doesn't
know I'm
freeze
right.
water.
Yeah, I know I'm right. I'm always
Yeah.
right, as I tell
Yeah,
my
you're
coaches.
always right. You're
Yeah,
always right.
exactly. Exactly right.
Everything noises.
Yeah. So we have changed the state of something. So we have to leave it in the same state, right? So the state of liquid being it can't support itself at all, right? And it will disperse and it will equalize, right, throughout itself. That's what water does, right? It doesn't do anything else, right? It can't hold itself up higher than any other part unless there is a force acting upon it, right? And a pressure of some sort, right? Because you can't move anything unless you apply pressure. That's the only way anything can move, right? With
Well,
the
there's
application.
constant pressure though, or do you deny that?
No, I don't deny. I don't
So there's
deny
constant
I don't.
pressure acting on the
Oh, yeah,
I
sandcastle,
deny that.
and then there's constant pressure measurable.
I
You know,
deny it.
well, I don't care. It's measurable,
We'll
and
demonstrate it.
I don't have to. It's measurable. You go and deny that it's
Yeah,
not
you don't
measurable.
have to demonstrate it, but it's
I don't
measurable.
have to
Like
talk to you. I'm talking to
it's
Bandsaw.
like a miracle. I know
Dude,
it's a
don't talk about
miracle.
miracle, okay? You don't even know God.
Well, your
Hey,
pressure's a miracle because you can't demonstrate it.
Anyway, how do you breathe? Who knows? There's no pressure. There's no miracle. But no, Bandsaw. The atmospheric pressure is not gonna allow the water in its state to withstand the forces acting upon it. Newton's law of motion, right? But the sand, before you see, you've actually altered the sand to make it possible. Go and get that really nice fine sand that you sit and have a picnic in, and get that. And you know the sand I'm talking about, right? The one that no one really walks on. It's right at the beginning, real light, nothing's connected. You put that in the you put that in a bucket, turn it upside down. What's gonna happen? Are you gonna get a sandcastle?
Oh, if you put a bit of water with it, you can. But what you
You're
can do,
changing the medium now.
yeah, no, but what
Oh,
you
sorry,
can
you're
do,
changing the state of it. You're
okay,
changing it.
well, but what you can do with that same sand, all right, it might not create that perfect sand castle, right, but it will create a lump of sand. That's what it will do. It will support itself. Okay, so it is self-supporting.
Can I
Okay,
real quick?
And it will accelerate out of the bucket, won't it? Just like the water will.
Water isn't self-supporting. You need a little hump of water.
Can I
I
jump
think-
in real quick?
Yeah, go, Travis. Go, buddy.
I don't think you silly people know what you're talking about. You guys are talking about silly things. Can you
Are we?
do you even know like what you guys are arguing for anymore?
It was
Bansaw's taking me to the beach.
exciting for a little while there.
Bansaw's taking me to the beach, Travis. All right.
Yeah. Well, Bandsaw mentioned the fish tank though, and that's when I got really excited. But if we could come back to the sandcastle, what you can do, Reese, and I was hoping you'd go there, is you could dig a moat around the sandcastle, and then you could put some water in the moat, and it seems to make sense, doesn't it?
Oh, there you go.
You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
There it
you
is.
go. There it is.
Perfect.
All right. Well, we
Perfect.
just got a few more things to get explained away, and then we're right as rain.
I'd like to know what sensible things Travis would like us to argue about.
Me and you.
No.
You're laughing.
I think that Merle brought you guys back to the issue that Bandsaw was going to go with hydrostatics. You were going to try to prove something with hydrostatics, and you guys just started getting silly.
Yeah, I agree. I think calm me
He's
down
showing
a little bit.
doesn't hold its shape.
It can't
Water does
support
not
itself.
hold its shape.
Right.
I was making a point about water not being self-supportive.
Yeah. And so, but we've established that while we're doing these things with the water or the sand, if we don't manipulate it, if we don't do anything different, so we put sand in a bucket and we put sand, measurable sand,
When you
like
dump
you
it
could have.
upside down, you get a pile of sand.
Exactly. You get a pile of sand, and you
don't get a
get a
pile of
puddle of
water.
you get a
You
puddle
get
of
a hill of
water.
water.
You get a puddle of
Hill, we're
water.
looking for a hill. We want a hill of water, Benny Hill.
You're not
But
going to
see,
see any of Benny Hill rose
see
glass.
what will happen with water, Reese, is we're
hearing Reese.
we're on a lake, right? We're sitting around a lake, and all of a sudden there's a big gust of wind that comes in, right? This huge gust of wind, and it's pretty strong, right? And all of a sudden there's waves, right?
Hold on,
And
jacked up my ear.
and it picks up some sand as well that's on the shoreline of that lake. And what it'll do, it'll blow that that sand into a pile, right? And then all of a sudden the wind will stop, all right? That sand pile will stay exactly where it is, but those waves that have come in, right, and created, and there's humps and bumps and lumps all over the place, all of a sudden now the water will not support itself in the same way that the sand has. It'll equalize throughout the lake, and it'll be dead flat straight across it.
Well, actually, it would have been the undertow from the waves created that would have just pulled it back down again, right? The back waves, you know, the outgoing waves. They would have just pulled any other wave out, and as soon as that, you know, extra wind is gone. I mean, that's only part of it. The reason we have tides, right? The globe model is not just wind.
Oh, there's lots
That's
of
our
different
point.
factors.
It doesn't hold itself.
Yeah, it won't hold its shape though. Right, so when all those undertows and all those currents and all those bits and bobs have ceased and finished, and the wind and all that sort of stuff, it'll settle, right, and it'll be dead flat on the surface, right? Whereas on the shoreline, right, the sand will still be in piles, right, lumpy and bumpy and all over the place, right?
I wouldn't
Exactly the
agree it's
same.
flat. I wouldn't agree it's completely flat on the surface. Not at all. Maybe equidistant, but not flat.
Oh, it's 100%. It's flat, 100%, dead flat, dead horizontal. No ifs, no buts, no maybes about it. Right, from one side
Show
to
us
the
where
other.
it's not.
I don't want to keep spamming the chat with this picture.
With this
Why
picture.
don't you just figure out where the edge of your ball is? Ask all your great numbers.
But I think Travis wants
They
to get
can't
onto
even
something
divide.
more
No.
serious.
He brought up equidistant, you know, so he's gonna be appealing to the reference point, which would be the center of the globe. So
Just using
I don't
sea
know.
level.
I'm just sitting here listening, but
I'm just using a sea level. I'm just using sea level elevation profile.
It's Saturday night, Travis. It's party night. Right, so
Saturday's a good day for fighting.
yeah, for fighting.
Yeah, you know, Elton John. Saturday.
Saturday. Oh yes.
So good to be in a server that can break out in song if they feel like it.
But I'm glad to see that we've settled that the water is dead flat, horizontal, and level
No.
all the way across it. Right. I'm glad we have settled that. Right.
Where is it not?
need? What else do you need help with?
Where did the
What else do you
well,
help
I'm a little
me
bit
help you.
help me,
yourself.
help you. All right. Okay, all right. Okay. Do you want to take a crack? Do you want to take a crack at the lunar eclipse question?
At the lunar eclipse?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, give it your best shot. Give it your best shot.
We've heard that today that the moon just does what it does. Okay, that's an alternative answer. And so my rebuttal to be that yes, it does what it does, with the explanation that I gave, based on the positions. So the ultimate question is during a lunar eclipse, if it's not the Earth's shadow being cast onto the moon, what is causing the face of the shadow to go dark? Oh, sorry, the face of the moon to go dark, completely dark with a shadow.
The sun's light.
Yeah.
It's two sources of light.
Well, that's we make presumptions, I suppose, that we know that we think that we know what the moon is.
You know how you could tell? Because of the 130,000 where the IS is and the airplanes go.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. That's how you know there's no Earth in between them. It's so simple.
Whoa.
You know, maybe
Earth
the
below. Yeah.
No.
maybe
Sun below, Earth in the middle, and the moon on an angle up in the sky.
Show us at 130,000 feet. We'll wait.
Sure, I'll
Wait
just
till
pop
that
up
day
there.
and send a high altitude balloon footage
I'll
up,
just
and you can
fly up
set us
there in a minute.
it up live. Can you hear me? Send a high altitude balloon footage up on that day, and let's not talk shit. If you can see the moon and the sun up in the air at 130,000, or 40,000, 70,000, then the Earth's not in between them clearly because the Earth's below.
So what
Denmark
causes the shadow?
Do what?
I must agree with Denmark in this situation too.
Oh, please, you
100
shouldn't.
million%.
You really shouldn't.
Hello?
What's causing the
No,
shadow?
we shouldn't listen to anything you say. You
What's
can't even
causing
find
the
dirt.
shadow on the moon? Was the
You
question.
can't even find the edge of the globe you live on.
Yes, I do.
Hey,
Have
hey,
it. I showed you.
Hey, can I ask this guy one question? Because Arma, he has Blender. It's a it's that program that
Yeah.
plots all the celestial whatever sky whatever.
Yeah, it's just a 3D drawing program.
Yeah, and you said something about the moon. How does the moon have the shadow if the Earth isn't doing it? But the Earth never casts any shadows to the moon. It's only a direct path, a direct parallel rays from the sun to the moon. Always.
Earth
The
casts light,
Earth.
not a shadow. You're exactly right.
No, the Earth does nothing for the shadow on the moon. It's all the angle we see it. Okay, yeah. So here, get this.
The Earth does reflect off the ocean and the surface. Reflects up and.
If you'd like, Arma could show you because I was wondering how a certain shadow on the moon could be casted from the sun, and it had to do with the tilt of the Earth. That was it. There was no other way.
It's phases. That's phases.
Those
right?
Yeah,
You
certain
can't
phases.
make a red shadow.
We're not
Shadows aren't red and
about
blue.
phases, which is about the observer's
no
position
phase.
based on the way
There
it's
is
been
no phase.
illuminated from Earth. Stop doing that. It's really annoying and childish, Denmark. Okay, like stop doing it.
Well, demonstrate what you're talking about with the little and the little sun. Phases.
You got to stop clipping. All right, you've got to
How,
stop
man?
clipping people.
Well, I'm only going to ask for demonstration.
Okay.
No, don't shotgun him, D-Monk. Just let him go if he's
telling us like a
talking,
little
dude.
joke.
Yeah, well,
don't ask him for like multiple things, dude. Just let him talk and then refute his or rebut his statement.
I don't have a rebuttal. I'm just.
No, but he said something about the Earth having to do with some sort of shadow, and that's not the case. It's only a direct.
All he has to do is go on. All he has to do is go on.
Yeah, you're doing it to me now, dude.
When the ISS is up or high altitude footage.
Come on.
Get the high footage. I guarantee you, there's some, and you'll see. It's not in between.
We've got to let people finish what they're going to say.
Yeah, it is a fantastic point, though, Dem. Well done.
Okay, so the moon phases are a good point. They really are. And I'll highlight it while I explain this next piece. Let me just get back to the right place. Oh,
Hey,
fuck.
real quick though, hey Bandsaw, I don't want to mute DMOC though, because he does have good input. If he could just hang back a little and just let everybody go, I'm for him not being muted. But I mean, that's your
I
job.
haven't.
But
I haven't.
oh,
He's not muted. Flat Daddy.
oh, okay.
That's
He's
it's
quiet.
Flat Daddy.
Oh,
Oh, good white. Yeah, he's not muted, mate.
yeah.
I just asked for people to let people finish
Well,
their point.
is it gonna be the end of the world? Because fucking DMOC actually is staying quiet. Holy shit.
Everybody needs to be careful today, right? They warned about the 24th.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know what it
dude.
is.
I'm
Just
on
don't.
guard, bro.
Yeah, I know. Like I just don't like it, But anyway,
Hey, get this. Hold on. You just mentioned the 24th. This is the actual reason I came on to talk. But did you know that starting tomorrow is Rosh Hashanah? That means the first day of their 10-day feast, or it won't. It's the New Year. Tomorrow's the New Year, according to the Jewish calendar. So if anything's gonna happen, it's gonna happen today, and it probably won't happen on their holiday, right? Because they're like the ones in charge. So if it's gonna happen, man, it's gonna happen today.
It's not the real date today, anyway. By the way, for Rosh Hashanah, that's the day that they have out there on their like common calendar, but not the one most actual.
if it's
Jews
1,000
follow.
years in the future, it's still the same day, right?
Okay, mate.
What time is it over there, Reese? About 11:30.
We just hit midnight.
Okay, yeah, close enough too.
I was up early for 3DP's presentation.
Oh yeah, we were chatting for ages before too. So
That was after that, yeah. And then after you left, I spoke to Dane for like fucking hours. All right, so I posted the moon shot, which is a shot from the north, and just to scroll up a little bit, 12 a.m. exactly. Alan Evans on the left, shot from England, and me on the right, shot from New Zealand, Christchurch. So that we know that what's causing that, that's not what I'm asking. The question was, if it's not the Earth's shadow being cast onto the moon during the eclipse, as the globe model states there's the mechanism, and backs it up with the fact that it's sunrise in other locations and all the rest of it, what is it then that causes the shadow?
Light. I just told you it's too sun. Right.
either light or lack of energy.
Isn't as bright as the moon, then the moon's gonna appear to have a shadow because the moon's gonna outshine either one that outshines the other two, and it'll also show the phases. Not a phase of the moon; it's a phase of dirt or whatever it's over in the
Demok, your mic is
angle
clipping
of the
itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Like you're talking and cutting in and out. That's why Good White Light believed that you were being muted. Bruh. This is like the strongest weed I've ever smoked in my life. You know when you get one of them weeds and like you inhale it and you can taste like a galaxy unfolding if they existed. And like, yeah, there are like priests and shit blessing your tongue as you smoke it.
You're in the right mind to get. We can work this out today. Keep smoking. But
No, there's none of that at 120,000 feet. There's no stars, no nothing for a priest to worry about, no planets, no debris, no satellites, no nothing. There's the moon and the sun up there. So if you send it up every day of your life, you see the moon and the sun up there. The earth is not between. It's so simple. You don't have to keep asking crazy questions that make no sense. Send your high altitude balloon up on the day you keep thinking the earth is in between them. And when you see that it's not, then it's going to be so simple for you, right?
I have to agree with Demok again on that point.
what part of it made sense?
Well, if you go up in a balloon, you'll see that the Earth isn't in between the sun or the moon, and that they're both above the Earth.
Well, you don't have to
So
go.
why don't I
You don't have
see
to
it?
go. You don't have to go into a balloon to see that at all. I've seen the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time on ground level.
There you go.
That's how I took the
Alright.
photo that I posted earlier. Obviously, that's the moon and the sun in the daytime, right? Clearly, the sun's somewhere in the sky at that moment.
One
It's daytime.
would imagine. One would
imagine. So if the lunar eclipse at nighttime has the sun and the moon in the sky and it's still dark, what happened to this moon? What happened to the sunlight?
Like we haven't discovered anything new here, boys. The sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time.
Right. So what's causing the shadow?
In a lunar eclipse, the sky stays dark. You can see the stars all night, and the only thing you see it was 11:18 p.m. local time that the maximum eclipse occurred, and that means that it's right over the face. It's the most eclipsed it's ever going to be, and in that moment, it's dark and it begins to light red. But because it's being lit up, my camera didn't have the ability to, really capture it like I've seen it, being all the different reds and gradients. But it doesn't really matter because the clearest shot is when the moon is half covered by the shadow. And I'm asking simply, why does the shadow scale match the ratio of Earth? And if it's not
doesn't.
but it does, because I punched it in and it worked without lining it up. I scaled it first, moved it over, and it lined up.
An object 1/4 the size of my object. So if I got a big ball and a little ball, what you just said made no sense at all. Dude,
The ratio
they're not
is
even the
correct
same
no matter
size.
what
So how can one match the ratio? What does that even mean? What are you talking about?
If the ratio
the
is correct,
aspect ratio size of the object versus
Yeah.
how big a shadow is from another object.
He hasn't demonstrated
But-
that. Where's your classroom demonstration of two balls and another ball being a light source, and you doing this thing right here and creating this eclipse, the lunar eclipse? Where did you produce that at?
My eclipse is in 4K. It's 8 minutes long and it's 600 megabytes.
Not
I
on
can't
Narnia, man.
post it.
Not on Narnia. In real life with 3 objects. Not Narnia.
Cut it into 2 bits and I can post it. A 500 megabyte upload now for if you got that Nitro.
Who can't make GTA 5 on a computer? We're not asking for computer simulations. I want to see you with 3 balls do what you claim these 3 balls are doing in real life. You got a moon ball, an earth ball, and a sun ball. Now you claim that one is getting in between the 2. Demonstrate how that works for you and show us the perfect whatever and the ratio. Show us. I'll wait.
I'm just looking at the shadow, Dimok.
No, you're not looking at anything. You're making shit up. If I see a round object and I put a shadow on a round object, what's that got to do with the ratio of another round object?
Because it's the full moon. Because it's the full moon. It's the full moon from like 7. It's the full moon from.
Sense, dude. You don't even have the comprehension skills to understand that. That didn't make any sense. Any object that's round, you put a flat square shadow on, it's going to be round. What are you talking about? I can take a straight line and put it up next to the ball, and the shadow hitting it's going to look like a curved line. What
It'd be amazing if you actually address the point.
Do you not comprehend anything or what, dude?
It'd be amazing,
dude. Trying to reaffirm your ignorance without showing us a demonstration.
It'd be amazing.
Demonstrate. Because without a demonstration, you're just making up stories off your imagination, huh?
Well, I don't know. I think you're just creating an entire straw man.
Please stop interrupting.
Oh, come on.
You got an entire straw man that I got to deal with.
You got to let.
As you try to poison the well, also.
You got to back off a little bit, Dem. Come on, you're being very dominant.
And I go to answer, and you twist my observation. Let me ask you this. Be honest. Be honest, Demok. Have you seen your shadow?
Don't know what you're talking about. Show me.
I can't fucking deal with someone like that.
Well,
so you can't show anything.
Disengage then.
It's ridiculous. I mean, he's a fucking grown man, older than me, and he's acting like this.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm asking you for a demonstration. It's ridiculous. You
Ah,
can't
it's all
show it,
good.
huh?
It's all good. I found my picture anyway.
Did you find 3 balls? Put your hands on them and show us how they work.
There you go. And before you claim CGI, 100 fucking % that's CGI. Overlay. 2D graphic
Well, before
overlay.
you claim none of that matters.
None of it matters to someone who can't understand it, I'm sure. But again, what is the shadow?
Understand a computer game?
What is the shadow being caused
On
by?
a
Why,
computer game?
why, if
It's
you're
whatever
so
you
smart,
make it,
would you
computer
have to
guy.
use a dig like that? Like he doesn't understand. Why are you demeaning him now?
Because he insulted me earlier.
So you did do it. Thanks for admitting it.
Of course I did. Do unto others as they do unto you. Golden rule.
Why do you bring reality away from reality and bring a computer into it? I don't do that unto others. I don't
Okay,
want
this
cartoon,
is an
cardboard,
overlay.
plastic screens and GTA 5s
Okay.
and video
What is an
games.
overlay?
I don't want you to play video games in front of us, dude.
Guys, you
What is an
two
overlay?
just disengage from each other, please. Come on, it's getting
Well, I
out of
mean, regardless of whoever it is, I still don't want a video game ban. So no matter
Okay,
who
then.
comes in here as a
All right, then.
I don't want them to demonstrate what they got
Okay.
on their computer laptop about reality,
Yeah.
which is on a computer screen, which is flat. So when
All
they
right.
can't get off the flat screen to show us anything, I'd like to see how the round stuff works off of a flat computer screen.
All right.
You're pathetic.
Just don't go there, please. Please don't go there.
Wow, he just had to
All right.
do it. Come on, man, y'all calm down. I mean, we understand your model. You're saying the Earth gets in between and creates a shadow. That's a few assumptions. You got a
No.
great theory there. It's backed up by some math. Awesome.
I've asked him if he's seen his own shadow. He said I don't know.
Yeah,
What's
he
that
asked
got
you to
do
do
with the
some
lunar
things too,
eclipse?
and you didn't do it.
Nothing. I'm asking you about a lunar eclipse and how you can produce that with 3 balls and you keep running.
Hey, I don't think that's unreasonable for him to ask for a demonstration. Like,
Right.
I mean, they
This
can
3-body
demonstrate it in
problem.
Blender. Hey, but you know what? Now I'm looking at the moon right now. This is funky, right?
Okay, take a photo of it.
Okay, sure.
Going to be a very slight sliver.
Yeah, it's a slight sliver. It's coming over our mountains, and the sun is actually coming up too. And here, look. Let me just show you. Pretty amazing because you got the sunlight.
Where are you at right now? Do you mind?
I'm in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
You were the boat, Rakia. Out of the dock.
Yeah, we're fixing to leave. Go to Florida here in a minute. Put some hours on our engines.
Nice. Break her in.
So
Yeah,
you get that picture, right?
8 hours.
You guys see that? That's
Yep.
the sunlight coming up. So the sun and the moon are pretty much okay. Today is September 24th, and then I got this one as well a week ago, and Arma explained how this happened, and this was at nighttime. This was the sunrise or the moonrise. But the sun had just set 3 hours ago. So how is the moon right now on the same side as the sun, which is ridiculous? And like even how the flat Earth model always shows the sun and the moon in opposite, like kind of like in opposite areas. They never show them like ever intersecting. They're just on one circuit, right? Going around each other on the opposite sides. This is saying something totally different.
Yeah, but are you facing
Right now the sun and the
Sorry,
moon are gonna be coming up on my same horizon on the sun side or on the east side of my sky.
They're off in the north to me. Right now, they're off to the north. They're in the east, but they're way north. The moon is.
It's somewhat northeast. Yeah, but I'm not going to call it northeast. It's more east than it is north. But I mean, we can get coordinates. That's no problem. But what I'm saying was, 1 week ago, it was nighttime. The moon came up on the east side of my sky, and then the sun had just set and gave a similar shadow on the moon. Now, how come the sun isn't on the west side of my sky though? And the sun is I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, I get it how it could work on a globe model.
There's a layer, and not on that little model that shows them never getting by each other. That doesn't even make any sense. There's a layer where they both reside, and we don't see what goes on above the layer of air that we know of, right? So like whatever we call air, the air we can breathe, above that amount of that is a different reaction or action to that light going past the two. That's what we're not getting to see. We can see from our angle looking up how we got our little pyramid from our eyes getting wider outwards. But each of those objects also have a pyramid from them getting wider outwards too of their source of light. So any light that hits them and comes back or goes away or reflects off of is going to do the pyramid structure, and those lights are going to fight each other. So the Earth, Moon, and Sun's light fight each other. The light that wins out can either be a shadow or light. It just depends on how close or far away they fucking are from each other. That's all.
That was a pretty strong claim. You're gonna have to back that up.
Yeah, the more light you have, the more. Hold on, dude. The more light you have, the more shadows you have. Go try it out.
Okay. What do I need?
Go get like 4 lights and then make like 5, 6 shadows in the room on one object, or 4 or 5. So every time you add a light, you're adding another shadow. That's all you need.
How does the shadow cast a light by itself?
Don't worry about retard questions. We'll worry about that later after you prove yourself wrong. So
I've got
4 lights.
I've got a lounge.
Go get 4
I've got a
lights.
lounge,
Go do
Denmark.
it first, dude. Are you gonna do it, or are you gonna keep talking?
I got a lounge.
do
I
it.
can turn on multiple lights, and not one of them casts a
don't care.
shadow anywhere.
When did you do that? Turn your camera on and show me.
I've got multiple lights on right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not
Turn
one of
your
them
camera
casting
on.
a shadow
Show me the
anywhere.
floor. Show me the floor.
No, I need to
Show
vacuum.
me the table. Show me your table. Show me you not have a shadow.
He said, no, I need to vacuum.
Fair enough.
So now.
I'm in my fucking bedroom, dude. No.
So no, you don't have lights and shadows. Okay.
You don't think I have lights in my room? Yeah, I do everything in the dark.
I don't believe anything you say ever. I would not.
What? That's fine. I know
Why
you
would
think
I?
I'm part of the CIA. It's hilarious.
I think you're part of the people who can never demonstrate anything. They open their mouth and spew.
Well, I'm ready to answer any and all questions.
No, I'm ready to see your demonstration. I just told you about your talking past again, DOD. Department of Defense, don't talk so fast. Demonstration.
You're part of the CIA. Can't illustrate anything.
Oh,
That's right.
I was just waiting for it. I was waiting for it. You know, you give him a couple of letters and away he goes. You know.
Listen, all I'm asking for is a DOD, demonstration of demonstration. Okay?
Mine was better.
Okay.
Yeah, but mine's to the point and it gets there hard. Hits home.
Okay, so the problem before about the observation was the graphic overlay you said was CGI, right?
You didn't have
How
an
am I gonna
observation.
take a video, take a screenshot from it, and make that 3D for you?
What are you talking about? How are you going to get 3 balls in your hand and prove your claim? I don't know. That's up to you, Batman.
I was standing on one. The one's one. It hurt. One is, you know, behind me, and the moon is in the sky. So I can physically locate 2 of them, visually locate 2 of them, and I can physically locate 2 of them. Sorry, visually locate
Red
one.
shadow on the white moon.
Physically and visually locate another, and wait for the third one to do what it does, and they align exactly where they meant to align. So the moon is involved. The moon is involved, and the Earth lines up to the moon's face. It comes across the moon. Like it's in my video. I don't want to post my channel here.
And you have 3 balls. You have a light ball, a moon ball, 1/4 the size, and an earth ball.
Now I'm standing on the Earth, taking a footage of the actual moon, doing it exactly what it does.
That's not going to prove what you're claiming it does. We need to get the 3 little balls. You can't just film a rainbow and say, I'm proving what a rainbow does by filming the rainbow. That doesn't make any sense at all.
You want me to make objects to represent the observation, and then you'll just call it a model. That's not real. That's Narnia.
Well,
That's crap. Show me another. I'm showing you the real life
Let's go
observation.
over the little model. No, you're showing me what you're trying to just say a lot of dumb words that don't fucking make any sense to me at all. Let me see your demonstration. You're making up a lot of stuff. Everybody can make up stuff. Look, Superman, a bird, a plane. You understand what I'm saying? What does that mean? You're just looking up saying my computer says Superman does this. I don't care. Show me in real life what the 3 balls do. A light source and 2 balls. Show me how one getting in between them makes sure your shadow. It should be easy for you, right? It's too hard to get 2 balls and a light. I mean, god dang.
I could, but I just don't feel I have the ability to do it without wasting everybody's time. Now I can.
I don't think you could do it either.
I can.
I know you can't do it.
I can locate these three balls, but you know, I don't see how making something not to scale versus showing you the actual observation that I can't manipulate and do anything. All I can do is try and focus on it as it's happening, is what I did. You're trying to say that's not as good as me trying to replicate a model of it.
This miracle's happening too that I can focus on, but I can show you on my computer. You want me to show you the miracle on my computer?
Here's the thing, Demo.
Well, here's the thing.
The sunrises happen on the other side of the Earth.
No,
in the globe
doesn't.
model.
It certainly doesn't. Show me a side view. If you don't have a side view of the sun coming up past the dirt and the water's curved, then you don't have a fucking globe. If you can't find the edge of this dirt and water curve and stick your hand past it and say, the curve's right there, Demok, look at my selfie stick. Look, curve the water, dirt stops here, globe stops here. Now look, space, Demok. Now we're going to see the sun go down past, and we're going to aim our globe selfie stick down horizontally, down at the sun when it goes down past, and we're going to prove Demok wrong. We're going to show you where the edge of our dirt and water are, where the curve begins.
Do you even know the globe model?
We don't need stories. Just a 10-foot, 20-foot, 50-foot pole, right? You can't touch the end of your dirt earth with a 50-foot pole horizontally. That's my challenge to you. A rocket, any object. Matter of fact, you can't go 50 foot from you horizontally past any dirt or water where there's none underneath you. Anywhere on this thing that we live on. Welcome to Flat Earth that never ends.
That's absolutely crazy what you just said.
What is he talking about?
I
like it. It's fun.
Listen, the basketball has a radius.
I like when you say 10 foot, 20 foot, 50 foot. I like how you have like a little
20 foot, 30 foot, 50 foot pole. You can't touch the edge of the globe. Like you say a boat goes over the horizon and the sun goes down. You can't stick a selfie stick off that curve, off that edge of the ball.
Hey, I know where you got that. Hey, you got that from
me.
1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, rock.
No, I got it from
you're copying Elvis, dude.
Dang, bro. You can't find the earth or touch the edge of the curve with a 50-foot pole.
He got you.
Not even a rocket, not even a balloon, nothing. Nothing you got, not a bullet. You can't shoot past it with a gun. So if I stuck a camera on the tip of my gun and shot the bullet out and made the camera go forward, you can't even get off this globe horizontally.
What are you talking about, dude?
8 foot, 9 foot, 10 foot bunch.
What don't you understand?
What do you? I don't get it.
If you sail to the horizon,
you can't even draw.
If you sail to the horizon in a boat and you had a selfie stick, you should hang the selfie stick over the front of the boat and be able to see space.
Your ball stops. The
Why
boat
would you
is on
expect that?
is on the outside
What are
of
you
your
talking about?
ball.
A selfie stick over the boat?
Guys, are you guys gonna be serious?
Are you all
He's
right?
talking about a
Are you
50
fucking
foot,
serious right now?
a 50-foot
A
selfie stick.
10-foot one will work. A 20-foot one
Off
will
the
work.
end of the boat.
A
Okay,
50-foot one
now
will
let's
work.
go with let's just say with a 10-foot pole. Okay, you hang the selfie stick over the boat. What are you expecting to happen? There's
No
water
dirt
under
and
there.
water. No dirt and water looking down into space around the ball. Down.
Right.
Australia.
Right.
Down around ball. Ball. Down.
The ball is big, dude. It's gigantic. There's
We're
water
on
under
the
you.
edge of it, dude. We're on the
edge.
outside, buddy. Sorry. All the ball's underneath us, pal. Behind us. Now, do you have
But
the
it's
selfie
big,
stick to
dude.
stick off
Do you
the
get
edge?
it?
I'm sorry, nobody gets it if they don't. I'm sorry, you don't.
I get it. I get it, Dan. It's
If you
good.
don't get it,
Okay,
something
so
wrong.
so so we're
I
looking
promise
at
you
the
that.
edge of the. You're not on the edge, dude. Like, do you understand that? You're you're on the surface.
You're always on the edge of a ball,
Your
buddy. There's nothing
orientation
but.
is off. Okay, I get it now what you're saying, but you're not. You're not like on a 2D surface, dude. You're on a curved surface.
What the fuck
There's
is your
no
point?
edge.
I can stick
There's
a
no
toothpick
edge,
on a
dude.
basketball every day. What are you talking about? It's
Yeah,
still gonna stick right away from the ball.
okay.
So your selfie stick is
Okay,
gonna go
do
away from the
it.
ball, Goofy. What are you talking
Hey,
about?
do it. Yeah, do it on a
I've already done it. I filmed it and I put it on the
No,
thing 100 times. What are you talking about?
you can't use a toothpick. You got to use something with the relative
I
size.
used a needle.
So
I
it
used a
it
sewing
has to
needle.
be a no.
Dude,
No.
will you calm
You're gonna
down
have
and
to.
stop talking about
Guys, come
nothing?
on.
Well, let me
I don't,
explain it. You're
I've
gonna have to
already
use a
one,
little
filmed it.
splinter.
guys, one at a time. Seriously, come on. Don't make me have to step in. You just give each other
You're
some
gonna.
room.
He's
Sorry.
asking
You're
me to
gonna have to use a
demonstrate something I already
microscopic.
did the video of.
I know,
You're
but
gonna
you are
have to use
both
a
talking
microscopic.
over the.
Okay.
You are both talking over the top of each other, and it's making audio chaos. Come on, I'm trying to chill here, guys.
Well,
I don't want
I
to
made the
work.
video already. He doesn't even have to talk no more. Do you want the video?
May I explain something, Dima, without us
May I show you the
over
video?
talking? I don't want. Well, look, I don't want to see a video because first I want to explain something. You said if I put a toothpick on a basketball, you're gonna have to get a toothpick the size of less than a millimeter. Not even a millimeter. It's gonna have to be a microscopic little piece of toothpick for you to even get close to the scale of what you're asking for.
That's what your selfie stick
Then
is.
maybe. No, you can't take something as big as a toothpick and expect it to have the same relevance as a 10-foot pole. The scale is off. The ratio is off. So if you want to do it, you can do it with math.
You need. Go prove me wrong.
You
Go do
can
it. Prove
do
me
a
wrong.
ratio and
Go prove me wrong.
proportion with math and say, okay, the Earth is this size. My 10-foot pole is this size. And you can do a simple math equation that they taught in 7th grade, and you can get the relative size you're going to need of a basketball. Then you take the size of the basketball, and it's probably whatever. I'd say 18 inches. I don't know the size of a basketball, but you can get, if you get the circumference and the diameter and the radius, and whatever way you want to factor it, you can just downscale it and then get your size. And then you wouldn't, because you're just saying toothpick because that's what you feel like saying. But I can actually, if you give me a second, I could do the math. It's very easy. And then I'd give you the size. I'd give you the, hold on, I'd give you the size that you actually would need to do your demonstration. And hold on, I'm not done
yet.
because
He's not done
that
yet, Dave.
size. Hold on, that size.
Well, you
you'll
think
take
I don't
it
know
into
what 24? You
perspective.
think I don't know what a circle is? Every circle you have is all 360. There is no difference between anyone. Stop talking about scale. Stop right
Yeah,
now. Now I
no.
got a
If I
video in the
give you,
back chat, right? Do you know what a beach
he
ball
didn't
is?
understand
Right.
that, right,
Do you know what
Bandsaw?
do you know what a tennis ball is with the fuzz on it? The tennis ball with the little fuzz pieces, those little hairs. That's exactly what you're talking about, buddy. Stop talking about I don't understand. Just shut up and quit being stupid. All you need to do is prove me wrong. Go get your ball or whatever you're talking about and
Okay,
stick a
I'll do it
million
then.
little hairs. Stop talking because you're missing the whole point. Stick a million little hairs on the outside of it. Each one of those hairs are your stick. I'm done.
No, that's not even the relative size. It's gonna be a lot smaller, dude. It's gonna be microscopic. I'm telling you
Show
this.
us.
Okay, I'll show you, dude. And then you're gonna say, huh? So it's the size of a. It's gonna be a. I can show you. It's gonna be
I'm
very
gonna tell
very
you I'm
small,
right.
very microscopic.
I'm gonna
And
tell
then
you
you're
I'm
gonna
right.
say, huh? So I can't
I'm gonna tell
measure
you
with
I'm
a
right.
10-foot pole as opposed to a 25,000 circumference ball. You're gonna say that? Really? I don't have anything that big
You didn't
or
even
that
make any
small.
sense. You don't even comprehend what you're talking about right now. So why are
Okay,
you
I'll
talking?
show you then, dude. Give me a second.
You don't have to show me. You don't comprehend
Because
anything.
you're not making any sense because you're not taking into account of a relative proportion and ratio to what
Yeah,
you're
I heard
trying
it
to
all before.
demonstrate.
Thank you,
So
Glover
you
Joe.
don't even have that something that small to
What are you
demonstrate.
even
Moron.
talking about, man? If you tell me you can't stick if you're a little bitty ant on basketball and you can't stick something in front of you that's not touching the bottom of your feet ball and see just
Yeah.
not the ball anymore, you're crazier than hell, dude.
Okay. Okay.
Just
You
stop.
said a little ant on a basketball. You know how big, in terms of relative size or a ratio, how big that ant would be
It
on the
doesn't
globe?
matter. Are you all?
It would
Did you
be
hear me?
probably a
I don't know
500
why you keep going
foot
on.
ant.
I told you it
All
doesn't
right.
matter.
You don't
We're
get
not
it,
getting
dude.
we're not getting anywhere with this. Can we
Bandsaw,
move
do
on
you
to something
Do you
understand what
else?
guys
I'm saying?
comprehend any
Maybe
ball
a
with an
third
edge has
party
an
could
edge?
come and kind of understand what I'm trying to say and what DMOC is trying to say. Do you get it, Bandsaw, that the ratio, he's not taking into account the ratio? He's saying a little ant on a basketball, and I'm saying in ratios terms, if you would ratio that out, that ant would be about 500, maybe 1,000 more. I don't know, maybe 1,000 meters long. You'd be looking at a giant ant.
I started
Yeah.
off with a selfie stick past the curve of the earth. You wanted to go, buddy.
Well, now you're just moving the goalpost and making red
No,
herring.
that's where I started. Merle understood. You got a boat. You got you staring at the observer, right? You're staring at a guy in a boat. Your buddy says, I'm over the curve. You zoom in, you can't see him. You get a telescope, you can't see him, right? He's sitting there. He's posted right there. You still can't see him no matter what you do. He's at the curve of the earth. He's sitting on the edge of it. His boat is tilted. His head is away from yours 33 degrees. Now he's going to stick the selfie stick out horizontally. Now, past his boat should not be dirt, should not be water. It should be space. I'm sorry you don't comprehend it.
You're ridiculous. Do you think you can just open your window and look out, and on the other side is going to be a giant cliff? That's not how it works, dude. My God.
That's how every object works I've ever been on in my life. It has an edge, and you can stick a camera past the edge and see not the object anymore. Show me where
Dude,
I'm wrong. Show me
if
where I'm
you're on
wrong.
top of, okay, if you're on top, can I say, go ahead, Sansa.
I was just going to say, just agree to disagree and move on to something else.
No, because if you're on top of a basketball, you're not going to be looking over the edge. Let's compare a basketball, and because it's the same shape, and you're on the North Pole, and you're at the center of the basketball, or let's just say, where you air up the basketball, right? That's somewhere on the middle, or like the equator of the basketball. If you're on that, right? You're not going to, okay, you will be on the edge, but it'll be relative to your position. So if you turn the ball again, you'd still be at the equator, but you won't be at the edge of it, is what I'm saying. Or you know what? To keep things simple, let's just use the North Pole of the Earth and then a basketball, say on the top of the basketball, top to bottom basketball. You're on the top. You're not on the edge of anything. You're on the basketball. Big deal. But you're going to be the size of, say, a little fiber that you can barely see. Not even that. That's even too big. You're going to be some little dust particle. And it's going to look flat to you in ratio terms, like relative size.
I like your other one better, Democ, where you have the box, and then you raise up. You can never see the top. That's a better one.
Well, that's the same concept of this one, really. So if you had a selfie stick, right, and you tilt your selfie stick ahead of you diagonally at 33 degrees, when your boat gets over the curve from the other horizon, from the other observer, your selfie stick should be over the edge looking past now, because it's not 33 degrees to that person or to you. It's horizontal to him and 33 degrees tilted to you, always, because it's connected to your boat. So if your boat's tilted past an edge and he can't see it at all, your selfie stick is now horizontal, past you, past the boat, looking down into space. And I don't care how big you are. It doesn't matter. Does not matter. But the boat thing, the box thing too. You can take a box behind you, a floaty cube, right? That's tilted, and have it hollowed out to where you got a picture down in there. Nobody knows what the picture is. Only the guy on put it there, right? And then everybody makes a bet. If you're on a globe and you can look down when you go up and see down in that thing, good to go. Once he's past your horizon, you know what I mean? Because it should be tilted.
I get the whole box one. I get that one. That's no dramas. This selfie stick, I must say, I'm struggling with. But that's just me. All right.
Just seeing off the edge of the Earth, Bandy, and into space itself. If there was that separation between where the Earth stops and space begins, technically there should be a way for us to visually detect that the Earth is actually in space.
Yeah, I'm struggling
If
with
we
it.
were on a globe,
I put a visual in there for you. I put a little ball there, and then up above I put like how your boat would have to be. Like your boat would be the line, right? The line would be your boat, and then off your boat you put a selfie stick at an angle 33 degrees out to the right. And then once you do that, when your boat actually goes around a ball, remember how I showed you the box?
Yeah.
Now do you get what I'm saying?
So
that
the
selfie
selfie
stick is
stick.
going to be straight out ahead of you, facing down in front, past your boat, past the water, because your boat's again, the water's under your boat, and the selfie stick is going off your boat out 50 foot, 20 foot, whatever it can do, whatever you can hold it exactly, and that's going to see space or the moon or sun go down past the curve or the horizon. We're going to watch it go down. That's what I want to watch. 33 degrees past.
I'm a visual type of guy, Democ. Sorry. So thank you.
No, you're okay. No, I get it. A lot of people don't understand. The 33 degrees is to you and me personally, not to the globe's dirt or imaginary water that they want to claim the sizes before we ever try to confirm this. You cannot claim it without confirmation. That's what I'm going to do with the 33 degrees. If this 33 degrees never, ever straightens up, you're not on a ball. It's impossible to be.
That's the problem, is that it will never straighten out. All the lines
I know. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Geodesic. But they're geodesic. The issue.
Listen, dude, you go over the hill in your backyard with that 33 degree line, and I'll bet you money that it'll straighten out when you're going over the hill. You keep it level. It starts out at. I guarantee you money. And the little hill in your backyard, don't talk about no geodesics or no earth, talking about being big and talk about all these crazy. The size does not matter for what I'm talking about. I don't
Right,
care.
but I'm saying that so the lines are straight, but they're not. They don't. So if you take straight motion, right? If you were to head due north, right, and you had people in different parts of the equator, you would all meet because of geodesics. So that's saying that although you're heading in a straight line through space-time, as you curve, right, because the Earth is curved, your path is altered. So like you can experiment with this just by using string. You know, you can take a piece of string and put it on the top of a watermelon or whatever, and bring it down to the equator and see that even though it's curved, it's straight. Does that make any sense?
What? No, that has nothing to do with anything. I can ride a track that's curved and straight. What is your point? It's flat too. What is your point?
What I guess what I'm trying to tell you is that like because of the shape of the Earth, things can be
No, you
straight
have to demonstrate that
curved.
it's not a flat racetrack, and we're not just going.
Dem's actually beating you with your own mathematics. Boom.
What?
Simplicity. All right. It's simplicity.
My curve is 360 racetrack. What's your curve? 360? Huh.
Your curve is a 300. I don't get what you're saying. 360-degree racetrack.
Hell yeah, show us where anything's different. Mine's got 24,939.59 radius. It's awesome. You should be there.
You know the radius of your flat plane?
I said my circle flat racetrack is 3959. 24,901. Repeat after me. I don't know what you're asking me about.
What is that? What are you saying? Is that degrees? Is that what is that measurement
What's
that
a
you
degree?
just stated?
A degree of what? 24,901 miles, right? You understand that? From point A all the way back to itself, right? On a flat track.
You get that
It's 360 degrees, right? Circle, pi, right?
It's a circle. It's a circle. Come
what
on.
don't we understand?
It's quite simple.
They can't
No,
see circles. They can only see spheres. They can't recognize circles.
Well, he can't differentiate his math from my math. I'd like to see him show me it.
Yeah.
Well, let's take that 24,901 and let's make it basic. Scale it right down. 24,901. Okay, so we start here with this one first. That's a simple 2D graphic before any, Is this a hemisphere, a section of a hemisphere or not?
Did you draw a circle on a flat plane and put all your numbers on
Is
it?
this a hemisphere or not?
I don't know
piece-
what or not. I don't know what you're talking about. You got a drawing somewhere?
Yeah, I just posted it. But now this guy's just spamming memes, so it's gonna be lost.
Hey, look in the chat, Demos. He lowered the scale.
I don't know what that is. That looks like the moon.
Okay, I'm gonna post it again.
Dude,
Can we just
you want
have cut
people
this
to
shit, stop
understand your
posting so I can
idea?
put them side by side before he posts like a whole bunch of crap that's inane and backwards?
Did you put the line? You put the curved line with the little lines going down?
I do it at all.
Hey, just share your screen, dude. Share your screen and do it like on your computer or something.
It's easy. You can take these and manipulate them yourself. These two pictures are from the same place. You see what I've done here? I simply zoomed in to that triangle, the rectangle where you can see. Now that 1 degree represents from where the 1 starts to the... This fucking meme, guys. Gosh. From the 1 degree side where the 1 is to the right hand side where the G is, that represents 1 degree.
On your piece of paper, very cool. What
On
the
a
hell's that got to do with
scale
reality?
of
On
24,901.
your piece of paper, dude. On
If
the
I
scale
scale
of
that,
your paper.
if I scale that up, can I
Only
get
on your paper.
24,901?
Okay.
On your paper, sure.
Does anybody else understand
That's
this is
on your
simply a
piece of
scale?
paper, dude. Do you understand those lines are on your paper? We're talking about throw that piece of paper. Shit. and let's go talk about Earth.
Right, so I want you to click on the top one, and I want you to really look at
There's
it.
dirt and water involved.
And look,
I want you
and
to
if you were,
really get this.
if this is the
Hold
surface
on.
of the Earth, how many pixels are you?
I don't know what in the hell you're smoking.
All right, I'll talk to someone who understands what a pixel is. Anyone?
Who cares? What does a pixel have to do with the Earth being flat?
Well, the pixel is how we draw color in an image on the screen, right? Every one of the black areas on the screen is actually a black square pixel. So if this is the surface of the Earth representing a scale of 24,901, then how big do I draw you?
It doesn't. Case closed.
You have an interesting way of thinking.
Yeah, I know
Smooth,
about
smooth,
reality. Let's get off the
Did you hear
cartoon
what I?
games
Did
and
you
the
hear what I
GTA
said?
5. Dude,
Did you hear what I
stop
said?
playing cartoon games. Are you all right? Is the
This is
government
1
just playing you
degree.
to play GTA 5 all day?
This is 1 degree of a hemisphere of 24,901 millimeters, scaled down of the 24,901 that Dimmock mentioned.
In your Oculus, sure. We want to know what's
But
going
see,
on outside on the dirt and
right,
water, buddy.
Amok,
Take your Oculus off.
here's your issue, right? Is that like math is a very complex system, right? And the way you're thinking like goes against the conventional rules of math.
Yeah, it's called originality. You should try it sometime. You want a glass? I'll send you some.
I'm trying to figure out what the hell the pixels has to do with reality outdoors.
Me too, and the math. I'm trying to figure out what the math's got to do with
Yeah.
this dirt hill outside my backyard where you can tilt all day at 33 degrees and straighten up and flatten out. I don't know
Yeah.
what he's talking about. He has to show me how his ball works different than that.
Okay.
I'm lost.
What this represents is the scale of Earth.
Scale on your paper. What's that got to do with real reality?
You understand
We
what
wanna see
scale
reality.
means?
Yeah, but what's the
Do
purpose?
you understand what cartoons mean?
Yes, and I said before you opened your
cartoons.
mouth that this was a 2D graphic, so don't
So
say anything.
throw it
It's
away. We
simple.
don't want it. There's no point in doing that.
You
You
can't
shouldn't
understand
even
it.
get it.
It's okay.
He
That's
doesn't
where
get
that's
it,
where you're
dude.
wrong.
Hey, you
That's
gotta
where you're
share
wrong
your
again.
screen, dude. You gotta share your
Two-dimension-
screen.
He can look at
Okay.
the
And do
picture.
it side by side.
He doesn't need to share the
Guys,
screen. He needs to explain what the hell it has to do with reality.
Okay,
All
so
right, so
No,
here's
because
something you need
that's
to
the whole
understand,
thing.
guys.
It's a
Just because
communication breakdown.
just because something's expressed in 2D does not mean it's wrong. Certain concepts cannot always be expressed in the way that we interpret real life. If you look at general relativity, right?
Oh my God, no!
I
No
know
one looks at general relativity. What? Who looks at general relativity? You mean the paper?
You show real life with real life. You don't meme real life. You don't meme real stuff. You don't need to show computer cartoons to show me that the Earth has a tilt somewhere of 33 degrees or where you can look down past the horizon at a diagonal 33 degrees worth of space and no globe being there. As you go up exponentially 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree, 4, 5 degrees, 6 degrees, 7 degree more.
yeah,
You need to see this
7
to be
degree
on a
times
globe.
69
Show
miles
us.
is what? 7
Nothing.
sevens?
A video camera will let us know. Get your high altitude footage, send it up, and we'll see 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree more past the horizon, down diagonally. If you don't have that footage, your cartoon garbage doesn't help.
You don't understand it. It's okay. Now, what this represents is the scale of Earth. The top line, the way that you can make the T next to, if you take the line that next to the 1 and you go up and cross the T, imagine you're standing at that point where that intersects. That's the intersection point. You're standing there. If I was to draw you in pixels, how many pixels should I use to represent the ratio correctly? Because this is the ratio of Earth. How big are you? How many pixels?
Leprechauns on your computer. Put a leprechaun there.
The point is that you can take this image, you can scale it up. No matter what happens, is that first degree is going to look really, really, really flat for you. And the second degree, not so much more. But you don't expect it to be part of a hemisphere.
You can make cars and super.
It's never going to be flat. It's never going to be flat. It's always going to be curved. There can be no flat spot on a spherical ball, mate. In
It's
engineering, that would be known as a reject. That would be rejected. I'm sorry. No matter how large you want to scale it up, curving at every single nano degree of curvature.
It
will
is
be there.
curving,
It will not
it
be
is
flat.
curving, Jen.
It will not be flat, though.
It's a half a circle.
I
Go
got
and
you.
take it.
Take a million little lines and put them up from the center out.
Yeah, sorry. Well,
Jen,
welcome to
this
the
is a
Indian.
half.
Welcome
This
to
is
the
a
Indian restaurant.
half a circle.
Welcome,
Okay.
welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Indian restaurant where you order an onion bhaji, chicken della prazi, and keema naan. You smell it being cooked. You hear the chef working hard. You hear the knives sharpening up, and then the man gives you a bill. Thanks for coming. Come again. And you've eaten nothing. That's exactly what the globe is.
He gave
We're
you a
given the
pixel. He's like,
dimensions.
look on this.
We can't find it.
No, what I asked you before you get disingenuous and lie,
Oh my
I
god.
asked you how big are you in pixels if this is scale of Earth, if this is the scale of Earth.
Explain the relevance of that.
Big enough to recognize
relevance is-
curvature when
the
I
relevance-
see it.
the
Big
relevance-
enough to recognize curvature
relevance-
when I see it.
The relevance
don't see it.
is that I can create whatever I want. This is sea level. This 1 degree begins at sea
Big
level.
enough to see curvature when I see it. I recognize curvature on a woman's breast. I recognize curvature on a woman's buttocks and hips. I ain't seen no curvature of this earth 60 years now. Okay, I'm big enough to know.
Yeah, see,
That's how big.
You don't live in the south,
Get
so
out of here with that.
you got a northern
Get out
hemisphere
of here with
bias.
that. Pack your bags. Pack your bags. Your days
What
are now on
size?
the server. Good luck.
Hold on, Jen.
Goodbye. Back to New Zealand. Hurry up.
Hold on, Jen.
Back to New Zealand.
Hold on, Jen. So no matter what your pixel size is, there's still 15 feet of drop that should be there at 5 miles and 66 feet of drop at 10 miles. And this is not seen anywhere. We see much further than 10 miles. Lots of times with lighthouses, only 200 feet for a 200-mile lighthouse view from Navigator. Are they looking at a mirage? Oh, can't answer. Okay, good. Thanks.
Sorry,
I'll be
sorry, you're really kind of breaking up at the end there. I'm trying to just really listen. So before you get all snarky, can you just repeat yourself again?
Hold on. Hold on. Sonny, you got to back off. You got to back off your mic just a little bit, mate.
Yeah, well,
really,
I'm sorry.
You're really close. Cheers,
Sometimes is that better? I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, that's better. That's better, man. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I do lean in, and I do want to apologize to anyone that was I was screeching to. Okay, I'll try to repeat. I'll calm down. Let's see. So regardless of what your scale drawing and your pixel explanation is for what our size is supposed to be, there's still a realistic thing about the geometric limits of the ball of that size. They told us this exact size. So that means at 5 miles, there should be 16.67 feet of drop, vertical elevation drop. At 10 miles, we know it's 66.67 feet. This is not seen at 10 miles at any time. We've never seen this drop, vertical drop over 10 miles. Now, what I was trying to explain at the very end, the PS is PS, that lighthouses are seen at 200 miles and more. Most of these lighthouses are under 400 feet in elevation. In 100 miles, there should be 6,667 feet of vertical drop. This is not ever seen. Thank you for letting me speak.
Can you
So
present
you
it?
got those values? Yeah, how did you get to those values?
I can't hear you.
I hear you smooth.
He's breaking up a little. Okay.
I think it was smooth.
How did you get to those values, those numbers?
Did anybody else get that? He's still breaking up.
No.
Yeah.
You got to fix your mic smooth.
And thanks for letting me know kindly about my mic. I don't often know. I do get excited and I kind of lean in and I don't think I realize it. So I appreciate you guys' patience.
You're not the first. You're not the first, and you won't be the last, Sonny.
Yeah, I hope it's better now. Thank you.
Yeah, no, heaps better.
I think Smooth might have said, "How did you get those values?" But maybe we need him to answer because I might be wrong. Sorry.
No, you're
thanks.
100% right. How did
I'll thanks.
so?
Go ahead, Smith.
Just how did you get those numbers?
Those numbers are from your any Earth curve
No, but
calculator.
I'm just asking you, how did you get them? Well, so tell me the process that you laid out to get this measurement of 66 feet of drop, and then tell me about your way. This lighthouse supports your theory or
I just go to any Earth curve calculator or the one that's even the Earth curve chart that tells you how much drop over a certain distance at the surface. Okay, we know we're not at surface. Yeah, I get your point, but that's how. So at the surface, there should be that much drop. This is a specific amount given to us by any of these Earth curve charts. Flat earthers did not make these Earth curve charts. They're from globe proponents.
I'm not saying, I agree that these charts exist. So you just made a statement saying that you know or not.
Well, I know that no drop of the any near that sort is happening at 5 miles to 10 miles. I know that for a fact. Yeah.
But here's the issue, right? So I'm just a skeptic, just like you, right? So if you know we're not at surface, right? How are you adjusting your calculation? So those calculations are made at surface. If you know we're not at surface, then you can't apply those calculations as they exist right now. You have to modulate them so that they fit our current situation, which is when we're at surface.
Okay. So let's just go 1 foot off the surface of the water and out 10 miles. Yeah. Let's just try that then. Simple.
Why 1 foot?
Because 1 foot is just about as close as you could possibly get a camera to the surface of the ocean without waves. Like, I mean, if you have a calm enough day, the waves won't block. But if a wave 100 foot away is magnitudes taller than you are close to the surface as a ratio, then the wave's going to block your view, your entire view. So, okay. So about 1 foot on a calm day over the ocean is about as close as you could possibly get. That's why. Plus, it makes the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet much easier. So it accomplishes both at the same time.
Okay, so we're adjusting for 1 foot. How does that? So how are you adjusting for the 1 foot? So at what point are you putting 12 inches or whatever the original measurement is into the equation?
Look, I'm not a math whiz, like it's Pythagorean theorem. So all you got to do is solve for a triangle. So just look at Pythagorean. It's on the Earth curve.
I know how to do math, but I'm asking you, right? I know how to go do my own shit, but you're making a claim. I'm trying to understand how you're reaching this claim, and you're telling me, well, I know we're not at surface, but I'm applying the surface. Well, yeah, you're right. We're not at surface, so maybe let's do a foot. No, I haven't put a foot into my equation, but I'm still gonna.
You're gish galloping, man. Yeah, you're just trying to like, I don't know why you're trying to fog things up. Okay, we're at 1 foot, so why you don't need to backpedal and go back. Oh, you said this, and you said it's chicken shit. So look, we're at 1 foot. What's wrong with that? I don't understand that you don't trust Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah. No, you have to adjust your theory, right, and show us how it works. That's the whole. Hold on. That's the whole point of this room, is to show each other how, evidence. So if you're going to make a bold claim, right, and you're going to admit publicly that you know that the values you're using are not comparable to the current situation, well, then you're going to have to adjust your claim and show us how you're incorporating the current values. That's all I'm saying. Like, don't come in here and say, well, I'm going to use this value. I'm like, okay, what does this value represent? Oh, it represents drop at surface. But you told me we're not at surface, so why are you using that value? Shouldn't you adjust? I mean, it seems logical.
Okay, look. So even if you're at 5 feet, your geometric horizon that's supposed to be there every time is not at 3.5 miles like we're told. So I don't know what I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, that you have a mistrust of the Pythagorean theorem, like you don't trust how that triangle is solved for? Because I'm not like, I'm not the author of the Pythagorean theorem. I'm using known trigonometric functions. Like, I'm not sure where you're missing, like, okay, so now I have to provide, do I have to lay out the entire formula for you here in the text chat? Is that what you're asking? I understand, like everybody else uses the same thing. So, okay, is the surface dropping away or not? Don't run from the answer, like the question. It's not dropping away. That's the point. At 5 feet off the surface, I can look at a shoreline, the actual waves breaking on the sand at 5 miles away when zoomed in. These waves are about 6 inches to 1 foot tall. That's supposed to be 16 feet under the line of sight, even at 5 feet above the surface. So I don't know where you're going. You have nowhere to go with that.
I'll show you. I'll show you 114 miles.
There you go.
Okay, just a moment.
And I'm going today. I'll be able to see Catalina Island off of North Huntington Beach at about 30 miles.
See, we can get the exact position, right? You could get an exact position.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of flat earthers there. There'll probably be about 30 to 50 flat earthers. Might be some celebrity flat earthers there today. We'll never, I don't know yet, but we'll see.
Excellent.
That's
Yeah, Sonny.
celebrity.
Yeah, what?
Sonny, have you ever seen is it San Nicolas?
Yeah, San Nicolas is it's way out there. Yeah, I used to sail to the Channel Islands there off of Santa Barbara, out past the oil rigs.
Yeah.
As a younger person, sailed there with my family on our boat, my dad's boat. And yeah, you could see I'm pretty sure you could see San Nicolas when you're out there at San Miguel, which is the furthest west island, where supposedly Cabrillo was buried there. San Miguel.
Yeah.
It's used as a target practice right now. Has been for many years by the Navy. But I think you could see it as you're going out there. Now, if you get out as far as San Clemente Island, I think you could also see San Nicolas. I could be wrong. It's been many years since I've sailed out there. Last time I was in the Navy in the 80s.
But never from Newport or anywhere around there?
I grew up around near Marina del Rey in Venice, Santa Monica. I never saw, yeah, you can't see it from up there, but even Palos Verdes, let's see. I don't know. I don't think I've ever recalled seeing San Nicolas from shore ever. I don't.
Yeah.
It's pretty far out there past
it's pretty
Catalina,
far,
right? Yeah, it's like between Catalina and San Clemente, like triangulated out further west. It's pretty far. It's like what, 200 miles, I think.
Oh, is it that far?
Maybe 100. It could be 100.
Yeah. I think from Ventura, I think it's somewhere around 50 miles.
Okay, so yeah, I'm probably right that it is further north of both Catalina and, well, San Clemente's further south.
Yeah, just curious.
Yeah, interesting stuff. I don't know. See, when you're out sailing, you see things a lot that are way out there, and there's no way to tell really because you're out there floating, right? You're trying to pay more attention to what's happening on board, and if you're at watch or you're the navigator, skipper, you're trying to maintain your line of travel, your dead reckoning, and justifying it with sites on shore. If you're near enough to the shore, you can triangulate your position very, very precisely with known landmarks and radio beacons even. So you don't even have to see the beacons. You just use a radio direction finder. You take some direction shots with your RDF, radio direction finder, and you just triangulate that. You just mimic that on your flat chart on your table, and you find your location. Then as you move up the coast, you get more different landmarks. or different beacons from jetties and buoys. And then you just triangulate your way all the way up the coast, verifying your location with those triangulations along with your dead reckoning position at speed, at distance, minus currents, wind changes, things like that. So
Yeah.
that's how it's done. And that uses a triangle on its side. You still have to have all sides straight, or else it wouldn't be correct. So there's a double check on celestial navigation where you use an upright right triangle. In triangulation, you use a horizontal right triangle. Does
Have you
everyone
ever
understand?
before you went flat, had you ever seen ships in the distance that looked like they were floating in the sky?
Only on roads.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I've
roads.
asked you some questions about the idea that celestial navigation uses triangles.
Yeah. Now I want to preface like this conversation with in about 10 to 15 minutes I have to bag up the rest of my stuff and walk down 12 blocks to the train station, get on the bus. So in 10 minutes, but I'm happy to engage for that length of time.
I posted the
So
picture.
where did you get the idea that it requires triangles?
It's just how the actual process is done. When you take courses or you are learning celestial navigation, that's just part of it.
Yeah,
That's part of
I've learned a fair bit about celestial navigation. Got myself a sextant, taken a couple of sites. So, but where do the triangles come in? That's what I'm asking you. Tell me about. Have you taken a course on this?
No, I've actually used it out at sea. On board a ship.
Used celestial. Well, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so you've taken a fix using a sextant out at sea.
Every day, yeah, at noon shot, at least probably 6 times. You would take about 6 shots each time. So yeah, every day, noon shot.
You've done that personally.
Yeah, I sailed 6,000 miles on a 51-foot catch with 3 others.
Okay.
Or 2 others. There was 3 of us. We had as many as 6 on board. Some people get on, get off
Awesome.
different.
I didn't know any.
Yeah, I was 21 years old. I lived in Marina del Rey. I hopped on the boat, got this job delivering this boat to Martinique. So I sailed the whole way. Yeah.
Cool.
There was
So
a skipper who built
where do triangles come in then?
Pardon me?
Where do the triangles come in?
Well, when you zero your sextant
You take
at
a sun
zero,
side,
very simply,
right?
you
So you
zero
zero
your
at the horizon.
sextant at the horizon. You're taking it. You point yourself in the direction of the luminary you're trying to get an elevation angle from. So you
Yeah.
find the fix on the star or the wandering star. Usually the planets aren't that great because they move differently. So yeah, so whatever star or luminary you're fixing on at that cardinal direction, you have your horizontal already zeroed. You bring the luminary right down and it lines up directly with the mirror that is the horizon. So you see the horizon and the star at the same time. You line them up precisely with this instrument. And then you look at the protractor on the sextant and it has an angle. You write that elevation angle down. You go to your maritime nautical almanac and you look at that star's location or zenith at that specific time to the second. Tells you what the location of that zenith
Right.
is. Yeah, precisely. And then
Cool.
you
And
have
then
the
how
right
far?
triangle right there. That's how you
And
have
then
the
how
right triangle,
far?
period.
Right. So, okay, so you've just jumped exactly the point that I wanted to explore. You've taken the site, and let's say you find it at let's just go 45 degrees because it's easy. It's halfway between 90 and 0. And now you know that star's GP. How far are you from that star? From that star's GP?
You don't care about how From the stars GP. That's easy to find out because it tells you exactly what the longitude latitude is of that star at that time. It's in the book. It's written in ink because it's always in the same place. Yeah, that's how it's done. You don't have to guess because the nautical almanac tells you exactly where that. The nautical almanac tells you exactly the zenith where that star is at any time to the second. It's written in ink. It's printed in a book.
Yeah. I'm aware of that. The question I'm asking is, you've got that star's GP. That's a Latin long coordinate on the map. How do you work out your distance from that GP? That's the next step, right?
Yeah, it's where you took that elevation angle. That's your first point. So it's easy because of that elevation angle and your known zenith or GP.
I feel like I'm asking a very simple. So what's the next step? You've taken the angle to the star. You've got the GP of the star. Isn't then the next step you draw a circle around that dot, which is a set distance from that GP, and the distance is that 45 degrees times 60 nautical miles? Like, I feel like this is the most obvious question I'm asking, and you're giving really weird answers for somebody that's done this so much. Is what I'm saying wrong? If that star's at 45 degrees, then you are 45 times 60 nautical miles from it.
Listen, bro. When I was navigating, I was 21-year-old kid. I'm in my 60s. I haven't even been on a boat since 1988, except for last weekend. I went sailing for the first time since 1988. So it's been quite a while. Okay, I'm not saying I do this every day now. I do it every day.
This is still the fundamentals of it.
Yeah.
This is the absolute basic fundamentals of it. You get an altitude, and then you times that every minute equals a nautical mile, right? Correct or incorrect? If you did this once, you know this like the back of your hand.
I don't need to listen. I don't need to because my position is already placed on the chart physically with lines for your dead reckoning. What are you talking about? You're drawing the line the whole time. You're sailing. You're going on like every couple hours.
Hang on. Back up a moment.
I hate talking to people that have never done this shit. It's really aggravating.
If your position's already on the chart, why are you doing celestial navigation? Aren't you doing celestial navigation to find your location? If you already know your position on the chart, why are you doing celestial navigation?
Double check your dead reckoning, bro. You have currents, wind changes, things like that. Tides. What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. That's the problem here.
I mean, you're describing it like you already know your position. The only point of celestial navigation is to figure out your position. I mean, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm calling bullshit on you having done this once, let alone
Sonny knows what he's
repeatedly.
Go ahead, Sonny.
Because what I'm talking about is the absolute basic fundamentals. You're not even getting into the Haversine formula.
Are you on
the
drugs, bro?
absolute
Are you drinking right now?
Basics of it. I'm drinking a beer. Yeah, sure. Does that change the fact that you get your line of position by drawing a radius around the GP of the star?
Continue this on the train when I'm on the train or when I'm on the beach later. I'll talk to you later. I gotta get
sure. Okay. It's pretty simple. It is like I don't want to be skeptical when people.
Talk again soon.
Because that's. I'll wait until he gets back. But I mean, the absolute basics of celestial navigation is you get an angle to a star, you get the GP of the star, and your distance to that GP is your angle times nautical miles. I thought we'd get to that point in 5 seconds, and then the next thing we could discuss is how does that fit with trig? But it just confused me, but it sounded like you said you already know your position. Like, what?
Do you have a photograph of the curvature that you've seen with your own eyes, with your camera, and all your modern day
I gave you a
equipment?
half-hour video.
Do you actually have that
June?
curvature?
I gave you a half-hour video to watch. Did you watch it?
actually
watched the
have
half-hour
that
video I gave you
curvature
to watch.
that you can present in here, a quick a snapshot. Do you have?
I
No,
gave
I've
you
been
a
busy
video
doing other research at this point.
last
That
time
is
you
more relative
repeatedly
to the
asked this
discussions I'm having.
question of me. I gave you a
Check it
video
out.
to
I've
watch.
got.
I've
I
since
know
given
you
it to you 4 more times.
posted
Have you watched it?
it. I know you posted it. I've got it. A book of your curvature that you've seen, all over the place. Where you've travelled. Where you've travelled.
So
You've
you're not
travelled to
really
many
interested
places.
in
Surely
evidence
you must
then,
have
because
captured
I'm
the
giving you
curvature.
the evidence and
Of course I
you're
am.
not watching
I'm
it.
absolutely. I'm asking you right now. I'm asking you right now because
Yeah, but I've sent it to you.
I've
I
been
sent it to
busy
you
doing
like weeks ago.
other research, which is more relative to discussions I've been having of late. So we're right
All right.
now. I'm right now. Everybody's here. They can hear me. Please post me a snapshot of your curvature right now.
Cool, yeah, I sent it to you already,
You've
Jim.
taken all
I've
over
already
the earth.
sent it
That
to
you've been everywhere. Let's see
Why
your
do
curvature.
you just sea
Here we go.
lining here asking for evidence that you've already got?
If you walked into a room with the
Like,
pictures,
if we send it to you and you don't look at it, why would one send it again? That's confusing.
writing, you're confusing me by having.
Yeah.
When you got a picture in your room, right? Say you got a picture of grandma,
snapshot.
grandpa, Uncle Tom. Do you not know that they're out in frame? Like they're all crooked and stuff. So if I went in there and put all your pictures crooked, you wouldn't be able to tell they're crooked, right? You'd be like, I can't tell. I can't see any of that.
How crooked are you talking?
Present a snapshot for everyone, every flat earther in here who wants to see it. Every flat earther in here wants to see your curvature. Okay, going on about a sextant you don't know how to use.
Would you be able to come in and tell that all the pictures are crooked or not? Would you be like straightening? Doesn't matter what degree or whatever. I asked you a question. Would you be able to tell?
In answer to your question, Demok, you're
Yeah.
coming in and out.
Yeah, I was just
in answer
gonna
to your
say-
question, Demok, if you tilted them by 45 degrees, I think I would need to be pissed or on acid to not notice that they're crooked. If you tilted them by like 4 arc minutes, I don't think I would, no.
I've never seen an arc minute in my life. But so you
keep on cutting out, Demok. Your thumb's slipping off push to talk or something. But you keep on cutting out.
I said so.
How do you
wouldn't
tilt
know
something every arc
you're
minute?
off a couple. You would know that grandma.
How do you tilt something by an arc minute?
That's what I asked. I don't know what an arc minute looks like. But if the picture is off, if you got your picture on, Demont, you straighten those pictures, and you came back and all of them were tilted, would you pay me my money and be like, oh, I can't tell?
What's that in millimeters, Riding? If I was to tilt your picture by an arc minute, what's that in millimeters?
I mean, this is always the problem I have with Flat Earth wants things in like miles and millimeters. An arc minute, how much an arc minute is depends on the length of a photo. But let's say it's a big photo, 4 arc minutes is probably one side higher than another by like 100th of a mil, maybe, I'd guess, 100th of a mil. What is an arc minute? So a degree is 60. A degree is 60 arc minutes. So just get a protractor, and divide it by 60 and 4 of those.
What do you
From
mean?
where
That's
to where?
the
From what
problem you
area to
got with
where?
flat earthers. I'm a simple man.
From where to
Riding.
where,
I like millimeters and meters.
No, I know. I just mean generally. Okay. Because
Yeah,
the
from
same,
where
I
to
had the
where?
same
Where do you
conversation
see
with
that
Apocryphon where he's like, oh, the planets are moving around at 500,000 miles an hour, and I'm like, that just doesn't mean anything because 500.
Picture? Did you say 10 protractors to measure the tilt on a picture frame?
Yeah,
I don't know if I need all
spirit
that.
level personally, but I mean, that's a better question actually, Bandy. What kind of accuracy does one typically get with a spirit level?
Oh,
what the?
With a spirit level? Which one? My spirit level or your spirit level?
Spirit level? What's that?
Because I bet your mine's better than yours, Riding.
I don't have one, but what I'm reading here is
well, then it
What's
is
your
better than yours.
half
What's your spirit animal?
per meter. My spirit animal is a monkey.
How about if on the top of your pictures you had a line? You hear me? A line that acted like a scale, right? With like a little thing that like a pivot point, and the little line could move up and down and pivot. So on the top of each picture, you see your picture is not straight, right? But you see that pivot line above is perfectly straight because it's like a leveler, right? So each picture now, when you walk in the house, is off by an arc, and your leveler is straight. Now can you tell that they're tilted? What if one's tilted to the right?
I think if you said, is this thing tilted such that I was 100 kilometers away on a globe, like that kind of tilt,
Oh my
which would
God.
be 1 arc minute, one
we're 100
degree. I don't
kilometers
think
away
I'd
from
notice a
your
degree.
room.
A picture frame out by a degree.
Don't you got to be in your room to see your picture? You're outside of your house, like look. You're awesome.
So to answer your
I mean,
question,
this is why I don't talk too much.
To answer your question, writing about, I don't know, between 0.5 millimeter and 1 mil for over about 1 meter. That's your best. That's your best spirit level.
You found the same thing I did off Google. Yeah.
I just guess.
Oh, well, that's exactly what I found off Google.
What's half a
Half a mil
millimeter?
per meter.
I said between 0.5 and 1 millimeter.
So what we're
What are you talking about?
expecting then to see is, so 0.5 mil out by 1 meter. I need to do an angle.
I'd say
We can make a triangle out of it. That's what we can do.
I'd say
Triangle
4 foot
calculator.
myself. 4 foot. Now you want to extrapolate that over a long distance. Yeah.
What were you explaining about using 10 protractors?
We were working out picture frames.
It's better than not, is what I was telling you about. Trying to work out what the fuck Democ's on about. Sometimes it's just
Democ, I didn't say
better than
protractor.
not.
He did. Writing did.
Okay.
No, yeah, nobody mentioned. Demarc didn't mention protractors.
I hate arc seconds.
That angle's going to be 90. Yeah.
I have the
I mean,
bane of my
they're
life.
just getting down to ridiculous, aren't they? So what we're talking about as an angle, if this helps Bambi, is 0.02 degrees, which is pretty much 2 arc minutes.
What are you talking about? Writing? Is that the accuracy of a spirit level? 2 arc degrees.
Yeah, 2 arc minutes. Yeah.
There we go. Oh well, that's interesting. Now, do you think I'm going to do you think I'm going to
But
retain
yeah,
that
spirit
information?
level would be. It's a useful one. That's actually what I'm trying to do right now. Is be like, what can I link 2 arc minutes to go? It's about the same as, in the hope that I can remember it. What is 2 arc minutes? I know that's something. Oh, it's 2 arc minutes is the horizon drop from a 6-foot observer.
Well, there you go. This is why I like to work in millimeters and meters. All right.
But the point I was making about that is, like, if you're talking about your view, then to go 500,000 kilometers is going to be all of your available view if you're standing next to it, or none of your view if you are, 4 trillion kilometers away from it. So what matters if you're talking about, like, can you see it, is its angular size. How big a triangle does it make in your eyeballs?
No, side view. You don't got no side view.
Oh, how big is that triangle in millimeters? Writing.
The triangle that I've made to get that angle is a meter long picture frame that is
There we
that
go.
is 0.5 of a millimeter out.
There we go.
And that's 2 arc minutes.
Thank you. Oh, we
It's a
finally
bit under
got
2 arc minutes, but I'm simplifying it.
we
2 of them,
finally
baby.
It's the same question I've been answering the whole time. You said it's out by 0.5 of a mil over a
So
meter.
now what's a
And
side
that's
view
what
arc
I was
minute?
calculating. 0.5 of a mil over a meter. What's
Now
the
can we
angle?
do a side view triangle?
God, this
A
is like
side
flat
view arc
earthers are
minute?
flat earthers. You're like, somebody else do the maths for me. I don't understand all these numbers.
Hey,
But
come
the numbers
on.
don't add up, damn it. The numbers that I don't add up didn't add up
There we
because I
go.
didn't add them up.
Are you at the bar riding, having a beer? Are you looking like a crazy person at the moment?
I am, yeah. Thankfully, nobody else is in here. But like, Indonesia is one of the most Muslim countries on earth, the most populous Muslim country on earth, but like quite Muslim as well. And we've been going through an area where like we bumped into another Aussie who's doing the same journey as us. He got kicked out of a hotel for having a beer.
No way.
So it's like quite strict. And then we finally got to this big town called Balikpapan, and they have beer here. So I'm having my third beer of the evening after not drinking for about a month.
So
Maybe
how
not a
many
month,
flat
like 2 weeks.
how many flat earthers have you come across riding?
I was wondering that. I was like, because Liz rolls her eyes about the flat Earth stuff, but I have wondered about like, I was almost going to actually switch on my camera and go and ask a few people on the ferry because I'm learning to speak Indonesian. And I was like, it'd be funny to just go up to random Indonesian people who are like, hi, how are you? Where are you from? Da 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 da. And then be like, okay, so if I show you these two shapes, what shape is the Earth? You know, is it like this or is it like this? And see what they say, because like, you know, being very devoutly Muslim, there's a lot of passages in the Quran that seem to describe, you know, Quran is very, very similar to the Old Testament. So a lot of passages in it would relate to a flat Earth. I wonder if I'd get, a bunch of people being like, oh yeah, it's flat. Wouldn't make sense if it's round. But they're big seafaring people, and typically seafaring peoples tend to be globers, or sort of switch globe before people who are stuck in a little spot.
Did you say people that sail boats more often are flat earthers? Did I hear that?
Yep.
Way around. I think seafaring folk are more often globers. Like I don't mean as individuals. I mean
Like
as
being on
cultural
water
groups.
helps you recognize that water's level. Yeah.
No, the other way around. You're still going the other way around, buddy. Needing to navigate large distances over otherwise featureless terrain requires that you understand certain things about the world. That's the way I would put it. And they typically navigate by the stars, and the stars just don't make this, particularly the southern stars, because I'm still just south of the equator.
So what am I missing?
Just don't make sense.
What do you need?
To go flat? Do you mean what do I need?
I've been on boats. I love being on the water. What am I missing? What do these people know that I don't know? Like, assume I'm not somebody that's been on the water.
Well, it's the same thing I started talking about with Sonny before he left. That I was astounded because it was my assumption that there were precisely 0 flat earthers who understood celestial navigation. But I think celestial navigation is a great one. My dad, I'd only just gotten into flat Earth before my dad died, so I only had one conversation with him about it. And I said, what bit of evidence would you present to convince somebody that the Earth is the globe? And he sat there and he thought for a bit. He has this very unnerving habit of thinking for just a really awkwardly long amount of time when you ask him a question, and then he goes, the sextant. And I went, why? And he just went,
Well, I posted the contrary. I posted the flat earthers explaining to you how the sextants work. It's in the server, and the true side of what's. So there's 2 videos there you can watch from the
You
flat
posted the
earthers
flat Earth.
that show you that we understand the sextants.
Cool. But Jin, it's not a coincidence. It's not a mistake that I've given you a half-hour video to watch, and it is because you just constantly post very long videos you expect me to watch, and I wanted to see if I put a reference to flat Earth in one of my videos, would you watch it? And I gave you that video over 2 months ago, and you still haven't watched it. So thank you, but no.
I've been busy doing research. That's what I said. I put it on the back burner for now because I'm doing research.
Yeah.
More relevant
Yeah,
to
I'll
what
do
I'm actually
some research. Yours is on the back burner as well.
discussing with people. But I'm going to get round to it. I will get round to it. Don't worry. But like I said, you know,
That's
in
cool.
the meanwhile,
I'd put yours on the back burner as well, so it's
I
understandable.
have posted flat earthers explaining several times.
Yours is on the back burner.
Over the last 8 months, and you haven't seen. So there you go. 8 months. You never watch whatever I post. Actually,
it's getting on further
if you
further towards the back.
If you watch what I posted, you would be a flat earther without a doubt. If you watch what I posted, you would be in no doubt a flat earther, which you are anyway. You're a flat earther gonna be, because we're living on a flat earth anyway.
I've started burning my armpits.
You're what's known as
pushing it to,
cognitive
I left the
dissonance
front burners
of
on,
the highest degree.
pushed it to a
You're
further
running.
back burner,
You're running from the
and
truth
now
that I post.
One at a time.
A lot of talking right through each other right there.
Armpit hairs have been singed.
I'm not the one that's drinking.
Yeah,
I'm not the
that's
one
what we
that's
do.
drinking,
That's how we
guys.
roll.
So, you know, play the game.
It doesn't matter one at a time. Doesn't matter who's drinking. It still requires one at a time.
I'm doing it one at a time. That's right. But when someone's drinking, they don't realize they're talking over someone.
So about celestial navigation and using sextants, don't you also need an almanac?
Sure.
Sure, or is it yes?
Yes and no. Like the basics. Yes and no. I'll give you the yes and I'll give you the no. Yes, you need if you want to use any of the 56 navigation stars and get an absolute
make
fix
sure
on
of
your
your ground
current
position.
position.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, you basically. That's okay. I'm okay with interjection and stuff.
I'm just seeing, like, how do you hop,
like
skip,
you
jump from
cite a
a
star.
sextant to a globe?
Sure, that's where I was going to start with the no. You don't need an almanac, because the almanac and then the Haversine formula just make it, in my view, unnecessarily confusing. What is more useful to know is that civilizations north and south of the equator could get a fix on their latitude since time immemorial. We do not know the first people to do that. We do know the first people to get longitude. We do not know the first people to get latitude, because latitude is hard to get. Sorry, longitude is hard to get. Latitude is easy to get, and your latitude is just how high is the celestial pole in the sky. If it's at 90 degrees, you're standing on the South Pole. If it's at 0 degrees, you're standing on the equator. And at a linear relationship between the two, there is 90 degrees between those, and 90 degrees times 60 is, what is 90 times 60? It's going to be 240, what is it, 90 times 6? Come on, somebody help me out here. 54. It's going to be 54,000, yeah, it's going to be 54,000 nautical miles, which is a quarter of the circumference. Like, it's bang, it's that easy, you can do it off the top of your head. And so
that's
ancient,
below the equator?
Seafarers.
So you're saying that the circumference gets smaller below the equator, right?
Below and above. Below and above. So
that's based on ground position.
The celestial poles,
that you were
two.
given when trying to navigate to a place.
No, you're not listening. You do not need the
Don't tell
almanac
me I'm
for
not
this
listening when I'm
method that is
sitting here
like
listening.
Polynesians were using it. Okay, I'll try to be clearer then. The almanac, throw that out for a moment. What I'm talking about is just the poles. So if you can cite where the south celestial or north celestial pole is, its elevation in the sky will tell you your current latitude. So what the Polynesians did, and many other, I believe almost all seafaring cultures used to do, is know the latitude of an island or a landmass they were aiming for, and they would sail to that latitude and then shoot across at it. So they know it's to their east, but they don't know how far to their east. But they know that it's bang on like 66 degrees, let's say. So what they do is they
Anybody else
sail
catch what he's
south to
saying? I'm not
66.
catching this,
Oh,
bro.
66
Sorry.
too far. Let's say 4. Okay. Okay. So let me try and make it simpler then. Polaris, we'll pretend it's dead in the center. If you want to know your latitude, latitude equals how high is Polaris in the sky. Does that make sense to you? Okay, let me try it a different way. If I want to know where I am in a parking lot, and there's one light on in the parking lot, if that light is quite low, I can presume what about my distance to that light? How many steps would I need to get to that light if it's very low in my view, close to horizontal?
Well, you're further
My
away
mic
from it. You're further
cut out?
away from
Well, let me rephrase my
Bingo.
question for
Yeah.
you because I feel like you're explaining a lot of things.
Bingo. Yeah.
But yeah, when you're
Trying to make
using a
it as simple as
sextant
possible,
to
but I
look at a
might be going
star and
too
determine
fast.
your ground position, right? What is the major jump you're taking that says, you know, when doing this, you can feel like you're on a globe?
That's what I'm
Like
trying to
you're
explain
telling
to
me
you.
that people that use sextants and they deal with celestial navigation, they believe the Earth is a globe because when you're doing this, because
Because if you live near the equator, let's say, as you sail north, that like a low light in a parking lot, that North Pole star will get higher in the sky. So what you can presume is there is a central point of rotation. As you sail north, you get closer to it, and it gets higher in the sky, which is what you would expect on a flat Earth as much as on a globe. The challenge for a flat Earth is when you sail south, the same thing happens. As you sail south, there is a central point rotation in the southern sky, which we call the South Celestial Pole, and the Southern Cross rotates around it. And if you navigate by that Southern Cross, which they did, which is why the Southern Cross is on the Brazilian flag, the Australian flag, the Cook Islands, the New Zealand flag, if you navigate by that, it climbs in the sky to tell you your latitude. That is only possible on something where there is rotation, and there is no way that is anything other than an object where
okay,
it's
I heard all
180
that.
degrees from another
No,
person's star.
you can stop right there before you make it too much. What's rotating?
It could be either. Could be either. Celestial navigation
Would you say
work
both are
equally
rotating?
well. I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah, actually, that could work. One or the
Thank
other
you, man.
could
I
be
appreciate you
rotating.
for
It
explaining
only
all that.
really speaks to the. It only speaks to the shape of what you're on, because the maths only work. This is why I butted in to ask Sunny about it. The
Me
maths
personally, I
only
believe the stars are
works
moving and the Earth is
using.
stationary. The Earth is at rest. And that is what's
That's
causing
fine,
this idea of, you know, degrees of rotation. So you're awesome for laying that all out.
right? But
Thanks.
you're not cool. But I just want you to actually hear what I am saying, because it sounds like you're taking like a tiny little a cherry out of that conversation. Is there is a South Celestial Pole, and if you want to know your distance to that pole or to any ground position of any star, you times its elevation, or sorry, its declination, its angle from vertical by nautical miles. That only works if you're on something round. That's
Do you think there's a
same as a
different
protractor.
star that we
Only
call?
way.
There's a different star that all stars rotate around below the equator, is what you're suggesting.
The stars north and south don't rotate perfectly around any star. We have Sigma Octantis, which is about as close to the South Celestial Pole as Polaris is to the North Celestial Pole. So we have a star that's very close to it, same as you do. It's just ours is quite dim, so you wouldn't use
I just
it
watched
for
a video
cell
about
math.
Sigma Octavius last night.
Octantis?
Yeah, whatever that star is that we consider as things below the equator is rotating around.
Sure. What did it say? It's interesting.
It was a short video. It just pretty much laid that out.
Yeah. So that's like, yeah.
Oh, by the way, I don't act like I know all this stuff.
Latitude.
I'm really picking your brain. I want to know how you perceive all this stuff. Yeah. So thanks.
Sure. I mean, it's like what I'm giving you is there are plenty of videos online. This sort of celestial navigation. There's many people that do it. All I would suggest is whatever you do, don't find like the silly QE or Nathan Oakley videos where they cherry pick half a sentence out of a CellNav video, because those guys, many of the people who are explaining it, do draw triangles on the screen and stuff, but listen to what they're saying for 10 minutes and you very quickly go, oh, they're not talking actually about a triangle, because
Hey, real quick,
it doesn't work.
writing. Hey, sorry to interrupt, but you explained something about the only way it would be observed is if it was rotating. Can you explain that one more time? Because I didn't hear it. If you don't mind.
I think what I said was the only way that works is on a curved surface, a circular surface, which is if I give you the degrees from 0 to 360, and I say pick a shape, any shape, the only requirement is every one of those degree markers must be exactly the same distance from the next one, must be exactly the same distance to the last one, right? So you've got to lay out your degrees.
Rotating. Rotating. You said the only way it could work is if it's rotating.
No, I don't think I said the only way it works is if it's rotating. No. What I said was it would still work. It would be celestial navigation by itself would cutting out the wandering stars, if you want to call them that, the planets. Celestial navigation just as observations of the stars would still work just fine if the Earth was still spherical but stationary and the stars were rotating versus the other way around. Like the Egyptians, for example, that's what they thought. They were adept at using navigation and using the stars, but they believed that the stars were rotating around a stationary Earth. It's just that they were aware the Earth was.
But like you said, there could only be, like you said though, only one of these things can be moving, and in heliocentrism, the Earth isn't the only way. It doesn't only move in one direction, right? And the stars are also moving in heliocentrism, so that's not what we see in the stars, right?
Hey, Electric, hold on.
No,
you heard him, right?
It's not.
Did you hear him
quite.
say it only works if it's rotating?
Yeah.
Can you explain what he said?
I mean,
I don't understand it.
You can explain it again.
Electric asked was something to the effect of, does this require that the Earth is moving and the stars are stationary? And I said, no, it would work just as well if the Earth was stationary and the stars were moving. And it would also work if both were moving.
You said
like
it's this.
Like
what
if
is
the Earth was turning on?
Saying that there could be two rotations and there could be one, and this is what we're seeing. I don't know. How could there be two rotations representing what would look like one rotation?
Sure. So the thought I had in my head when you asked me that is, what if the stars are going rotating one way at a rate of once every 12 hours, and once every 12 hours. No, sorry, once every 48 hours.
Stop rotating?
We're turning the other way. No. As in, what if they're rotating one way half the speed they need to, and we're rotating the other way half the speed we need to, but with those two rotations added together, it's going fast enough to give us a 24-hour sidereal day.
I mean, you could say that I'm a simple guy. I don't want to comprehend complicated things and all that, but I would rather just think the stars are moving. That's me, bro.
Sure. It works in either case.
Like,
it just,
until somebody can really show me that
only
two rotations can look like one, I don't know.
Sure, you can stand on that. It's just either you must not understand or not agree with celestial navigation, or you must agree that the north and south celestial poles are 180 degrees opposed to one another. It's not speaking to the rotation of the Earth, it's speaking to the shape of the Earth, and that it pretty conclusively shows. In my view, anyway.
Sure, man.
because you can like.
There's all kind of funny things like that going on.
One of
They
the
say that
observations I want to do should be crossing.
You know, the moon is the same angular size as the sun, but they say that it's in such a position. What did they say? 200-something thousand miles away, while the sun is 93 million miles away, but the angular size is around pretty much the same. That's another amazing thing that you know things in the sky are doing. Would make more sense as they're around the same size, though.
That's quite. It's quite a. Well, that wouldn't make sense to me because one covers the other, and there is no way to have something, in my mind, to have something perfectly blot out another, except by the smaller thing being closer. It's like somebody standing in front of the leaning tower of Pisa. The only way somebody.
See, I would
certainly what it looks like to me. It's something the moon shape and the moon size, exactly where the moon should be in that position. And if you're outside the umbra or the penumbra or whatever the fuck they are, like if you're not in the eclipse, you can clearly see it's the moon. So the suggestion that it's
I've seen the moon in the sky at the same time as the sun, but I've never seen the moon in the sky at the same time as the eclipse. So I don't know. Anyway.
Yes, you have. That's what an eclipse definitionally is. I mean, that should tell you something though, right? If you're like, hey, I've never seen it the same, maybe what you're seeing in the eclipse is the moon. Wouldn't that make more sense?
I mean, it was about like however long ago. I watched a bunch of videos of eclipses to understand southern aliens and just like evidence of the moon going in front of the sun. Nobody documented the moon actually being in the sky next to the sun and then it quote unquote shadowing it or whatever. That's undocumented stuff.
Just use your
Sorry
logic.
to interject, but we do have modern technology now that we can bring to bear. Sorry to interrupt you, but we do have modern technology to bring to bear very accurate down to the nano.
You're saying that we could use some kind of filter to see the moon in an eclipse? I want to see it. Don't let me control the conversation too much, guys.
What do you think it is then? Like, well, let's go through the reasons. I'll ask you some questions.
But we've got more
see if we share the reasons.
They're not measuring a single increment of curvature anywhere across this flat Earth that we live on.
So let me just ask you some questions, Electric. Do you think that the thing in the sky during an eclipse is the same size as the moon?
No, I can't say that for sure, man.
You don't. You okay?
But
you
what
don't
I'm
think it's
saying,
roughly the same
you know, I
size as
can
the moon?
assume that, you know, when I see the sun and I see the moon, they're around the same size. But I can't tell you that they are the same size.
Right. Okay. So when you see the sun and you see the moon, they're around the same size. When you see a solar eclipse or pictures of a solar eclipse, is the thing eclipsing the sun roughly the same size as the sun?
Yeah, it's exactly the same size. Barely covers.
Okay, so it's the same size as the moon. So what you're seeing is something that is the same size as the moon because it's the same size as the sun.
Yeah,
and
but you don't
the sun
see
and the
the
moon are
moon.
the same size.
I think you should be able to see the moon before.
Right, I'm not asking that question at the moment, though.
Well, that's my reason.
So it's the same size as the moon. Is it the same? Is it the same shape as the moon? Is it a big old circle, basically?
Yes, sir.
Question something the same size.
Why can't you
and
see
something
the
the
moon
same shape
when
as
it
the moon?
approaches the sun?
Is it in the sky where the moon?
Dude, this is the problem. You're telling me that the black shadow in front of the sun on eclipses is the moon, and I'm saying I don't think it is. It doesn't look like it. I don't see the moon as it passes in front of it. Nothing. So that's it.
Well, I'm just trying to explore the one thing you said there, which is it doesn't look like it. To go, what does the moon look like? And so far, you're saying it's the same shape and size as the moon.
No,
So
where is the moon?
Is it
He's
in the
asking
sky
you where the moon is. Why can't you see the moon approaching?
Exactly.
Hello?
Essay, if you manage to just let me get the next two words out, that was exactly what I was saying. Is it in its position in the sky, right, roughly around the ecliptic, also in its 28-day cycle, is it where the moon should be? This thing that is the same size and shape as the moon, is it where the moon should be? I.e., does it fit in the position in the sky and its time in its cycle with a new moon, i.e., no moon.
You want
Yes,
me to answer that
it
question?
should
I'm
be
gonna have
there.
to look
Yes.
at
Where is it? Where is it? Why can't we see it? Yes, it should be there. It's depicted to be there.
Right.
Why can't we see it when it approaches the sun?
So something. So let's summarize what we've got here so far. Something is the same shape as the moon, size as the moon.
Don't
It's in the same
summarize, bro.
position in the sky
Answer the question.
at the same time that the moon should be there, looking like the moon should, i.e., completely black, not lit up at all. It's all of these things that you go might be the moon.
Right, but
What
where is it? Why can't we see it? I agree with you. It should be there. That's the moon. That's the position of your model. Now, why can't we see it approaching? Please.
Okay. So I was answering Electric's questions as to why.
Sorry to interrupt.
I think it's the
Hold
moon. Why
on,
can't
slow
we see
down,
it?
dude. Don't answer yet.
Why
Wait.
can't?
Stop talking for a second, bro. Hold on. Back up. This is the problem. Oh, that's great. You're explaining that this moon is the same angular size as the sun. That's where they're supposedly supposed to be in your model. Awesome. Why can't you see the moon in the sky as it approaches the sun?
That's the question. Right there.
I was just about to answer that.
Go for it.
I'll answer it for you. I think it looks exactly the same as it does on a new moon when it's not an eclipse. A black disk in the sky. So I don't see it. It's not reflecting light into my eyes, so I see it. But you know what I do see on a new moon if I look for it? It's blotting out stars. Something that is placed there where stars should be, but the new moon, totally black, so it's not reflecting anything, is blocking light from stars that should be reaching my eye.
So let's get this straight.
The
brightest thing in the sky,
clear.
eggshells. The brightest thing in the sky, the sun, right? Which sustains life.
Yeah.
The biggest ball on the sky, made of rock, which you guys say. These are the two biggest objects in the sky. One approaches the other, completely blocks it out, but without being visible at all. We don't see it at all. Nothing. That doesn't register,
I don't know
brother.
if that's. I don't know. I've not looked at it right before or after an eclipse. My suspicion would be this: if you're talking about 93 million miles and something, it's also
You don't even see a piece of the
very
moon
close to line.
as it passes in front of it. All you see is the
That's
sun
exactly what I
being
was
blocked. You don't actually see
trying to
any
get to.
object move in front of it.
Yeah, he was addressing, not trying to anyway.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to interrupt
trying
you,
to
man.
like
But
you guys keep
I don't want you to
interrupting
repeat yourself.
right as I'm
right?
like 4 words from saying the words you're about to say, and you're like, why are you addressing the words you were about to say? I'm like, I swear, man, I was. So I think that if you were a long way away from the eclipse, like, the eclipse usually passes in this sort of S-shaped pattern across a Mercator map. If you're a long way away from those points, I wouldn't surprise me if you did see a sliver of lit up moon.
Yeah, but you don't.
I don't know if that's
You
the case.
don't,
It just wouldn't.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't
If I
surprise
can
me.
just, I'm listening. If I can just add a word or two in there.
Okay.
What you have to say though is that you don't know what you've said, and the only way you would know is if you could go there. That would be the only way. You would have to go there and see that moon or whatever that black disc is, if it's what it is. So everything you're saying at the moment is only speculation at best. You'd be lying at worst if you said that's what it is. You'd have to go there to know.
I'm not
Because
saying
you can't
that's
go
what it
there,
is, but that's
it's
because you're not listening. If that's what you're interrupting to say, then let me correct you. That is not. I'm not saying it is something. I'm just telling you how it looks to me and the reason I use to get there. So going to the moon to tell you how it looks on Earth would be the worst way to go about it. The best thing to do is
you'd be able to confirm what you're seeing on Earth. You'd be able to confirm what you're seeing from Earth, or what you think you're seeing from Earth is indeed what you are seeing. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Right. Then you'd have a
so
better
what
understanding.
I think I'm seeing on Earth is the moon,
From
because it is
Earth
something
to
the same shape and size in the moon, in the right position as the moon, right on time for a new moon where it should be. Like it always. Don't you think that's a bit strange? This thing that we're saying might not be the moon is exactly in the sky, and it only ever happens on a new moon.
You would have to.
It only ever happens when the moon's meant to be black. You're like, why is the moon black?
Well, you'd have to go and check it.
when the
You'd
light's
have to go and
behind it.
check it though. You'd have to go and check it though. You'd have to, because from Earth you can't be sure. You'd have to go
Or
there
you can
to
just
confirm
maybe
that.
reproduce it for
I
us,
think that's a
eggshells.
silly. I think
Get
it's
a
a silly
bright light.
standard to set.
I'm just wondering.
It's not a silly standard to set at all, because you're here on Earth and you're looking at something at a great distance. Now, seeing as we supposedly have this technology, so
Well, that's a standard
one day you might be able
not a
to go
standard
to
I set.
confirm. For confirmation is the highest degree of integrity. So you'd have to go there to confirm it. That is the standard for the truth, because the truth will indeed set you free.
Silly standard to me. If you want to hold that standard yourself to
The
that
standard that would be required.
I'll be
for
impressed if you
integrity
ever
of
live
the
up to
highest
it.
level.
It's not.
That's right,
It's not my
bro.
standard.
That's required for the truth, man.
I think it's but it's not right, is it? Like, okay, let's say you see the moon on a day that it's like a quarter moon or a half moon, right?
That's a, dude. What?
How do
All
you
right,
know
bro.
that that's the
Spaghetti
moon?
land.
The
Spaghetti
thing that
land
we all
exists.
say
We
is the
can't
moon?
go there.
I don't
Boom.
know.
Over, guys.
Eggshells, you think you can reproduce
No.
this using a
Well,
light
if
and
you
an
don't want to
object?
engage meaningfully, it just shows where
That was a fair enough question.
Yeah, I
Do
think
you
I could.
think you
Yeah,
can
I think I
reproduce it?
just put a light behind a ball. Yeah, I think you could put a light behind a ball.
Maybe you should give it a go, because I've been asking. Kosho said he was going to do it like months ago, but nothing so far. Maybe you can give it a crack?
No,
Nobody can make an object
thanks for the
disappear.
invite, but no, I'm happy to.
And
I'm happy to
eggshells.
do other
For
suggestions.
your
Like if people
information,
want to.
right? For your information, eggshells. I don't know what the moon is. I never will, because I haven't been there to confirm anything. It looks like a rock, but it might not be a rock. So I don't know what it is. No one knows what it
It
is.
does look like a rock,
That's the truth.
Like,
That is the
good on
highest
you for
level of
saying that, 'cause
integrity. We don't know what the moon. None of us can claim to know what the moon is. We observe certain patterns. We don't know what it is. No man
What
has
do you
set
think
foot
the moon
on
is,
it.
eggshells?
We can't go there to know that. In order to know anything, you'd have to
I
go
think the
there
moon
to
looks to me
confirm
like
it.
a
You would
big
have
rocky
to,
ball.
in person, with your own hands and your whole body on that moon to confirm. Without
Yeah,
that,
eggshells.
it's
Yeah, we get it.
speculation.
We get it, Jin.
Eggshell, it does look like
We
a
get it,
rock.
Jin.
I'll give it to you. To me, when I look at it, it looks like a solid rock, right? Looks now. Let me be very clear. So how can a big, huge, solid rock be next to the biggest ball of fire in the sky and not be visible? I mean, that's impossible.
Have you?
It's impossible.
I mean, that to me is what I would. That to me is what I expect. If you had a single light source with close to parallel lines of light, and you put a ball in front of it such that it was right about to blot out my vision, I imagine I would not see any of that except the blackness and that which obscures beyond it. Can I ask a question?
Right.
Can I kind of
When it's
redirect the
hold on.
conversation
Let me address
slightly?
that. When it's directly
Still on this topic.
When it's directly in front, yes, I will agree with you. That's not what I'm talking about, eggshells. I'm talking about when it approaches and when it leaves. We don't see it at all, as if nothing was there.
Sure.
That's true.
But to me, that's very, very close. Like if you're talking about something at those kind of ranges, if you accept for a second the globe model, then it's like something that's very, very close to dead in front of you to actually dead in front of you to a very, very close to dead in front of you the other side. So the redirect I wanted to ask was, have any of you seen the videos and images that IB Hunter has taken himself of the moons of Jupiter?
What does that have to do with what we're talking? You're trying to sidestep the issue, so you have no answer. Why the biggest star it does not appear visible when approaching the biggest light?
I mean, I've answered it 4 or 5 times now. I can't just keep answering. So I'm trying to move the conversation on, not to stay on the same topic. Do eclipses exist? Are they what they tell us are moons real? But just if you agree that humans on Earth with publicly available, perfectly affordable telescopes can catch moons on Jupiter casting eclipses across their surface. The question is just, if you think that is something people can catch, what do you think's going on there? Like, I'll I'll get an
Well,
image. I'll see
has
if I can
nothing to
find
do with
actually
what
one of
we're
our
talking
lead
about. We're
hunters.
talking about our local sun and our
True.
local moon. Nothing to do with what's out there. It has nothing whatsoever to do with what we're talking about here. Because had I been on Jupiter, then maybe you can make that reference. But since I'm not on
Yes,
Jupiter,
you're asking me about. You're asking me.
I'm sorry, actually,
Let me.
but this is the problem, man. We want to stick to the moon issue, and we want to really drive a point home and make things clear, so we could like better our talking points. Like we don't want to just jump from one thing to the other real fast like that.
This is not jumping from one thing to the other. I'm still discussing the phenomenon of eclipses, but the advantage to
You're
the
gish
but on Earth,
galloping.
not on
Jupiter.
Jupiter.
You're gish galloping. You're gish
I'm talking
galloping
about
on
one
the
topic. It's
planets
not a
now.
gish gallop.
We
You've
don't know
got
what.
the
Of
wrong
course
one.
it is. We remember this. When you speak
So
of the planets, you should
are people
always
just going to
say,
be allowed to
"I
speak
don't
over
know
me,
what
Bandy?
they.
Like
I
this is getting
don't know
pretty
what they
tiresome. It's like
are,
one.
but I feel I'm
Interrupting.
offering
Jin,
this
he was
up."
talking, bro.
Just
Let's
remember
be
that.
respectful.
Let me finish.
I'm being respectful. Let him be respectful with the
You're
language.
not.
Just remember that. Remember, you always have to say,
Um,
I'm not sure I don't know what it is. I can't know what it is, but this is what I'm offering. That's what you should be saying.
on that, I agree. The only reason we can stay talking about eclipses on Earth, the thing I'm talking about is when I see those pictures like the ones IB Hunter has taken, they, to me, look exactly like what I think I
Talking
would
about a
see if I was
completely different
far off
object in
the
the sky, though.
Earth.
We're trying to stick to the moon.
Look,
But
just
it is
admit
a
that it's
moon
funny.
casting an
Eggshell,
eclipse. Come on, guys,
admit
it's
that it's
pretty
irregular
close.
and
To
you
be
can't reproduce it.
okay. I'm not even trying to reproduce it. I'm not. Why would I say I can't reproduce something if I'm not? Like,
So if you
can you sing
can't
for me a lullaby
reproduce it,
now? You just can't sing me a
no,
lullaby.
no,
You can't sing me a
I can
lullaby.
sing you if you want, but
Like, it's just a nonsensical thing to say. I can't be bothered. What I can say is I can't be bothered to try and reproduce
If
it
I
for
may
you.
just
That
add,
I
okay. So
agree with.
why are you in the combo then? Why are you talking to us about this?
All right, I posted 2 solar eclipse videos. Obviously, they don't show the
I'm
moon
not
coming
required.
across
I'm not required to
the
show
whole
you.
time. Let's just
Okay,
move
let's
on.
check it out.
Okay, so I did a 16 seconds in for the first one because it starts there. So you see they use a filter so that you can see it real time in the sky happening, but also what the actual 2 bodies are doing. So you can imagine how much they would be filming if they were filming the object in the sky. But notice everyone in those areas there, they're actually wearing glasses to look at the moon and the sun when it's at the point of eclipse because it is so bright. You can even see the guy's face, straining up at the sky and how bright it is, So, I'm trying
Does
to
it
find
show
one.
the disk? Does it show the moon? Yes or no?
Yes.
No.
It doesn't show the moon approaching.
Nope.
Or leaving.
Not in this
What are you talking
video.
about?
It shows it coming from the top.
No, it doesn't.
I'm looking for it now, man. You have a timestamp?
It only shows a darkening of the light source itself.
That's
And
right,
that's
the
the point.
shadow.
That's the point we're trying to make here. And when you start to factor in the proportions or the ratio, the moon is said to
It shows a
be
darkening of the
only a
light
couple of
source.
Earth diameters away from the Earth, whereas the sun is considered many millions of miles away. So it's not akin to putting a little ball in front of a spotlight and then the light completely engulfs around the ball and you don't see it. Place that ball several miles toward the observer and have the light source placed far away, and you will always see that object approach and then block the light source and then also leave based on the distance that the object blocking you is closer toward you than it is toward the light source, which is said to be blocking it.
Right, but the people in the
100%.
video are cheering as the moon is getting closer because they're looking at it with their glasses on as they're all, in the sun there. They're cheering because they can see it. Oh, it's almost there. It's almost there. So they've obviously been
Show
watching
us.
it.
Show us.
It's in the video.
What timestamp? What timestamp?
See, we're not supposed to be looking at the
Can you still
sun
hear me?
because
I
we
mean,
gotta look at the people
this
cheering.
is just a
It's
non.
like, what? Come on, man. I don't see an
No, if you were
object
talking
in the
before,
sky
like in between
moving
the last thing you said,
towards
and
the
can you
sun and
still hear me?
directly
No.
covering it. So I'm sorry, this video is not going to be my smoking gun.
Okay, that took me 2 minutes to find 2 videos.
But what do you
and I'm
guys
still
think
going
is
through the others.
Yeah. What is it you guys think is happening? Like, it sounds to me like if I were to try and guess, an attempt at steel manning your position, it is because we don't see the moon right before the eclipse, it might not be the moon, and that might debunk the globe model. Is that the gist of where you're going with it?
No,
Well,
I'm
all I
saying
want to say,
where is the moon? Not making any references or any deductions. I'm asking simply, where is the
It's
moon?
right there.
there's
there.
that. There's
No,
definitely
it's
that.
not.
All I want to say is, I
If you
think the
if
moon acts really funny. I think it's hard to say that it's a physical object when it disappears, isn't there sometimes, and you know all kinds of funny stuff. Like maybe it is a light
Right.
source, maybe it's not a rock.
if you've seen a silhouette,
If I
right?
may be allowed to.
If you saw a silhouette of me standing up against the sunset, and you took a photo, and you were like, I can't actually see riding on eggshells, but I can see an outline of a beer drinking Australian. Would you be like, where did eggshells go? Yeah, I couldn't see him for a moment there. Or would you go, he's probably the same shape and size
Let me
and
answer
place
that.
that
Let me
eggshells
answer that.
just was. It's just because he was back that I couldn't see him.
I'm so
Come
glad
on,
you asked
guys.
that. Let me answer that.
Like,
If
if
I
you
see
did this
your
about any other object, people would just, I mean,
yeah,
people already do.
whenever you're ready, eggshells. So let me answer this now.
Sorry,
We
I'll allow
see
your
you.
interruption.
Oh, it's okay. We're excited. I see you in the shadow. You're drinking your ale, right? Then I observe. I'm gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna wait until he gets up and goes home. Now, when you get up and you go home, you're gonna go away from the silhouette, and guess what? I'm gonna see you walking. Nice try, though.
That sounded pretty stalkerish, didn't it? That whole story, but
That's reality, bro. In your lap.
If we're honest,
I can see you right now
in reality, the moon,
I feel like
right, hang on. The moon, right, the moon, hang on a second. Now, for eggshells, the moon will never ever help you prove the globe ever, okay? What's going to prove the globe for you is the measurements on this earth where we are. So looking at the moon to try and prove your globe is never going to help you and would never be an acceptable standard. The only standard that would be acceptable in the interest of integrity of the highest level is to measure this ball that you're on here on Earth. And the technologies we have cannot find a single nano degree of curvature of the 24,901 miles. 3959 of which is the radius, okay? It's not being found. So please stop looking to the stars and that. You must measure the ground under your feet, the ocean that we have. Here on Earth is where you're going to determine whether it's curving or
sure.
not.
So there's many evidences that do come from the moon. But I didn't.
Like I said,
didn't
there's no
bring
evidence
up the
from
moon
the
as if,
moon that proves globe. None. Zero.
Okay. Away you go. There you go.
Zero.
Just let me know right now.
Zero. Not one. That would be you. That would be you in your
There's not
pseudoscience
any.
delusional cognitive dissonance.
What was that one the
world.
guy posted
In reality,
earlier?
there is nothing you can look at. You need to measure the ground under your
He's
feet.
just going to keep going.
Where
He's just
you
going
are.
for hours.
That is the only standard.
He's just like a wind-up toy.
We've got the
Well, yeah, I know, yeah, because you guys tend to go on and you miss the obvious. The obvious thing is to measure the
Come on,
ground.
guys.
And we've done that. We've done that years and years and years ago. Okay? So stop dreaming. Start waking up to the reality. You're on a flat earth. You're all flat earthers, gonna be's, and that's a fact.
All right. Thank you, Gene.
I rest of my time. I yield the rest of my time.
I appreciate you, bro.
Cool. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I don't think the moon is. I mean, I do think the moon presents some bits of evidence.
Point me to where the moon is,
but I don't
please.
really point out
well,
much.
you're a flat earther, dude.
Point to me where the moon is, please.
Am I?
According to Jen, yeah.
Like I'm.
You're a
You
fucking
do realize
flat
that
earther.
this
Me, it's enough.
doesn't sit well,
For me,
right?
it's
Fucking
enough.
flat earther all the way.
It seems we've
Just
agreed
info, mate.
that there is something the shape,
Just
the
fucking
size
info, mate.
of the moon, where the moon should be, when the moon should be there, that unless somebody presents me some good evidence to go, hey, but it's not the moon, I'm just
But
going to
we
go,
can't see it, bro.
It's just a non-point. Okay,
We can't see it.
So
Doesn't
it is
that
something.
Eggshells? Doesn't that strike a little bit of? Why is it so? Like, doesn't that just a little bit?
Can we talk a little bit
You
more
guys
about the
talking about
moon?
solar eclipses
Silhouette.
or what?
When you see
No,
anything
everyone's
else in a
talking
silhouette,
about.
It's like
if you saw a
reality
car in a
versus
silhouette,
online.
would you go,
That's what it
what
is,
would that
bro.
be?
The
Would
fuck
you
is
go,
going on?
car?
We're not
Everyone
letting
was supposed to
eggshells
get
talk,
one.
guys. You know that, right?
That's what's going on. Come on.
Let's
Come
go,
on.
Bansor. Let's
One
go.
at a time.
Everyone's talking like it's unbelievable that the moon might be like that. People are suggesting maybe it's the same size as the sun, right? I'm like, wait, the bit that's unbelievable, right, is that the moon isn't the same size as the sun, right? That somehow it's exactly the right size, right, in terms of distance to size, okay, and their locations, that they appear to be the same size, right? That's the unbelievable
Yeah, that is
part.
a bit of a wild coincidence. That I would agree with.
Well, and then if we look at where did that come from, right? The whole moon. Where did we get the moon from? And there's like
That's
one
another thing I wanted to ask.
there's another
Eggshell.
narrative. That well, I was about to tell you. Don't worry. There's another narrative that we hear of, right? That a long time ago, bear in mind 4 billion years ago, not a very verifiable, and nothing's really verifiable that far back. Let's face it, but we'll indulge the story. So 4 billion years ago, there was a wayward planet on a crash course to hit Earth called Theia, right? And this planet, luckily, it was on the way to Earth because our molten iron core was actually about to burn out, according to evolutionary geologists and those men that tell us the evolution of the Earth and what it was up to 4 billion years ago. So our molten iron core was about to burn out. Well, Theia, the wayward planet, luckily came over, smashed into Earth, and it deposited its molten iron core into ours, right? It burrowed down into the Earth from the impact, replenished our core, and praise Yah that happened, because if it didn't, we wouldn't have the electromagnetic field we have today, which allows us to all live in a perfect resonance, all this shit that's important according to the globe model. So praise Yah that actually did happen.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah that happened, bro. And then as
Hey,
well,
who the fuck is Yah, bro?
as
Like,
well, the
who's
debris.
Yah?
Yahweh.
Yahweh. Anyway,
The
but
boss.
Yahweh.
listen, luckily
The
as
God.
well,
It's the name of God's name is Yahweh.
the debris from this impact, right? Okay, was scattered everywhere all over the face of the Earth. Over a few million years after the event, though, all of that debris was able to be coalesced slowly into a ball. Then the Earth shot that ball away from its surface, right? And it ended up being the moon, exactly 400 times the distance to size ratio needed for us to experience eclipses. So, like, boom.
Exactly 400
Amazing.
times the size.
Sure.
The sun's 400 times the size of the moon, but conveniently, it's also 400 times the distance to the moon as the moon is to the Earth.
Yeah.
How convenient.
Very convenient.
But luckily, it was Theia, the wayward planet, that came and left the debris that allowed for that to all happen, guys. 4 billion years ago. Remember that. And if it didn't come, we wouldn't have a molten iron core, which would have
it
fucked
came.
up the whole
It
gravity thing
It
too.
came just like just like an insect pollinated
Wait a
the
minute.
flower.
Wait a minute.
Because
Wait a
the
minute. He
moon
didn't finish.
separated from that as
He
well.
didn't finish. He didn't finish.
Hey, but hold on.
No, he said
didn't
he said it came. He
It's all
finished.
good. I
He did-
the moon out of
I
this
said
whole
the story
thing.
a second ago, but
Nearly
they
there.
wanted
But
to
yeah,
keep
but
it
you didn't say
PG.
anything about the moon, bro. Can you include the moon?
You were nearly
said the
there,
moon.
though.
Wow, the whole thing was about the moon. What the hell?
The debris
Okay,
that flung out from the Earth coalesced and made the moon. That's it.
I don't like that molten iron
He
core.
didn't say that.
I just
That
started
was
trying
whack.
to
You don't
Google
like the
it, 'cause
molten
it does
iron
seem
car?
like an incredible coincidence.
Bro, ain't my story.
Can I ask that?
Hey,
That's fucking
Just-
bullshit.
I
It
got
was
one
like
though.
a vaccine.
I agree with you.
It got injected into the
Yeah.
earth, you know?
Hey, Sam.
What are you
It was,
talking
like
about?
pollination, except it was with
It
the molten iron
burrowed
core. So
down like
it was a
it is
coronation
just Googled
ceremony.
it.
Hey, Sam.
What's up?
It's just, I mean, the current theory
It's
at least.
your shift. It's your
Chaos.
shift, brother. You're up.
Yeah,
Chaos.
extraordinary one.
it's my shift.
Your shift, brother. You're
Saturday.
up. All right.
You call it a
Saturday
night?
chaos percentage.
The same amount of molten metal in the moon as there is in the Earth. Hey, how come there isn't the same?
Welcome to
How
chaos.
come there isn't the same amount of molten metal in the moon as there is in the Earth?
Because the moon is the debris from the Earth.
I don't know. It's a weird.
The Earth kept the good stuff.
No, it was the
even
same
say that,
collision,
though.
dude.
Whoa, I didn't say that, bro.
Because we're jumping from.
retort.
The Earth kept the good stuff, man. It kept the precious metals to itself.
The topic
It's greedy.
to check
The
if I'm getting the
Molten
right idea.
core of the moon,
This
we
thing
don't-
seems incredible. So it
Who
is
made the
incredible that I
moon,
don't
bro?
see the moon before the solar
Who made
eclipse.
the
It is
moon?
incredible that the sun and the moon are the same distance. And oh God, come on, guys, fucking just put your dicks away for a moment.
The rock in space,
Bro,
bro.
what are you saying, Riding?
Calm down a bit.
So can
You're
I
saying
ask,
believe in the
I mean, it's
story.
just
What's
bizarre.
wrong with
Each
that?
time somebody gets like 3 words out, and then you all jump
What
in.
kind of
It's
bar is he
bizarre.
in? What kind of bar are you in, Raiden?
Straight, motherfuckers.
Can y'all stop
What kind
talking
of
right
bar are
to
you
each
in,
other?
dude?
I don't want to like not understand this shit.
I'm in a
right?
restaurant in Indonesia.
And don't be
You're
such
right.
undisciplined
Hey,
goons, guys.
can I make a point after
Yeah.
this elegant
I-
explanation of the planet Thera, which made
kind of
molten
still
iron
wanted to
core?
finish.
Oh, sorry. I'll
Hey,
go after.
SD.
All right, okay.
somehow rhymes
Riding.
with
Hold
Siri,
on.
bro.
Hold on. Riding first, and
Notice
then
that it
SC
rhymes
Montreal
with Siri,
after.
guys.
Good white. I know you're here, man.
Yeah.
Riding first, then SC Montreal after, and then Good White. You could go after that.
Enthused. If I'm steel manning the view correctly, and it is this seems improbable, that's why therefore I doubt that model. Can I ask, do you have any other explanations as to why they're the same size, or why they are, what it is in the sky that or is it just like that's weird to me, and that's the only conversation we're having? You just pointing at something, going, that's weird to me.
How about this? They're the same apparent size because they're the same actual size, and they're more or less the same distance.
How can that happen? So how can you have something that's the same distance, but one pass in front of the other and never the other way
That's
around?
why I said more or less.
But that more or less doesn't work, right? If you've got something that passes one in front of the other, and they make the same angular size when they do that, that tells us, unless some weird shit's happening, that one is smaller and closer than the other, right? We've seen people stand in front of the Leaning Tower of Pisa and pretend they're holding it up. They're not really the same size as the Leaning Tower of Pisa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it could be smaller or bigger.
Don't you think the explanation that they're the same size leaves a giant gaping hole as to how one covers the other?
No, because I said more or less the same size.
Tell us
right?
how.
More or less.
I don't think the moon covers the sun.
The same distance. That means
Would you
that
agree?
the moon could be marginally before it. Secondly, we don't know it's like a sphere, so it could be just like this lens that goes in front. We don't know what it is.
Bro, this weed is loud.
So if it might be marginally, before it, in front of it only by a little bit, would you agree that it needs to be smaller than it only by the same little bit?
Smaller
That
than it.
perfect little ring of fire you see around it.
I'm not sure about
No,
the ring
that's
of fire
basic.
because it could be that it's the same size, but still that because the corona they say is a lot hotter and stuff like that. You might still have the ring of fire regardless. But yeah, I would say
Right,
if the
okay.
ring of fire is just
You get what I'm
part
getting
of
at,
the sun
right?
itself, then yeah, it would be marginally smaller if it's not due to glare.
So your model that you've replaced, hey, it's 400 times closer but 400 times smaller. You've just replaced with exactly the same unbelievable proportions.
That wouldn't even
but,
make it the right
it's a little bit
size.
closer and a little bit
That's
smaller.
not-
It's still going to be the
What?
same proportional size, right?
No, it's not.
No, that wouldn't. That
Why
wouldn't
would you have the
fix
400
the-
times
the
proportionate size? I'm not
the
taking
incredulity-
your sun size.
it.
I'm saying empirically they look
what
the
I'm
same
saying
size.
Is, what you're pointing at is the heliocentric, right? But what you're proposing is, it sounds to me like you're saying that one is 400 times closer but 400 times smaller seems improbable. I'm picking another arbitrary distance closer, an arbitrary size smaller. It would still be perfect.
No,
Wait,
that's not what I'm saying. That's
So you're saying
a
you
strong.
believe
That's a
the
scarecrow.
bullshit story.
That's a scarecrow, sir. That's not what I'm saying.
How
Okay,
does
it's not
that
arbitrary. It's backed up by the empirical evidence that we experience every single day, which is that they look the same size. Angularly, they're 0.5 degrees of your
ticks
field of view
both
or whatever it is.
boxes.
They look the same size, right? So the
That ticks
the
both
least
boxes.
I
So
know,
whether they're 400
but
times
you're
closer
adding one
and 400
extra
times smaller,
assumption.
or half the distance and half. No. What's my extra
Hold up.
assumption? Sorry.
So you're adding one extra assumption, which is, well, two extra assumptions. That's 400 times the size and conveniently 400 times the distance to the moon as the moon is to the Earth, right? That's like, you know, that goes against Occam's razor.
What, no,
it's
what
an
you're not
unnecessary
listening.
assumption to get the same empirical observation.
Then you're not understanding the thrust of my main entire point, which is if you're saying it might be a little bit smaller and a little bit closer, that little bit and a little bit is still going to end up with it being proportionally as remarkable as 400 and 400, or 300 and 300, or 200 and 200.
I disagree completely.
1 and 1.
Why would that? Why would it be the same?
If they match up perfectly. Because they got to match up perfectly. That's the whole thing we're saying here.
Who says they match up perfectly?
And then you're going, oh, but they could be a different...
You just said, hold up. You just said yourself, because of the Ring of Fire, they don't match up perfectly.
I don't think it's necessary evidence that they don't match up perfectly. I think that the Ring of Fire is exactly what you said it is, which you're seeing glow that is emanating from the surface. But the whole point of it needs to be that they match up perfectly. Otherwise, the entire, hey, isn't this too perfect, is moot. And you're saying this 400 times
Otherwise, the what?
Is too bizarre. And then you're replacing this 400 times 400.
Hold on. They need to match up perfectly. Otherwise, what?
Still matches up perfectly.
What?
If they don't match up perfectly, one will be a different size to the other. Because they observably match up the same size. Oh my god.
Writing. Why do they need to match up perfectly? Why do they need to be perfectly the same size?
Because
for their model.
Observably, that's what happens. We're both looking at the same thing, right? We both look up in the sky and we go, hey, they're roughly the same size. So if we're coming up with different stories or different guesses... Yeah.
No one says perfectly. It says roughly everywhere.
Roughly, then.
Roughly, right? But here's the thing. Here's the one thing you're not admitting.
Let's go with roughly.
Here's not what you're admitting. We know where the moon is everywhere. Everywhere. Anywhere you are. Australia, America, it doesn't matter. We know where it is, where it's going to set. I know that moon rises at 7:11 a.m. this morning for me. Okay? So we can track the moon right up to where it's about to eclipse, and then all of a sudden it's not the moon that's eclipsing? You've just added another assumption.
That was someone else's point.
You know?
Exactly at the point in the moon cycle that it should be a new moon. Like, yeah, the argument that it's not the moon is like,
the last video I posted. The last video I posted. Okay. I hope this puts it to bed. And I hope this helps you as well, writing. The people in this last video stayed overnight and woke up in the morning and set up their cameras, and when they were 5 hours out from the moon, they said the moon's at 5 hours out, I'm going to choose where I'm going to, get it. And he began to set up his camera, and then it eclipsed. So he was tracking the moon and was there all morning, all day for it. So this idea of you don't know where it is, you don't see it coming in. If he had the glasses on,
so he knows down to the minute.
Yeah, like that doesn't prove the globe. So there's a lot of flat earthers that believe in the cycle of the moon. So I don't know what argument you're making. Anyways, SC Montreal, I appreciate your patience.
The whole room is cutting out sometimes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, SC
yeah, for sure.
Go for it, SC.
So check this out now.
SC and John, what are you talking about? It's SC and Good White, bro.
Yeah, Good White's after SC. Go ahead.
So check this out. Me, what I like doing is poking holes in the model, right? So this is the model now. Elbow elaborated very eloquently, stated how it works. The planet called Thera smashed into the Earth, deposited the metal iron core, and the remnants of the stuff coalesced and made the moon, right? We all know that's the story?
I guess.
Okay, that's the story now. Now, my question is this. Where did the water come from on Earth?
I don't know. Asteroids, I think, was what I was told, but I don't know.
Where did Thera come from?
I think I was told it was. But that whole question that you did, Crypto, I've just dug it up online. Douglas Adams' puddle analogy, I think, is a good answer to it, which is essentially renders a lot of those what do they call the anthropological argument or something like that. where Douglas Adams' thing was like, it's like a puddle going, oh wow, isn't it remarkable that the road dips right here where I am, and the rain has happened to fill me just to this perfect level so that I can be the puddle that I am, rather than going, life can quite possibly only
Nice try.
exist
Where
in a
did the
place where
puddle
such
come from?
bizarrely improbable things. Oh my
Eggshells.
fucking god, SE.
That did not make
I'm
sense.
sorry, I thought you finished.
Riding, you are
I
cutting
thought
out
you
a little
finished.
bit, to be fair.
But I was still.
You clipped out, bro. Relax.
Oh, did I cut out? Because I was still
Yeah.
mid sentence.
You didn't cut out for me, and it still didn't make sense.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, that's because I was halfway through a thought, so the first half of the thought didn't make sense. The puddle analogy is just that it's like going, oh, what are the chances that the temperatures on Earth are exactly as we find comfortable? It's like, well, we only would have, whether we created or evolved, we only would have done so in a place where those temperatures were comfortable. It doesn't. It's only remarkable if you look at it in a way like, what are the odds we're here? But we wouldn't be here.
Or it's almost
May
as
I
though
respond
it's
now?
intelligently designed.
May I
Or it's
respond now?
intelligently designed.
Yeah, go ahead.
Eggshells, are you
Could
done?
be intelligent design, sure.
Yo,
I don't think
wait
it is.
till
It's
the
possible.
audio cut.
Everybody go.
I can
Sure,
hear
why
him talk.
One of you.
I could hear. Go. I could hear
Thank
him
you,
talking when you asked, "Can I
How does
talk?"
water end up
But
sticking to a
go
ball
ahead.
after spinning
The
in a
original
gravity
question,
billion years?
gentlemen, was where did the water come from? Not forming puddles on the ground. Where did the water come from? 70% of water that supposedly surrounds your mythical ball. Where?
Well, to be fair, the puddle thing was an analogy.
So the honest answer is I have absolutely no idea. The answer
Thank
that I
God.
was taught when I was at school was that it came from an asteroid, a sort of multi-million-year-long asteroid shower, because most asteroids are mostly ice and.
It was intelligent
What
design.
kind of posh school did you go to? We didn't cover this shit at
Could
all.
be. It was the creator.
Okay, let me
I
address
went to
the
a pretty
asteroid
posh
thing. The Earth had no atmosphere back then, right? So if an asteroid came and crashed into the Earth and deposited water, well, guess what? The water would boil off. Oops, there goes that theory.
No, but
Boil
then you
off-
could just say
boil
that
off into
it's
what?
the beginning of the
To
water
do what?
cycle. It would boil off. It would then it would cause like a cloud and then precipitate.
No, it wouldn't cause a
Ice
cloud. It would
doesn't make
boil off
sense
into
in the
space.
first.
Sorry, percentage, bro.
No, but it collapsed into
Ice-
a
I
planet
don't know
that
the
has
answer to
gravity,
these.
apparently.
But
according to
ice
them.
doesn't make sense either because of the thermal energy everywhere. Like, so just because it isn't a specific temperature in space because there's less atoms or less things, like, doesn't mean that the thing itself can't be bombarded with tons of thermal energy from the sun. Like me, like there's an area of space that doesn't have a temperature because nothing's there. But I'm made up of stuff. That energy is going to hit me directly. You know, the thing that we have around the exosphere, the thing that's supposed to be protecting us. Yeah, that thing we should be affected. Everything in space should be affected by that. I don't even see how there would be ice.
Yeah, there's no way to explain
All these things
a
that you raise
mechanism
are
that will keep
as
the
mysterious
water.
things, are deeply mysterious things. But what I would say, when you ask these questions like where did the water come from, is like I believe, this is my guess, sorry, is the flat earth mindset is because we live on a flat earth, what you get when you get me or Sheeples Phoenix or a bunch of other people, globers who turn up here, is you've got the absolute best minds coming in to tell you the way the world is. But if you contend for a moment that maybe Earth's a ball, all you get when you get me turning up here is somebody who's got a bit too much spare time and is fascinated by these conversations, but he doesn't know a fucking thing about astrophysics or whatever the fuck you call it. So if you want to know those answers, like I think that Glober's inability to make sense of them to you is a very, very poor indicator of whether they're accurate.
You mind I ask
That's
me?
a good answer, Chelsea. I respect that. Way to go.
I don't, because that's like an indirect appeal to authority.
Yeah.
Well, of course it is.
But I want to.
No, it's not. It's not an appeal to authority. It's an appeal to expertise, which is different. I'm not saying just go and ask the government what it is.
That's an appeal to credentials.
Somebody who works in the.
That's what YouTube
appeal to credentials. Yeah, not so much credentials. I would say skills
what,
or like expertise.
Yeah, but
that's what YouTube is for. No, that's what YouTube is for. Like you know how mechanics have skills in fixing things, and electricians have a skill in wiring your house. Well, maybe that's exactly it. Like how do you have a skill in something you only see? So okay, so they're going to be taught concepts. So they're going to be taught. So they're going to be taught. So they're going to be talking about. Wait,
let him finish.
Not till I. Let me finish.
Yeah, I've been patient this whole time.
Okay, so have I.
Then you can go because you have been waiting a while.
Yeah, he's next in the queue. Go ahead, Eli, and then White Light.
Yeah.
No, but Eli skipped
You
me.
can't even pause for a little bit of dramatic effect in here, man. Like, fuck. I'm black. Don't y'all know? Like, we tell stories with a little bit of swag. Like, chill. What was I saying?
Oh wait, what do you mean you're black? What does that have to do with anything? Hey, bro, I'm half black from the waist down.
You're
there
not.
You go. There you go.
You're definitely not.
How do you know percentage? The fuck?
No white guy is. Come on now.
No, I forgot.
I had such a horrible quip that I was going to say then, and I'm so proud of myself for not saying it, but I wanted you all to know that I had a good quip.
I wanted to actually hear Eli's question. Eli,
You be proud of your
Eli,
quips. We'll be proud of our dicks.
Your question. I hear you.
Eli, your question was that how can you have a skill in something you just observe? And I was waiting to hear his answer to that question.
Yeah, basically, like I don't get that. Like, only thing we can do is like read a book, and then okay, how can I apply this? Well, it applies in space and in time before we existed. No, fam, no. But go ahead and ask the question. How do you?
It is kind of a weird question.
I think I agree with you, broadly speaking, which is I will defer to somebody. Yeah, no, I think it's 100% valid, which is I would generally try to defer to people, and rather than it being like an appeal to authority or something like that, it's just like I'm trying to like who, based on what they do, would know this best. And I think you're bang on, which is like a mechanic, be like, how long have they spent fixing kinds of vehicles? Like what kind of competition is in that environment? Because if they're the only mechanic in the town, they could be shit. But if they're like the best mechanic in a town with 40 mechanics, they're probably fucking good. But that's a very different, exactly as you say, it's a very different category to somebody who just looks at stuff and tells different stories. So I think that there is something very valid about that. What I do think still lends it something is those stories have to stack up in terms of maths and indeed very theoretical things, but those then maths and theoretical things needing to be able to balance against observations. So that somebody says, oh, orbits should be like this, or this is a mass of an object. And then if you look out into space and you go, well, that moon does actually revolve around that planet at the speed that his observations or maths said they should, then that is a kind of thing you're doing. I think it's a weaker, but I want to agree with you very much, Elijah. I think it's a far weaker category than somebody who puts their hands on something and fixes it. It still, to me, is a legit category. It's a better way to go about it is ask an astrophysicist than ask, a drunk Aussie sitting in a bar in Indonesia.
Yeah, but you just don't rule out that the drunk Aussie sitting in a bar in Indonesia has the ability to reach results that are valid. That's what you can't fall into.
Sure.
And I've fallen into that by saying, are you qualified in this? But only because I was prompted because the person's attacking a field of science that I didn't understand. So then the question was simply, further knowledge on that, that outburst of, this is not real. So I say, oh, you've got some, well, it doesn't. So when they then attack that, they have to back it up, you know what I mean? But saying they can't back it up because they're not qualified, it's not a good idea.
Yeah,
not a good path.
Drunk Aussies can make observations. Kiwis on the other hand.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's just that let's say like if you said, hey Drunk Aussie, what's the proper compression ratio for a single cylinder 650cc bike? And I gave you a number. I went 25-1. And then you went, but all of the mechanics I've found who go online and post these things, and many of them have their credentials next to their name, and some of them right under their blurb, been fixing DR650 since 1987 or something. And you go, every expert I find says 25-1 is too much or too little compression ratio. I wouldn't have a fucking clue. Then you would kind of turn around and be like, okay, what's your reason for thinking this? Because I'm starting to doubt your credentials here. Because you're Drunk Aussie in a bar and you're giving a very different number to all of these experts.
And
but let's say he has like the actual data to show that it is better.
Y'all done stroking
then
daddy
you take that over just the value from someone else.
But then I wouldn't just be a Drunk Aussie in a bar. I would go, here's why I think it's better. I'm not saying throw out their opinion. You go back to the Drunk Aussie and you go, why do you think it should be 25-1? And they go, well, actually, I work in fluid dynamics, and I've spent thousands of hours in a lab with a dyno machine running these, and all of the mechanics think it's better 22-1 because they always tested it at a rev range of 4,000 RPMs, but the standard operating RPM is 6,000, and at that rate, 25-1 works better. And you go, oh, okay. But that's what I mean. Once they would get that kind of nerdy, and they would go, I've spent hundreds of hours working in a lab with a dyno, you would go, you are an expert. You might not be
experimentation.
Why can't he just be like, I ride my bike often and it feels better.
Put in hours.
I get more
That's exactly the person I would listen to less.
So
hold on there.
Unless they've done it for hundreds of hours.
Hold on there. Well, we started with, looking at stuff, right? And then somehow we got into an expert at figuring out what goes around what. Like, this is a thing that I've heard multiple times that because of special relativity, I think it was that they discovered what planet or what orbit or this, that, and the third, and I question that because it's like, nah, I think that everything that can be seen has already been seen in the sky. This claim that we didn't know something was somewhere, and then voila, we did some maths and it fixed everything, and all of a sudden we can see things that we couldn't originally see. I don't get it. Like, I'm just saying that looking at stuff in the sky and then making some type of model of that, it isn't the same as being an expert in something hands-on.
Yeah, it's purely theoretical.
That claim about them like spotting the moon, Neptune, or whatever because of gravitational whatever is bullshit. By the way.
Perturbation.
White light has been waiting.
I would agree with you broadly speaking, but I would say.
Yeah,
go on. Sorry. Yeah, white light have been waiting. No,
white light. He wanted to say one last piece before he went.
For a fucking long time. No.
All right, white light, you there?
I've been waiting. No, I've been waiting, bro. How is the moon always facing us?
How's the moon always what?
Why is the moon always facing us if it is the result of spinning in gravity wells and orbits and dust slamming into itself?
That's another one of the convenient things about their model.
It's not convenient.
Is it that convenient?
Have you seen it like wobble around?
Planets can become
one at a time. I can't understand you guys.
So, come on, guys. You gotta let
orbiting. The convenient thing is that it's orbiting around us, but at this.
Come on, you gotta let.
Bro, you asked what's convenient about it. I'm telling you.
Right, but I was thinking clearly speaking. If it is the case that when we look up in the sky and we see bodies orbiting and none of them are tidally locked, and this is the only tidally locked one we see, then it would seem convenient. Is that the case? I don't know. Because if it's not, then there's nothing convenient.
What?
Some things are tidally locked.
The moon is always facing us.
Is it rare
Can you prove that other things that like it's normal for things to be tidally locked?
To be tidally locked?
And even if all of them were, how's that like? How do you justify it?
I'm not justifying anything. I'm not making a claim. I'm saying it sounds like the claim here is, isn't it bizarre? Isn't it bizarre? The moon is tidally locked, and I'm just asking the question: is it bizarre that moons are tidally locked? Where's your evidence that it is statistically improbable? Like, what are the moons of Jupiter doing? Are there other moons in our solar system that are or aren't tidally locked?
I mean, you're kind of shifting
Otherwise,
the
it's
burden of
just
proof
going,
because
oh,
you
we've
guys are
got
the ones
one
that are
moon
claiming. You guys are the
it's
ones that are
tidally
claiming
locked.
that the moon makes a full revolution around us, like one full orbit, and conveniently, it's rotating at the like same proportion, such that the face is always facing us. That it's tidally locked. What reason do you have to claim that?
That's not convenient. That's like all one side's heavier than the other.
One side's heavier than the other.
In weight distribution.
So he said that.
One side's
wrong with that?
So he said prove that. He said show like why it isn't. He said show why it isn't. Yo.
Is it rare?
Yo. So show why it isn't statistically true. Like that's the problem. That isn't the problem. Show how it's justifiable that someone would say that the reason that we only see what we see is the moon, that face, that whatever it is because XYZ. What is the justification? Not have we modeled it and figured it out if it was rotating with the rotating Earth. We already know that happened.
So I googled it.
How the fuck do you know that all that's happened?
I don't know that all
one
that's
side's
happened.
heavier than the other.
People are making a claim that it's a coincidence. That people are saying, isn't it a weird coincidence that this thing's tidally locked? And I'm just saying, is it? Show me what you're working for that. Because Io and Enceladus, or whatever, I don't know how to pronounce that one. There are two others in our solar system that are tidally locked.
You're making it hard for us, bro. Honestly, you're now taking us to objects we can't even see on a daily basis, you know, and now we're meant to use those as reference points. It's not good. Don't do that to us.
We don't need to use them as reference points.
We got it.
You don't need to use them as reference points. What you're trying to do is investigate the globe model. So you don't need to go there. If you're testing the globe model, you just need to test what the globe model says, right? Because the globe model is here on Earth. The globe model isn't out in the solar system.
But we're contending your conception of a moon, of this moon, right? And you're relying on your same conception for what you claim are other moons, like that are bodies of mass that are rotating around thing, which you haven't like that whole conception, that model is being contended right now.
No. You're flipping from one model to the other. What you need to be doing is going in the globe model, and now I'm
following what's going on. Nah, that's not
in the globe model.
Look,
this
writing.
make sense.
Stay on Earth, and keep owning the moon. Keep owning the moon as the focus, right? We know that it happens, or it's claimed to happen elsewhere. We know we can find reference to that, but let's just look at what we don't see, right? Let's see that keeps it to us. Like percentage. Have you ever heard of a time where the dark side of the moon, or the side that we don't normally see, was ever seen visible from the surface of Earth?
No, I don't think it's ever been visible ever.
Right. But the moon's surface is visible. Whatever, let's just whatever it is, we'll go with before, simplify. Whatever it is, it's visible or it's not visible, right? Mm-hmm. And it has certain features and recognizable places that are identifiable in other people's photos, no matter where they took them.
Of course,
right? Upside down, doesn't matter the orientation. It still seems to be that same face. So in that logic, we never get to see, no matter what day it is, no matter what year it is, we never get to see any other face.
If there is another face.
Okay, so then we would have to say, well, what can prove that is another side to the moon? Okay, well, first of all, something's lighting up during the solar eclipse and bends around, you know. That's contour lighting hypothesis. And if we look at the front of the moon, when we can see it, zoom in close on the craters and see the angles of the shadows physical objects casting shadows, craters casting shadows on the moon surface itself, shows contour lighting. Especially when you have like just the, what do you guys call it? The sliver, just the sliver piece, that's when you can really see when the Terminator line piece where it starts to curve. I mean, if you've ever done specular highlights or contour lighting in a 3D program, you know instantly how it operates.
Yeah, I'll give you that. It behaves like an object on Earth. Like it has the contour, the texture that you would expect from an object of matter.
Right. So we never get to see another moon, and it seems to always be there in the same way. The face of the moon doesn't change, and even one piece, we never get to see any more of the moon than we ever see, no matter where we are. You agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
There are points on Earth where it kind of undulates a little bit to the left. Oh, just a second. It undulates just to the left a little bit, but that's only on certain locations. But you go now, good white light. You've been waiting.
Well, now I don't want to change the subject, but I did have something I wanted to say. But go ahead, you continue.
No, I think unless I can find a mechanism. I mean, logically, I think if I have to use the paradigm of the model that we're talking about here, so we're going to say gravity, we're going to say the moon's orbit, and we're going to say that if the Earth has been pulled by the sun, then there's going to be a pull on the moon away, and there's going to be a pull on the moon towards, and there's going to be like a constant tug of war.
Okay.
So, as a layman, without any idea of clarity and definity, that would be my first idea to come to mind. Just based on.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I'm fine with adopting the model, the heliocentric model for like doing this internal kind of criticism, right? So the question is, why is it tidally locked? Writing said it's because it's fatter on one side.
I don't know about it. I don't know about that.
But then how does that affect the sun's pull of the same moon? Why is the Earth getting the fat side? If it's perfectly in orbit, why is the Earth getting the fat side? Wouldn't it fall into the Earth if the Earth is getting more of the gravity than the sun is?
Well, they claim that the moon's moving away from us a little bit, right? A little bit. Is that what they claim? Like it's a little bit every year.
Yeah, the moon gets bigger in angular size all the time.
Like a little bit moving away from us, right? So,
In that case, whenever the moon is between the sun and the Earth, the sun should be pulling it a little bit more. And eventually you would think it would fall out of orbit of the Earth.
Boom, what's wrong with heliocentrism? It doesn't explain.
Hey, it's also claimed.
But there's nothing wrong with it. Like, there's just something wrong with the understanding.
It's also claimed. Hold on, man. God, it's also claimed that the moon has a core, iron core, but it's not as substantial as to overcome gravity. But I was arguing with somebody in here. Who was it? Arma, and Arma said, I think it was Arma. It was some globe defender, and he was saying no, the moon doesn't have an iron core. And then, so of course, thanks to Google, not that Google gets everything right, but yeah, thanks to Google, sure enough, it has 1/1000th of the Earth's magnetic property. But isn't that of the same cataclysmic event that created the moon? So why wouldn't it be more? Why wouldn't the moon have more of a magnetic core? And then that magnetic core would attract. Hold on, it would attract to Earth, and it would just smash into the Earth. But
well,
then
I'll give you a quick answer for your first thing. If they believe that there was if they believe that there was an impact, and that impact caused debris and dust to fly into the air, and that coalesced into the moon, then it would make sense that because the debris, the dust is going to be less dense than the stuff that stayed on the Earth. Like than the heavy metals and stuff. So it makes sense that
But
the
how
moon
do you
is
know?
composed of less dense stuff.
It's like I don't know what the suggestion is. That's why I'm trying to ask the question. I think you're saying why isn't the number higher? What is the correct number? Like presumably you're not saying why isn't the moon 100% iron? What's the correct number for it to be that wouldn't raise your incredulity about the number?
Well, okay, if you look at the percentage of iron, molten iron core to the Earth to the moon, it's a higher number, a lot higher number on Earth. I mean, the Earth only has a 10-mile crust, and then from there, it's all, whatever material is the mantle made of. It's obviously not iron, but it's well, who knows what the fuck the mantle is? If I'd say anything, I'd be lying, but it's obviously hot. It's obviously not the crust. It's something else. So but look at
Sounds like your point
the
is the number's too
percentage.
low. What's the number it should be?
Yeah, but you have to say it's only 1/1000, because then there'd be a substantial magnetic pull from the moon to the Earth, and it would overcome the orbits and totally screw up your paradigm of orbit.
Yeah.
And you never. One more caveat to that.
Well,
no.
Wait, one more caveat to that.
But when I say what should it be, you don't have a number.
Well, it's not about the number. It's not just about the number. It's about gas and dust coalescing and turning into spheres. No one on Earth or human has ever observed this.
Yeah,
ever.
in a vacuum.
Nobody's observed planetary formation.
It's never been witnessed.
Yeah, it hasn't.
Hey, but
I don't know what you guys, but I'm ready to stop talking about fiction.
Hold on, real quick.
Everything in create like a mechanism
Guys,
for creation
I stayed quiet
is
for a long time. Hold on, I stayed quiet for a long time. Let all you guys talk.
Well, you kind of went somewhere, actually.
Huh?
Because we asked if you wanted to talk, and you stayed on mute. You were gone.
No, you didn't.
I know where you were.
We did.
Like, hey,
gave you a good long pause.
Well, may I talk now?
Maybe you went to the washroom or something.
And Elijah, you go next.
All right, thanks. Okay, so and then you claim it's 1/1000. So then there's this 1/1000 of whatever the circumference of the moon is, which is what, 2,400 miles. So it's a lot smaller, obviously, but or is that the diameter? Whatever, the 2,400, whatever. So then that would say, okay, 1/1000 of the Earth's magnetic pull. So it has to be that number, because you can't even get to the Earth's core, much less get to the moon's core. So these are all begging the question, math magic, just so your paradigm can work. Because if there were any numbers, it wouldn't work. So you'd have to say, okay, it's this and that. Therefore.
Okay, wait. Let Elijah get in there. Let Elijah get in there, because he's waiting.
Anything else about the model?
No. Okay.
I'll go after him.
Is there any scientific evidence to prove the molten iron core of the moon?
Flat Earth? No.
Did you guys send P and S waves there and do explosions? Did you set off dynamite?
That would be something to look into, right? Like, I've only heard it today. 1/1000th of a iron core of Earth. Is that what you're saying? Is that what I searched?
It's 1/1000th of the effect of Earth's magnetic core.
Oh, the effect of. Okay, that was the key point there. All right then, Elijah, did you have something to add?
Well, yeah, just I mean, I was gonna say quickly that the whatever, like the idea of how everything was created
No, don't get
is
vague, dude. Look,
literally.
hold on,
No way.
Elijah. My point. You're gonna
Are you for real,
railroad my
bro?
point. You're
Are you
gonna
for real?
railroad my point, but
Well, that's
I
why I
had a
wanted to go
point.
first, because I was actually talking about what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But then I'll
SC
let
kind
you
of
go
changed
first,
the
and I'm not
subject,
like.
and everybody's here getting to talk and change the
What,
subject.
D? What are you doing?
Well,
Dude?
my
Let Elijah
subject
finish.
was.
Yeah.
Wait, hold
Let
on. My
Elijah
subject was.
finish. No, hold on.
I didn't finish my thought, dude. And now
Wait.
you guys are gonna talk about something vague.
We're
in
not.
general.
We're not. Jeremy,
I mean,
let's
I feel like
see his point
he
through,
was
and then
waiting a
Eli.
while, and he.
Yeah. Go ahead, White.
Let him go.
He just
Yeah,
monologued for
thanks,
like 3
Elijah,
minutes,
dude.
dude.
Right on, man. It's just gonna add on, piggyback onto my point that, a lot of us are skeptical about the Earth's radius and the molten iron core, and in order to do that, you need P&S waves in like in the 1800s and 1900s. They were just blowing up dynamite and then seeing the seismic activity. But you can't do that on the moon. You can't blow anything up on the. I don't know. Did fucking Neil Armstrong take some dynamite there and take a pendulum and measure the fucking seismic waves? Is that what they were doing too?
So basically, you're
They
asking
put
how did
sensors
they
down.
confirm, or how did they even come up with the claim that there's a molten iron core on the moon, right?
They put sensors down on the Apollo missions, and every time they left, or multiple times when they left the moon, they actually crashed the LEM into the moon and got readings. You weren't here that day when we went over that?
Ah, that's super interesting.
Well, they did crash.
Jeremy with the goods.
They did
That's
crash something
interesting.
at the moon years
So
ago.
I
as
did
well.
read about one LEM that didn't crash, and there's the Chinese sent Chandrayaan or something. But yeah, I did read about some guy who was like, oh, based on his modelings, that LEM didn't actually crash. It may still be orbiting the moon, and he had some plan to bring it back. But I didn't know they deliberately crashed the other ones and used that for seismic data. That's quite cool.
They crashed curtain rods and fucking cardboard cutout paper, and that's 1/5 of the Earth's gravity, and they got some sort of fucking impact. Come on, man, those are fucking shower curtain rods and fucking duct tape and fucking foil. You're telling me that
Can I
has
just
some
quickly
sort of
point out?
substantial
Can I
impact?
just quickly point out what it sounded like happened? Was you were incredulous that anybody had done any seismic testing on the moon, and fairly sounded pretty confident that it hadn't happened, and now it has happened. You're now confident
It
that
hasn't happened. Come on. Now.
Used
Hey,
to.
But the claim
did you
is
notice
valid.
how
I
quickly?
can't even give them that.
So, isn't it
I can't even
possible
give
that
it
this
that.
is going to be a
Isn't
never-ending?
it
Oh my
funny
god!
how
God, come on.
automatically you agree
Hold
with
up, guys. Don't
Jeremy
interrupt
that
each other.
because he has some sort of goods? Oh wow, Jeremy came with the goods, but you didn't stop to think how much of that
Because you were
impact
asking a question,
of
you had
the
an answer.
lamb would it make?
He's
You're not
saving the
letting me
globe.
talk.
Yeah, I just.
What's
Let who
up?
finish? Let me finish?
No,
One who was
you
Now it
should have let
sounds
him finish so
fucking
you could respond.
ridiculous, right? It sounds ridiculous,
Who's
but
midway
once
through
you heard
speaking?
Jeremy, he keeps over talking me.
Oh, whenever I want
I'm
to measure
fucking
my
finished.
cell phone reception, I connect my phone to my car and crash into a wall. You know what I mean? It's just
All right,
always.
let's afford Riding the opportunity to respond. Go ahead, Riding.
All right, go Riding.
He didn't even hear my
Just
point.
seemed moments ago. Never mind.
All right, Eli, you want to take it away with the new topic that you were broaching?
Creator.
Riding.
We lost Riding. He's falling asleep.
No, I'm here.
Can I just say, P S waves, more like B S waves. Am I right?
Oh, I think you're right. I think you're right. Listen, I can't. They're claiming that latest, NASA confession by the, son of Cyrus Akers, is all fake, but they're doing their best to get rid of it on every single platform. You know what I mean? Pretty daunting. claims that there's 2 hangars that they brought in, and they brought in sand and concrete dust because they were building on the base that nobody thought anything else, and they literally sculpted the lunar surface and painted black backdrops. You know, this is the claim. You're from a guy who died of terminal cancer back in February. He showed his father's badge, flag, history, everything. So I can't give it to them yet. You know, like there's a couple of things. Just you know, you fake it till you make it. Yeah, like no, like a couple of ones that just like every time the flat earthers talk about it, I'm like, yeah, I just, you know, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, the moon landing, dude. It was there's
fair.
so much. Go ahead, SA. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
I was just
SC.
gonna
No,
say, you
wait.
guys see what's going on in the
Oh, my bad.
text
Eli
chat?
was on deck.
Oh, sorry.
SC,
Go ahead,
you're
Eli.
next. Eli was on deck. My bad.
It's not even like it wasn't even that big a thing to say. Like I'm not saying anything like super amazing. I'm just saying.
You are now.
Like when you think about the creation story, about how all of this had to be created, because it's like they're talking about mechanisms. Like if I say the Earth is I mean the sky is a clock, like literally like a clock. Because there is no tidal locking. There's just some shit that's spinning that's connected to some shit, right? Like, but we're talking about the opposite of the creation story happening for what we see as creation today. We're talking about everything in existence expanding faster than light, but we're looking at the gravitational secretion of these parts to come together to the world that we think is all these spheres and this, that, and the third, which is exactly opposite to what we experience on Earth itself, like water boiling in a vacuum, gas being contained with, but you have to have a container to create a certain pressure. All of these things, like we're told the exact opposite happens. That's fucking crazy.
Do you think for any of these things that flat Earth offers a better explanation?
We offer that no contradictions. Like,
but I mean, if you don't offer an explanation, then you're not going to contradict yourself. And isn't that usually what the falsification is independent replacement means? Is we're not able to offer you anything. So of course it doesn't have any contradictions if it's just a giant zero.
But writing, what good is an explanation if it's false?
Wait.
Exactly. It offers
There's
no explanation because every time it tries, it's false. What is valuable is an explanation that while it might be,
am I still being heard,
what it might be useful is an
He is powering through me.
Eli, your mic's really low. Honestly, it sounds like someone's got like background noise or some shit.
I can hear him clearly.
Hey, what is absurd is when Writing heard Jeremy's explanation, he never thought about 1/5 of the Earth's gravity. He never thought about the LEM being nothing more than shower curtain rods and cardboard paper. He never thought about what type of impact that would
the only
make.
thing that matters, what it's made of.
So that's what I was trying to. That's what I was trying to say was.
How are you going to get PNS waves from a craft that weighs no more than probably 300-400 pounds on the moon's surface?
So I had asked a question, but I can go with your question if you want. What are the two parts that make up how much that wave would be measurable? There are two parts to it, at least to my understanding of Year 9 physics.
Hold up, before we get into the details of PNS waves.
That's the thing, we're getting suckered in, and I was.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yo, like, no, fam. Like this idea that, like, do you have better explanations? First of all, what we do have is descriptions, and we also have models that work for those descriptions. And then you guys say, yeah, that's globe stuff. No, celestial fucking navigation using a celestial sphere is not globe stuff. No, physics doesn't have to be thrown away because everything that physically works in this reality is fine, regardless of what you believe about space. Even the things that happen up there in space, there was a 2D understanding and how that related to the 2D plane down here in ancient cosmologies. Like that's what
Eli,
we're doing. Like always, what the fuck do you want?
you let
Yeah,
them off the
the
fucking
celestial
hook, bro.
navigation use the
You
almanac, and
let
that
them off
uses
the
to have.
hook. Come on, guys. You
We haven't
guys
gone
totally
we haven't
breezed
we haven't
past
Off the
my
hook with
point.
we
what?
haven't gone anywhere. We haven't gone anywhere.
With what? You monologued for 3 minutes and said nothing. What's your point? The hook of what?
I said something substantial, and you don't. You guys didn't even acknowledge
Say
it.
it
You guys
again.
hand wave dismissed it.
Jumping.
Even the flat Earth fucking aside.
I can respond
No.
to it if you want.
Yeah, you said
I can
that
respond
didn't
to it
take
if you
into
want.
didn't take into account the difference in gravity and stuff like that when they were crashing
Sure.
the limb.
So I can
Right?
respond. I can respond to it if you want. I didn't even take it as the true thing. I'm not doing any maths about the shape of something. It is
No,
simply
you said,
I
"Oh,
did not know
Jeremy, come in with
what
the
the answer.
goods."
Hey, easy. Take a chill pill. If you ask a question, do you want to know what a good idea is to do after that? Let's shut the fuck up and hear the answer. Just a hint.
Oh, fuck you, little
I'm
bitch.
not even agree.
Oh, don't go there, you two.
Hey.
So knickers are in a knot. Poor
Come
little,
on, man.
poor little girl.
You've both been drinking. I know it.
But
Well, he told me to shut the fuck
um,
up. He
I
doesn't
know.
have to
Yeah,
talk to
just
me
be
like
quiet
that.
and let him
I
answer.
know.
Nonsense.
just let somebody answer
Please
though,
be
you
quiet.
weirdo.
Everyone be quiet. No one else needs to jump in. Flat D, be quiet and let him give the answer.
The answer is simply I didn't know what the story was, and then Jeremy told me the story. It doesn't mean I believe or agree with the story or have done the math on the weight of the lamb. The other thing that does matter though, which is what I was asking you, is what is the speed it was going, because velocity is two parts, right? Weight and speed, mass and speed. But I mean, I don't know the physics of it. I just didn't know the story. If they claim they got seismic measures, and then Jeremy comes and goes, here's what they claim was the seismic. All that matters is the claim, and he shared it with me. So I said, thank you. It's okay. Unbunch your undies. Ready to have a real conversation.
Can I respond now? Can I respond to that? May I?
Sure, if you want. We're on tenterhooks. So curious to hear what you think now.
That was my whole point. Is this is how we got the Earth's molten iron core evidence is with PNS waves. Then I asked how was it done. Jeremy answered as of he had the proof, and then you said, there we have the answer, and then everybody just kind of hand wave dismissed it. But no, because
I thought you were talking about how they get S&P the S&P waves on the moon.
yeah,
bad.
that's it. Yes, no,
That was what
PNS
we were
waves
talking
on
about.
the moon.
That was it.
That was
Yeah.
my question.
Oh,
He's just
How did they
spiraling around the
figure
same
out?
thing. He said, "How do they do it?" You said, "How they claim they did it." I went, "That was interesting," and now he's like having a connection.
Well, that's we all know that's fucking bullshit. Because how are you gonna get enough of a
Bullshit.
what?
Nobody's even passing judgment on whether it's bullshit or not. I didn't know the story. We didn't know the story. Then Jimmy had the story. It's cool to know what the story is.
Well, can
Yeah,
I don't
but
know how
you
this is
didn't
hard
prove
to
that
figure
was.
out. I don't know how many times I need to say it.
Can
You
I
draw
bring
your
it?
picture?
Can I bring it back to what Crack Villain said, that there was this renegade planet and it crashed into the Earth, and then all this debris went everywhere, and then that coalesced and turned into the moon, meanwhile depositing a molten core in our planet as well, just for the cherry on the top.
Don't forget the water.
But we didn't.
Water.
It's the story that we have any.
SD's been
Guys,
waiting to
come
get
on.
in.
Hold on.
Been
Just
patiently
I'll
waiting.
finish
So
up.
wrap this up, Flat D.
Yeah. Hey. To be fair, I patiently waited too, and then now my thought is just being dismissed, and I don't think that's cool, man. I think we should talk
No,
about
we've
it more
come full
because.
circle.
Hold on, man. I'm not fucking finished. You guys just overtalk me. Let me finish.
Not at all.
Thanks, Merle. I mean, dude, we argue about the radius of the Earth all the time. It's even one of Nathan Oakley's housekeeping questions. Not that means anything, but this is this is a main, you know, one of the main topics, right? And we're always trying to disprove that. But look, what about the moon's radius? What about the moon's core? You guys just hand wave dismiss it, but this is something substantial for us too on the flat Earth side. But you guys don't consider it. You guys just want to, you know, move on to another topic. But let's stick here for a while.
To be
Because
fair,
I know
that's not
Huh?
true.
It's very similar to the question.
I said I didn't know, and I said I'm going to look into it. And what do I have to stick? 1/1000th magnetic, also gravitation effect, magnetic effect. That's right, right? 1/1000th magnetic effect of Earth comparison of the moon, right?
Yeah, that's what they
Less.
tell us.
So I didn't know any of that. So I told you I don't know. That was my answer to you. So I didn't run away or anything. I don't know. I said I'm going to go look into that. You know. So.
Or it
So
seems
what,
like nobody knows
this
anything
gets to
about
what
it.
you were
And
getting at, White
But
Light.
yeah,
What
carry
is the
on now.
radius of the moon?
What?
What do the flat earthers think the radius of the moon is?
I don't know. Whatever it is, it's easily Googleable. What does that have to do with anything?
No. I mean, in the flat Earth, it would sound like it's what you were just saying. What does the flat Earth offer in terms of the radius of the moon? I'm asking that because that's the point I've been trying to get at. Does if the weakness of the story is about the globe?
Oh, that's simple. I can answer that question.
What are there better answers on the flat Earth side? Yeah, sure. What's the radius of the moon?
So during a
sort of
solar
a
eclipse,
red herring? Didn't he ask me a question?
if you know it, go ahead.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
answered. You said
yeah, but
whatever it is.
Larry spoke up and said I can answer it. So, I mean, we should, I think, let him try to answer it. I don't think it'll take too long.
Still waiting to ask my thing.
I'm usually pretty quick, concise, and then go back on mute.
Go ahead, Larry.
Thanks, I appreciate that. So yeah, if you look at
You're up
the
next, Jesse.
path of totality during a solar eclipse, you can see that the circumference, right, or I guess the diameter is about 70 to 100 miles sometimes. So the path of totality means the whole moon is blocked out, right? When you look up inside the path of totality, like the whole sun is blocked out by the moon, allegedly, right? Now, if you believe that the moon is blocking out the sun, then I guess you would have to say that, you know, the moon has a diameter of about 70 to 100 miles.
7,200 miles, okay. Do other people agree with 7,200 miles?
Well, could you repeat your math real quick again?
SC's up after this, right after Larry SC.
So yeah, the shadow that's cast by the moon, right, itself on the Earth is 70 to 100 miles. Sometimes it changes, right, depending on what kind of landscape it's on or where it's hitting at, or which eclipse, right? But 70 to 100 miles is the diameter. So I guess that would be like 35 to 55 miles would be the radius. So a lot of people talk about the umbra and the penumbra, but if you're seeing a partial eclipse, well, you could see that from all over the place. Like you could see a partial eclipse from all over the United States, just about, if there's one going through the middle of the United States. I don't think that counts. I think if you're looking at the entirety of an eclipse, the whole shadow is right there, right? I think that's the actual size of the moon. And he did ask from a flat Earth perspective, like out.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think that's good. So based on the size of the shadow of the path of totality of an eclipse, and do you do any like addition or subtraction from that? Like, is it casting a bigger shadow than itself?
SC, you're up.
Thank you. I just want to point out that when we brought up, you know, the Thera thing and the Earth being molten, and of course all the water boiled off at that stage, then it hardened. The question I asked was, where did the water come from? And people are going crazy in the text chat. They're calling me crazy and this and that, insulting me. Meanwhile, they have nothing. The only thing they came up with is, check this out, guys. Water came from rocks boiled off by volcanic action. That's what they came up with.
Wow.
And they're calling me names.
They
see,
said they said they
is
got
he
water from a
But
rock.
Yep.
where does
is
the magma come?
is
Where
is
does
there
the
a
magma come from? Or the lava, even?
They're saying that the heat of the lava released the water in the rocks.
Where did that come from?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell them. They think that there's water in the rocks, and I'm telling them, look, it was all molten iron, and all the water boiled off. But they just don't understand that somehow.
No, but where did the lava go?
Sounds
Where
even
did
for
all of
this
this?
one.
Where did that stuff come from? The molten stuff. Where did that come from?
Well, supposedly from the planet called Theia that struck the Earth. We're going in the fantasy world now in their model, right?
Oh,
Yeah, I
it was
honestly thought you
something
were talking
billion
about a
years ago.
sci-fi show and making a joke before. And also, just while we got Jeremy, I think Crack Villain fell asleep, and every now and then you can hear him snoring.
He's the one that mentioned this.
Yeah,
Like SE's brought it full circle.
but I was
We
just going, where
officially
is it? Where is it, Mel? Like that's what trying to get to. SE just you don't want to hear someone snoring, or he doesn't want to be heard snoring all through hours of live stream. So, you know,
So what do people think about Larry's
where do you
measurement of
hold
the
on,
diameter of the
writing.
moon?
Hold on, writing.
Is that
Where
like
do I
an
read about this SE? Just so, on this point about Thera. Where did you read
You mean
this?
the Thera story? Yeah, just
Yeah.
Google it. It's everywhere. It's a common thing. Even the ballers won't argue with that, right, ballers? That is
I
the
just,
story, right?
I
Well,
was, I
I've
thought he
got no
was,
idea.
because he came in talking
My
about
old answer,
smoking
I've got
weed,
no idea where the water
and
came
then
from.
he
So
started
this
talking
is
about
a
Thera
derivative.
coming in and crashing in. I thought he was seriously talking about a sci-fi show.
No,
This
that's
is
a
a
real
derivative
story,
of
bro.
the 10th
I know
Planet
that's
series. This is Zachariah Sitchin, his theory. The only thing is that it's slightly different. The name is different. I think it was Murdoch or Marduk who crashed in or something like that. But yeah, it's the exact same story.
Zachariah Sitchin was like he was provably debunked because now we can decipher all those those texts. And it
Yeah,
doesn't
we don't
match
need
with
to bring this
Zacharias.
guy's name in. We're going with the official NASA story. Planet called Thera hit the Earth billions of years ago, deposited the molten iron core, and what was left over by the rocks and dust coalesced and made the moon. That is your story. Now, whether you like it or not,
Who's around to
not
name
my.
it?
Sorry?
Who was around to name it? How did they give it a name? I thought it should have been before humans, right?
Exactly. It's another fantasy story brought up by your side. That's exactly what I'm trying to point out. Thank you for bringing that point up, Eggshells.
I much prefer the fact, you know, of
Bunch of
the
right there, guy
battle,
having a name.
the intergalactic battle where the Andromedans hoed in the moon into the solar system while the Dracos were on Earth. You know, that's way more interesting than Thera creating an
Makes a
explosion that
better
no one.
movie.
Yeah, exactly, right? You can just have characters in it.
Writing, they named it posthumously.
You guys should check out a bit of Scientology, like space religions.
No, but do you agree there's a huge gaping hole there in the water story? How water came to Earth? Do you at least agree to that, Eggshells?
What is
No,
the theory?
what I mean, sure, it sounds like there's a gap in your telling of the story, but I mean, I haven't heard the telling of the story from anybody whose telling I would consider legit, right? Like
You
I'm
never
hearing
heard
you telling me what some other lay people think about something that happened billions of years ago.
Nice try
It's
there
like,
with the giggle. No.
there's
That's
nothing.
not.
Why would anybody's story? Why would
That's
anybody's
not
story
a.
be more relevant than anyone else's? None of us were
Hold
there
on.
2
What
years
he's
ago.
trying to
Look,
do now
somebody,
is ridicule the story, right? Right. But now what he doesn't realize
my
he's ridiculing
my
himself
story should
because.
be as
Let
valid
me
as.
finish, please.
My story
Let me
should be
finish,
as-
please.
Let SE go and then Writing
Let
can
me
respond.
finish. The story that you're trying to ridicule is your story. It comes from your fantasy globe model. Now, what I'm doing is poking holes in it, so don't try to turn this around on me.
Yeah. And
Where did you
riding
get
on
it from?
eggshells
It just sounded
mentioned.
like when it started.
Let Writing respond.
Okay,
It
I'll
sounded
go
like
after
when it
him.
started, you were saying, I've asked the Globers in the chat, like, what I'm saying is, if that's what the like astrophysicists or people of some sort of repute think happened, and you poked a hole in that, then I'll listen. But otherwise, what it sounded like you've done is I've just asked some Globers in the chat, and I've debunked what they've said. Like,
so you
it's
never
not
heard
debunked anything in my view.
Eggshells? You never heard that story? Seriously, you never heard of the Theorist story? How the moon, how the Theorist slammed into the Earth? You never heard that story before?
I've heard a story that it's possible. What do they call a rogue star, a rogue planet or something hit the Earth?
So you
But
did hear the story.
I've certainly not heard any suggestion. Please let me finish. I've not heard any suggestion that that's where the water on Earth came from. As I said the first time you asked, the story I'd heard about that was a multiple million year long asteroid shower where the asteroids were mostly ice.
Right.
Yeah,
and when you said that,
I also.
Oh, sorry.
That's the true story that most people say is that it comes from comets and meteors,
right.
but not from the moon.
Yeah,
the moon would have vaporized all the water.
Rocky
Nobody said about the moon.
No. The moon was created after the debris. You know.
Yes.
So the moon is not even a thing yet.
If you said before, if you said after.
Water.
Riding
water
on eggshells mentioned base religions, and that's what heliocentrism is.
Oh, come on,
notice
that's not what you want
anything
to
but
say,
address
is
the
it?
water
foundation.
question.
That's not a base religion.
You went
Anything
through
but
time to
address
say that.
the water
Space
question.
religion.
The slow dagger.
Oh,
I
space
just want to
religion. I
say,
thought you said base.
Yeah,
that was funny.
space
That was
religion.
So, ballers, where did the water come from? Trillions and trillions and trillions of gallons of water.
Where did all the color green come from? Where
Nice
did all the
answer.
marmosets come from? I don't know.
Just say you don't know, bro, and we'll
And
end
it's
it.
weird,
Just say,
right?
I
It's
don't know.
weird, right?
I've said that. My God,
It's
SC,
weird.
I've said I don't know.
And the Bible
like
starts with God
1,000
floating
times.
over the
Every time you've asked me, I
waters
said
of
I
the
don't
deep.
know.
Yeah, but eggshells, your boys are saying it comes from rocks and volcanoes.
It must be atheists.
God.
Go and ask somebody who's got some. Like, sure, ask a bloke down the pub. Like, you're not learning
Okay, you don't know
anything apart
eggshells.
from what lay
Fine, I
people
respect
think
that.
when you ask
question.
lay
How
people
about-
what they think.
Right, I respect that. How about Manderbal said? How about
How do you not
Doofus that are
recognize
championing
this?
this? Come on, Doofus, Manderbal.
Are either of them astrophysicists, or are you just asking lay people what lay people think and then going on? What lay people think is funny. I don't
No,
agree
you
with
got
what lay people
attacked.
think.
You're
being a
claiming
layperson
you
myself.
got attacked by them, right? You got attacked by them.
That's
I
enough
got
of
a
that.
Come on,
Hold
Earthling.
on. Hold on, let me get it
Understand
for a
what
second.
relevant-
Why would you
Give it.
trust an astrophysicist who spent his college years damaging his brain with alcohol? Right? Why wouldn't you rather trust someone like me who hasn't damaged his brain with alcohol at all? You have like a bias there, I think?
I didn't say I trust them. Do you have a bias there? Maybe it's not alcohol, but something's forced you to hear that I would trust somebody in the conversation. I haven't said anything that even remotely suggests that I would immediately trust somebody. Was it crack?
You would
What,
lean.
you were
You
talking
would
about the
lean.
astrophysicist. You were like, well, let's see what the
No,
astrophysicist
no,
says.
didn't even say I would lean
Like, you
that
might-
way. Well, I would, but that's not what I said.
That's not what you said.
It's funny.
You
What?
said
That's not what you
somebody
said.
with
Okay.
repute.
No,
Didn't
it's
you
not what I
say?
said. It's
Yeah,
not what I
that's
said.
what you said.
Do you want me to?
You said
do you want me? If you want to know what I think, I've got a really hot method for you. Check this. Ask me.
Okay,
It's
repeat
a
it.
wild one, I know. But if you
Repeat
want to know
it
what
then.
someone thinks,
Repeat
it's
it. I
a
thought I
really
heard you say someone of repute, but if you didn't say that, what did you say?
Sure, I did say ask somebody of repute, but I'm not. I had no indication that I would suggest that I would believe them. I'm just saying to SE, if you want to know what the like head honchos of the thing think, ask the head honchos. If
I
you're
did.
asking lay people on Discord what they, then all you're doing is finding out what lay people on Discord think. So I'm not
No,
saying I
nice
trust them
try.
either way,
Let
but
me
it's like
address that. Let me address.
let's
I made
so,
a statement,
so
and
let's
these
say I
lay
said
people
I
started
debunked.
making.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I'll just
I
talk
thought
through
you did, man. Go ahead.
If it's like me saying, "Hey, I've debunked what happened in this room last week." Oh, really? What happened? Well, I asked some bloke who wasn't in this room, and they told me something. Or do I ask the person who was in the room?
Is that
Okay, it's just that
analogous?
simple.
False analogy.
Who are you debunking?
No, the
Eggshells, is that
astrophysicists are
analogous
there.
to
So is it or is it not that SE's position appears to be that he's challenging what the accepted wisdom about where the water on Earth came from, and he's saying he's disproven the accepted wisdom on where the water on Earth came from by asking two lay people, yes or no?
He's asking people in the chat who attacked him what they think if it's such a stupid idea. Where did it come from? And they said from the rocks. But listen, tell me, Eggshells, is the astrophysicist in the room with you now?
Now, Eggshells, I gave you a detailed reason why I think that couldn't happen that way. And let me refresh it. I said, if you're saying that water came from asteroids or meteors, right? And these meteors hit the Earth.
No
Back
idea.
then, let me finish.
But you've said what I think. And so if you're going to start this with what I think, and it's wrong, then I need to jump in. No.
Okay,
my
so
answer is
that's not what
No,
you think?
that's not what we do here on this server.
I don't know is my answer.
We don't interrupt people, Eggshells. We let them
Try
finish.
to let him finish, Harry. Come on.
I mean, that's horseshit. I've been interrupted every time I've opened my mouth.
Okay, fair enough.
If SE starts
not your
what you
position.
think, and the next words that come out of his mouth are not what I think, then it's
Can you
totally
guys
okay
hear
to
me?
jump
He's
in
right.
at that
Fair enough.
point.
Let me
Can you guys
rephrase.
No,
hear
that's
me?
not what I think. SE,
Can you guys hear
Trick
me?
is ask me. I don't
Stop.
know.
Everyone stop. There's no interrupting here, all right? If somebody says something that's wrong or they ad hom you or do some kind of fallacy, you can correct it after, okay? No interrupting, please, everyone.
Jeremy,
Okay, so let me try again.
You're not being
Let me
fair
try.
right now.
That doesn't mean
because-
you, bro. That doesn't mean
Hey,
you.
what the fuck,
I was
dude?
talking.
No, you weren't. I was talking, then you talked over me.
Bro, I was in the middle of sentence.
You weren't. I was responding to Jeremy, and you talked over me. What I'm saying, Jeremy, is you gotta be fair because I've been listening. And this other guy keeps getting overtalked. Literally
Hey, no,
every. And the
my
second
shit
that
didn't need a response. Yo, my shit, what I said don't need a response. No over talking, no clipping
anyway,
people, no
saying
cutting
how you
people
guys,
off. Don't need a
you
response for that.
well, Jeremy, you just cut me off as well. So like, what I'm saying
I
is,
know.
if you're gonna fucking come in here and say don't interrupt, make sure you're doing it when the other guy's getting interrupted too, because it
Okay,
goes
this
both
goes
ways.
for everyone. This goes for everyone. No cutting people off, no clipping, no interrupting. For everyone. Thank you. This doesn't need a response. Go ahead, Essie.
Thank you. My point was perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned our buddy here. So he says he doesn't know. Fine, I respect that. But the story is, your model predicts exactly that. That asteroids deposited the water on the Earth. Now, you don't have to like that theory. I'm just telling you what the theory is. Now, when I said that, I got attacked from the people in VC. And I was trying to tell them, okay, so you tell me, where does the water come from? And one of the possibilities they told me was water coming from rocks because of volcanoes.
Oh, actually.
Go on, I'm done.
That's classic, I see.
It's the
Well,
truth,
it's where they
bro.
think the life comes from, right? The life probably sprang up out of the rocks or out of the elements, like all by itself without like a creator of anything. So if water is like necessary for life, then I think that, that would make sense that they would say the same thing, that just sprang up out of the rocks.
Yeah, but the rocks were molten. There was no water in there. A planet called Theia hit the Earth. All the water boiled away. There was no water in the rocks.
When has logic ever stopped them from, theorizing before?
Yeah, well said. Look, their model is full of holes. I find holes in it every day. That's why they love me so much. What I said is indisputable. You cannot go against that. It's your own model. Like, I'm really sorry, guys. I really am.
So instead of having like magical
Sure, that
beans,
theory
they
can
got like
change with
magical rocks and lucky time and fantastic winds that just creates everything you see here. Can you imagine, to all my flat earth friends out there, can you imagine like designing a tarantula from scratch? Like, okay, I got these amino acids. What order do I got to put them in to create like a self-replicating tarantula?
The question still remains that I asked before that I didn't really get an answer to. Is there anything in the flat Earth model that explains these apparent inconsistencies better?
This is the second time today I've heard you say that explanation thing, right? We're not always going to have the explanation for everything.
Anything, though. Any of these things. The diameter of the
You know,
moon. Like nobody agreed with Larry's
I
diameter
think
of the
my
moon.
mic's cutting in and out.
No, you're just low, Jeremy. But Jeremy,
Is
the
my mic
issue
low?
that when people can this be explained in a better way, right? Like it's an important question, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to understand how to make predictions. That's the goal of science, really, is to understand how to make predictions on a certain case. So to be able to say, oh, we can't prove anything, or we can't suggest how to make it better, we could just say, here's your hole. It's not progression. It's not taking us any further.
Yeah, that may be your goal, to make predictions. I'm not a gypsy fortune teller, palm reader, so I'm just trying to figure out what it is.
Well, that's
See,
what
for
we're
us, what
saying.
we're trying to do is differentiate between like what you guys are calling like observational science, which is what we would call pseudoscience, and like experimental science. So one, like you got like Albert Einstein sitting in his chair having like thought experiments. And the other one is like Nikola Tesla, who's like very busy. Like, what happens if I do this with this? And what happens when I do that with that? And what happens when I do this with this? And meanwhile, Einstein's like, imagine a electricless universe that had like all this space time, and that was the cause of everything. Prove me wrong, fuckers.
Well, so that's important, because
Experimental science, though, that like supports flat Earth.
Let me
That's
just
the
finish.
question I'm trying to get at. Is there anything on the flat Earth side that works better? You're saying
Let me
this
just
stuff
finish
from the
because
globe Earth science doesn't. What does?
Yeah, specific
I
gravity.
got cut off earlier.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Hold on, my mic clipped out or something on me earlier. So I'd rather not have an explanation than have the wrong one. That's all.
But Jeremy, do you understand the issue of that logic, right? So here's your
You'd
logic.
rather
Right
so you're
now,
telling me you don't agree? You'd rather have a wrong explanation than
No.
yeah,
well,
because
that's what I
Larry's
just
just
said.
raising, assuming somebody wants the opposite of what he said.
yeah. Well, let me express it to you, right? So I can do this one of three ways, but I'll do the most, conventional. What you're saying is that you rather have nothing than something, even if that something is not perfect, right? You rather
No,
delete
I said I'd rather have nothing than the.
See, a
than a
cosmologist
wrong
is a
explanation.
storyteller. A cosmologist is basically a glorified storyteller, right? He gets drunk and then he thinks like, what does this look like? And what do I make of this, right? But like a person who's like an experimental scientist, they're not telling any stories except for after the results come in, then they might give their like interpretation of, what it is. Like, is it a wave? Is it a particle? Is it one or the other, right? That's like the experimental part. I'm sorry, that's like the theoretical part. But the experimental results say when you collapse the wave, or sorry, when there's a nowhere, it collapses the wave function. That's the part that nobody can disagree with. When you have cosmology, it's like everything you guys say we can just disagree with based on philosophy, because that's what you guys are basing your stories on, is philosophy, not experimental, validatable, falsifiable empirical science.
Yeah,
So
you're
this is getting back to
100%
the
right.
same
You're 100%.
question I keep asking again and again, which is, does flat Earth have anything better to offer? So if this wave particle physics or the explanation for why the moon has so much iron, or where the water came from, is there anything on the other side that goes, this offers a better explanation? Or is there, in response to what you're saying, Larry, is there anything, I'm almost done. I'm so close to done. Is there anything from flat Earth that does have this empirical evidence? Experimental based science.
No, you don't have experimental based science, or you would say, well, is there an alternative? Is there an alternative to what we have? Since, okay, because it sounds like more of a concession to me when it's like, okay, well, fine, we're scrapping the other thing. Do you have something else to offer? Actually, there's thousands of theologies in thousands of stories as to
Can you
why we
answer
have
his
what we
question?
have. I'm sorry. What?
Why are
It's
you
just a
interrupting?
non-answer.
Well,
Am I
listen. Why
not?
are you interrupting
Am I
Elijah
not?
right now? He's completely talking through an explanation.
No, he's not answering the
Elijah
question.
interrupted me also too. Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm saying. He's not answering the question that was asked. He's answering something else. The guy said, "Is there anything that the flat Earth model can predict better than the globe?" And then he's like saying, "Well, you don't have any
Well,
science.
that's not what he said,
There's
but
all these
I
other
answered that
religions."
earlier. That's not what he said, but I did answer that specifically earlier when I said, yeah, cuz nothing belongs to the globe. Everything already belongs to a plane and you hijacked it. When I brought up like Serocycle
It's a
and like
non-answer.
2D models of the sky that translate to what's going on the ground, that is an answer. That's not a non-answer. That's you being ignorant in the face of an answer.
That's just saying your science is actually my science. Whereas like there are going to be some things that
Exactly.
like are clearly flat Earth evidence, right? Showing how
No,
things
no,
obscure
no,
bottom
no,
up
no.
at
He
certain
no,
distances,
no,
showing how
no,
the
stop.
we're
No,
going
stop.
back to interrupting people. Okay,
I'm
I
not
guess
speaking to two people
Eli,
because he
yo,
talked
I know
about
you just got interrupted. Hold on, Eli.
prediction. That was an equivocation fallacy, but I heard nah.
Yo, I don't
Yeah,
care.
he wasn't
I
asked
don't
for a
care if it
prediction.
was an equivocation. Can you guys hear me? I don't
Sorry,
care if it was an equivocation fallacy or what fallacy it was. Stop. I know you got interrupted, Eli. I know they did it to you. That doesn't mean you do it to them. There's no interrupting, guys. Stop it, please.
Yeah, he wasn't
He's
asked for an
not supposed to be addressing me. He's not supposed to be addressing me. So the person that I just interrupted, stop a second person from addressing what I'm addressing to the former person. Because that's annoying.
That is annoying, and you know what? It happens all the time.
Consolidate the points.
People have no social
So
awareness.
we can consolidate the points because essentially, can it make predictions is very similar to what I'm saying, which is what comes out of like what is better when you go to the flat Earth side and you go, we have this better physics, this better explains the orbit of the moon, or just go through the list of the 14 things we've talked about this evening. The iron content of the moon, or the diameter of the moon, or where it is, or orbits, or where the water came from. Is there anything that flat Earth explains better or predicts better?
Okay. The answer to that is if you watch Jeranism's 100 quotes that tell you we've been lied to, there's a number of physicists, scientists, cosmologists, whatever, who say mathematically everything that you're asking about is exactly the same from a geocentric perspective.
So
The
then what you're
conversation is
saying is, I have some things that are equal, but nothing is better.
Well,
Well, we don't have to make up 95% of
what do
the
you
universe to make up their version.
So the answer is just no. Then that's what I'm hearing. With all this prevarication and
the
stuff, the
answer
answer I'm
was
hearing is
no. The
no. We
answer,
don't have. We
no.
aren't able to
The
make a single
answer,
prediction that's
no.
better.
The answer was there's 1,000 theologies. That was the answer. But what I also said was, so yes, equally, it is just about perspective. Equally, the data can be represented whichever way you like, not according to just Eli, but according to many other official sources. That being said, you asked, do you have a better explanation then? And I said, well, there's 1,000 theologies. Pick one.
Okay. So, but I'm not asking about theologies. I'm just saying of the available observations we can make, or any of the things. Like Southern Star Trails is one of my favourite ones. I'm not asking about theology. I'm not going which God do you follow. I'm just saying if you're saying I can pick flaws with this model because it doesn't make sense where the water came from, then the thing I'm just asking is, okay, what's your story say? If that story's shit and you can pick holes in that story, what's your story? And it seems like the answer I'm getting
though nobody seems to be bold enough to just say it, is no, I do not have an answer for you that's better. At least Jeremy got close to it by saying I prefer no answer than a wrong one, which is essentially saying I've got no answer, but that's better than your one because I think your one's wrong, which is like the most courageous in this room. Otherwise, people are just prevaricating and saying bullshit about multiple theologies, which is not anywhere close to the question being asked.
Once again, you're
Well,
not
I have a
following
question
the
just real
entirety of the
quick.
answer that has
Listen,
been
you
given
guys
to
are
you.
dancing around.
Time
You
out.
guys are dancing around.
Time out. That wasn't a justified response. He just told
Totally
me.
was not.
I'm not asking. Go ahead, Gregory.
I mean, this is where I get irritated with the likes of writing on eggshells. Like, you did not take into account the entirety of the answer that was just given to you. One person answered to you, I'd rather have no answer rather than the wrong answer. And then Elijah tells you the answers that you think you have, you did not have in the first place.
Okay, so I want to go ahead and respond.
We've just been through all of the answers.
I
in
was
the
trying to
first
get
place.
in.
I don't know if
Okay,
you just
you
arrived in
go ahead,
conversation,
Travis. I'm called next, but go ahead.
Harry, like, where is this standard to which you are holding us that we have to have something that you're demanding right now? We are not obligated to you at all. Simply because you want us to replace you.
suggested you were. Where are you getting this from?
Simply because you want us to replace your story, which it is, with a different story, doesn't mean that we are obligated to you to do that. I'm done.
Although you can pick
but
one
I've never
of us out.
suggested you should. I've never suggested you should be obligated. Like,
You can.
I don't know where
You can go with the
right
Greeks. You can go with whomever you like. I just told you that.
So let me get in there real fast. I've been trying to for a minute. So here's the thing, right?
We've been
You can go
talking about
with
really like specific things. Like,
Ari, can you give me a second? You've been talking quite a bit, right? So you can go with zetetic, right? The zetetic method, which is, if I can see it, right, and can verify it, then that seems to appear to be what's going on, right? Which is pretty good most of the time. Like if someone starts shooting at you, you're not going to be like, well, theoretically, those bullets could be refracted in the wind, right? Whatever, right? You're not going to do that. You're most likely, if someone starts shooting at you, you're going to use your senses and your brain to survive, right? Your brain is probably going to take over into flight mode, and you're probably going to, run away. And if you get shot, even more so. Fuck, I've been shot is a fibs, right, factor, and you're going to run away even faster, right? So what we have here, in the most part, is you guys are basically coming up with a story, right, based on like what you see, and then you come up with these predictions. But a prediction doesn't necessarily prove your story right. And if you say that it does, then I guess you guys better bow down to the electric universe theory, because they made predictions about, what was it? Was it Saturn or Neptune? When it came back around, the southern pole of the planet was faced away from the sun. But when it came back around, they said it was going to have a hot spot due to its electromagnetic activity. And when it did, it did. So are you guys like electric universe theorists now? Because that was a prediction that came true. And I think the whole thing that's being hidden right now. Hold on. I think the whole thing that is being hidden right now for the past 100 and whatever years is that this whole space-time paradigm is just to hide the electromagnetic universe, or the electromagnetic properties of everything in the universe. Thanks.
sure. So that still doesn't answer my question. It just seemed like a long filibuster about
We
electric
aren't
universe. There's
obligated
nothing
to
in what
give
I
you an
said
answer.
that suggested. I thought we were letting people finish. We're not playing that game.
Muted. You're muted. Goodbye.
I'm not.
Let him finish, guys.
Yo, that is so powerful. I'm not even a mind. It works every time, Travis. I don't
Go
know.
ahead.
That's hilarious, bro.
Go ahead.
I actually looked. I actually looked at my.
Somebody's predictions.
I actually looked at my mic because I thought you muted me.
What's interesting here is like people keep responding to things I'm not saying. I never said you owe me a model or that you have to have one, nor did I say that the moment somebody makes predictions, what they say is therefore true. It just sounds like the whole gist of the previous 6 hours or so had been because your model doesn't have a good enough story for this available phenomena, it is probably false. I guess I'm filling in the last bit. And then I'm saying, okay, cool. Do you have another one? And then I'm hearing this stuff like, oh, you're demanding it of us. Never said that. Or there's lots of theologies, which doesn't really make any sense to me. Or I guess you got to believe in the electric universe now. Like all of this just seems like avoiding saying,
why doesn't that make time out? Why doesn't the theology part not make sense? Why doesn't the theology part make sense?
Guy who complains quite a bit about being interrupted.
Hold on, Kool-Aid. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, finish it up. Go ahead, Kool-Aid.
It's fairly simple. I was like right in the last couple of words, which is if what you're saying is because this story doesn't suit the available phenomena, I can pick holes in it, then it seems you're setting up a standard of if the story doesn't exist or has holes in it, it's probably false, and then you're going, but I substitute that story with holes in it with no story at all. No explanation of where the moon is during an eclipse.
If we don't know, we're not going to make shit up.
Yeah, listen, it's good.
Yes, so you don't have an answer.
I'll give you that. Explain.
Say again, sorry, Jeremy, you're talking to us?
I'll be back.
Jeremy, we can't hear you at all. 10-1, buddy.
Yeah, Jeremy's cutting out. Let me ask you a different question then, Travis. Would you like to, like, if somebody tomorrow, if you had like Dan Waterman or Jeranism or anybody go, hey, I've actually got an explanation of what is happening during eclipses, and you were like, that does actually fit all of the available phenomena, and I can't see any holes in it. Would you like that? Would that be a good thing to you?
Well, I don't know that they're going to come up with something different than they already have in terms of depending upon the ancient explanations, which is to say that there is a body up in the sky that we can't detect with our naked eye, and it only seems to be evident when the sun and the moon are in alignment. I don't see why those are not simply observational explanations that we can accept.
Listen,
I got a prediction.
I still don't understand why.
Guys, I was trying to get
I
in
still
earlier.
don't understand. Damn, man.
Well, you heard me trying to get in earlier. My mic was fucked up. You can go next. Just real quick. I can't talk a lot. My wife's trying to take a nap. I can't. It's good to try to explain things. Yes, right. Everyone loves a good story. We want to try to figure out how explanations for what things are and how they work. Right. But there's some things you just can't prove that explanation is true. So it's better to, not hold that true to heart and run with it like it is true when you can't prove it. I'd rather have nothing. I'd rather have no explanation at that point than just think this thing is true that we can't prove.
Next after Elijah.
That's fair.
I would.
That's fair.
I would agree. We don't want a bad story. But
Yeah,
how effective that story is an indication of how true it is.
I'm curious as to what Harry thought of my answer.
Guys.
Your answer seemed like that obvious.
Eli, Larry, Travis, go. Unless
I don't understand why you. I don't understand why you keep saying that you don't understand what theology has to do with it. Like you don't get that part on theology right here. Library.edu. Theology is the critical study of the nature of the divine. That's what we're talking about. Okay. How things began, how things were created, how we got here, what the story of all of those things are. That is theology. You can pick NASA's theology, or you can pick the Greeks' theology, which is NASA's theology, or you can pick any other of the theologies, which NASA also stole from them because they just stole from everyone. I mean, that's what I mean by pick one. What's the problem with that statement? How you gonna say that that's actually not an answer, which is just a story to what is actually being seen, the story behind it. That is the theology of the thing. There's many of those. How is that not an answer?
Okay, so it's irrelevant. So it's irrelevant or not an answer to me for two reasons. One is theology and the shape of the earth, a divorce where there is or isn't a God, which God it is, surely is totally separate from whether water curves on great distances. Secondly, it is a non-answer because I'm saying what are the stories that match the phenomena that are better than the given stories, which don't have as many holes in the given stories, and you're like, plenty of them. It's not an answer. It's just like going, it's like telling me, what is your name? You're like, yeah, I have a name. It's not actually giving me the story that is better. It's just saying they exist. So those are the reasons I'm saying it's a non-answer. Somebody
Eli, would you like to respond?
I can't respond to. I mean, it's one-dimensional thinking. I don't. There's nothing I can say that's going to make sense.
All right, cool. I have a new strategy. I think Flat Earthers would do good to listen to what I'm about to say. And it might be a bad idea, right? It might be a good idea. Let's find out. Okay, so I have a prediction in 2024, when the eclipse happens, that the totality of the eclipse is going to be about 100 miles in diameter. Therefore, the moon must be about 100 miles in diameter. So when my prediction comes right, then what I said after the prediction, therefore, also has to be true. Just like when the heliocentrics, make predictions that, oh, when this happens, then that means that this is true, right? And that's how they do their science, right? That's what they call science in cosmology, astronomy, and theoretical astrophysics.
All of that's wrong.
Oh, so you don't make predictions in science?
If you make a prediction and the prediction comes true and you use that to therefore confirm and say I've proven myself right, that's just affirming the consequent on whichever fucking fallacy could be.
Well, that's what you guys do in cosmology.
Fallacious reasoning. But that's just, when have I done that?
So you know
Have I
what
done
that
that in this
is now.
conversation? Or are you saying there are some nefarious, some nebulous people out there who do that? But it's not me in this conversation. In this conversation, I'm just asking one question again and again. Are there any flat Earth stories, if we want to call them that are better? And the answer seems repeatedly, no, let's talk about something.
I've already answered that question from the
Try
beginning.
and
You just
pretend the
whistled
answer
right
isn't
past
no.
it.
That's what the answer seems.
Specific gravity is the answer, right? We can manipulate
Get him out of here.
a relative density, right? And when we do that, we can cause things to go up and down. Now, we can also cause it another way with electrostatics, and that can make things go up and down. So both of those is a real big trouble for you guys because you guys have yet to manipulate space-time to make things go up and down. Thanks.
Okay, so this is getting closer. That's a lot better, Hank. So electrostatics, because you can alter the electrostatic charge, can make something go up and down. That's a lot better. So that's, finally we're somewhere. Does that to all of you seem, because I guess that's a sort of substitute for gravity, am I right in thinking that?
It's not a substitute for gravity.
No, it's not a substitute at all. It's just the natural order of things. That's what happens with electromagnetism. We're not saying that that's gravity. No. Okay? And even then,
when I say substitute, I mean like an explanation, a story about downward acceleration.
Well, it's natural order of things. That's the explanation. Natural order.
Can I? Cool. I'm checking with Hank though.
Yeah.
Is Hank this a substitute explanation for the downward acceleration of things?
I wouldn't say it's a substitute explanation. I would say that it's a verifiable explanation. Yours is the substitute explanation.
Is there a way to, or is it a true statement that in that belief, that electric universe thing, everything is electromagnetic? Is that something that people say, or is that something you?
Well, I mean, how you ever to prove the universe? You've got to remember that the universe is a place we've never been to verify anything. So I don't know how you could come out with that, really.
I'm asking Hank. I don't know. I don't think this. I don't know much about.
I'm helping Hank along. How you doing, Hank?
Theory. So it's a question for Hank.
Yeah, for everyone.
Is it a thing in that theory that everything's electromagnetic?
Well, not everything is magnetic in a sense. You're probably thinking, right? But everything has static electricity. right? If you look at the galaxy, right? What is it showing? Light, right? That's electromagnetic coming from the galaxy, the deepest part of space, right? Then if you look all the way down to like the smallest objects in your worldview, what is it? Electrons, protons, and neutrons? That's electric. So if everything else in between is electric and everything's made of matter except for maybe theoretical things like dark matter and dark energy, then it would be safe to say that everything's electric because everything's made of protons, electrons, and neutrons, right?
So if everything's electric and everything's affected by this, is it falsifiable? Is it something you can test where you're wiggling the variable of whether it's electromagnetic? If everything is subject to this, can you test it without this law?
So
I
I heard
want to call you on this later,
electromagnetic
Larry.
object, and can you get a non-electromagnetic object and test that against objects that are affected by this electromagnetism and show how that affects its up-down vector? Or is it just the case that by adjusting electromagnetism we can change how much this up-down vector is affected, but we can never make it nil?
Well, first of all, you have to show me some, material that's electric in nature, not made out of ions, protons, and electrons. Oh, did I say that right? Protons, electrons, and neutrons.
Exactly right.
So show me that material.
Sure.
Yeah, Larry, I want to call you
That's,
on
but
this.
that's
Sure.
the point I'm raising to you is a massive problem, which is what you're saying is you can't prove gravity because you can't wiggle the variable of gravity. Similarly, you cannot wiggle the variable of matter because, as you say, everything is comprised of protons, neutrons, and electrons. If fundamental to being comprised of protons, neutrons, and electrons, i.e. existence, means it is electrostatic, then you cannot test it without the quality of electrostatic. So it is still not actually, according to your definition of what science is, you're not fiddling that independent variable.
Okay, so you guys claim that things go up and down, right, because of gravity. That's why my phone drops when it slips out of my hand, or I bump my beer and my phone goes to the ground. It's because the bending and warping of space-time created by the mass of the Earth, right? So how would I ever remove the mass of the Earth to ever verify that? How could I ever manipulate space-time to verify that? But what I can do is I can make a really good case for specific gravity, which has nothing to do with your gravity, Newtonian or Einsteinian. It's just as far from that as you can imagine, right? It's probably as close to the opposite.
The question I
as
asked
you
was
can
quite
get from it.
specific, and I don't feel you've. I'm
Okay,
sorry for
what?
cutting in, but the question I asked was quite specific, and I don't feel you answered it. The question is, can you adjust the variable of something being electrostatic if everything, by having matter, is electrostatic? Because you're right, I agree with you. I can't
Yeah,
affect
you can.
the gravitational field of the Earth. So until I've done that, I can't be affecting the independent variable. All I'm doing is asking the same question. Can you, and it sounds like you're going to go, but you can't. I agree, I can't. Can you, with this method, can you make something non-electrostatic to test this? Or can you not alter your independent variable?
Right. So I'm not trying to make anything not electrostatic because that would be impossible, right? What I can do is add electrostatics to an object and make it anti-gravitic. And at the point that I make it anti-gravitic, I'm proving that gravity has no authority here and that the authority is electrostatics.
So what I would need to do to match that, to give that parity in my system, is go, all I need to do is have a downward acceleration that I've cancelled the already existing downward acceleration. I can make something go up. It's the same. You haven't cancelled whether it is or is not electrostatic. You've just gone, by applying more electrostatics, I can make it go up. Therefore, the base cause of electrostatics, which is an observation, is a measurement. I would even call it an experiment, but according to this, you must be able to cancel gravity. Then by your own standards, you must be able to cancel electrostatics, and you can't. You've just admitted that. So is this, is mine pseudoscience and yours is too?
So let's say that I got a hair, right, that's stuck to the brim of my hat on the underside, right? And let's say that it's only there because I just got through, rubbing a whole bunch of balloons on top of my head, and one of the hairs came loose and stuck to the top of my hat. right? So is there anything that you can do to remove the electrostatics from the hair? Because we can demonstrate things floating in midair with electrostatics alone. I got that wonderful gift where the guy rubs a cloth over this plastic thing, and then he rubs it over a wand, and then he launches the plastic thing up in the air, and it looks like some sort of Venom Spider-Man thing. And then he like waves it around in the air with a wand, keeping it suspended due to electrostatics alone. So can you do anything like that with gravity?
Again, it seems like you're dodging my questions. So I'm happy to answer yours if you're happy to answer mine. I'll answer yours.
Well, maybe
no,
I'm not
can't do anything like
understanding
that
your
with gravity.
question.
I mean,
right?
do exactly the same thing, but it's using. Okay. So let me ask it again, then super clearly. If the problem is with gravity that I can't turn off gravity, I cannot alter my independent variable to prove that it is the cause of this effect. If that's what's required, then if you cannot turn off electrostatics, don't you have the same problem? What gives one primacy over the other? If the rule is I've got to alter the independent variable, and you're going, well, I can't alter the independent variable because everything that has matter, protons and neutrons and electrons, has an electrostatic charge, then what you're saying is my theory is unfalsifiable. It's not even testable.
So you're saying we have to manipulate electrostatics and turn it off to prove that it's actually happening, when I don't agree with that.
According to
All you have to listen, bro. All you have to have is a balloon and a child's head. I mean, you rub the balloon on a little boy's head, and then you can make the balloon stick to the wall, right? Is this because of the bending and warping of space-time? No. It's because you added static charge to the rubber, which doesn't like charge anyway, and then you caused it to levitate with just statics alone.
So what I can do then is add more or less mass and test if that's the case, and you've got Cavendish. So if just adding more or less electrostatics is enough, which I think it is, I'm with you on that. But what that says is you don't agree with QE and the rest of the people who say you've got to be able to cancel or switch off gravity because otherwise you're not properly testing. But what I think you can do is use methods to go, hey, by adding more or less, can I show that this thing is added and it increases in proportion to it, and reduced and it decreases in proportion to it, and you know, in the case of Cavendish, switch the vector so that it is perpendicular to the vector and therefore cancelled out. I'm agreeing with you there, but what you're saying is it is possible to test and prove or falsify gravity because you don't have to switch gravity off to test it. So which is it? You've got to pick one.
Yeah, I see what you're doing there. Yeah, that's a pretty clever
like
argument. Yeah, but there's more than one way to skin a cat, though.
I mean, I would have asked the same questions, but I had to think on it. I had to think really hard. I'm still thinking about it, but if I'm to be rigid and to follow a method, doesn't have to do with QE, but if I'm to follow a method and what I've understood for a few years now, it sounds like his critique is valid, but I don't know. I'm like I said, I'm still thinking about it.
Well, that's if you're under scientism, where the only way we can prove or disprove things is by, you know, with the variables test, right? With an experiment.
I disagree that either the scientific method is a valid approach to knowledge or it's not. It's not somewhere in the middle. Either you have a hypothesis or a supposition that can be proven or disproven, or you don't. Either that method is good for what it's good for, or it's not good for what it's not good for.
I see your point.
So I'm just saying, under that method, if it can't be put through that method, what is it then? Something else, like riding on eggshells is suggesting. I don't know. Like now, because now I'm like, well, now I have to slow down. Well, that's what I would have called it. But I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, aren't I? Given the current situation.
If sorry.
Well, maybe Witsit needs to get in here and,
If
back
you
up his
want my
argument.
view on it,
I was going with, relative density. And I think that's absolutely, one of the things that we can manipulate with the scientific method and show that, hey, like when you take away this, this happens. When you add this being buoyancy, this happens.
Right, that's the thing. You can like
that
it.
one is
There's
good, but
nothing wrong in the language because you're taking away, like you can literally take away the medium or add another medium or change the medium. And well, I guess change the medium is the same thing as changing the electrostatic charge. I don't know, fam. Like, I don't know. We need to get Anthony the fuck up in here too. Like, everyone needs to come in here and
the
have a
challenge with
conversation.
the
Sorry, go ahead.
relative the challenge with the relative density is it's not an answer to the actual question. The question is, why do things follow this vector? Right? It's not like how fast the things fall. It's why do things fall in this direction in particular? And relative density answers how things are ordered, but not why on a particular vector. So it's it's an answer to a different question, and it is not exclusive of the existing answer. Right? If gravity whole clock as it is, then it explains relative density.
Was he cutting out for everybody?
Move gravity at all. Gravity adds the extra thing I could have.
We'll just say we heard
him. Pain. I just walked out of the bar without pain. It's just what I was just saying, to put it much more briefly this time, is if it's specific density, you need a vector. Like gravity already explains specific density. So even if you did use specific density, it hasn't altered gravity at all because gravity explains why things go on density towers. The thing that the density and buoyancy misses is a vector. Why up, down?
You explain the vector, but can you demonstrate the vector? I can demonstrate the vector, right? You can take your explanation and shove it in your books and educate the children with it on my tax dollar. Sure, go ahead, but I can demonstrate the vector even in a vacuum where there is no buoyant force, if there is such thing exists as a partial vacuum. I can get to, as low as I can possibly get it, and it's still going to prove what I say. If there's a buoyant force, right, strong enough, then it's going to rise and seek equilibrium. If the buoyant force isn't strong enough, then it's going to fall until it seeks equilibrium. And if it's just right, the balloon will float in the middle of the room and demonstrate equilibrium every time.
Right. Right. But the question is not can you demonstrate equilibrium, because gravity would also answer that question. But it's missing the bigger question of why
No, it
up and
doesn't.
down.
No,
Right?
I don't
Because
think
gravity would
does
also
that.
say these forces, weight and density and buoyancy, if you want to call it, align along this particular vector. So if you get the up equal to the down, like a helium balloon, and you tie something onto the bottom of it, and if you get okay, so let me adjust it so that we can have the conversation. Not that it explains it, maybe not that you agree, but gravity attempts to answer or claims to answer why that vector. And you're saying, oh, but I've got a different thing that is lacking a vector. It's the same explanation that gravity already gives, but now it has one fewer, very important part of it and the reason it's important is because what we're describing is a force. If it gives acceleration to something, the only way an object can go from at rest to acceleration is definitionally a force. Forces are a vector. Forces have both a magnitude and a direction. Density doesn't have a direction. There's no direction density goes. Whereas gravity does. It's the center of two masses.
Okay, so you're
Well,
talking
no,
about
it
density
doesn't.
not
It
having a
doesn't. You
direction.
haven't proven that. You haven't proven that. That's
You
an
need a
assumption.
force.
It's an assumption again. You're just verifying things you haven't actually verified. So you're stating it, but you haven't proven it. The natural thing you observe is things go down because they're heavier than air. Things rise up because they're lighter than air. That's as simple as it can be. No forces. Okay,
I'm not saying gravity is correct.
I have a children's balloon. Okay, filled it with helium. It's rising up. Now I attach a cell phone to that. Now it won't go up. Why not? Nothing to do with gravity, is it? The buoyance.
So to clarify,
the volume of helium in the balloon is not able to lift up the weight of the phone. Okay, it's got nothing to do with gravity. Nothing.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Harry, just real quick, just to reiterate, you just said gravity has a direction which is center of mass. Is that roughly like what you said?
Yeah, my understanding is vector addition equals it out to roughly center of mass to center of mass.
Okay.
My bad.
So then center of mass is the cause for gravity?
No, that's not what I said.
No, I'm trying to clarify.
Okay.
So
I'm not even fanboying right now. I'm not fanboying right now for gravity. What I'm still stuck on is the question of, does flat Earth have a better answer? What we have with gravity is a force. I know it's not a force of acceleration, but like for something to accelerate, definition in physics you would say a force causes that. And a force is a magnitude and a vector. It is a amount of push and a direction of push, or pull, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
So if what you're saying is these things tend to fall in a particular direction, a force to be causing that. And then if you're saying, well, I've got density and buoyancy, density doesn't have a direction. So I'm not even fanboying, fine, throw out gravity. Do you have a model that has a vector? Electrostatics does, but it's unfalsifiable. Density and buoyancy doesn't have a vector.
Can I just mention before you go, Hank, that one of the things that I've asked myself is, was there ever really an answer? Because if the rhetoric has changed, but the method is the same, I mean, and we can call it out in one way, I just feel like maybe we should take the time to question what the question really is, because if it's about directionality, okay, but if it's about something else, I'm not sure I was fully on board even when this conversation began years ago, and I'm just like, well, is the problem a product of fallacious reasoning to begin with?
I think you might be right. I never understood when I first started getting interested in flat Earth. I was like, why are they even trying to argue against gravity when if you ask them what's under our feet, the answer is I don't know. But it could still be gravity.
How would we know?
You just go, I don't know.
I don't mean that. Like that was also like a hijacking of something or an aspect of reality that we see, and we can use many different conventional ways to explain it. But what if nobody has an answer, and that at some level the language is going to break down because there is no complete answer? But my question is, why are we trying to answer things that are unanswerable in the first place? When you do, you get things like, well, gravity, but obviously gravity's not it. There's a number of reasons. Number one, we don't live on a sphere in the first place. So obviously whatever you think is relevant is mathematically relevant. No one's arguing against that. But is it really a thing to juxtapose against another thing or another thing? No, we're all arguing about the same thing, it seems, but is it a question that can be answered in the first place?
I think so. What's better for flat Earth than globe Earth? How about the fact that we can see way too far, right? And you can, say that there's like this magic refraction, but then that goes away with the Aristotelian, right? Oh, refraction, we'll throw out Aristotelian, right? If there's refraction, then throw out Al-Biruni. And what does that leave you with, right? It leaves you with the word refraction, and you still don't have a shape of the earth, because everything you guys do is double speaking out of both sides of your mouth. And we call out the contradictions, and you say, well, that's just a coincidence, right? Everything's a coincidence. And we're like, no, this is obviously some larger conspiracy to get us to go down the, heliocentric atheist worldview. That way everybody bows down to the state and misunderstands the fundamental nature of the electric universe that everybody seems to understand, but nobody wants to talk about. If you say, that this is electromagnetic, okay, that's fine. If you say the sun, the moon, the stars, electromagnetic, fine. If you say the atoms, right, the molecules, they're electromagnetic, fine. But if you say the universe is electromagnetic, the emperor has no clothes, you can't say that.
Right, and let's not forget.
Well, I mean,
let's not forget. Hang on a second.
I agree, I guess.
All right, let's not forget that in a vacuum or here in our medium, objects fall at different rates. They do not fall at the same rate. In a vacuum or
they fall in the same
our
direction.
medium.
Well, this isn't a question. This isn't a natural question. This is not a natural question. So the natural answer to this unnatural question is also gonna. Why answer it? Like what vacuum? Like why are we trying to? The only reason we're trying to answer. Let's be honest. We're trying to answer these questions because someone has proposed it, like in the face of us knowing that it's not a globe. Like, let's keep it real.
Yeah.
Like, and that's what all of these things
I'll
are.
give you some reasons why
questioning, well, how.
Eli cut out for everybody.
Yeah, you cut out. Yeah.
I'm sorry, did I cut out?
I mean, the reasons you'd want to answer it are because
I guess I cut out, and you just couldn't wait for me to get my shit together.
I think you
was
got
just saying,
black on
I've got
black
many
crime
reasons
right
why
here.
you'd want to be able to answer these questions.
Well, I mean, it's all very well if you want to understand. For my understanding is that the gravity was evoked to try and hide the fact that things would fly off if the Earth is spinning at 1.5 times the speed of sound. So you need gravity to keep everything on. That's all. It's a magical little lie there to substantiate the globe that doesn't exist. That's all.
For some of it, yeah, to offer a better explanation to the things that you're saying these don't have explanations, to offer a better explanation so that we can understand the world.
How would we know? We can't explain
around
it
us.
Why wouldn't we would have to be God? We would have to be God to know that.
Understand it.
See that right there. They're forcing us into a fallacious reasoning by making us do the same thing that they did. Why do we feel like we have to do that?
I don't.
So hang on. Do you not feel like you want to understand the world? You feel like you don't want to understand the world?
As far as I can, yeah, as far as I can. But I'm not going to lie and make a fallacious excuses and that.
Nobody's saying lie. I'm just saying, do you want to understand the world?
I can recognize to a point where I cannot know the answer, and I can actually say that I cannot know the answer. How can I know? I didn't create this. I can actually say that, and I often say that. It's called integrity.
The question is, do you want to understand the world? And it sounds like some of you are
almost
going, no, not
you keep saying, do you want to understand the world?
And I've connected it better than
Do you want to understand the world? Do you want to understand the world? Like it's
I
a
would
weird
love
mantra
to
that
understand
it's
the
like
world.
if I could, I would. And then there just happens to be this book that says that according to the creator, no, whether you believe it or not, you can't do that. A thing that you're asking us if we want to do, I don't know if I want to do that.
Eli,
Like, what's the problem with not
I'm
wanting
not
to
saying
do
you
that?
have to believe any
Hey, there's
particular
a lot
thing,
of
but like,
people that
if it comes
don't
to my
want to
motorbike or
understand
my
it,
girlfriend
But you're
or you
talking about,
guys,
do you want to understand
Think
the
about it,
world?
man.
Like, yeah, I want to understand dreams. I want to understand the thing inside of me that allows for me to fucking do all of the things that I can do with my hands, my feet, it's like an intricate process to not look clumpy and dumb. Like we just move effortlessly. The gait of some women is incredible. Stop trying to talk through me. I'm definitely gonna finish my thought because I'm on a rant and a rampage right now. All I'm saying is I want to know what dreams are. I want to know what life is. I want to know what death is. I want to know what the creation is. I want to know what's up there. I want to know all these things. It doesn't mean that I'm gonna know.
And it doesn't mean that he wants to chase down lies in order to figure it out or make shit up off the
Yeah.
cusp
Again, you guys,
just to make
you
shit
guys
work.
aren't. You guys, nobody in their right mind. Certainly, nothing I have said has suggested anything
You're not in
close
your
to.
right mind, though.
Do
That's the
you?
problem.
Do
You're not
you
in
want to?
your right mind, because if
Do
you
you?
were,
Oh,
you
come
know
on,
that the Earth
come
is a
on,
flat
come on,
plane.
come
You're
on.
not.
Somebody
You're not
help
talking
my
with the
right
right
Jim.
mind, sir.
Hey guys,
This is
No measurable
ridiculous,
curvature.
Jim.
No
look
measurable
how
curvature
many
of a
people
single
don't
degree.
care. Look how many of us are in here day in, day out caring about
Is
this
this really the way
subject.
this is going to go?
But there's
That's how it's going to go,
only a
son.
few of us
You're
that
the one
care,
that's confused.
and it seems like the
Yep.
rest of the world doesn't care. How odd is that?
To be fair, Jen cut off.
He has a valid
No,
point.
it's not
Like
odd. They're brainwashed.
he has
to
a
be
valid
fair,
point. We have a Glober telling us, "Don't you want to know?" When that's what the fuck we're actually here doing. Like actually, in practice, even though we
hold
might
on,
not
hold
be
on.
able to know,
Can I
that's
just finish my
exactly
thought?
what we're doing. And his retort
your
is,
thought
"Don't
came
you
off
want
an
to
interruption.
fucking know?" It boils my blood.
Hey Eli, may
No,
I finish
you've
a
you've
thought?
come around. You've
Just
come
for
around.
one.
You've backed into the
Look,
point I
I'm
made.
trying to talk
Please let
in
me
eggshells.
speak.
Please, eggshells. I just have a quick thought. Can we take account of how many people are actually arguing about this? There's a handful, maybe 500, 1,000, 5,000 at best. And there's supposedly 8 billion people on this planet, and we're the only numbnuts in here arguing about this. Can we just take account?
Can you verify that?
Look.
Can you verify that? That we're the only
Verify
ones
what?
talking about this? Yeah, you just made a claim that there's only 5,000 people in the world talking about this. Can you back that up or shut up?
Oh, back it up or shut up. Oh,
Yes.
big boy over here.
Well, I mean, you made the
does
claim,
it, okay,
only 5,000 people. So the other people, they don't talk about flat Earth at all, just 5,000, right? You got a poll or
okay,
something?
maybe it's 10,000, 100,000, whatever it is, it's nowhere of the percentage of the population of the world. It's not even
Okay.
close.
Have you polled Brazil?
It's millions anyway. It would be in the millions
Still
anyway.
going to charge
It wouldn't
back
be
in
in
because I was in the
why
middle of
isn't
making a
it in
point.
the
Nobody's moderating
millions?
this room properly. I
Why
feel like I'm
isn't
just
it
going
in
to have
the
to charge
Just
back
go
in
out
and make the
eggshells.
point.
I apologize you got interrupted, right? It happens to all of us.
Ridiculous.
Let me just address
I
this
didn't
real
get
fast, right?
interrupted. I was just making a point of let's actually take account
Yeah, but you
of this
can't
I
count the
want to
argument.
address him
people.
too.
They're not going
I
to
want to
answer
address him.
correctly anyway.
What do
Please,
you think,
eggshells,
Eli?
please continue.
All right, wait,
So
Eggshell. Sorry,
the point
let me address
Eli,
address
what do
his.
you
Let
think
me
about
no.
that, bro?
which is
Because
I
hey,
hear.
why
Let me
isn't
just.
it on the
Let me
nightly
just.
news?
guys,
Yeah,
shut the fuck up. Come on.
Hey,
Eggshells.
why
Let me
isn't
just
our
address him real
politicians
quick,
talking
and
about
then
it?
you can continue. Let me just address him real quick.
Shut
Eli,
up,
real
Harry.
quick,
Going to.
let me just
This
add
is
a caveat to
ridiculous. I
that.
was in the middle of fucking speaking. What's wrong
Hey,
with
You
you?
weren't. Hank
check it.
literally addressed him. You weren't in the middle
Holy
of speaking.
shit.
So
Yeah, he
I
told me to
just
was.
shut
relax.
up.
Had the
But
floor
there's
all night.
also a main point here.
Jesus. This
Why
can
isn't
I
our
point out where this
politicians
spiral
talking about
started?
this?
This spiral started with me asking the entire
I'll just
room,
go ahead and
"Do
just
you want to understand
uh,
reality?"
maybe
And
Eli
people
will respond to this
prevaricating and
too.
behaving like, "No, I don't want to understand reality." Like you need to think about
No,
that.
see,
You
If
look,
really need
this
to think
we
about
isn't
that. So we
can't
had a
sit
long
here and let
discussion, and
him
it ended
like,
with me saying,
no,
"Do
I
you want to
don't want to
understand reality?"
understand reality.
And
Like,
people being like, "Well, I
can
don't
we
know
get a
about that."
moderator?
hey Eli,
Because
you want to
can we get a
respond to this?
moderator?
Four
Can we get a
conversations happening
moderator
at one
first?
time.
Yeah,
Can we
but,
all
but that
That's
wasn't
what I'm
you.
step
asking
I
back?
for
knew
a
where it was
moderator.
going, and that's why it turned into this.
No,
I was
because
like, "Oh, I don't
Eggshells
like where this
wants
is
to
going. Could we
dominate
change
and
the
come
topic?"
back and say, "Isn't it the
Sorry, I'm
case
sorry.
that you guys said you
And I
don't
had a
want to
good
know
question.
what reality is?" Which is, I know, you
What
need
happened? We were
your
all
mic
having
is
the
bad,
conversation,
and
and then it turned
Can
into
we
this.
reset?
I said it and no one listened. So anyone talking over me is getting muted. I've only just come back, so I don't know what this shit show's about. But if anyone can give me a brief rundown then maybe we can get back on track.
Can I just have a quick
Hey, I
mic check?
asked a question about if there's only a certain percentage. Well, actually, Eli brought up the fact that why are we fighting for this? And then I kind of piggybacked it or almost hijacked the conversation, but I think it's relevant because if we should
keep it relevant, keep it relevant to my moderation. So I want to know how we can get back to it not being a shit show. That's what I'm interested in.
Riding on Eggshells asked a provocative question, and when he did, apparently he got cut off, right? And he got cut off after he asked this question, so he's still claiming he wants to speak, even though he asked the question. And his question was, what? Riding on Eggshells?
Was the question answered?
Yeah, he didn't even ask a question yet. He wasn't even talking.
Was the question?
He can't. You want to know the truth about the world?
He can't both have asked the question. Guys, I've just come back. I don't know what's happened. He can't both have asked a question and not asked a question, right? So that doesn't make sense to me. Maybe Eggshells can restate his question. Maybe it can be answered concisely, and then we can go from there. How about that?
You asked if it was answered. I did. I spent mad long answering his question. And then he said it wasn't an answer.
That's not true. It's just,
and then he tried to show it.
The question was, don't we want to understand the world?
Well, I'm trying to explain it to
Eli, just give it a second, yeah? Eggshells, just restate your question. I've just come back. I'm trying not to take sides here. Please understand that. So, Eggshells, can you just state your question again, and then hopefully it doesn't devolve into a shit show.
Well, I've got to go up to bed, so it's going to just be a parting observation. The question was, do you want to understand the nature of reality around you better? Do you want to understand the world better? And the answer seemed like it was verging around no, not really. Does that strike anybody as strange in a true community?
Bullshit, That's why it's triggering everybody, obviously.
I don't want to understand lies.
No, that wasn't the response you got.
You
got the response that we want
yes.
to know, but there are certain things we cannot.
Crypto, can you start muting everybody, please?
Okay. No, I will do.
Yes
just do it. I don't mind doing it. Okay, cool. So Elijah,
anybody answer yes to my question?
Well, I'm hoping Elijah can answer that question.
I can.
I can answer the question, but I want to be muted. I want everybody, including me, to be muted because everybody wants to talk. Like we need real moderation going on right now.
Yeah. Well, what do you think I did when I muted you and Eggshells? I'm not asking people. I'm muting people. So Elijah, do you want to go ahead? If anyone talks over you, I'm just going to mute them. No warnings. That's simple.
Okay. So. No, I didn't tell you. No, I don't. I don't want to know what reality is. No, yes, I want to know what reality is. I want to know what dreams are. I want to know what life is. I want to know what death is. I want to know what's up there, who created it, how, when it was created. I want to know all those things. Yes, I do want to know all those things.
Fantastic.
And I responded with.
Good white light. Do you want
to go? May I go? Because
it's all you.
Silent.
Yes.
Is there any possibility that I can go?
I'm waiting for you.
Oh, thanks, bro. So then I brought up the question, and I think Eggshells was trying to talk, and he just, was trying to talk over me. But I think my question was relevant as well to what Eli just said. Is Eli wants to know. I said, what percentage of the people are actually wanting to know? Like, I don't see our politicians. I don't see our some of our like mainstream scientists, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, tried to address it. And I think somebody might have told him, hey, let's not address it. And then eventually through Congress, it got censored. Only at the private level, like YouTube and stuff like that. But the fact that it even got censored says a lot.
Concise,
so the message can't get out. Hold on, I'm not finished, man. I let you go.
Just be quick. 30 seconds.
Just literally interrupted me, and I think that's pretty rude. But
I said concise, please. Just go ahead.
Okay.
You weren't being concise. Why are you asking for a concise?
Right.
Question
I
was literally like 15 seconds, bro.
Sorry, Elijah.
No, you
Please
went on
just
for
finish.
like a minute, bro.
If you don't carry on, I'm going to mute you too. Just finish up.
I'm not trying to carry on. I'm just saying, can we take account? Does anybody like accounting here? Because I love numbers and math. And why
cool.
can't we take a what?
Can you wrap up, please?
You're saying something? You want me to hurry up?
Yes, please.
Why can't we take account for this argument and actually, let's just take account for this actual argument that is supposedly we come in here day in, day out. Why can't we take account for this? Is all I'm saying.
Can I say something real quickly? And I will make it concise.
And that's when me to let Riding on Eggshells finish, and that's when you came in. Sorry, Stacy.
That's okay. There was just a point in time that it wasn't that an account of percentage was coming in. It was an claim.
Thanks, Jen. You're a good guy, man. She just said we wouldn't be here if we didn't care. But then I talked also about percentage of the general population who's actually having this conversation. And then more
Which I'm still trying to
importantly,
answer, but I'll wait.
Dude, you just clipped me, bro. Are you gonna get muted?
No,
So
I
can
know your
finish my
question
thought?
isn't being answered. I've been trying to answer it, and that's how the shit show started. Is all I said and all I've been saying.
It's very hard to moderate if you guys don't moderate yourself. Yeah.
So what Stacy brought up is a good point, that why are we the only ones out here, whether it's 5,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million, that's still not even a substantial percentage of the general population, because Larry or whoever said put up or shut up based off the numbers I put out. The numbers aren't really relevant. The fact is there needs to be a lot more people talking about this and make it a not just us out here in the trenches, but actually have a grand discussion on a grand stage, and let's actually take account and figure this out. Thank you for letting me talk.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I think what you need to remember though is that the numbers are increasing on a daily basis. Okay, that's a fact. I mean, if a university here in Japan, in an English textbook, is stating that, obviously something's definitely happening out there. Because I take that as good news. You understand? And Japan would be one of the slowest in coming on board on this flat Earth thing, but they've stated that more and more people are becoming flat earthers, so that's good as far as I'm concerned. And as for riding on eggshells, and his statement that don't we want to know the truth of the world? Well, we all want to know, but there are some things we cannot know. That's what I said earlier. There's some things we cannot know, and I'm not going to break my neck on that. I'm not going to start lying. It's not going to affect my life in any way, shape, or form. And that's all I've got to say on the matter. I'm finished. Next, please.
All right, can I jump in real quick? Okay, so I think we need to realize the caliber of certain people. With the question, don't you want to understand the world? That's a false dilemma. And it's an absurd question. It's a gaslighting technique to make us question as to whether or not what we're really doing is, I thought I was questioning the world. I thought I was trying to learn truth. And he comes in, he goes, and he has this response that makes us question our own understanding of ourselves. It's dishonest. It's almost sociopathic, right? It's not in any shape, way, or form.
Wrong.
I think
Hold
you're
on.
reading too much into all this, really. I think
You're just having a conniption. If your answer is yes, that's fine. But other people's his answer was no.
Okay, again.
Right?
Again,
Or at least it
excuse me,
wasn't an unequivocal yes.
Not really sure
I'm
why
sorry
I'm
for
being
interrupting you
right
while
now.
you call me a psychopath. Sorry, because you called me a psychopath. That might have something to do with it. If I would have taken just randomly insulting somebody and giving them a psychological diagnosis might make them feel compelled to defend themselves. Just a thought.
Can I propose something?
Guilty conscience.
No, you cannot interrupt me. That's for one thing.
Okay, go on.
Okay, so yes,
Still having his tantrum. Let him finish.
Yes, I do want to know and understand the world. Absolutely. And if you look at my research on Mirage, I think that you should understand that that's a very simple question to ask or have answered. I'm done.
Sure. So if you felt that it spoke to you, it's great. It wasn't. It was a open question to the room, and I feel that there were some people in the room who were kind of like closer to Jins. Maybe there's some things we can't understand. I think there's some people in FE who actively, not actively is the wrong way to go about it, who almost feel like trying to explain and understand things is in some way bad or to be avoided or impossible. And I don't think that there's anything gaslighting or psychopathic about that. I mean, I think it is slightly gaslighting to tell somebody else they're a psychopath, but that's by the by. Some people just, I think, legitimately don't want to. And when you say, hey, this answer has flaws, or hey, your model doesn't have answers, it doesn't have stories, any flat earthers are like, yeah, good. It shouldn't. I don't think there's anything inaccurate about anything I've said there.
So
No,
Jeremy spoke out. Jeremy spoke out against that when, and that's the last thing he said was to reiterate to riding on eggshells who keeps on getting it wrong, and then hiding under the guise that, well, someone said it. It being that no, I don't want to know anything. No, well, the conversation, this conversation, because I actually wanted to answer the other guy about the numbers and all that, which is quite fucking irrelevant now at this point. But this fucking conversation that keeps wanting to persist because riding on eggshells keeps on persisting, that we don't want to know. Like, no one said that. But specifically when he kept saying that was Jeremy's sentiment, Jeremy said, no. What I'm saying is that if I don't have an answer to something, I'd rather not accept the wrong answer. That's what he said. He didn't say, I'd rather have no answer.
Can you explain to me what the material difference is between those two statements? Because they sound to me like expressing exactly the same thing.
Well, they are in a way.
Is he asking me, Jen? Or is he asking the room?
Well, he's asking you. Well, I don't know. Carry on anyway.
It obviously is different. If I say,
can you explain the difference?
I don't want that's when someone follows up with if I say, they're kind of trying to do that.
Oh, come on.
So can you? Go for it.
I don't know. Can I have a conversation with him or not? I don't know.
Well, yeah, you can. I didn't say anything.
Like,
no, not you. I'm wondering if I can have a conversation with him because I was trying to respond. Like, so it's like, are you gonna let it happen, or are you gonna keep doing this?
Yeah, I wasn't.
Well, Eli, it was
you
clearly
waste so
pointed
much
out.
time doing this. As a bit of feedback, Elijah, it sounds like you waste so much time complaining about not being heard that it ends up you not being heard. It sounds to me like both are saying, I would prefer to have no answer than the wrong answer. Is one of them not that, or are neither of them that?
Jeremy, you're back. Would you like to tell him again?
That is what Jeremy said earlier.
Yeah, but I'm just now asking Eli.
Rather.
Is one of them different? It sounds like you just said the same thing two different ways. And you're like, they're not the same thing, and they sound like to me exactly.
No, you're saying we don't want to know anything. Is not the same thing as what you just said.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I didn't say that.
He literally did say that we don't want to know. We don't want to know what reality is. That was one of the ways he said it. He said we don't want to know anything. That was another way he said it. And again, this is why I'm complaining. So again, the only reason I'm complaining is because every time I talk and you have an objection, it's in the middle of what I'm saying. So can I have a conversation?
Right, but if you're saying, hey, you said X, and I didn't, I'm okay.
You, I said, you said,
hey, you just,
no,
okay,
you
is it bad to
said,
interrupt or not?
You said.
Guys
Don't
wanted
say
to
You're doing it,
I
and I think
said.
it's fine.
You said.
I think it's you're doing it, and I think it's fine.
correct
If
that.
somebody says, "Hey, you said X and they didn't," I think it's a-okay to jump in at that point, and you just did it. So you obviously think that too.
Like he's causing
Hey,
chaos because he's lying. That's what the problem
Holding you to your
actually
own
is.
standards.
okay, now
That's
these
why
are
I'm causing
opinions.
chaos. I'm just
May I,
going, "Hey, you've got these
hey,
Jeremy,
standards. Live up to them."
eggshells,
do something.
eggshells, can I respond? Can I respond to Eli?
How you gonna respond to me? What conversation would you be responding to when I was only telling y'all what he said? Now he's talking
No,
about what I said.
you said what I had to say about how many people care about this.
I know. These are two different conversations that we're trying to have, but he's persisting, you're persisting. That's how the beef started in the first place. I can't answer you both. The
Same
room
thing,
can't
man.
have both conversations.
Because
Yeah,
you
he
claimed
was.
that
You
you
were being
wanted to know
disruptive.
bad.
You were kind of being
What?
disruptive because we were trying to answer his questions, and you came out of nowhere claiming there's only like 5,000 people talking about the subject. That's not really where the conversation was going. So you were kind of being
Well,
disruptive.
in my defense, I'd like to say that Eli said that he wanted to know really bad. Like it was
No,
him,
I
like
said I
only
would
him.
answer you. I didn't say I wanted to know. I said I actually had a response, but
Could we go
nobody
back and play the
wanted
tape?
that. So I said fine. No one wants that. We're
You went on
having
a
this
big rant.
conversation.
Remember you said you're having a rant
Yep.
and you're
Moderator.
gonna finish your rant.
I'm not a moderator. That we can't have both conversations.
It's the
So
same
do
thing.
something.
It's the same thing, dude. You want to know, so how many others like you want to know this bad? 10? 100?
Moderators.
A million?
Are
Moderators.
you asking him to do some like polling? Are you, Elijah?
No,
Would you
I
go out in
can
the
answer
streets?
the question. No, Hank. I mean, Larry. I can answer the question. However, I can't do it right now because I have a persisting riding on eggshells that's going to want to go back to his conversation. And that's going to obviously cause the same problem it caused initially. Then there's Jen also.
If this is too much for you, I'll go ahead and yield my question and you guys can answer it later. But I think it's an important question on how many people are actually talking about it. Take more.
Anyway, in the brief lull, I got to go to bed. It's quarter to 1 a.m.
Get out.
But nice chatting on.
Eggshell. All right, Eggshell.
All right,
We'll
come
see
back
ya.
and see us, man. Work in progress. Thanks for your
Yeah,
patience.
we're working on it. We're working on it, guys. Please, with the interrupting, just I mean, people are gonna say wrong shit all the time. If we try to interrupt, they won't let you. It's gonna turn into a shit show.
Jeremy, that's just some vague on the surface. No, I called you for moderation. Where were you? And I called for a specific reason, and I told the specific reasons. Where were you?
My wife was talking to me. All right, my wife trumps all you motherfuckers.
Okay,
Not
that's
day.
okay. Fair enough. But that we don't need to address the basic. Oh, you don't interrupt. Next time when there's a chance to actually address, go a deeper level of moderation, do it.
I didn't hear exactly what happened, bro.
Two
I heard a lot of
conversations
commotion.
were trying to be had, and I was trying to stop that because you can't have two conversations. That was the reason crypto stepped in the first place, because
Yeah,
two
you know what?
conversations began to happen.
That happens a lot. That happens a lot here.
That was partially my fault because I bid onto it. Like when people start talking about flat Earth numbers, I'm like, are you like doing some polls that I'm unaware of? It's like, where are you getting the source from? And then, when I want to say like, oh, we did this polling, like, okay, great, let's see the poll. Like nobody has anything. Everybody always wants to talk about that flat Earth is the minority.
I'll get that pain where you're trying to go through something with someone and other people jump in and
Yeah,
now
we
we're having
already
two
went through
conversations.
that. Yeah, Jeremy, crypto already dealt with it. When it began to happen the second time, I began crying for a moderator. If y'all need another moderator, just go ahead and make me one.
We're hiring
No,
new
let's
mods. Yeah.
not.
We're looking for new
Good.
mods.
Well,
Definitely, you're
then,
on the list. You're on the list.
obviously, if I was modding, I would take on a different personality. I'm a Gemini. We can do that. Like,
Also, I mean, you couldn't have. It wouldn't have been good for you to mod
anyway,
that anyways. It wouldn't have been good for you to mod that anyways, because I mean, it's not like a rule or anything. But I personally try not to mod conversations that I'm involved in, because then you're like,
yeah,
then you got
no,
like
of course, but I could have stepped back, and a couple of other interrupters. I could have stepped back and said, "Well, we're either going to answer this or we're going to answer that." That would have taken care of that.
Hey, bro, it's an open platform. Like, unless you're having a little 5-10 minute one-on-one with someone, like other people are gonna jump in. There's gonna be a lot of things getting discussed.
No,
You
they
know what I'm
can
saying?
jump in. They can jump in, just not in the middle of, yo. So, what?
Are you saying your combo has to
Tell me
be
about.
like
Tell me.
static?
No,
It can't
not
be
right
dynamic?
now. Is not right now. Is not the time to do that. Right, not right now. Just that's part of the problem. So if I ask Hank, hey, when is the eclipse? And then before he answers me, someone else is demanding to know something else. Obviously, just principally, that cannot happen.
Yeah,
That's going to
you're right. We
cause a
gotta have.
problem.
You're right. We gotta have some kind of social awareness, guys. That if somebody asks someone else a question, like let them answer it. Then you can, then try to get in after that. We get. Otherwise, we're just asking questions that never get answered, making points that never get addressed. It's kind of frustrating. I feel your pain, Elijah. What do you want me to do? We all got to have some social awareness of what's going on with the conversation. There's times where I
I
want to
didn't know
jump
it
in
had
all
to
over.
be static though. I didn't know it couldn't be dynamic, and it wasn't like we were talking about eclipses. We were talking about somebody wanting to know the truth about flat Earth, and then I brought up the point. Well, this is kind of a dynamic. This adds a dynamic layer to it, but how many other people? Because Eli made a claim that he really wanted to know, and he went on a big rant of how much he comes here and why he wants to know and who wants to know and they want to know, and well, not they, but how bad he wants to know. And I said, well, how many others like this are there? I said 500, 1,000, 5,000 tops, and then Larry got on me saying, do you have numbers to back that up? And then I was just saying, well, maybe we should take more account of how many of the people actually talking about this, and maybe it should become more mainstream. That's all I said. But I don't think it was deviating from the convo.
May I address that now? Okay, so the way I would have handled that is that there's no way to answer your question. The only way to actually answer your question is if consensus and counting of people's wants and needs actually worked the way that they want us to believe it works. That would be the only way that your question was valid, because it would have the way to actually answer it in a valid way. However, what we know is that we're suppressed everywhere. So that can't happen. Two, thinking, well, how many people are there really talking about this because it's not mainstream is kind of a problem, specifically because what is mainstream never really was what was popular. It's what okay, so popular, now you would have to define what popular is. Well, popular in my opinion is I'm someone with a very widely spoken about talent. When I come into town, people gravitate to where I am because through genuine word of mouth, they heard about me and what I can do, and they want to see it. Versus what's popular today, which is something is put on your screen and you're forced to see it, and it's forced to be popular. So when you ask, well, why isn't it forced popularity? as in why isn't it on everyone's screen? Why isn't everyone talking about it? Well, that would never happen anyway. So it's just dead ends to the questions that you have. Maybe you should think of other ways to ask your question.
I don't see
If that
why
makes sense.
other ways. No, that doesn't make sense. I mean, I think I was concise and in wondering how many people are actually talking about this and why isn't it more relevant? Why is it just us? I think I even said that. Why is it just us talking about this?
Yeah, but you're
And then
just us is because you don't see it on the things that we classify as popular avenues of conversation on the internet.
no,
But
okay, I don't see it
right?
on the nightly news. I think I brought that one up too.
Yeah, that counts. That's the mainstream. That's not real popularity. That's forced popularity. They control that. Why would you see it there? But you know where it is?
Because
It's in a lot of
because
comment sections.
that's where the masses would get it, and then everybody would know about it. But a lot of people just
Yeah,
don't
that's why I
know,
said
man.
if that was a legit method, then your question would be valid. Unfortunately, that's not a real. We can't use them to get that answer. That was my point.
Well, somehow it reached us, right? And then diligent people that want to know, because people like you really want to know. You said that multiple times. They would go out and seek the truth, even if they got some sort of secondhand or you know how they have the what's that Flat Earth Society. Supposedly they're like the what do they call it? They're not the actual truth, but I don't know what do they call that? Flat Earth Society.
They call it
The
disinformation.
opposition. Yeah, disinformation, whatever. Okay, so even if that gets out there, it still sparks up the conversation. I think it needs to be happening more, not just with us, because we're not, the heroes here trying to save the day. Even though it's just us, there needs to be more.
Yeah,
I don't see why that's so hard to agree with. I mean, yeah, sure. We do need to talk about it more. There needs to be more of us. I didn't hear none of that. I just heard the antagonist. I'm not sure why. Kind of
well,
strange.
I was going to say propaganda is powerful, isn't it? It's very powerful, in fact. And I was just thinking that maybe it's the powers that shouldn't be trying to put together an accurate sample size of how many people's reasoning faculties still work. Interesting way of looking at it, I guess.
Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, some people just don't think the way we do. Maybe we're more investigative, however you would pronounce that. It's kind of hard to say. But yeah, I mean, we're more curious, obviously, here. We go in depth. And another thing I see a lot of us do is we're not gullible, or we just won't believe, whatever they tell us. That's good. We need more of those people, but I get it. People are busy. They got lives. They got responsibilities. They got their kids to worry about. Maybe for us, we have all that squared away with to a point where we do have this extra time and they don't. But that's where, that's where the conversation needs to happen more, like through mainstream sources. That's what I think, man.
I'll tell you right now, a lot of people don't even give a fuck if the Earth is flat or not. My wife, personally, she thinks it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. You know, we still got to wake up. We still got to pay bills. We still got to feed the kids. So, like, most people ain't even worried about this. They don't think about it. It doesn't even matter to them. They don't think it matters. It does matter, but they don't understand why it matters. Also, the mainstream, you're not going to hear this shit on the mainstream. The people that own the mainstream are the people that perpetrated this, most likely. I mean, I can't give you any hardcore evidence of that, but chances are, I mean, all the mainstream media is owned by like two or three companies. So it's all the same. You're getting it from all the same people, anyways.
Yep. And then just think about all the jobs that would be lost, everybody's, tenure, whatever, everybody's credibility. God, it would totally, this would be the thing that would crush it, dude. Just crush the earth. Everybody's paradigm, a whole paradigm shift, worldwide paradigm awakening, dude. God, that'd be massive, dude. They can't allow it, dude. Imagine if everybody just turned into flat earthers, dude. And they're like, well, wait, we can't have this in our books. Hey, wait, what were they trying to teach us this whole time? Oh, these people need to be held accountable. Damn. That'd be awesome, dude. But at the same time, it'd be anyway.
I don't really think you could hold people accountable for what they believe. But when we're bringing it, up front and saying, hey, look, we can manipulate things rising and falling. And they say, well, that's because gravity, is pushing down. And like I said yesterday, like they always like to, put gravity on top of everything that's like demonstratable. Like they slap gravity on it, right? Just like Eggshell tried to do. He was like, well, the only reason that, things go up and down is because of gravity. It's like, no, bro, we're manipulating the cause and witnessing the effect. And then you come out of nowhere and like photobomb our picture, with the gravity mask on. It's like, yeah, gravity did it. It's like, wait a minute, where did you
That's
manipulate
not what I
space-time?
said, Hank.
Who
That's
said
not
that?
what I said.
Who are you?
Gravity is the gravy, isn't it? That's what it is. Gravity
Who
is
are
the
you?
gravy
What
to
did you
the
not say?
heliocentric model.
Are you riding on eggshells? Who just said that's not what I said, Hank?
Me, riding on eggshells. Didn't even say
Okay.
anything presenting gravity. I just said, do you have a better alternative?
Yeah, that was your question, but you made quite a few statements
For
in the
my sake.
conversation. And one of the things was is that, well, the reason we have a down bias is because of gravity. Did you not say that?
No,
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
kept
say
saying
that. What I said is gravity
You kept
has.
saying gravity. Yeah, he did. I was listening.
Keep saying the word. Yes,
So
getting
don't lie, eggs.
I
Don't
just said
lie,
it's got a.
eggshells. You're a gravity. Then you started to say, "I'm not a gravity fanboy,"
Oh,
but you kept
please,
saying gravity.
somebody shut Jin up. I can't have a conversation with Larry while Jin's doing this.
Don't worry, you're going to have a conversation with me whether you like it or not, and you'll be smiling. Okay.
Larry, if you could just have a crack at being more accurate, I'll stay out of the conversation and not piss off my girl.
So you didn't mention gravity.
We're not the ones who's been drinking.
I did mention gravity, but I didn't say anything about how it.
We're not the ones who've been
how it
drinking.
is the case. I just somebody just mute Jin.
Jin, hold on one second, Jin.
Objectionable world.
Charles, you sound exhausted.
Give Larry and eggshells like a minute or two.
Yeah, okay. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Jim's got the timer on you guys. Go ahead.
Right. So with the density and buoyancy diagram, let's say we got a ping pong ball floating in a bowl of water, right? What's causing the ping pong ball to sit down on top of the water?
I don't know.
It's weight, right?
Yeah, of course it is.
I don't know. I don't know. It could be a whole variety of things.
Know now. No, he doesn't know.
It could be. Somebody just mute Jin.
Jen, 2 minutes, but I thought you had the timer going. Set a timer, Jen.
I don't know. I think that of the available explanations, gravity offers a better one that doesn't have to
I
me
can't understand
giant
you,
missing
Bruce.
chunks in. To me, gravity offers a better explanation that doesn't have giant missing chunks in it. But I don't know is the answer.
So did you say, I think gravity is the better explanation that doesn't have giant missing chunks in it?
Yeah.
Okay, just overlook black holes and dark matter, why don't you, for those giant missing chunks. And, you know, the fact that you can't experimentally verify bending and warping of space-time, just make sure you overlook that giant missing chunk as well. But we're going to teach it in science class, and we're going to take taxpayers, right? At
So
gunpoint, we're going to get the money out of them
can
to make sure that we teach it to the children, despite it not having giant missing holes like dark matter, you know,
okay,
black holes.
can I test the other side of this? Does density and buoyancy explain black holes?
Density and buoyancy doesn't need black
So it's
holes.
got
Gravity does.
okay, so it's got the same. So it's got the same missing chunk, but it's also lacking a vector. So it has more missing chunks. If we describe black holes as a missing chunk, then you also don't have an explanation for that, but you also don't have a vector, which is like step one of describing a force is what is its magnitude, what is its vector. You're missing half of that. So I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying it's a better. It's a better explanation. Like density and buoyancy is a non-explanation. That's
Okay,
what
well, that was
I'm
an
saying.
argument from incredulity, or you're being dishonest. I don't know which one, maybe a bit of both. But if you know what you think about, you know, gravity at the galactic level, you need black holes for that extra gravitation because according to Michio Kaku, the galaxies spin 10 times too fast and there isn't enough gravitation. And you also need the dark matter to create more gravitation because gravity's so messed up at the galactic level, you need black holes and dark matter to make your equations work. So whenever you bring in buoyancy and density, you don't need dark matter or dark energy or black holes or any of those fundamental necessities, theoretical necessities. You don't need any of that stuff because buoyancy and density just works right in front of everybody's eyes every time they have a cup of tea or a glass of tea.
My teacups never attracted to each other.
Well, I was talking about Texan tea has ice in it, and when you manipulate the medium, which is, you know, the tea, the ice goes down, and when you refill the cup, you manipulate the medium again, the ice goes up. You don't need any dark matter explanation of whether there's, you know, nothing is missing. It all works, like mathematically. It works theoretically. It works scientifically. You don't need any, you know, ad hoc explanations to patch up why what you said doesn't match what we see. So when he brought that bit up about dark matter and black holes and buoyancy and density, I think that was it's a pretty big misunderstanding of why the theories of dark matter and black holes came into existence. It's because the inadequacies of gravity at the galactic level.
Please try to be accurate. Please try to be accurate, Hank, because I just want to sit and listen, but then I hear you talking about me and saying when he brought it up, you should draw up black hole. I know nothing about them. If they do or don't exist, I don't know much about it. What I do think is observable from Earth is we appear to have a moon and it appears to go around us, just the same as Jupiter appears to have moons and they go around them. That, to me, requires an explanation that density and buoyancy doesn't even scratch the surface on. So when you say, does it have some missing areas? Sure, there's probably large amounts that are mysterious about it. I mean, I understand it's a giant question in physics. I mean, black holes, sure. Bendy space-time, sure. It's a question. But the question I keep asking is, does density and buoyancy explain why Jupiter have moons of that size that are moving at that speed in that orbit? I'm guessing the answer is no.
So if the problem is does things have giant holes in them and you're like, but this doesn't even try to answer that, that doesn't fix the fact that it doesn't answer that.
Yo, Jeremy, shout me out. Boom.
It's a red herring. It's a complete red herring. It has nothing to do with
In what way
the
is it a
moons
red
of
herring?
Jupiter.
We're
Because
discussing
density
gravity.
nothing to
And
do with Jupiter's moons.
but gravity does, doesn't it? Gravity
Right.
perfectly
Gravity does.
explains why Jupiter's moons are where they are and moving at the speed they are.
You haven't confirmed
Right.
this.
So it has an explanation for a phenomenon
Can I now get in here?
we
Can I now just get in for a
can
second? Look,
see.
you're going around in
And
circles.
density and buoyancy
You're
doesn't even
going
have a
around in
vector.
circles, man.
Correct, I haven't confirmed it.
It's been more than 2 minutes. You're going around in circles, man. You're making this claim for gravity, black holes, you know, and you haven't been up there to confirm that these things exist. So it's all assumptions. You know, you're
Correct.
coming from a position of assumptions, presumptions. That's all you're doing. You're not really proving anything. You know, here on Earth, we're not measuring any curvature. Do you understand that English? We're not measuring any curvature with the latest cutting edge technology. So going to Jupiter's moons to beg it to give me some clues so I can work out the curvature of my Earth is not going to help you. Going to Jupiter is not going to help you. You need to firmly put your foot on the ground you're on and start getting your measuring tools out, because that's the only way you're going to get it. Okay.
What, a measuring tape? Like a measuring
Can I
tape?
ask?
Well,
Can I
you
ask
know,
you,
you can
Hank?
use laser beams. You can
Can
use
I
an
ask you?
aeroplane if you like.
Lasers
You
bend
can
with
use
the
GPS.
atmosphere.
You can use theodolites. You can use laser
Optics.
beams, radar,
Optics that
sound
you
signals.
complain. Laser that bends.
You
Measuring
can use
tapes.
all this equipment, scientific
Really?
equipment, here on Earth. Going to space where you can't go and check anything is not going to help
Cool,
you.
Jen.
Okay? Thank you
So
very
Can
much.
Jen,
I
I'll
ask you a
interrupt when I'm
question,
talking
Hank?
next time.
Jen, hold on, Jen. The lasers bend unless light bends in the atmosphere, unless it's Eratosthenes, right? It doesn't bend then. And you know the horizon is refracted unless you have Alberuni trying to measure the refracted horizon. So you need to learn, Jen, right?
Oh, really? Yeah. I need to learn.
So Hank, the question I have for you is, what made jumping from observable phenomena on Earth to asking about black holes legit, but talking about the moons of Jupiter became, after discussing black holes, what made the moons of Jupiter a red herring?
Because you claimed that there were no holes in gravity, and I pointed them out to you, and then
No, I
you
didn't.
tried to point
No, I
out.
didn't.
Yes, you did.
But in any
You said there's no
case,
holes in
we were
gravity.
talking about gravity, and
I said,
you brought up black holes, and then I brought up moons, and you went, "That's a red herring." I don't understand, why is that a red herring?
okay, so are you saying that nobody in this room heard me say, right? You got holes in gravity, right? Because you said there's no holes in gravity, and I'm asking the room, not you.
No, I
Did
didn't say
anybody hear
that.
me say, yeah, there's holes, the dark matter, the black holes, right? And there's also, the fundamental experimental nature of science, right? You can't demonstrate any of this stuff. Did
A
anybody hear
couple
me
of
say
things.
that? Hold on, that question wasn't
No, so a
directed to
couple
you
of
because
things.
I may have
I
been
didn't
cutting
say.
out. Sir, that
I'm
question
still
wasn't
allowed to
directed
respond.
towards you. Sir, could you give me a second? That question wasn't directed towards you. I may have been cutting out. Did anybody else in the room hear me and him have that conversation?
I'm in the room and I'm responding to that. That's not what I said. I didn't say gravity has no holes in it. I said the opposite. It may, but it has fewer, less glaring ones.
Okay, I never heard you say anything about
Okay, it
fewer,
doesn't
less
have any.
glaring ones. I'm asking the room again, not you, eggshells. Did anybody else
The
hear me and
question I
him
asked
have that
you.
conversation? Eggshells, do I have to mute you, bro? I'm trying to ask the room if I'm
I
getting a
heard him
good.
jump
Mind your
to.
own conversation.
I
I
heard him
asked
jump
you
to
a
Jupiter's
question,
moon.
and now you're diverting to ask a different
I heard
question. The
both of
question I
you
asked
talking,
you
and you two
was,
are trying to still talk. So I think if you guys keep talking, then you can move on of this bickering ambition.
the question I asked you was what
Jose.
made one a red herring and the other not. And now you're asking a
Right,
different
because
question.
there is
You
no
did go to that
holes
question, but
in
let's stick with
specific
mine first.
gravity. Bro, can you let me answer? Did you ask a question? There is no
Sure, go for
holes
it.
in specific gravity. It works. I don't need any ad hoc theories to explain why it doesn't work because it absolutely works. Every time, no matter what, an object in a medium will seek its equilibrium based on the relative density between the object and the medium that the object is in. Thanks.
The question is, why are Jupiter's moons a red herring when black holes are not?
Again, I'll explain it to you a little bit different.
Yes,
Okay, I'll explain it to you. So when you talked about gravity, there are glaring holes in gravity that it doesn't work, right? So when I bring up the holes in gravity, and then you bring up, the moons of Jupiter as if it's some sort of, glaring hole in the specific gravity, it's a non sequitur. It doesn't have anything to do with what the conversation is. You're changing the subject from there's no problem with specific gravity to what about Jupiter's moons?
Again, I didn't say
What does that
that.
have to do with the price of rice in China, bro?
What I'm just trying to understand is if the question is what are black holes, like why are black holes relevant but Jupiter's moons aren't? Like Jupiter's moons to me are infinitely more relevant because there's something we can observe from here on Earth.
That's actually a good point. Now I get the idea. Now I get the idea.
Let me answer. Okay.
It's just so simple and obvious.
Yeah, so let me give you a simple and obvious answer. Because when you bring up gravity, it doesn't work at the quantum level and it doesn't work at the galactic level. So when I bring up the problems with gravity, and then you say, well, what about Jupiter's moons? What does that have to do with the problem we're talking about? How you can explain everything on Earth with specific gravity, right? And you can explain things in the solar system with regular gravity, but you can't explain things at the galactic level or the quantum level. That's why you have to come up with all these crazy theories about black holes and dark matter that's unverifiable, unfalsifiable, therefore non-scientific. That's why it was brought up.
What a bunch of bullshit, right, Jeremy? What a bunch of bullshit going on here, Jeremy.
Hold on, I know Jose's been trying to get in. You guys been going back and forth for a while. Let's
No,
make the
I'm
closing
just
statement.
poking. I'm just poking, having fun. But for real, I mean, where are we gonna go with black holes and moons of Jupiter? Really? When we can talk about so much shit, I can listen to so much shit, but I mean, nobody has a point. No black holes, no moons of Jupiter. What a bunch of bullshit is all that.
Apparently you guys don't understand your own model and how gravity fails at the galactic level and also at the quantum level. I can't help it that you guys don't understand that.
And galactic level and quantic level is going to affect your life. It's going to affect your life, right?
Hold on. I was talking.
Exactly.
It's not my fault that you guys don't understand the implications of this, because how are spaceballs made? How are planets made? With gravity, but they don't work at the galactic level.
Why are you all afraid of the galactic level and the quantum level, bro?
I'm
Why
not.
are you
You
so,
guys are.
not us. You're the one freaking out over
You
there
guys
about it.
have the problem freaking out with dark matter and black holes because your model doesn't work at the galactic level.
Oh,
the quantum level. Somebody's not micing.
Crypto, hot mic. Crypto, super hot mic.
No, it's not a hot mic. It's me talking. Okay, so it's funny because I just had a conversation with
But I
someone.
thought Jeremy had a point, and then you jumped. But it's okay.
Still talking. So it was funny because I just had a conversation with someone in the main live stream where they said that only flat earthers accuse globe earthers of being triggered, and the second I leap in the VC, I hear Jose Gonzalez accusing Larry of being triggered. I just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah, I'm so triggered about their misunderstanding of gravity and how it works. I'm so triggered about their inadequacy.
The point still stands. If talking about black holes and quantum level and galaxies is relevant, it just is utterly incomprehensible. You haven't offered any relevant explanation as to why then talking about the moons of Jupiter is suddenly a red herring. Like they're all in the same category or they're not. You're talking about space, balls in space orbiting around one another, but some of those balls are irrelevant. It's just a very silly argument. You just need to accept it and go, hey, I misspoke. I didn't mean red herring. Let's move on.
I pointed out where the inadequacies with gravity is at, right? Then you tried to point out where the inadequacies with specific gravity, which is relative density, and you pointed at Jupiter's moons, like that's some kind of problem with specific gravity.
Well, the point I'm making is all of the holes you point at in the sort of classic gravity, if you want to call it, still exist in your density and buoyancy, and then you've got some other massive ones in density and buoyancy.
So I'm not saying gravity's perfect or solves everything. I'm saying of the two that have holes, one has bigger, more glaring holes that can't explain simpler phenomenon that is much closer to home. I don't need to go as far as black holes to go, oh, there's some problems with this density argument. That's the point I'm
Okay,
making.
explain Mercury with classical gravity. Go ahead.
I've got no idea. You mean Mercury the
Because you can't,
metal
because
or
it doesn't
Mercury
work.
the planet? I've got
Yeah,
no, I
Mercury's
mean,
a
I'm not
planet.
an astrophysicist. I don't pretend to understand this stuff. That's the
So
difference,
all your
right?
arguments are for ignorance. Thanks.
What do you mean with classical gravity?
Newtonian gravity.
You know, the sort of mass
But
attracts mass
so
business.
yeah, but now we're regretting to 100 years ago, whatever, 50, 100 years ago, right? But today there's more to it. There's not just the classic, how you call it, gravity of Newton. We gotta add Einstein because he's something that exists today. Unless we want to just disregard all the research after Einstein and then just talk about Newton. If that's what you want to do, I mean, I'll play the game. I'll say it doesn't work. But today we got Einstein, so you cannot leave it out. Boom.
Who are you directing that statement
Even
To you.
I didn't bring up Newtonian gravity, dummy.
hey, don't call names, please, Hank. Come on.
I'm sorry. I'm still struggling with that one. I break the rules from time to
You
time.
brought
I
who
apologize.
brought classic gravity that to that person. There you go. Boom.
Yeah, that was riding on eggshells. He
Yeah,
brought
sorry.
that.
I mean, I'm sorry. I heard. I'm zooming out over here.
Yeah, let me just point out
I
that
don't know.
even
Like
I mean, I just want to point out even GR doesn't work at the quantum level, and I mean, where is the quantum level? It's everywhere, right? Like literally everywhere. All.
right, but the point from miles back is, do density and buoyancy work at the quantum level?
I don't think density and buoyancy, relative density alone is the answer to it.
Right. And that's the only point I've been making. I'm not like, that's why I had to jump back in, because Hank was saying, oh, Eggshells was saying gravity explains everything. I've never said that. It probably does have flaws. I don't understand even the start of it. But I'm with you, Jeremy. I don't think it explains much at all. In fact, all it does is take an explanation that comes after gravity and goes, oh, that'll do, but it lacks a vector. So it's just a non-answer. It's got giant gaping holes that exist everywhere that gravity has a hole or a flaw. Also, density and buoyancy has one, and then it has way bigger ones beyond that as well.
Can you be specific how the moons of Jupiter is a flaw with specific gravity?
Well, real quick, can I
Sure.
propose this?
It's
That
explained by
Jupiter just might be light, so it just might be in the sky, like because of its density buoyancy relationship.
No, we're just making shit up, Isa.
Am
That's
I?
the thing.
What's up,
Yeah,
Jose?
you are. You're just making
Are
shit
they
up.
not
Light.
lights in the sky?
You were speculating.
So if we accept it's a light in the sky, I will just stipulate that it is a light in the sky that looks like balls revolving around one another.
Well, there could still be
And then,
shadows with lights in the sky. You know what I mean? Like, let's say.
yeah,
I'm not disputing that
I'm
there's
not saying it
shadows.
precludes that.
I'm just saying that because it's light in the sky, it would therefore, like, the answer of like buoyancy and density could be relevant because maybe it's made of a substance that's not buoyant or buoyant enough to be up there.
Yeah. And I bet that would just sort of fail to be then in the realm of density and buoyancy. But in the way that it does work, if it is balls, then it would perfectly explain the shape. Sorry, not the shape. Well, also the shape, the size and the speed of their orbits.
Well, their
So you've got this
orbits.
thing that density and buoyancy can't touch. Density and buoyancy basically is as much as like they could be like just lights. And then you go, oh, classical gravity explains why they revolve around one another, why they're typically on the same equatorial plane as one another, why they go at that speed dependent on their altitude, and why they cause perturbations in the orbit of the other, in the movement of the other thing. Like, it does so many extra things that density and buoyancy doesn't. That's all. See, not a red herring.
Yeah, I don't think it's a red herring in the sense if you're taking it all into consideration, which we shouldn't be limiting ourselves. But at the same point, like, Hank was not wrong in the sense of like when you're like disputing the mathematics of something. I think that was his point. Than to like jump to Jupiter, but I think it's a fair game personally because it's relevant, you know. But I think density and buoyancy kind of has less holes and gaps than. I mean, and I like the idea of the whole electromagnetism kind of thing. I don't know where that plays into it, but that's pretty fun. I think that has more answers to it than it does what we've got with, you know, relativity, etc. Because you got to speculate so much. Like all of a sudden, like even like, you know, when you guys were talking about the gravity and like why do things in a vacuum move at this speed? And it's like, well, you know, we don't really see vacuums in nature. It's like, you know, it's a proposed, but it doesn't mean that we, you know, should throw it away as an experiment because it makes sense. Like, you know, how fast do things fall? Like, you know, but then to like attribute that, you know, I mean, it's an interesting subject. You know, of course, it's cool, and it's quite cool that we can quantify it. But to then propose it's because of, you know, mass attracting mass, I think again, relative density explains it.
If
See,
if
I
we
kind of wish.
observe vacuums
Go
in
ahead.
nature, does that help? Does it, if we don't observe them, do they not exist?
No, I'm not proposing. Like, I mean, I think our lungs use vacuums and shit. I'm not like proposing that like there aren't vacuums in nature, but I'm saying the proposed environment. Like, are you going to drop an apple down the, you know, function? I don't know. I just like, you know, there's no place like a natural testing place to test that. Let's say that's what I mean. I don't mean that we don't use vacuums. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Like
I
that
got you. That makes
environment.
sense. Yeah, that makes
That
sense.
environment is just not found. You know what I mean? To be like the relationship to reality is moot in the sense that you have to manufacture this fucking vacuum anyway to create the environment to run a test like that. You know?
But you can make
Doesn't
it,
mean
right?
doesn't mean it's stupid to do or that it's invalid. It's just in a way irrelevant to some of the subjects.
I have a question. I mean, I know the explanation within the heliocentric model, but what's the explanation without bendy space-time, the cause of the density gradient, the causing things to be more dense? What's the cause of that?
Electrostatics.
How can you show that the density will change with electrostatics? Can you demonstrate that?
You
I
talking
don't
about
think
the
that's what's
pressure gradient
causing
in
the
the
density to
atmosphere, Paul?
change.
Or Paul, are you talking about
Sorry.
the pressure gradient in the atmosphere?
Well, it does. You see the density gradient in liquids and in air. You see it across the board. So if it's the electrostatics is the cause of that, then you should be able to manipulate it to cause the density gradient to disappear by electrostatics.
Well, I mean, I think there's many
I don't
reasons
think
for
you
the
can remove.
atmosphere.
Sorry,
Go
go
ahead,
ahead.
Hank. I think there's many reasons you could have the density gradient in the atmosphere with the air, as far as the air goes. As far as the air goes, and, you know,
What are some of those
temperature
reasons?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the reasons you would obviously tend to find the most gas where it's being created or produced at, or whatever word you want to use, introduced to the system. You tend to find the most gas in that area, right? Does that make sense to everyone? Just so we're all on the same page.
Well, let's go over an air hockey table where we have lots of air being generated in a localized area. How much does that change the density gradient above it?
False
Right, so
equivalency.
would you expect to find more gas in the area where it's not being introduced to the system at?
Well, it's not being introduced. It's actually cyclical mostly. So
Well,
whatever gas is there is
explain.
actually coming there and getting there in the first place. And to create,
Okay,
does
so
that answer a pressure gradient in any way, shape, or form? When I go to Arizona, there's no gas being produced at the ground, or
does
next
the
to no.
statement make
So close to zero would be not funny.
Okay, I know the Glovers want to obfuscate and argue away from this simple
Is that an
fact that
obfuscation?
you would tend to find most of the gas. I'm just making sure we can all agree that. Would you find most of the gas in the area where it's being introduced to the system or whatever.
No.
What? Well, I don't know. If you were boiling a teapot in a tube, I would expect to see most of the water vapor near where the gas is coming out of.
You're not going to change the gradient inside that tube in any way meaningful by
We're
even
talking
with your
about where
heavy
gas.
boiling going on.
We're talking about where gas is being
We're
created. Where
talking
would we
about
tend
like
to
an
Yes,
find?
I'm
axiom.
talking about you got your tube. I put in a or I put in a gas. I now start to boil it, and it's open at the top. You're not going to have an appreciable increase in pressure in that tube until you're creating it at a phenomenal rate,
I know, but where are we going to
like
find the most water
thousands
vapor
of
at? Right
liters
above.
per minute.
Are we going to find most of the water vapor right at the spout of the tea kettle, or I don't know, 5 feet above that?
And where are we going to find the? We're in a tube right now. I think
Answer
that's
my
your
question with a
description.
question.
Yeah.
I am. I'm trying to. We're in a
This,
tube right
yeah.
now, and
This
you've
is
now
hilarious.
started boiling water. You've got no increase in pressure gradient to speak of unless you're boiling at insane levels, which the ground is not boiling at insane levels. So now please tell me how this applies to the atmosphere, where I got a 14 psi
Well, first you got to answer the first question.
sea level amount of sea level pressure, and that 14 psi is trailing off. Now show me in your tube that you can get the same effect with a plant at the bottom of this tube.
All right, let me help you out. Okay,
Of
can I be
course.
heard? Can I be heard?
We hear
So there's evaporation at sea level, right? And
Sure.
when water is in a liquid state, it's pretty dense. But when it's at a gaseous state, it's actually extremely buoyant, more buoyant than the rest of the atmosphere. That's why it always goes up, right? For the most part, except for foggy days. So when it goes up, right, then static brings the clouds together and it goes back down, right? So when it goes back down, what does that do? Well, it goes back down to so a cycle, right? And I think this water cycle is, part of the reason why we have so much gas here, right? Because when the clouds go up, the regular atmo or gas is pushing the clouds up while the clouds are, pushing down, right? And then when it rains, the material comes back down and evaporates again. So I think that's a clear
Yo, but Larry,
indication.
let him expose his obfuscation the way that he's doing, because just let him answer that first axiom question.
Well,
But
I think I did
won't.
answer it. I
You
said that
won't.
no, I wouldn't expect to see a gradient formed from air being generated at the ground
we
level.
weren't talking about a gradient. He was just asking
That's
you
what
that if you
I
were to
think that's what Jeremy was
introduce.
talking about.
No, he was saying if you introduce a gas into an environment, most of the gas is going to be wherever you're introducing it from, right? Is it that hard, man?
They literally can't agree to
I
this. I
know,
don't know
dude.
why.
What the fuck, bro?
Every Glober I try to go over this with, they have to obfuscate or dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge.
Well,
Okay,
let's
so
think
why are
about
you
this.
why are you ducking and ditching
It's
and
just
whatever
how
the
about
fuck
this?
you
Can
just
you
said?
just say yes?
Oh, shut up,
Just say
you
yes.
Here we
babbling
go.
maniac.
Here we go. He's triggered
So
now.
why do you obfuscate when I ask you about the tube and the pressure gradient inside that tube? We now have boiling water in there and no appreciable increase in pressure.
Well,
That's
I
a
mean,
red herring. It's a red herring.
It's not a red
inside the
herring. I'm
tube,
talking to Jeremy, not you.
inside the tube,
I'm just calling you out, not
I'm
Jeremy.
asking Jeremy. I'm not talking to you.
inside the tube, I would expect to find the most water vapor, right? The gas we're introducing, we're introducing water vapor, right? I would expect to find the most of that right where the fucking kettle, right where it's coming out the pot or the kettle or whatever, right?
Sure.
Okay, cool. So you agree we would tend to find the most gas where it's being introduced, right?
Sure.
Oh, that was
Now
tough.
show me
That was
a
tough.
gradient in there.
All right.
Show me a change in gradient with more introducing the air more quickly.
Okay. So we have this. We have that. Now we know that didn't really take that long, honestly. Thanks, Moya. That wasn't bad. We now know that you would tend to find the most gas. I'm not saying this is the sole cause of it. I'm just saying you would tend to find the most gas where it's being introduced in the system. On Earth, most of the gas is coming out of the ocean. All right, and we find the most gas at sea level.
So pressure at the ocean will be higher than in Arizona.
No, I'm saying the ground level is where most of the gas comes from, right? The
No,
ground.
no, no. We're now we're 100 miles away from the ocean. We're 300 miles away from the ocean. 400 or 500 miles
Yeah.
away from the ocean, and I have no gas being introduced at the bottom. Why
That's not
is
how
the
it works.
pressure at sea level? Why is the pressure at sea level not increasing or decreasing at a similar rate as it is up, as we go up? So horizontally, I'm
Okay.
going across all the way to Arizona, and I've got no fucking water in the air.
I know.
I've got
I
no
know.
plants generating oxygen, and essentially, at least
Because it's not a
a
vacuum.
tenth or 100. Shut up. A
Because
tenth
it's
or
not a vacuum.
Let him finish.
a tenth or 100th of the amount of water being generated in the ocean in the Caribbean. Now, please tell me why the pressure gradient isn't different in those two locations.
Okay. A, you were wrong. Even in the Mojave Desert, gases, any desert you want, any land, everywhere, gas is being introduced into the system. Okay. So it's not like there's no gas being introduced there. Yes,
No, there's less.
There may be less than the ocean, sure.
Okay,
However,
so we got less.
ground level is the area where all of this gas is introduced for the most part. And
Not
that's
in the
where we
Mojave
tend to
Desert.
find there are gases come out of the Mojave Desert, yes. I posted 2
Not at the
papers
same
on
rate,
it.
therefore it should be lower pressure.
I already said not at the same rate.
Should
I'm
be
telling
lower
you,
pressure, though. Let's get to
can
that
I
point.
just
Let's not
finish?
beat around the
Can I
bush.
just finish?
And you're saying that a minuscule amount of
Can I
something can
please
be the same
finish?
as a massive amount of something.
Okay, we find this is a fact. Most of the gas is introduced at ground level. We find most of the gas at ground level. Okay, so far that makes sense. Now there's other reasons for why there could be the same amount of pressure in the Mojave Desert as over the ocean. Gas travels at 500 meters a second. Let me finish,
Okay.
dude. Gas travels at 500 meters a second. All right, there's also a temperature gradient in the air, right? It gets colder as you go up. What happens with cold air? It falls back down. Hot air rises, cold air falls back down.
Okay, but you're introducing as a fact that air is produced at the ground level to somehow bolster your reason for why there's air pressure. I've showed an area that doesn't have air introduced at the ground level, and it still has that gradient. I also can show that in the tube, which I have demonstrated that to you. And it's air pressure inside of a tube that has no air being generated at the bottom. I can tip it upside down, shake it up, move it around, stand it back up, and it will establish a gradient. Therefore, there is absolutely zero effect whatsoever from the outside environment causing that that pressure density inside of that tower that I've just described with a tube. Therefore, your
Okay, your
whole
first sentence.
hypothesis, your whole theory is bankrupt.
Okay, your first sentence was completely wrong. I waited to the end to address it, though. See how that works, guys? I waited till he finished so it didn't turn into a shit show. So there's no area on Earth where gas isn't being created. All right, everywhere, even in the Mojave Desert, gas is being created. So stop saying that you've shown an area where there's no gas being created. That's not a thing. Second of all,
inside the tube.
I'm not claiming. What'd you say?
Inside the tube that I just described 2 seconds ago. Did you forget it already?
What about the tube?
Okay, you
It was
know,
just an
listen. Okay,
analogy.
so
Dude, we're
let's
already
just
past
say,
that
okay, I've
point.
got a
Hold
tube,
on.
and
Hold on one
I
second.
just sealed it off. I put a cap on the top and on the bottom. I tip it upside down. I shake it around. I put it in all different locations. Then I stand it back up. A gradient establishes with no introduction of air at the bottom.
The tube analogy with the boiling pot was just to get to show you that there would be more
pot,
gas.
no boiling pot.
The Adderall is strong in
Bro,
this one.
bro, I was just using the analogy of the boiling pot to show you that there would be more gas where the gas is being introduced. That was the end of that. Now we're on to
Okay.
Earth. Now we're on to
I'm
Earth.
actually back
Okay?
into the tube. I'd like you
Can
to
I
address
just
the
finish
tube that I
one
just
time,
described.
please? I know I let you interrupt me one time. I let you finish every time. Just let me finish one time. Okay?
Go ahead.
We know that there's the most gas is going to be near where it's going to be getting created. Fact. Most of the gas is being introduced at ground level. Fact. So far. Now, you have a temperature gradient in there, and the gas is also traveling very fast, so it's spreading out quickly. Okay, now there's a temperature gradient. Colder, the higher you get. Well, there it falls. You know, it's going to go back down because of the temperature gradient, because we know that it gets hot, it gets cold. As it's doing, it's also traveling at, I don't know, 400 or 500 meters per second, so it's going to go pretty far.
It doesn't go 500 meters per second vertically for some reason. Weird. It can equalize.
Because
It
that
can't
would be the
equalize.
opposite of natural law.
It can't equalize in pressure going vertically 10 feet, but it can make it 500 miles into the desert and keep the exact same sea level pressure 100 miles away from any source of appreciable air pressure being introduced. But going up 10 feet, we can measure a difference in air pressure. Wow, that is just weird. How does that work, Jeremy?
Equilibrium. Everything's trying to seek equilibrium. Did you not know that?
But it won't seek
I just
equilibrium
told
for
you
some
there's
reason. He's saying that gas introduced at the bottom from the ocean is creating pressure gradient, and yet we can
I
show
didn't say
vast
that.
different. We can show vast differences of the surface of the Earth, hundreds of miles apart, that don't have the same amount of introduction of something. And then I can show a tube, a sealed environment, where I shake it up and down, and he'll just dance around and go off onto the Earth again. That this tube will establish the same pressure gradient inside of it with sealed ends. When I shake it around, turn it all upside down, mix the air together, instantly it reestablishes almost instantly. That's not, I know you're pedantic. Very quickly will establish that gradient vertically, but horizontally it can't find its way. Jesus Christ.
How about we
Okay.
be honest and say that
It
it
cannot
reaches
establish the
equilibrium?
delta between the
Guys, can
ocean
I
and the desert.
Can I please respond to that? Thank you. See, the first sentence he got was wrong. I still let him finish. I tried to interrupt him. He wouldn't let me. I let him continue on. Everyone pay attention on how this has to go in order for this to be a productive conversation that doesn't turn
Get
into
to
a
the
shit
point.
show. Believe me, my people need coaching because it turns into a shit show a lot. I'm showing them how it needs to go. All right.
Yep.
So, I didn't say that this was the cause of the pressure gradient. I specifically said there could be multiple factors at play, and this was one of the factors. Okay, so you got your whole first shit wrong. I never said it was the cause of it. And as far as when as you go, I mean, I've said this multiple times. You're not addressing it. When you go up, it gets colder. What happens to cold air? What happens
Gets
to
more
cold air?
dense.
And then
Gets more
what?
dense.
And then what?
Falls.
Okay, back down to the ground where we find the
Sure.
most gas. Wow.
Except for there's places where it's hotter above
Where's that
and
happen?
colder.
Where does it get hotter as you go up?
You've seen the temperature measurements from balloons. Come on, don't play dumb.
Okay, but overall, it gets hot. It gets colder as you go up, right?
There's huge swaths of the atmosphere where it's hotter above, like thousands of feet.
It gets colder as you go towards the sun.
And it gets warmer as you go towards the sun. In areas that we can measure.
There's plateaus and shit. Yes, I understand that. And I'm not saying this is the sole cause of the temperature gradient. You always want to pin one thing down as, oh, this is the cause, and now I'm debunking it. I'm not saying there's one sole cause of it. I'm giving you reasons as to why the pressure gradient could happen.
All right, but can we go with the temperature gradient a little bit further, Jeremy? Now, within that tube.
So far, hold on, real quick. So far, we're good, right? Cold air falls, hot air rises. You tend to find the most gas at the bottom where it's all falling to. You'd also tend to find the most gas where it's all being introduced at. All right.
But
we're good with both of those so far, right? Are we good with both of those?
Sort of.
Well, what's the problem?
I told you, because I have my tube that I just described, which is my controlled environment. I controlled for every variable that you're talking about. I have the tube laying down for 2 hours. It's 72 degrees across the board. I've got it in a temperature controlled room with circulating air, that is keeping that whole tube at approximately 72 degrees. I stand it up. The same gradient establishes inside of it. Temperature is not the cause of the gradient. Cold air falling is not the cause of the gradient. Source of air pumping out of the ground is not the source of the gradient. All these things are testable.
So can I jump in? So the source of the gradient is the natural phenomenon where we see everything's trying to reach its equilibrium. How about that?
Okay, what establishes the direction of equilibrium?
Some might say the electrostatic nature of the universe.
All right, so then we should be able to test that by changing the electrostatics of the atmosphere inside that tube and make the gradient reverse.
It's not. I've always said
Yeah,
there's
see, that's where I
something
was
else.
going. That's actually where I was going. So how can you manipulate the electrostatics to show that that's the cause of the density gradient?
Not the cause, but
I've
a
always
cause,
said.
right? That's the proposed thing. It's a cause.
Well, I mean, I've
Not
eliminated
necessarily.
source of air being the ground. I've eliminated temperature pretty much by my testing. Now, of course, I'm just speaking hypothetically at this point. We'd have to actually physically do this. I've done it to some extent. Like I laid the tube down for 20 minutes, let the air establish as close to as a uniform temperature as possible. Then I stood it up, and the same gradient established inside the tube. So, I mean, with basic testing, I've done that. I've eliminated the source of air as being there, so I've got rid of two things. The electrostatic one I haven't tested inside the tube, where I generate, 1,000,000 volts on the bottom and the opposite charge at the top, and seen whether I can get this gradient to establish alternatively. But so we're stuck right now with, you can't stack all these together. I've eliminated some of them from being major players in the atmosphere.
And I've always said there could be more causes to it. It could be electrostatics. There could be something else going on. I don't know, but there's just some reasons why there could be more air at the bottom than at the top. It's hotter. It's hotter at the bottom, and that's where all the gases are being produced and consumed. They're all being produced and consumed at the bottom, pretty much.
Can I talk about that for a second? Because actually, I've thought about when they talk about the, air is produced at ground level. Well, density is actually more matter to say, right? But what you're having at ground level is more of an exchange. Plants take in carbon monoxide and give off oxygen. So there's technically an exchange. So that couldn't necessarily account for the increase in mass to show the density gradient, because you'd almost say a certain level of mass is being exchanged. So I don't know if that would be a necessary sufficient explanation.
Not as a standalone explanation. Yes, I agree. As part of it, part of the reason, sure.
I made a gradient with temperature and PVC pipe. I'll post a video with about 60 feet. I thought it was 70. It was about 60 feet of PVC pipe. I made a gradient just by putting one end in ice water and the other end in hot water. I made a gradient.
What do you mean you made a gradient?
Where
it already
was,
had a gradient. What do you mean it made a gradient?
No, it didn't. It's laying on the ground. And I did it in a U, like away from me, where both ends were right next to me.
I'm trying to visualize this.
The last 10 feet I had, or about the last 8 feet of each end, I had sitting in a gutter, some old gutter for your roof, and I filled one up with ice water, like the last 8 feet of one tube, and then the other tube was real close to boil. It wasn't boiling, but it was hot water. And I put loosened up 2 balloons. So I had got them real loose, and then I put one end I put one on each end, and then that's actually when I did that first, and then I filled the water up and heated it up, and then I poured the ice water in the other side, and it, like, there's a puff of air in the balloon on the hot side. When I squeezed it, it'd make the other balloon on the other side bounce, and then it would inflate right back up just a little bit, not much, but it just kept bouncing back and forth. It maintained a gradient in just 60 feet with temperature.
That's an excellent point, that you could make it
I'm
with
not sure what the hell that proved.
Because it does prove something. I'll explain it to you. So where is most of the heat at on Earth? Right on the surface, right? Even when you're in like Antarctica and you go up, it gets colder and colder and colder, right? So he just demonstrated that maybe the temperature of the surface of the Earth, which is basically controlled by geothermal activity and the sun, right? Maybe that's the cause, for the gradient. You did say that it was the hotter side had the higher pressure, right?
Yeah, the hotter side had the pocket of air, and
Wait a minute.
the colder side was the side that bounced up when I squeezed the pocket of air in the balloon, and it just filled the pocket right back up. In fact, I'll post a video and live stream. But I know this much: I don't think I could have made a gradient if I didn't seal the ends. In fact, I'm certain of it, and I've never thought of a way to prove it. But yeah, you can make a gradient with it sealed, but with it not sealed, you can't. I mean, I thought we all knew that.
I'm still not sure how that establishes a gradient and how you established that there was no gradient until you did this.
You're only it's just it's not proof of anything except for a gradient and an enclosed system. With just a little bit of ice water and hot water.
Well, the thing is, you can actually go to, I mean, I hate to say it, but you can go to places that have virtually the same temperature, but you can establish that there's actually a different pressure gradient. So how do you account for that?
I don't know what you meant by that.
Okay, we'll say, let's say
I'm not also.
Well, hang on a second. I mean, like I'm in Tennessee, and down here, I'm in the valley, and I can probably go up to the mountains, which is a higher elevation, but the temperature be roughly the same.
Right,
I can
right. 70
measure
degrees down in the valley, 7 degrees at the top.
And there's a pressure gradient.
You'll have the same pressure then.
Nope.
But you don't. That's the thing.
Definitely not.
You don't. You have a pressure gradient.
You'll have to show me that, man.
Okay.
Well,
I mean,
sea level measurements in Minnesota and Alaska and in the Mojave Desert and Antarctica are all roughly 14 psi.
Yeah. So, but here's my point. Okay. I would also say that the moisture does have. Jeremy mentioned this earlier. The moisture does have an effect. But when you were talking about that warm air in the balloons, yeah, that was the jet streams. If you notice his balloons, every time you hit a pocket of air, his balloon starts starts moving across the map. So every time they hit them pockets, that's what causes the jet streams, is the temperature variance. So when you get temperature fluctuations like that, you usually have motion associated with it.
Okay. One of the biggest deserts in the world is Antarctica. And that one, again, the pressure gradient is about the same as it is in the desert, in a hot desert, Devil's Valley.
Yeah, and wouldn't you say there's less pressure?
No.
Usually low pressure in cold areas?
No.
Okay, well, so the pressure is exactly the same in Antarctica?
14 psi at sea level.
And 14.7 in the desert?
14.7 in both places, roughly. Very, there's differences for weather. But
you have to show me that, man. You have to show me that, because maybe it's so, but
barometers in Antarctica.
Because I'm under the impression that there's a lot of turbulence in Antarctica because it's real cold, so you're naturally going to get a lot of turbulence. And same thing with the North Pole, where you have cold areas. They're usually associated with a lot of turbulence. Not always, but roughly. And dude, nobody's acting like we know perfectly well how everything works. I would say maybe there is a little bit of bias with the electrostatic bias. That's all it would really take. I don't see how y'all could just sit there with a right mind and picture 14.7, a little speck in y'all's universe, and then a giant freaking void. I mean, it's hard to even comprehend. But I don't see how y'all.
Due to gravitation.
Yeah, I've tried to describe this before. If you only had one molecule of air on Earth, one molecule, and it theoretically, I'm just speaking theoretically, if you were to have one molecule on Earth and it fell to the ground, got energy added to it, let's say like 70 degrees, so it leaves the Earth at like 500 meters per second, it would go up like 20,000 feet. Then the whole time it was going up, it would have something pulling back on it, and at least according to our model. And it would eventually slow down to a stop. It would start falling again. It would come down, hit the ground, and that molecule would forever live in a cycle of bouncing at different angles up, sideways, over, taking different amounts of time, but it would tend towards staying on the Earth.
It is a dynamic system too, man. We got to take that into account. And the air is produced at ground level. I don't think there's any air produced up above ground level, but it still gets up there, right? But can you show me a gradient inside a tube the way I demonstrated a gradient? Are you just
Yes.
going to give me
In
rhetoric,
fact,
or
I can
can
show it far.
you show me?
I
Can
can
you
show
show
it
no
far
using
superior. I put a
gravity?
barometer inside.
Let me finish.
I,
Let me finish.
okay.
Using almost done. Using gravity. Can you show me a gradient the way I did? Like, can you go by a mountain or something and put the end of the tube near a mountain? I know that sounds kind of crazy, but I mean, can you demonstrate anything at all other than just telling me? Because I demonstrated it in a tube, and so you
All right.
manipulate your
You want me to
gravity.
demonstrate in the tube? Would it be sufficient? I still got my tube laying around. I probably could set it up. Where I take my barometer on my phone, which I think we all can agree demonstrates barometric pressure, and I tip the tube right side up with the phone at the top, and it'll be lower pressure at the top of that tube. I tip that
No, it
tube
won't.
over. Oh, yes, it will. Yes, it will.
No, it won't.
Done.
No, it won't.
I've done this.
Yeah.
Don't tell me it won't do it.
You got 1,000-foot high tube or
No,
something?
no. I can measure 6 inches of air pressure difference between holding the phone in front of my nose and lifting it up to my forehead.
Bro, if you want to get technical, okay, you're talking about this air pressure, but I mean, if you really want to get technical, you could call everything around us ambient, zero, basically.
No,
You know?
I can show you a difference, a change in air pressure by moving my phone up and down about I said 6 inches, but more clearly, I can do it easily in 3 feet.
Yeah,
Where
and
I
you're
can
just
get a
going to
real
say it's
solid
gravity, right?
measurement.
I'm telling you to show me a differential. Like, I want you to manipulate that. Don't just tell me. I knew you're going to just use a pipe and say, look, there's gravity.
You probably should be
I'm
quiet a
telling
little
you to
longer. Let me finish.
manipulate it.
Right. Now, I'm going to ask you, if you let me finish instead of babbling, I can tell you that I've got a tube. Now, I put the phone on one end of that tube. Now, I tip that tube right side up with the phone at the top. It will show lower air pressure. Now, I tip that phone, that I manipulate it. I
Welcome to
tip
Flat
that
Earth,
tube
bro.
over. I tip that tube over. And I now have the phone at the bottom, and it will show higher pressure. And I can do that over and over again. I can do that with the same temperature air inside. Do it in my house at 72 degrees with the tube laying down horizontally. Take it up vertically, and instantly it will establish a air pressure column with high pressure at the
We
bottom.
heard you over and over. We heard you 10 times. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro. Welcome to
That
Flat
is
Earth.
totally not flat Earth explanation.
That is absolutely a Flat Earth explanation because you're not going to have any of that pressure without a lid.
Yeah, you're describing specific gravity to a T, bro. It's reaching equilibrium, which is the natural state of the world that everything wants to reach. Equilibrium, whether it's pressure or whether it's charge, right, in a battery, or, whether it's temperature, right, like a cup of coffee. Like, it all wants to reach equilibrium, and you're asking why, and I guess the question is that we don't exactly know all the reasons why it does. It just does. I think it's part of the second law of thermodynamics. Sorry, give me just a second. I think it's part of the second law of thermodynamics. I think it should be the fourth leg that everything stands on, that specific gravity is just like when high pressure goes to low pressure. It's seeking equilibrium. Thanks.
Okay.
Let me
Equilibrium
babble my
from
response.
what?
Let me babble my response to yours. So basically, by saying you got the tube and you demonstrated it, that's what I'm trying to get you to prove and manipulate, like I did. I showed a pressure gradient inside containment, like outside. So I say just walk outside, and that's proof that the air is contained. So when you show me that in the pipe, I say welcome to Flat Earth, bro. You ain't manipulating or changing nothing. You're just proving a flat Earth.
I eliminated all the causes that Jeremy cited from the test. His temperature argument, his electrostatic, I didn't eliminate. I can't say I eliminated. But so now we can just say that it is only electrostatics and test that.
Yeah,
but,
our argument is for
I
the
can tell
pressure
you that
outside, though, right?
we've eliminated surface energy, causing this surface introduction of air because it's a sealed container with no air being introduced.
You've eliminated the fact there
We've
has to be
eliminated temperature
there can't be a
because
lid,
the
right?
temperature is uniform and the same gradient establishes. So what we're left with is maybe some other force that's happening. And your assertion might be that it's an electrostatic force.
No,
And my
it's called a
assertion
lid.
is that it's a gravitational force. Well, the way we can eliminate that is we can generate electrostatic forces, and we can go validate that we don't get a reverse gradient inside that tube by modifying the electrostatics of the tube.
What did you do to manipulate gravity, bro? Okay, I've
I
caused a
don't.
crash.
I
Hold
eliminated
on.
all the other alternatives.
Let me respond, bro. I'll let you answer. But I've created a gradient. I created a gradient inside containment. Okay, so I'm telling you, outside is contained. So if I say outside's contained, and you try to prove by using the gradient that already exists, you're proving a flat Earth because you can't show pressure outside of containment. Until you do that, you're just proving a flat Earth, bro.
Okay, that's cute. That's wonderful and pointless. Yes, I mean, basically what I've done is I've eliminated everything that I think, of the asserted things except for electrostatics. So I think that if you want to assert that gravity is the cause, or sorry, electrostatics is the cause of what we call gravity, then we should be able to modify gravity quite easily inside of this tube.
What I'm telling you is the proof of the pressure in the first place is the containment. Sorry.
Right, cute. Okay, who cares?
What's with the cute? Who cares? What kind of statement is that?
Because it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Exactly. Address the question. Don't say cute.
No, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're trying to make an isolated system that we can test things in, which is what we do. And you're trying to somehow bring back into the equation some other thing that we haven't even gotten near talking about, which is the weight of air. Right now, we're trying to establish what causes air to move. And
Let me tell you what you're gonna have to do, bro.
If you can figure out what I see.
I got an idea. Okay, so take a tube. Okay, take a PVC. Wait, listen to this, y'all. Take some PVC and draw a vacuum. Okay, draw a vacuum. It could go up a mile, however high you want it to. Draw your vacuum and then put another tube inside of that that's not enclosed, and show me gravity making a gradient. And let me tell you what's going to happen. It'll never make a gradient. It'll just diffuse into the other tube because you thinking gravity's holding air down is goddamn ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, electrostatics is much more potent than the force of gravity.
There's still got to be containment, man. You know, if you think about it. Like I said, if we're gonna do this experiment fair, we're both gonna have to start in a vacuum.
Sounds like somebody from the UK has just lost a bet. Something about Manchester. I don't know.
What? Stress, isn't it? No.
Yeah, you're hot mic, bro.
Somebody's got a hot mic.
No, because if
bro, you're hot micing, bro.
Manchester United.
We can't have a free run because we can't watch. No one.
Anyway, if we're gonna do this experiment fair, we've got to both start in a bigger pipe representing ambient whatever around us in a vacuum. Okay, so let's be realistic. We'll make it let's be thought experiment. So we make it a mile high or 10 miles high, however high they want. We can make it 20 miles high, but it's a vacuum. So we draw a vacuum in and we close it off on both ends, and it's like let's say a 6-inch PVC pipe. Then we take a 1-inch PVC pipe and do our experiment. So we're both on equal playing fields. Okay, so we're expecting gravity to hold the air down with two open-ended, with a PVC pipe, whatever, 20 miles high, open-ended. And the other one, we're gonna seal the lid and use temperature to make a gradient. And I think we can all, don't have to think much further to know it's ridiculous thinking gravity's holding air down against a vacuum. There's no way to prove that. So I think it's a good point. There's got to be containment of some sort, or we wouldn't have the pressure to begin with.
Yeah, so Moya.
Yeah, in the case of the battery, it would be the walls of the battery and nothing touching the terminals, right? In the case of a cigarette lighter or propane tank, it would be the nozzle at the top, right? And as far as the heat goes, it would be some sort of insulation like a mug, thermos, coffee cup, right? And then as far as everything in the medium, it would have to be somebody like manipulating a rock and picking it up out of the river or throwing a ping pong ball right? And it lands in the water, right? So somebody has to like create this equilibrium, and then the natural state is equilibrium.
So Moyak, you did a good job of explaining how you can show demonstrations of the effects that we see in reality, but what that didn't do is necessarily prove what the cause of those effects are, right? It had nothing to do with gravity or anything like that. All you did is say, you know, I can flip this tube over and I can show you a pressure gradient. But what you're not doing is you're not manipulating anything related
Right.
to what your claim of the cause would be, right? So
That's what, yeah, that's exactly right, bro. That's why I welcomed them to Flat Earth, because every time they try and use walking outside as proof, or just turning a pipe upright as proof, then I claim welcome to Flat Earth, because I say that the pressure proves a container, so I can easily make a claim with and not back it up. Yeah, you're right.
yeah, it's just affirming the consequent, right? Like I walked outside, therefore Earth globe, right? Anything that you say that is just showing the effects of things that we see in reality isn't necessarily proving any type of cause that you may claim is the cause of the effect that we see. So, Moyak, do you have any demonstrable evidence of gravity being the cause of the pressure gradient? Have you done any type of experiment that would manipulate what your claimed cause of this gradient is?
Yeah, I didn't even catch that one. Good catch, bro. Whenever this guy talks, when Napalm talks, you guys should listen.
What? When he talks what?
I appreciate that, Hank, but you can't use my statement on me that I use on you, okay?
Napalm is a really good listener, is what I'm saying.
I appreciate that joke, by the way. I don't think anybody else picked it up, Brian. But I appreciate
I didn't
it.
even hear it, man. You said
Oh, you weren't joking. Sorry.
no, what? Oh, you said I was joking? No, I thought he said Napalm is a good listener. Is that what he said?
No, he said everyone should listen when Napalm speaks, and you were like, "What? What did he say? What did he say?"
Oh, that is funny. Yeah, I did that on purpose, man. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so Napalm pointed out that the globe has been talking for the past 5 or 10 minutes. He was doing a lot of affirming the consequent, because he was asking us, why do things go down? And, we probably started speculating and, giving a few reasons as to why things go down. And then this guy was saying whatever he was saying. And then I said, after I thought about it for a minute, it's just the way that things work, seeking equilibrium. And I don't really have like a end all cause. And then Napalm pointed out that, this guy was just affirming the consequent, that here's all these, effects of things going down, but there's no real causality. So it's basically like, if I drop my phone, right, and it hits the ground, does that mean that everything I say after gravity, I say, oh, gravity did that. And guess what else gravity does? Gravity makes, Venus spin backwards, and it makes, this happen, and that happen, and this happen. Black holes, dark matter, galaxies, and all that stuff. Like, does that necessarily mean that everything I say after that is automatically true because the phone hits the ground?
Yes, because gravity makes Jupiter and it makes Uranus.
Can I ask a question about equilibrium? I've heard this a lot, so I'm just trying to analyze this, thinking, being open-minded. In a closed system, without any other forces applied to it, what would the equilibrium of that system look like? For example, a gas.
Well, you're talking about a closed system. There would be still exchange of energy and heat, right? I think you're thinking of an isolated system, which is a purely theoretical system.
That's true. I'm not going to deny that. So in a sense, though, but you can at least try to get what you're after. So it's an isolated system, which means it's contained. There's no outside influences. There's no heat exterior to that. Like in, I don't know who was speaking, but is it SE maybe? In his tube, there's an exterior influence, which means he's applying heat to the tube, which means there's something exterior to the system of the tube. Once you remove that heat, well, it'll be seeking equilibrium, which means the gas pressure inside that tube would establish equilibrium, which means it would be the same pressure on, if the temperature is exactly the same on the outside, then the pressure on one end of the tube and on the other end of the tube would equalize, which means equilibrium, and it should be the same, right? So now, if I account for the heat would be a variable, which means you can say heat can cause pressure change, which is true. So if you control for that, which means you establish that you keep the heat constant, either cold or hot, and it's constant, then you should be able to manipulate the other cause, like you guys have had all these causes for pressure gradient. Then you should be able to manipulate the second one, like whatever you think the cause is. If it's electrostatics, if you make the temperature the same, the pressure is the same currently, then you should be able to manipulate the electrostatics and create a pressure differential, right?
Oh, what differential? I heard everything but the last sentence.
You should be, okay, if you've accounted for all the other variables, which means exterior, like the temperature, you make the temperature constant. So you know that's not a variable. Okay, you hold it constant. Show the cause of a pressure gradient, and you should be able to manipulate whatever other aspect of the cause is. That's what an experiment is. I think the cause of gravity is electrostatic. Then I should be able to keep all other variables constant and then manipulate that one.
Well, I don't think you were here yesterday. We were kind of talking about that. Witsit was in here asking, hey, I want to do this experiment and I want to make sure, that I get it right. And he was asking for positive criticism. And that was one of the things. Okay, if you do this experiment, right, you're going to add static and you're going to levitate, make things levitate. You also need to make sure that when you do this, that you don't change the relative density, right? And at first he was kind of like going against it, but I think after a minute he realized that, yeah, that is true. I do need to make sure that this one also cause of things going up and down, which is, basically specific gravity, relative density, it needs to stay constant. So yeah, I think we would all like to see that experiment done that Witsit was talking about yesterday.
Well, the other thing is I've been thinking about this with electrostatic. Depending on what your explanation is what electrostatics is. One sense, it's the movement or flow of electrons, right, or the charge of electrons and its movement within the medium. So if you're in that flow or that movement would introduce a force. So if you're causing something to float, you might be counteracting an already existing force. So, but it may not be the same force that you're counteracting. So do you mean like I can lift a stick off the ground? I'm outside. The mechanics and the fuel in my arm is, in a sense, applying a force to move that stick off the ground. Have I eliminated the other force? No, it's still there, whether it's caused by bending of space-time or electrostatics. So you've got to also make sure you're controlling the actual manipulating the very thing that you're saying it is, which means you got to eliminate everything else. That's what I was trying to get to a couple of days ago.
You're absolutely right. Witsit was kind of hammering that down yesterday when he was saying that, we need to stop saying that this is the cause of water boiling, right? It's a cause, right? So every time we use a scientific method, we need to see a cause, right? That way the science is never settled at any time. Someone can come up and say, hey, I also found this other cause. Okay, let me see, show me, right? You still with me? So if I say that heat causes water to boil, right, that's true. If I say it's, the cause, then that's where, no, that's not quite right, right? So heat is one of the reasons why water boils.
I agree. So the pressure would be the constant. You want to hold the pressure constant so you can say, well, at sea level, which is 14 psi, let's say, water boils or does a phase change at 200 degrees. Now you can hold the temperature constant and change the air pressure and also cause the water to boil. So you're changing the variable, but you're holding the other one constant. So you got to do that in anything you're doing to show whatever the cause of it is, right? Pretty much, I think I agree
You
with you.
definitely have to have your
Trying to work.
constant. The constant is just as important as manipulating your independent variable. If you don't have your constants down and your constants are fluctuating at the same time as you're manipulating your independent variable, it cross cancels both.
Well, it's not constant then, is it? Maybe it's not constant. I did want to mention something else, but it's kind of slightly going off topic, so I don't know if you guys wanted to stick on this topic.
Feel free.
Oh, just a quick one. Like, I mean, it's kind of been brushed over a couple of times already today, but we've got these like phenomena that we agree on. For instance, if you drop your car keys or whatever, they fall to the ground. If you let go of a helium balloon, they rise. All this stuff everyone agrees on. What I find interesting is that globe earthers want to claim all of these phenomena in the name of the globe, and then that we can't use any of this stuff to prove anything else, or to, you know, we can't reinterpret it or do something slightly different in order to try and figure out certain other kind of nuanced perspectives. I do find it quite interesting that they want to actually claim these phenomena, because these phenomena are surely available to everyone. And then earlier I heard a couple of globe guys say that we're trying to steal their phenomena, right? They didn't word it quite like that, but it's more or less what they said. I find it very weird that you would take ownership of these things that everyone observes, you know? And yeah, maybe, I think Napalm said earlier about affirming the consequent. I understand what he means now. It took me a second to really understand why he said that. But that is 100% true. They're saying my worldview is true, and therefore everything that happened while I thought that that was true must be attributed to that worldview. But that's just not the case.
I don't claim
Well, I
that you're
think
trying
that's
to
why.
steal our phenomena. You're trying to steal our phenomena and not give an explanation for it.
Well, see, that's why I would say when I was listening earlier, I heard you guys talk about gravity. It depends on what you define. What are you saying? Well, I mean, depends on how you define it. You know what I mean? I mean, I can say a leaf falling to the ground is gravity because things seem to fall to the ground. Okay, so that's a phenomenon. A leaf falls to the ground, but what's the cause of that phenomenon? So I think that's where the conflation comes in. We don't believe in gravity. Well, what they're really saying is they don't believe in the cause of gravity, what they think the
But there's
cause
no
of it is.
reason. No, can I just? Things don't fall to the ground exclusively. There's actually interaction. There's a duality, and every time something goes to the ground, quote unquote, another thing goes upwards, right? So in order to, it's displaced, and everyone here understands displacement, right? So the idea that things fall to the ground is itself hilariously simplistic and wrong.
Right, because
Well, I think that,
dandelion seeds don't
what you
fall
just,
to the ground automatically, right? They usually go up if there's wind or no wind.
well, what you just said is that things fall to the ground and that there's this duality of things. But there's one thing that everything, mediums do exist, balloons do float, helium balloons do float. All these things are true, but there's something that sets up the very first thing, the very first organization. And that is the thing that we're calling gravity, that thing that sets up the medium so that you can get displacement and buoyancy and stuff like that.
Right.
Without
Right.
organic force, which I could even give you electrostatics, for the sake of argument, that electrostatics is causing it. But no matter what, you have this organization because of a force.
Right. We don't think it's space-time bending. And the heliocentric model, the reason for things falling is space-time bending, and we don't buy that. So I would pick electrostatics causing the bias or the orientation over space-time bending. That's ridiculous.
Except I think that we can validate
No, you
that
can't.
it's not electrostatic because we can adjust electrostatics. We have complete mastery of. Well, I shouldn't say that. Somebody will
There's
get
no
mad.
such thing as
We have
space-time.
a very solid ability to manipulate electrostatics.
Okay, so let me ask you a question,
those
Moya,
that
real
we
quick.
cannot change. We cannot make things act like they're in a gravitational field with electrostatics. All materials.
Anybody can make
all.
things up
We
and call
gotcha.
it and give it a
Let me
name,
jump in
bro.
here for a second. Let me jump in here for a second, guys. We got that, Moyak. We do have some demonstrations that would lead us to believe that it is possible that it could be something related to electrostatics. My question for you, though, is what do you have as far as any type of experiment or manipulation of what your causal claim for gravity is? Do you have any demonstrations of this?
I would, of course, fall back on Cavendish. I like Cavendish a lot. I could use gravimeters, where
So
I can
hold on.
find No, I'm going to speak now. You give me a chance. All right, I will go away.
I'm
Then
getting
you
ready.
talk.
Cavendish
No,
is the
no,
effect,
that's
bro.
fine.
Cavendish
Fine.
is the
Getting
effect.
ready.
That's
All right,
Ryan.
start over.
Bye.
Start over.
Ryan, that
Start
doesn't mean
over.
it's
We're gonna
time
let
for
him
you
answer
to
the
stop.
question. We're gonna
Yeah,
let him answer the
guys.
question. Go ahead.
So my question being is, what is being manipulated within anything that you're going to give me in your response? Meaning, what are you doing to manipulate either space-time or the mass attracting mass? And if you say that it's mass attracting mass, is that the sole causal agent within what you're manipulating? So I just want to get
Yeah.
that out as I'm getting ready to start a bunch of like really loud equipment, so I can't really respond. But sorry
And
for
real
talking.
quick, Cavendish is the effect.
So what's the cause? Because you led with gravity gives us the up and down, right? With your preconceived, bias, right? So how do we prove that what you said?
You guys got away from pressure and supposed space. I wanted to make a comment before we move on to gravity.
Yeah, but the funny thing
The
is that
Globers
using
don't have a vacuum. There is no vacuum, proof of vacuum, proof of negative 17 torr.
we
That's
measure
all
it.
mass assumption and
No,
faith
we
in
measure
NASA.
it. We
No, you
measure
don't.
it.
No, you don't. You don't have that.
Yes, we have. Kindergartners
Just
measure
because you
space.
get a little bit lower pressure going up does no way
Not a little
invoke
bit,
a
dude.
vacuum.
Point zero.
No
Okay,
way invoke negative 17 torr low
I'll
pressure.
talk and
So
I'll educate you on the
that's
reason
basically
why.
a fairy tale. Just saying,
No,
not
you're
proven, not
just
tested.
denying. Stop. So thank you.
We have an amateur rocket that goes up there and it
Stop
slows
for a second. Just
down,
let me talk.
meaning
You
that it
stop.
probably
Just
hits
drone
some
on.
kind of
You're
atmosphere, some
ignorant.
kind of thicker,
You're just droning
denser
on with ignorance.
atmosphere.
You just can't stop, can you?
Zanuck, can you let him go first?
No,
He
but he
was
made
talking
his
first.
point and he kept on going. So we measure vacuum, measure space, 0.015 psi. You know how little pressure that is space. There's a very little difference, a tiny bit difference from what we claim to be 10 to the negative 17 torr in space, and 0.015, which we measure with kindergartners hosting a balloon launch in the middle of the Arizona desert. There's no difference. So why do you find it so fascinating and so unbelievable that space is 10 to the minus 17 torr? Because that number has a bunch of zeros on it before a decimal point. That's the only thing you really understand, I think, is a lot of zeros in a decimal. That means super small. But super small compared to super small is still super small. 0.015 compared to 0.00000000015 is almost the same. So why
It's
is
about
this?
a million magnitudes off.
No, see,
So you're
that's
patently
quantum
wrong.
eraser logic. That's the stupid ass moronic quantum
No,
eraser
It's
Zanuck,
logic.
you're
about a
wrong about
million
No,
that.
magnitudes
no, that's
off.
not
Oh,
how
hold
it
on,
You're
hold on,
works.
hold on,
patently
hold on.
wrong.
Stop, stop, stop.
Zanuck,
So
You need to
super
learn
Zanuck
small.
math.
just accused
Hold up.
Zanuck just
Super
accused
small
of a logical
compared.
fallacy,
Go ahead,
right?
Larry.
So tell me about this quantum eraser logical fallacy, Zanuck.
No, hold. Before we get to that, let's
Quantum
just
eraser. Wait, he
make
asked me the
something
question.
clear. Zanuck, you're
He
wrong
asked me
to
the
say
question.
super small compared to super small is super small. No, that's wrong. Super
Yes.
small compared to no, it's super small and super small compared to something that's big, which is our regular thing. You could say is super small still. But when you're comparing them in and of themselves, then you look at the
They're
orders
both
of
very
magnitude
tiny.
just like Godric was talking about.
We're both relating it to the big, the 14, right? The bigger thing, right? So when we talk about pressure, we talk about a million times. Oh, actually, it's more than a million. It's billions of times difference. But it doesn't matter because it's kind of like comparing a billionaire with all this money, and one guy and one has in one corner of his room he has 1,000 pennies, and the other guy has 100 pennies. Is he any richer? Is there any difference between the two billionaires? One has 1,000 pennies in a corner of the room more than he has in one of his rooms in his mansion. Those pennies mean nothing, even if one's 1,000 times more than the other. Compared to his worth, there's nothing. There's no change. Is that a good analogy? Percentage?
No.
Why
No.
not?
So like here,
Okay.
I'll lay out the analogy. So let's say you have a billionaire and a trillionaire. Okay? In and of themselves, the trillionaire is so much richer than the billionaire. But compared to a poor person, they're both fucking rich.
That's not the.
Understand?
The wrong way. No, wrong way. That's not the wrong way. That is the wrong way. Sorry. Okay,
So
let me do another example.
You don't like relativity. You don't like
Depends on the
that.
pressure gradient
Hold on.
between
No.
the negative 17 torr and your 0.5 is more than 1,000 times. So it's actually a bigger example than what he just said.
Okay, let me. He went the wrong way. Go back. You can't say a trillionaire or billionaire because those both have a lot of money, and the difference between a billionaire and a trillionaire can buy a lot more stuff compared to the guy with nothing. That's the opposite analogy. It's completely wrong percentage, and I'll tell you why. If you look at pressure, which is the example we're actually talking about, and I have 0 is absolute, is nothing, and we have 14.7. If we're down close to 0, 0.1, and we're talking about something that is 0.05 or 0.01, the difference is 10x between those two. But compared to the 14.7, they're both incredibly small. They both.
That's what my analogy showed. It was just.
No, it wasn't. You went the wrong way.
Just because it's in the opposite direction doesn't mean the analogy isn't true. What the fuck is wrong with you?
It is true.
I could have said a poor person that has $100 and one that has $1. The $100 person has a lot more than the $1 one, but compared to a billionaire, they're both fucking poor. It doesn't make any difference what order it's in. The analogy still holds true.
This is
no,
ridiculous.
it doesn't. So it does make it right. Here, I'll give
We
you
need
another
to
example.
move on from this.
Okay, listen what you can buy. The poor person has a penny. Another poor person has 2 pennies, twice as much, right? But the rich guy has $1 billion, and the super rich guy has $1 trillion. Or maybe double.
You just confused the other guy making this point and going on. Can you please make your point and not go on?
Yeah, we'll make the rich person have twice as much as the other rich person. $1 billion versus $2 billion. Now the $2 billion can buy $1 billion worth of stuff more. The guy with the pennies, the guy with 1 penny versus 2 pennies, they both can't buy anything. They can't even buy a gumball, either one of them. That's the analogy that you should be using. Now let me just make one last point and I'll stop. I promise. The point is, everyone gets excited about this billions of times less pressure. We're getting close to 0. Anything near 0 is still 0. Cannot do any work. It's not any more dangerous. If you put your finger in a vacuum from 14.7 psi and it's 0.1 psi in the vacuum, or 10 to the minus 17 torr. Hold on. You almost let me finish. You almost did. This is the crescendo of my analogy, or my not analogy, the description, an actual description. If you put your finger on that hole percentage, and you think that 10 to the minus 17 torr will have any difference in feeling in your finger than 0.1 psi, you are mistaken. Even though it's billions and billions of times different. You see what I'm saying?
Zero is arbitrary if you can't show it.
That's irrelevant. Non sequitur.
If you can never.
How many
Hold on.
times did the
Dude,
bus
we
stop?
just listened to you for 1 minute, and I'm trying to make one comment. No, I'm telling you that if you can never reach 0,
it doesn't
then how can you prove where 0 is at if you can't reach it?
You can't reach 0. You know what the value is. You can measure it.
No, you don't.
Oh my God. Stop it, Brian. You're obfuscating the entire point. And I made the point, and then you jump in and fucking obfuscate it. Percentage, you understand? You would not be able to feel, a human would not be able to feel the difference between plugging a hole in a vacuum from outside pressure of being 10 to the minus 17 torr and 0.1 psi. They wouldn't be, and it's billions of times difference.
But listen, if I have a syringe,
I never said that they would.
But that's what that's why the argument is so stupid. They think
if I have a syringe and I could pull a vacuum with a syringe like a giant.
It's a non sequitur.
Why won't you let me talk, bro? Is it bothering you? Have a conversation.
All right, sorry. You're straw manning me. Don't do that, please.
No, I'm not trying to straw man you. Listen,
I'm
just trying to give a thought experiment here. So we have a syringe, a big ass giant syringe, and we can hook it to whatever we want. So we pull it as hard as we can, and we get it down to about 5 psi or something. And then we hook a horse up to it, and we get it down to about 2 psi. Then we pull on it with a with a 250 horsepower Camaro or something, and we get it down to 1 psi. Okay, so there's no amount of force we could put on it to get it to 0. So we don't truly know where 0 is. But I know this: the power we could put into pulling that syringe
if you had a seal,
would never be enough to reach 0.
No, that's not true. That's not true at all. Don't you understand? That's not true. You're making things up because you don't understand how pressure works. If you have a syringe, theoretically that would be 0 if you displaced volume and there was no leaks. Now we don't have any ability to make no leaks. We can't do that. It's not possible. Otherwise, that's how they'd make vacuums. It'd be easy to have a plunger and have someone.
So yes, we can, but no, we can't.
So is this your thought experiment?
It's a stupid thought. It's a good thought experiment, actually. But the problem is his idea that it takes more and more pressure to make that vacuum is incorrect. Because once you move that plunger in the volume, there will be no pressure. There never will be any pressure. It'll be absolute 0 in there. If you could assure a seal. But you can't.
So the more horsepower of a pump I have,
it doesn't matter how much power you have. It's not power related. It's seal related. Don't you get it? It's
no,
seal
I need a bigger pump to reach a stronger vacuum.
You can have the biggest pump in the world. It's not going to matter. You can't get a seal. It's not the force. See, that's where you're confused, Brian. That's why I called it a straw man and non sequitur to my conversation. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Why do bigger vacuum chambers
require big horsepower? They don't
have bigger pumps.
They don't.
Why can't I? So I could use a straw. So I could use a straw and get down to 10 to the -6 torque.
They use.
Can I use a straw?
Scavenge. They use other techniques to scavenge any gas molecules in the chamber to get rid of it. It's not a matter of pump.
I'm asking you a question. Can I use a straw and get to a 10 to the -6?
No, you can't use a straw and get any more than.
I need something more powerful, right?
You asked me a question. I'm answering you. You can't use a straw and get any closer to what the collapsing pressure is for that straw. That's the most pressure you can get. Now you want a steel straw, then you can probably do a little better. Probably get to maybe 3 or 4 psi with your mouth, the muscles.
So I need more power, right? I need more power.
More power? No, more force.
Yeah, I can't suck. I can't suck. You said I don't need more power, so I said I could use a steel straw. You said steel, so that's a good point. So I'll use a steel straw.
Brian, all you need is
I give up, bro. I give up trying to talk.
You should give up because you're misunderstanding almost everything in the field of physics and science and math.
So a stronger pump won't help. So I can suck a vacuum 10 to the -6 with a steel straw, right?
No, you can't even do 10 to the -6 with a steel straw. Nothing can make no pump in the world.
Because I don't have enough power.
No pump has that kind of seal to get 10 to the -6.
So I could use a fish tank little bubbler and get 10 to the -6.
You can't do it.
Steel tubing.
Do it.
I know you can't.
It's not a matter of power. Infinite power.
Straw argument.
It's a stupid argument because you cannot get to it with a.
Guys, NASA has a massive vacuum chamber. And supposedly the strongest in the world. Does anybody know what pressure that can get down to? But they never use it. But
I think it's
they
10
have it.
10 to the -4 or 10 to the -3 or something. Not even that, I don't think. I think it's
10 to the -3.
I'm guessing, but it's in that range.
Just wondering. Wouldn't that pressure kill you?
Why would that pressure kill you? That's a vacuum.
I'm asking you. Would it
Why
kill
would
you?
that pressure, no, it would kill you because it would bubble things.
Bro, how are you gonna start that off with why would it kill you? And then the next sentence is, well, of course it would kill you.
Well, I want to ask him why he says it would kill you. Are you sitting in it? Yes. If you're sitting in a solid vacuum, you're going to die. Yes. Your blood will boil and things will start popping out of your face. Yeah, your eyeballs will start popping out of your head.
So you coined a fallacy earlier. You said your logic is QE logic, right? I'm assuming you're insinuating it was bad logic. So can you please go over the quantum eraser fallacy with us?
Yes, the quantum eraser. Which means quantum eraser the person or the quantum eraser the experiment?
No. Whatever you meant by saying that's bad logic.
Yeah, quantum eraser said there's no. the vacuum of space is so much more than some other example of a vacuum that it's gonna suck you right out of the friggin' hole. There's so much more vacuum there. Because insinuating the logic is that vacuum does work. Vacuum does not do work. Vacuum does not do anything. Vacuum is just vacuum. Pressure does work. Pressure is the force. And if there's a pressure differential between absolute zero, which is way more, infinitely stronger vacuum, as quantum ratio says, than 10 to the minus 17. If I had truly zero, it's infinitely more vacuum. It doesn't matter. The force would be exactly the same on that hole, that little pinhole. 14 psi, whatever the pressure is behind it, is the maximum you'd ever be able to get on the hole. And it's not forced or anything. It's not any less when you have 10 to the minus 17 versus absolute zero, or 10 to the minus 1, which is 17 zeros less of a vacuum. It doesn't matter. The difference is still about 14 psi. That's the force that would be on that finger. Whatever size that hole, stick your finger on it, it's 14 psi difference. Maybe 14.6.
So you made your point and you're going on. That's what your first complaint was when you joined the room.
I made it before, Hank, and you kept on asking me and wanted me to clarify what I thought I was very clear.
Right.
There's
So,
no difference.
to defend QE, he was around in late 2015, early 2016, and one of the big questions back then was, you flat earthers know that vacuums don't suck, right? And yeah, I'm pretty sure he's heard that, and I'm pretty sure that he understands that the
That's
gas
not the
pressure is pressing, because I've heard him say it over and over again. Oh, what is the fallacy then? Maybe I misunderstood.
Fallacies, he thinks there's a big difference. Like there's some unimaginable difference because there's so many millions of times more stronger, as he says. It's not strong. He said in 2015. When I was fighting him in 2017, 18 about this, it was ridiculous. He would mute me and go crazy. But there is no difference between the force on a hole that you're trying to plug with your finger between 10 to the minus 17, the absolute zero, 10 to the
How do
minus
you
1,
know
is
that?
1 psi.
Would it
Still
tear a
about
hole in your finger?
It's still about, it's still about 14 psi. Really, it's 14.6999999 or 4.6.6999999999999. It's still 14.7 psi for all practical purposes. So it's not a big, there's nothing exciting about a extreme vacuum versus a regular vacuum. When I was first in this business,
14.699 versus what?
Why can't they reach zero?
14.699999999 and 20.
Batman.
Okay,
You
according to
can't create a
math,
perfect vacuum. Even
according
if
to
you
math,
could
it's
create a perfect vacuum,
magnitude.
there's still going to be 0 point energy. Sorry, go ahead, Godric.
According to math, it's magnitude stronger. So I'm not sure where you're getting your thoughts about that from.
So don't you need a container for a vacuum?
Like 8 pounds is half is 4 pounds, half is 2 pounds. Twice, a double. It doubles every time. So why wouldn't it continue to increase when you go into the lower digits?
So you're still using the quantum eraser logic that somehow he's impressed with.
I don't know my common eraser. I just know common sense.
I worked in that
numbers
field,
are
let
having
me
and
give
the
you an
pressures
example.
have, it will keep on getting stronger and stronger, not the same.
Let me give you an example. The seals we use on it, the seals we use on a vacuum chamber for the CVD 5000 system for applied materials had a sight glass with bolts around it and a little gasket. That gasket was rated at zero, absolute zero vacuum. It can withstand zero vacuum. Yet we put a.
How do they know that without being
That's a
able to
little
test
dishonest for them to say because they've never gotten zero vacuum to test that.
It was rated at that. So we put the.
Yeah, but how do
seal
you
on
rate it at that without testing it at that? Is that
So
how
let me
vaccines
finish.
are rated? No, we're trying to understand. We're trying to understand.
tell you,
How-
shut up. He's still speaking.
So we have this vacuum chamber, and we start pulling a vacuum. It's got 3 psi in there, then 1 psi, and then we start attaching other types of pumps in there, cryo pumps and things, to be able to get the full vacuum out of it. The seal doesn't see any difference other than what the difference between outside pressure, 14.7, and what the inside pressure is. So if that seal is rated to 0, absolute, which you never will get to, why would you think there's any problem with going from 14 psi to 1 psi to a half a
You
psi?
keep saying the same thing over and over. Why can't you get to 0?
God damn it, Brian!
That's not part of. Yeah, it's not relevant. Like Zanuck, you shouldn't have even mentioned the part that it was rated to 0 psi, because that's just that. Yeah, I know, but that hosts a litany of other questions that aren't really relevant. The point is, Godric, that even though there's orders of magnitude within really low pressures, you still have to subtract the inside pressure to the outside pressure. It's still going to be 14.7 psi minus this really small amount. It's still going to be about 14 point whatever psi.
Excellent.
Pressure won't
I got a
change
question.
that much.
That's not
hold on,
absolute
hold on,
pressure,
hold
brother.
on.
That's
Thank you, percentage for
Hold
actually
on, relax.
sanity.
why
Relax.
can't we reach zero, Zanuck?
Hey, let me get a word in. So there's never going to be zero, right? And you're claiming that there's not really that big of a deal between, the orders of magnitude, right? So if that's true, and
billions of
there's
orders
not
of
really,
magnitude,
hold on, bro.
right?
If that's
Billions of
true,
orders of magnitude. No
hold on,
Zanuck,
bro.
relax, man. Let him
Hold
make
on,
his
bro.
point.
If that's true, right, then how come we can never get to zero if there's not that big of a difference of a pressure? If there's not that big of a difference, then how come we can never get to zero? If it's
How do you? Because you
it's
have to
not
get.
so-
It should
it's
be
the
easily
same difference between
interchangeable.
fucking
That's a
You
good
asked me a question. Can I answer?
point.
Roderick, everybody.
Right.
He asked me
Zanuck,
the
you
question.
really don't like being interrupted, but you're the first dude to interrupt somebody else.
No, he asked me the question, and I'm trying to answer.
That's fair. He did ask the question. Go ahead.
So I'm a little bit triggered by it. So I'll try to settle down a little bit. Hold on. So you can't get to it not because of the many orders of magnitude of pressure differential. We can't get all those. We already had a pressure differential that is supported by that structure. Not a big deal. And I think percentage gets it. I get it. I think a few other people in the forum get it. The problem is we can't get the atoms out. We can't find them. We can't scavenge them to get them out of there. It's not that the forces are any different. It's just that we can't get the atoms out of there.
Exactly. It's
I don't
really
know if that's
simple.
the difference.
So
How
that would
can
be
you
the
not
difference.
understand this?
That would be the difference between the the numbers that Godric was talking about. Thanks for
If you
illustrating
can't
that.
find it, how do you know it's in there? Sorry.
Because we can every once in a while you'll have a hit. That atom will hit something and say, "Oh, we still have a pressure in there."
So you found it, right?
Yes, but you
How
can't
do we
get rid of
capture
it
it? How
just
do we
because
get
you
that atom
found
going
it
at?
doesn't mean to say
How
you
do we
can
get
get
that
rid
atom
of
going
it.
1,000 miles an hour? How do we get that
Jesus
atom going 1,000 miles
Christ.
an hour out of there? One of the ways we do it, we try to get everything in that.
You're breaking up, Zanuck.
So there's no difference between
because
14.7 and 13.7, but there is a difference between, 0.1 and,
No,
0.5.
Oh my God, you're
There's a
stupid.
1 psi difference between 14.7 and 13.7.
The pressure
But if
difference
you
is
were
what
to go
counts.
14.7, like 1 times 10 to the negative 4, and then 1 times 10 to the negative 5, it's still almost 0. So there's going to be very little difference.
Don't you need a
It's
chamber for a vacuum chamber?
How can you have such a problem understanding? It's so simple. It's like saying you've got something that can take 14, I don't know, newtons or something. Now, if you have something that can take, if you just take one minuscule part off that, then it doesn't make any difference. So just because that last 10 to the minus, I think QE didn't understand that 10 to the minus 17 is the pressure difference is what counts, and it's going to be 14.5 or whatever it is, and the fact that you've got 14.49999 or 15 doesn't make any difference to the forces that are involved. But poor QE, because he's an absolute moron, didn't understand that, because he didn't understand that 10 to the minus 17 is very close to zero.
He's making it because Godric is
Can you
still
guys
propagating.
pay rent to QE for as much space as he takes up in your heads? Because he's not
Such
even
a
here right
moron,
now.
and you follow this moron who doesn't know anything about numbers,
Rumpus, I just
maths,
said
or
don't
science.
backbite that about people that aren't here.
Why
No,
not?
it's not a-
QE's
it's
an
not a matter of
absolute
him, it's a
moron.
matter
We've
of
got
that logic.
Larry
Want to
here
respond?
following what he says, even though
So-
the guy's a complete moron.
Rent is due tomorrow.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
but
rent's due
percentage is
now,
on your
or
side. Gets it.
he's gonna have to go.
Is nothing about flat around Earth. This is really about basic physics. And percentage made it very clear. He understands it, and he gave you examples. But Godric still is fighting this. Oh my God, it's many orders of magnitude different. That whole logic is flawed, and that's what I talked about, the flawed logic.
Then how come you can't suck it out, bro?
We started it, and
How come you can't
Hank,
suck it out?
that's
If
where-
there's no difference, how come you can't suck it out?
To be fair, we haven't heard from Godric since we made that.
well,
clear,
Hank's in the
so-
same camp too now. He's
Can
actually
I
promoting that.
since they're triggered? I mean, I think I get the idea of what Zanek's trying to say. The reason you can't, let's say you have a huge vacuum chamber and you got a pump on it. Well, pump has a hose, right? Typically, or some kind of small opening to connect to that vacuum chamber. You can suck out a lot of those molecules, but you've got to ensure, if you want to get them all out of there, you got to make sure that all those molecules will hit that hole to get them out of there. And that's why I think there's other ways they kind of create a vacuum by leaching it, in a sense, drawing those molecules to that location. That's how they do it. So that's why you can't get zero, because you can't ensure that all molecules are going to hit that
No,
hole
it's
to get
not.
out of there.
Leaching, it's cooling
Right?
it, is using chemicals to freeze, to drop the temperature, man.
Yeah, that's why they call it cryo pump. They use cryo
It's
pumps.
not. It's
They
not.
use
It's not
cryo
drawing
pumps.
atoms, bro.
Cryo, chili,
Well,
cold.
whatever.
Cryo pumps to get the molecule, the last atoms and molecules out of that chamber. In fact, if there's any atoms left, those can actually impart defects in the semiconductors when they put them in those chambers to deposit certain types of materials, 1 atom thick. And they can see it under electron microscope if there's a flaw, like an atom they couldn't capture was still in that chamber, which there are,
Bullshit.
and there will be some defects, and those chips are removed and thrown away. You might have 5 or 6 of them on a fucking A. I can't believe you guys.
There's no such thing as zero pressure, man.
It doesn't have
the
to be
pressure
zero
is all about differential. So if you have 1 psi left in a tank and you raise the pressure outside of it, you're going to change the pressure in it. Or if you, I mean,
No,
it's all
you
about
won't.
differentials, man. There's no such thing as zero.
No,
So
you
you
won't.
can't
If
reach
you have
something that doesn't
1
exist.
you have now. Remember, we had this conversation before about absolute pressure and plug. So if we have 1 psi in that pressure in that tank, and we have 14 psi outside the tank, what's the pressure differential, Brian? What would that surface have to be able to withstand?
Bro, I'm telling you, it's all about differential. There's no such thing as zero.
You did a thought experiment. I played along. Now it's your turn.
I think he's agreeing
Yeah.
with you, Zanuck. I think he's agreeing with you, Zanuck. I think he knows
kind
it's
of. I just
13.
want to make sure.
Kind of, but
what happens if I raise the pressure inside that chamber to 2 psi? What happens to the pressure?
You're gonna lower it, man.
Okay, good. And if I
But
match
look,
it, there's no differential.
dude, you asked me what differential is when I'm the one who brought it up. But look, my point is if you can't get down to zero, how do you know you truly reached it? I'm just saying, I think it's all about differential. I don't think zero could ever be truly reached.
Well, zero in space is reached
It
because
can't because you can still pull particles out of a vacuum.
between the collisions there is zero. There exists zero by definition. If nothing's hitting it, so it's a statistical measurement. That's what these values are. They're statistics.
Let me ask you one more question. So when the rail car implodes, real quick, when the rail car implodes, that's because it can't withstand 14.7 psi. That's what you're saying?
It can't withstand 3 psi or 4 psi.
Okay.
It's only 4 psi different. They get that thing down to 10 psi versus the 14.7 outside, and then it collapses.
So it ain't got nothing to do with the weight of the atmosphere. It's going to collapse from every direction, basically, right?
Well, that's the weight of the atmosphere, which causes the hydrostatic pressure, which causes your atmospheric pressure at wherever it's located. And if you have 14 psi around you at like 500-foot altitude or whatever, or 14.7 at sea level, that will collapse a rail car if you start drawing the pressure down inside the rail car to 10 psi. At about 10 or 8 psi, it will collapse.
Because they're defined by the pressure differential they can sustain. That's what defines them. So, Brian, you sort of understood this, but then you asked a question that suggested you didn't. So the question is, what pressure differential can those railway cars that collapse contain? Now, if you had 50 psi in them, but you had, say, 53 psi outside them, they would still crush. Doesn't matter. It's just the difference that makes determines whether they're going to crush.
It's nice to argue about like differences and differentials, like, but really like understanding that you have pressure at all in an expanding area. That's an idea that you don't have to accept, and you don't have to argue about.
But let me make one last point real quick. So it'd be easy to go from 13.7 to 14.7. It's going to be fairly easy. I could do it probably with a straw, a steel straw or whatever. But to get from 1 to 0 is not the same, bro. It's all about differentials, and to understand differentials,
No, it's not
you
about
have to think
differentials.
like
It's
that.
about scavenging the molecules. You got it backward in your mind. I don't know. So back to the railway car, because you brought that up. Outward, it can handle thousands of psi because it's structurally designed to handle thousands of psi in the railway car. Same way that a submarine is designed to actually do the opposite of the railway car. Now, if you put a submarine where the railway car and did the same test, the structure would laugh at you because it's designed to withstand thousands of psi. The submarine. The
So it's the
railway
same
car, hold on, it's completely it's opposite. The railway car is designed to support inward pressure working outward, and the submarine is designed to have outward pressure working inward. So that's why the railway car fails at 3 or 4 psi, because it's not designed to have a pressure differential of the outside going in, and it collapses.
Don't you need examples without a container?
Pardon me? Pardon me?
You're breaking up again, Zanik. I wish you'd fix your internet or whatever it is that's causing your problem.
All right, I got a question for the Globers in the room.
What was
So
the
I
question
posted a
real quick?
thing.
Hank? You
Big,
had a question real quick.
big thing. The question is, 70-year-old quantum prediction comes true as something is created from nothing. Is that true? Is that possible? Can you create something from nothing?
Thanks for changing the subject, Hank.
Happens all the time.
Before
Right,
you
so that's a
change the
violation
subject,
of the law, of the first law of thermodynamics.
You asked
we change the
you
subject.
asked the
What
very
is wrong with
same
you, Hank?
question.
Come on.
You asked the very same question yesterday, and I told you that the net energy is zero because it generates one particle and its antiparticle, and the net energy is zero, just like +1 and -1 sum to zero. I explained this to you for 5 or 10 minutes, and you've obviously forgotten it, or you've willfully forgotten it, or you didn't understand.
Yeah,
+1 and
let me ask you a
-1
question.
equals
You're
zero.
not
There's
the
no
only
net
Glober.
increase in energy.
You're not the only
Define
Glober.
what nothing is. Have Rumpus define what nothing is.
Can we
Yeah, go ahead,
go
Rumpus.
back to the
No.
pressure thing till we get that resolved?
Define nothing, Rumpus.
Well, it depends on what sort of nothing you want. Do you want nothing as in the sense of no magnetic fields, no gravitational fields, or are you happy to have just no particles, or what? Or no electromagnetic fields?
No being.
How much
No
nothing?
nothing.
How much
Nothing.
nothing do you want?
I'll give it to you. Oh,
Right, does
absence
that
of field,
include
energy,
electromagnetic
absence
fields and of any sort?
Yes.
Yes,
Nothing
absence
includes
of that.
everything.
Yes.
Well, okay.
Absence
Well,
of that, yes.
you can't have that in this universe because everything emits infrared or infrared radiation unless it's at absolute zero. And so there is not absolute zero in the universe. Then you're always going to be subjected to an electromagnetic field, and
Okay, so
neutrinos fill space as
so
well.
hold on a second. I love this. Okay, so you're saying electromagnetic field gives rise to something. So you have something giving rise to something.
I didn't say
Is
that.
electromagnetic field, does it exist?
Yes.
Okay, so it's something, right?
Yes, if you want to call a field something, then it's then that is something. Yes, but it's not physical in the sense it's not tangible.
But it is
But it's a
something.
field. But it is a thing. You can detect. You can measure it. So yes,
Okay,
it
so
interacts
you
with
can't-
matter.
So you can't. So you have something giving rise to something.
Yes, electromagnetic fields. Yes, I mean they warm things up. For instance, even infrared radiation will warm any object that it comes into contact with if it's colder than the temperature effectively of the electromagnetic radiation.
Okay, so if I remove everything, which means all magnetic fields, everything, I remove all of that, can you get something from nothing?
Yes, you'll still get virtual particles produced out of nothing.
Okay,
they're not
Wait a minute,
dependent
wait.
on electromagnetic fields.
So show me where you can actually remove all magnetic fields, all everything. Show me experimentally where you remove all those things and
Well, you
still get
can't
something.
do that. No, you can't do that.
He's talking out his ass.
No,
He's
you're
never
not.
once-
You're just a
For
start
all you know, Rumpus, for all you know, this
from a position
hold up,
of
for all you know,
ignorance,
this
you're spouting your. So
No,
why
I'm
doesn't he get
asking you.
muted? Why doesn't he get muted for making a comment like that? Whereas I called someone who wasn't even here and I got muted.
Listen, I'm not insulting you. I'm saying you're
Is he?
literally you're talking out your ass. You're talking
No,
about stuff
that's
that you
not
have
insult.
no idea.
Well, you're okay.
And I'll
well,
tell you
you're-
why.
you're-
I'll tell you why.
do
Because for all
nothing
you
but
know,
talk
Rumpus,
out of your ass.
Rumpus,
You know
come on,
nothing about this subject. You're a science denier. You're a moron, and you're ignorant, and yet you think you can lecture to us. And what's more, you're now denying.
Rumpus, listen.
I mean, Jesus
Are you done?
Christ, what a moron.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I
for
think
all
that'll
you
do
know,
that'll do
you
for
know,
a moment.
these
No, I do know. You don't know anything about science, and what you do know, you deny.
know,
You're a
Rumpus,
moron.
can you be quiet so he can talk?
Well, he interrupted me
0
anyway.
point. All right. So for all you know, these random 0 point reactions might rely on this underpinned electromagnetic field. You have no idea. You have no knowledge that it could happen in the absence of everything.
Right, so you are saying there's no experimental test that's been done to show these virtual particles can come in a situation when there's nothing. Well, the theory, yeah, but we haven't been. Yes, because you've got electromagnetic radiation everywhere. You could claim it's a cause, but you could also claim that invisible green fairies.
They
are doing
controlled
it.
for
I
that.
say that the virtual
So-
particles are just basically a mathematical way of describing
False
the
analogy.
But all the no, it's not.
You know
it's
that
entirely
electromagnetism exists.
It's
You don't
entirely
know
relevant.
that little
We
green
don't know
fairies
that there aren't
exist.
invisible green pixies doing it either. So as
Yeah,
best
but
to
we
our
do
knowledge,
know that
no, we do
electromagnetism
not
exists.
know there are not invisible green pixies doing everything that we see around us.
I said,
so
yeah,
if
but
you
we
want to take
do
it to
know
that level,
electromagnetism
if you want to take it
exists.
to that level, then no, we can't know for a fact. But then in science, we can't prove anything. But from all the evidence we've got and all our knowledge of the way particles work, it does not require an electromagnetic field.
I believe in green
How do
pixies.
you know?
before I
Have you
believe in birds and
extricated
particles.
the electromagnetic field?
I didn't hear what you said.
I said, have you extricated the electromagnetic field? Have you isolated it from your virtual particles?
No, I just told you. You can't do that.
So don't say for all we know. When all you know, every single data point you have has an electromagnetic field underpinning it.
There is one present, yes.
Thank you.
So
yes,
right
but
here,
in science you can't
hold
prove
on.
anything.
I'm reading the article.
So for our best of our knowledge, it means that we understand it does not require the presence of an electromagnetic field.
Who's reading?
Listen, it says even if you create a perfect vacuum devoid of all particles, antiparticles of all types, when the electromagnetic fields are zero, there is clearly something that's present in this region what physicists might call, from a physical perspective, maximum nothingness.
So what? What point are you trying to make?
Sounds like a cool name for a video game.
It never gets down to nothing. There is no vacuum.
That's what I've been saying. That's exactly what I was saying. You can't remove
proving anything.
You're just repeating what I
OG.
said 5 minutes ago about the fact that there's an electromagnetic field pervading everything because things have temperature. They radiate electromagnetic.
You don't listen. It says magnetic fields are zero.
Magnetic, not electromagnetic, you moron. Jesus Christ.
So is there electric fields and magnetic fields?
Light, radiation is electromagnetic. That's different from a pure magnetic field, as in the magnet. Electromagnetic is light or radio.
And magnetic fields are zero. Did you hear it that time?
Right, that's a different statement you've just made, and it still doesn't eliminate electromagnetic. You've just electric fields and magnetic fields are still two different things. That's different from an electromagnetic field. Did you listen to that? Light, radio is an electromagnetic field. It's not a pure electric, and it's not a pure magnetic field.
Even if you account for the electromagnetic force, even if you completely zero out the electric and magnetic fields, the region of space, there is an experiment you can perform to demonstrate that empty space isn't truly empty. Even if you create a perfect vacuum devoid of all particles, antiparticles of all type, where the electric and magnetic fields are zero, there is clearly something that is present in this region, what physicists call, from a physical perspective, maximum nothingness, or 0 point. It doesn't say 0 point energy.
But you haven't said. It's a very peculiar. What do you read? Give me a link to what you're reading because you're clearly misunderstanding.
I've already posted it.
Where?
I read it,
Can I
and
say
then I
something else?
misunderstood it when I read it. I
Can I say
misunderstood it
something
when I
else?
read it. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, here's the thing though, Rumpus. If you can get particles from nothing, that would violate the first law.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I've now explained to you as well. No, it doesn't. As I explained to Larry, and he didn't listen, didn't understand, or can't remember, or willfully ignored what I said, if you have a positive and a negative particle in effect, the net energy is zero. So you're not creating energy. You're creating energy and anti-energy, and therefore there is no net increase in energy. So the claim you're making about the creation of energy is completely fallacious. How many more times am I going to have to state this? Larry still doesn't understand it. He didn't listen, and now you're doing exactly the same.
Is a particle matter?
But there are antiparticles. Do you not know about antimatter?
You got,
do you not know about antimatter?
Okay, so you got matter and matter. Okay, that's fine.
Matter and antimatter. For instance, an electron and a positron, they are antiparticles. So if you,
that's fine. So that's fine. So you got matter and matter and antimatter. So those are something, right?
But one's negative energy. So the net energy of those two things is zero.
Okay, are they something, Rumpus? Are they something?
Yes.
Okay, so we're back to square one. So you have to have something to get
about energy. You asked about energy, not whether it's matter.
The first law.
The claim you're making is it's a violation of the first law, which is an energy law, not a matter law.
So it doesn't apply to matter?
Energy law, and I just pointed out the net energy is zero.
So the matter doesn't apply to the first law? Well, hold on a second. You said the matter does not apply to the first law?
E equals MC squared means mass is energy,
The
right?
first law is about energy. We were discussing energy, and now you want to talk about matter. Make up your mind which subject you wish to discuss.
Well, wouldn't
mass.
even hold on a second. Wouldn't even under Einstein's theory, matter and energy are the same thing?
E is equal to MC squared. Yes, but you can have negative energy, and that's what antimatter is.
Negative. Wait a
Effectively
minute.
negative energy.
So negative. Wait a minute. Negative means the ability not to do work.
No, it just means it's negative. Well, no, we'll do work, but it's negative.
I know. Wait a minute. So matter or positive energy is the ability to do work. So negative energy would be the
No,
ability not
matter
to
is
do
not
work.
the energy to do work. Energy is to do that. But you can have.
No, energy is not the ability to do work, Rumpus.
Energy is
You have a
indeed
positive ability to do work and a
that
negative
is the
ability to do
definition of
work.
energy. Correct. That is correct. That is
So
the
then you say
definition.
negative energy. So then you say it's negative energy, which means the negative, the opposite is that is the ability not to do work.
Well, I don't think that. No, it doesn't mean that. But I'd have to go and check exactly what the.
What does anti mean? What does anti mean?
We both know what anti means, but it means different things in different contexts. So just by citing some entomological thing is not going to help us get along anywhere.
I'm asking you, Rumpus. I'm asking you. What does anti mean?
Well, it usually means the opposite, but that still doesn't mean to say in this subject of this discussion it's going to be sorted out by you throwing in a definition and a piece of dictionary at me.
Well, the thing is, if you define energy as the ability to do work, and anti is the opposite of that, the ability not to do work. So what's the problem with this?
Well, it's antimatter. That doesn't mean to say it's anti-energy.
Well,
this is what happens when redefining terms are okay.
But you said matter. Go ahead, percentage. Go ahead.
The matter and the antimatter, do they come together instantaneously?
Yes, in the
all
virtual
the time?
particle
They
situation.
come together and they go together?
Correct. In the virtual particle situation, when they're created, you get a particle and its antiparticle at exactly the same time. They match one another perfectly.
How do you know that they're two separate things if they come and go exactly at the same time?
What? We know they're created. We know these things are created because we can measure them. And the theory also says that they will exist due to quantum fluctuations. And you can actually filter, sometimes you can filter them off. So something like a positron or something, we know that that's the antimatter particle version of an electron.
Redefining terms.
You clearly don't know anything about physics.
Sorry, how are you measuring them separately?
Measuring them separately. We can measure positrons and we can measure electrons separately. You can also create them. You can also create these things separately. You don't have to have them created as you can get positrons separately from the virtual situation. The virtual situation is where you get the pair coming together. But you can get positrons existing by themselves without having come from a virtual and spontaneous creation of matter.
But not in nothingness, right?
Yes, you can. In nothingness, no, you have to obviously start off with nothing, and then you can end up with something like an electron and a positron created instantaneously.
Yeah, but Rumpus, they want to know how.
Remember, the vacuum is only a measure of
Heisenberg's uncertainty principle allows this to happen.
The vacuum doesn't
in
mean
nothingness, matter and antimatter will come together, right?
Well, it's created and then it'll come together. So it's created first.
Are they
spontaneously
side by side, or is there distance between them?
They won't be right next to one another. I don't know quite whether they. I don't think they can get sufficiently far away to they don't then come back together. I think they're within. So they can be created and then they are destroyed by mutual annihilation.
And you can measure them separately as they do this.
You can do things to these virtual particles and grab them. And something like the Casimir effect, for instance, demonstrates the creation of these things. So they do have other effects. A force between two plates, a Casimir effect in a vacuum. If you bring them very, very close together, you can show in theory that there will be a force due to the creation of these virtual particles, and they will create force, and this is what happens.
So if you can, do something to grab them.
Sorry, just as an additional thing, we know also from the orbitals of electrons in atoms that we only get the right results if you include the virtual particles that are created spontaneously. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you can do something to grab them after they've been created, thereby preventing them from destroying each other, from coming back together and destroying each other, aren't you then creating energy from nothing?
Well, no, the net energy is still zero.
How? They have been destroyed.
Well, they don't have to be destroyed. They energy and matter and antimatter. So so they don't have to be destroyed. The energy is zero to begin with, and when they're created, the energy is still zero because you've got a plus and a minus. Then they go back together, and they just go back. Your plus and minus one. Effectively, you can think of it as zero, and then you start with zero, then you think, and then it becomes one and minus one, and then they combine together to go back to zero. So all stages.
Yeah. So two physical things are being created, right? And because we said one is negative, we're just saying that they cancel out. That's it.
Yeah, when I say they're real things, virtual particles are slightly different from real matter. I
didn't say they're real matter, but you're saying that we're able to measure them. So that means that they're physical. We can physically measure them.
We can certainly affect the effects that they have. So something like the Casimir effect or the effect on electron orbitals. And also in black holes, virtual particles are how black holes radiate, and that's when they're actually turned into real particles. Now, the exact how you can grab one of these virtual particles, I must admit, I'm going to have that. I don't quite know how or we could do that.
Does all of this seem perfectly believable to you?
It accounts for the structure of electron orbitals. It accounts for the Casimir effect, and there have been experiments done on this to show it, and by people much cleverer than me, and all the scientific literature and scientific institutions agree this is what's happening. Because I don't fully understand it, so I can't give you perhaps a clearer explanation. Doesn't mean to say whether this happens or not is not determined by whether I can explain it clearly or understand it myself.
No, that's fair.
So it's a complicated thing.
But I'm not asking about that. I'm not asking about the existence of them. I'm asking you about the creation of them.
Yes. They're spontaneous, yes.
You're absolutely fine with the story that they're two things that come together and normally leave together, but we can affect them, and then we can just put a minus on one of them and say that they create zero energy.
Well, we know that
is this Casimir effect? 1 second, Rumpus. Is this Casimir effect where is it actual photons or is this like a virtual?
No, the Casimir effect
really
is
photons.
We're not talking about
the Casimir effect is a force between two plates in a vacuum, and the way we can account for this force, the way we can account for this is by the creation of virtual particles.
The Schwinger effect is now verified, and that's what is on the table. That's what I posted, the Big Think article that I got from Montreal.
And I have a cause and effect science question regarding this.
Could you post it again, Larry? Because I can't.
Sure, no problem.
Okay. Would you agree, Rumpus, that virtual or particles appearing and disappearing, would that be a phenomenon?
Yes.
Okay. What's the cause of this phenomenon?
There is no cause. It's an event. There are lots of uncaused events in quantum physics. Things like, for instance, radioactive decay.
How can there be an uncaused effect?
Can I just finish my goddamn sentence?
Guys,
in science, we have lots of uncaused events. Which is an event. So radioactive decay, for instance, there is no cause, for instance, for an atom that's liable to decay to go. It just does it. A lot of quantum physics revolves around probabilities. There is no cause. That's what Einstein didn't like. But they are just events that are based around probability. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's not really a scientific method question then. It's just you're just looking at the world, trying to do the best guess on what you think is going on. It's not really a science question.
We know there's a probability, and this is what Einstein fought against. Quantum mechanics revolves around probabilities. So, for instance, we know that an atom will start off on one side of a barrier, and there's a probability that it would jump over the other side of a barrier. We know that the probability of finding, for instance, if you fire a photon, for instance, in the double slit experiment through some double slits, we don't know where in that stripy pattern that will appear on the other side where that photon will be. We can only say there's a probability. So the whole basis of quantum mechanics revolves around probabilities, and that's what Einstein didn't like.
Okay, so if I apply that to the overall existence of the universe, according to Lawrence Krauss's world, it sounds like a lot of this you're getting this from, or at least maybe reading the work he's done or something done on that
You're a bit
work.
distorted. You said launch, according to who?
According to Rumpus, you don't want to be interrupted. Hold on one second.
I couldn't hear what he said. He's quite distorted. I'm just asking him to repeat so I can hear what he said. He said
Lawrence
from launch. Oh, Lawrence Krauss, right? You've got a crap microphone, and it's very difficult to understand what you're saying.
Okay, I'm working on my phone on the Bluetooth, so just get over it.
I can hear you a bit better now. Good. Lawrence Krauss, yes. Right.
Okay, so really, what is keeping the universe from fluctuating out of existence?
The fluctuations are on a small scale. The fluctuations are on a very small scale.
Well, wouldn't you say, can you argue that the fluctuation of this event could cause the existence of the universe?
Yes.
Yes, it's what we believe happens.
Okay, so okay, that being the case, so it can also fluctuate out of existence, just like your argument. So what's sustaining the universe?
No, it doesn't. No, you can have a spontaneous event that creates a universe from a point, but you can't have the opposite, where you have a big universe that disappears to a point.
Why?
Because the event. Let's try it again. The quantum fluctuations happen on a small scale. So from a tiny point, you can create something. You can't destroy a big thing because you've got lots of volume to deal with. These events are small points where you can create or destroy things at a small point. You can't create or destroy things at a big area, big volume.
So we have particles coming from nowhere, you're saying?
Correct.
Well, what if the universe is
a violation of Moore's law?
It's not. I'll explain to you again. Jesus Christ! I'll explain to you for the 5th time. The net energy of the universe is zero, just like the net energy of virtual particles, because the energy in the gravitational mass is negative. Gravitational energy is counted as negative, and the energy of the things, the E is equal to mc squared thing, is positive. They exactly match, and that's why we know the universe didn't have a cause, because the energy of the universe is zero. Net.
Okay, you're saying
he's saying the universe is eternal. Didn't have a beginning. That's what he's arguing.
Let's not skate past this point where he's got particles coming. Can we not skate
past
the
universe wasn't created?
Zero
I didn't say that.
Zero energy.
You're listening.
Say it again, then.
No, I said no. It can't be an external. Oh, wait, okay. You misunderstood what I said. It cannot have an external cause. I said, but it is created spontaneously. In other words, we know that there's no energy, net energy in the universe, and that means there's nothing that there was no energy beforehand that was required to create it. It's got its own zero level of energy. The net energy of the universe is zero.
Okay, so which means if it can spontaneously come into existence, that means it can spontaneously go out of existence.
No, it can't, because as I explained to you, this happens at a point. These effects, these quantum fluctuations, happen at tiny subatomic levels. If you're trying to get rid of a big thing, you can't do it that way. You can only work on a point. So you can create a lot of stuff at a point.
Spontaneously came into existence, just like fluctuation in the. Go ahead.
Real quick, I mean, these particles, they're coming from nothing. You said, right, Rumpus?
Correct.
All right, so you've got and they're made up of mass or energy?
Both, because mass and energy, yes.
Okay, so we've got mass and energy being created.
And then destroyed. So, for instance, when
I mean, that seems like, hold on real quick. That seems like a direct first law violation.
Oh, my God. Now you, the third person to make the same stupid point. The net energy is zero. I've explained this 3 times now.
Was being created and destroyed.
Yes, and the net energy is zero. As I've now had to explain to Larry and R2R, the net energy of this is zero, just like the net energy of the universe is zero. Because the gravitational energy is regarded as negative, and the mass that's in it is regarded as positive. The net energy is zero. Similarly with these virtual particles, the net energy is zero. When they come together and annihilate one another, you're still zero.
Okay, what does the first law say? That energy can't be created. Well, can I respond to that?
You can't create net energy, but you can create positive and negative energy. No, it doesn't. It says you can't create net energy, and there is no net energy created in virtual particles because one of them is a positive energy and the other one's negative.
Why is it negative?
The first law.
Because it has to be to keep net zero.
He just said negative energy again. He just said it again, and he said, okay, so the inability to work. The inability to work.
That
You
is
guys
the
read what I
report
just
you've got.
posted?
I'm
Instead, they
sorry. I'm going
become
to
real
bully my way in here for a
particles.
second.
Go
I just
ahead.
have a quick question. It only could take 10 seconds. Rumpus, your test, are you still on schedule for that? Do you have a date?
Well, I had hoped to pack it in this month. Unfortunately, I've had some disturbance to my life in the last 2 weeks, so I think probably I'm going to have to give it up until next year, which is really annoying. I can't do it. I can't ask 15 people to hang around in the cold in October. I had hoped to pack it all in by doing extra work this September. I mean, it's just conceivable that I may still be able to do it, but it's looking like sort of 80% chance of not, which is really very annoying for me. I've just been unable to do it. It's really, really annoying.
As you were,
So sorry
Here's the
about that.
thing. Here's the thing you got to understand. Right here, where I posted at 8 minutes past the hour, it says instead of them re-annihilating one another, instead they become real particles stealing energy from the underlying electric field in order to keep energy conserved. So they're not necessarily doing that, right? So they're creating something not out of nothing because they can't say ether or it scares them, right? They have to say quantum foam. So they're pulling it out of the near vacuum and creating particles is what they're doing, right? And the near vacuum, if you have removed everything, there can't be nothing there, right? There has to be something because we're pulling
That's
stuff out
not
of it.
no. That's not the issue. The nothingness is not the issue. It'll come out if there was nothing there. We believe that this would still happen. It's not dependent on the presence of fields or anything else. It's just a spontaneous quantum fluctuation.
Okay, you've got particles coming from nothing. You have matter and energy being
But they
created.
then disappear. The key thing is that the net effect is zero because
Unless you grab them.
It wasn't done, dude.
The positive
I was
and
not done
negative,
talking.
the particle and antiparticle pair.
I know you don't care. I know.
Okay, what are you interrupted me? Okay, Jess.
Yeah. Also, Rumpus. This
Hold on,
zero
let
energy.
Jeremy wants to speak. Hold on, Jeremy's feeling aggrieved. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that this zero energy universe thing is just a hypothesis. It's never been experimentally verified.
Well, we know that virtual particles, particle-antiparticle pairs appear spontaneously, but obviously we don't know how the universe started exactly. But with some sort of similar principle is how we believe the universe started. Although some scientists like Roger Penrose doesn't believe there was a Big Bang, but the consensus is that something along the line of
There is no consensus on a zero energy universe because to say
Yes, there
that
is.
you need
Yes,
a
there is.
negative gravitational field canceling out a positive matter component of the universe, we know that the matter content of the universe it's less than 30%. Number one. Number two, we don't know that the whole universe is measured as flat. Only the observable universe has been measured flat.
And the net energy of the observable universe is zero.
Yeah, but that's the observable universe. That's not the entire universe. We only see a small part of it. Number one. Number two.
Well, no, that doesn't follow.
Not all gravitational effects we see in the universe are caused by baryonic matter. The idea is the parts we don't see might be caused by this thing we call dark matter, but it's inconclusive. There's no consensus on it. There's no experiment that's been performed without constraints that really validate this idea. It's just a hypothesis.
The shape of the universe is flat.
There's lots of
according to
evidence for its
inflation theory.
existence. There's lots of evidence for the existence of dark matter, although we don't know for a fact. There is lots of evidence for its existence.
Yeah, you totally
missed. It could be dark gravity.
You just know it's a hypothesis.
This is the problem with unfalsifiable.
It's not just some random hypothesis. We can see there is. We know, for instance, we know from the cosmic microwave background radiation how many protons and neutrons there are in the universe. We know that from the cosmic microwave background radiation. And then we know how much mass is in the universe. And if we subtract one from the other, we then end up with a different amount of mass that's not normal baryonic matter that has to be there. And we know it's got a mass. So we're calling that dark matter as well. And then there's the dark energy on top of that as well to also count, because you can only do calculations on energy and matter together. So we know there's this deficit not accounted for by normal baryonic matter, and therefore we said, well, that implies, and we can infer from that there's the existence of this other matter, and also we can see things like collisions between galaxies, where we can see the normal matters interacting in one way, and there's something else which we can determine from the mass, but through gravitational lensing, there's a lot of other mass there that's not behaving in the same way as the other mass, and so we've got actual observational evidence for the existence of this dark matter.
Yeah,
Sounds like
here's my point. I'm not saying dark matter doesn't exist. The main point I was making is that it's not as conclusive or settled as you make it out to be.
Well, the
This whole
consensus
idea
is the universe has a net
of
energy
a
of
zero
zero.
and
That is
of a
definitely a
zero
consensus.
and
Rumpus,
there is
you're
no
interrupting, man.
consensus. That's not true.
Look,
Quit calling
the
it dark
consent.
matter. Quit calling it dark matter. Be honest and call it missing mass.
This is the
Well,
problem
yeah, but
with
we've also, as I say, we've watched our galaxies collide together one another, and there's some parts of the mass is behaving in one way, and the other part of the mass is behaving normally. So we've got other It's not just like, oh, we've got a missing mass, that'll do. We've got observational evidence of galaxies behaving in a particular way that
You got missing mass.
would agree with dark
How fast does the
matter.
galaxy collide?
Hold
How
up.
fast does the galaxy collide?
Sure
this
you
is
do.
the
Okay.
pro-
Eli's been
this
trying
is
to
the
get
problem with begging. Yeah, thank you. This is the problem with the fallacy of begging the question. Once you're okay with the premise, now I'm not even talking to you. Once you're okay with, well, you might not even
You're
know
not
how
making
the
a point
premise
then.
was
Okay.
slipped by, and then all of a sudden you're into the begging the question where there's
How?
these seemingly justifiable answers.
You're making a claim.
It's
You're not.
like,
How is begging the
was
question
I,
differing?
Stop interrupting, man.
But he's
Are you
made a
done,
big
Eli?
claim. I'd just like to know what he's obviously directed at me. And I'd like to know how.
no,
I'd like to
I'm
explain
actually
how
not
I'm
even,
begging the
you're not
question.
even in my mind while
Well, no,
I'm
you don't seem
speaking
to
right
have a
now.
mind, so that
Actually,
wouldn't be surprising. I don't think there's nothing
can I
in
get a
there at all,
moderator?
from what I can see.
Can I get a moderator?
Hey, bro, just stop talking
you
about.
got it.
Actually, wasn't
Finish
even
your
going
point,
to.
Eli,
Well,
and
you
then
are
we'll
kind of
start.
hold on real quick. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Rumpus, I already gave you an official warning earlier for over talking. Stop doing it, or I'm gonna give you another one. They add up. You'll end up getting timed out for hours, days at a time. So you might not want to get too many warnings. All right, tone it down one at a time, please.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Go ahead, Eli, and then we'll let Rumpus respond.
Anyway, aren't we talking about the vacuum of space? Like, this is how it started, and it's like, well, the real problem is we're talking about something that doesn't exist in the first place. And it's like all this conversation around, well, here's this justification for this, let me redefine this, and now it's okay, and blah, 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 blah. Dog, you're talking about an expanding area, allowing the air here to do something in an environment that we've never experienced. No thanks.
To be fair, the conversation moved on from that, and I'd like to see Nate and Rumpus hash it out in terms of, whether or not it's a hypothesis.
Jeremy, I can't believe you warned me because I abused QE. Is he some sort of god to you or something? Even though he's a complete moron.
Come on, man.
That's it. Jeremy seems to think he's some sort of inviolate god, and every time you abuse him, I'm quite sure if I started to abuse, I don't know.
It's not about him, man. It's the fact that you were
flat Earth.
backbiting.
No. If I abuse fight the flat Earth, I'm sure Jeremy wouldn't be warning me. So because I called QE
Yes,
a
I
moron,
would.
Jeremy decided. No, you wouldn't. Because I called
There's
QE
no
an
name
absolute
calling.
moron. So I'm not allowed to call fight the flat Earth a moron then.
Nobody can call anybody names. There's no name calling.
Even people not here.
There's no name calling whether that person is in the room or not. Also,
So I can't call anybody who's not here. Right, I can't call Putin.
When they're not here, bro.
Can I call Putin a rude name? Can I call Putin a rude name?
No, you
Can we just stick to the topic? That's what I was trying to do.
Can we invite
you
over
I
for
did call next.
3 days
Call
early?
next, I guess after Rumpus.
Anyway, so what was this point someone was trying to make to me, Nat?
Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, so my point was the more that we can get people to actually hear the conversation about what's in this article, the more people are going to realize that nothing really isn't nothing, because if that were true and this experiment were true, then that would be a violation of the first law. Now, I'm not talking to you, Rumpus. I don't want you to respond. By the 6th or 7th time, I've already figured out how you feel about that, right? But this conversation isn't for you. I was just using you guys as a tool to illustrate that point to all flat earthers. Thanks.
I'd like to say something. So, Rumpus, we agree that two things come into existence, right?
Yep.
You call one of them negative. You regard one of them as negative so as to not break the first law.
Correct.
Right? What is negative energy? What gives you the right to regard it as negative?
Right. Now, something like, for instance, you can generate a positron, which is the antiparticle of an electron. And Dirac described this. He actually predicted the existence of these negative energy. And it's effectively it's quite a complicated concept.
Quick, pardon the interruption, but positrons and those are positive and negative charges, which have a net neutral charge. Yeah. We're talking about energy. You said negative energy.
Yes, effectively that is a negative energy.
How is an electron negative energy?
No, electron isn't. It's the positron that's effectively negative energy.
The positive one is negative energy.
Hold on, let me just go. In the case of creating those. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll have to prepare to describe this properly. It is a complicated concept, but there is effectively the concept of negative energy as Dirac proposed, and that was and through the proposal of negative energy, he then proposed the existence of the positron, which was then detected what's the
concept then?
Well, the concept is that antimatter is the opposite of matter, and when they come together, they mutually annihilate and generate energy. But if they've borrowed energy, for instance, virtual particles which were created
Where have I heard this before?
Jesus
Christ.
But
I mean, Rumpus, everything you say just...
I'm not on mute.
I'm trying to give an answer, so you're going to interrupt me.
I was hearing this like...
A positron has never been described as being negative energy. In the Dirac-C model, it is hypothesized that the universe is made of negative charges we call electrons. An absence of these electrons is what you would call a positron, which is seen as positive energy. Dirac would never say that a positron is negative energy or negative charge.
So you don't think Dirac proposed negative energy?
He did, but did you hear what I just said? In the Dirac-C model, negative energy is described by electrons, not positrons.
No, it's
Dirac
not.
himself said
electrons are not described as
negative energy.
You know what the
just because it's got a negative charge does not make it negative energy. You got confused between charge and negative energy.
I think we should let Nate and Rumpus have a one-on-one quick.
Right. You seem to think that because an electron is negatively charged, I'm claiming that's negative energy. No, I'm not. If you think it is, you're wrong. Just because a positron is positively charged, that doesn't make it positive energy.
It does. That is what Dirac hypothesized.
No, it doesn't. It's not related to the charge. It's not related. You just made that up.
You
don't know what what's going on.
You guys, we don't want to mute you guys. Can you gentlemen please keep it civil and stop over talking each other? It's hard to follow.
Yeah, just because it's a one-on-one doesn't mean you guys interrupt each other. Still take turns.
All right, Rumpus, you go first. I'll respond to whatever you have to say. How about that?
Right, here we go. So I'm just reading out from something called Dirac-C on Wikipedia.
Yeah, Dirac-C model, which you didn't know about. Read it.
How do you know I don't know? I know far more about this subject than you do. You're in no position to say anything. You're a moron. Right. So as I explained, that positrons were, because Dirac proposed the existence of negative energy, and he then proposed positrons, which are negative energy as far. Now I'm just going to check on whether that's it's antimatter.
Yeah, all right. So remember, that is the
as you are making. So you made the claim that I'm saying that positrons, because they're positive charged, are positive energy. That's completely wrong. You've got that completely wrong.
If I can just clarify something, the claim you are making is that Paul Dirac claimed that positrons are negative energy. All right, remember that is your claim. Carry on.
So let me just read it out. So here we go. So it was proposed. Let me just try and get to a relevant part of this.
Yeah, but guys, remember Rumpus's claim.
Here we are. It's antimatter. It's antimatter. The positron
energy.
Yes, which is antimatter, which is synonymous with antimatter. And positrons are antimatter, the antimatter part of an electron. It's the antiparticle of an electron, and therefore we call that negative energy. No, I haven't. No, I'm not. I've been completely concerned. I've described the positron as an antimatter particle throughout this.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but remember, the only thing I have an issue with is your claim that Dirac said a positron is a negative energy particle. In the Dirac-C model,
particle.
Please don't interrupt me. In the Dirac model, a positron is seen as having net positive charge and net positive energy. In the Dirac model, negative energy is expressed by electrons. So your claim, which is the only thing I have an issue with, was wrong.
It's absolutely correct.
Yeah, show us your model.
Positron, the
Hold up, guys.
positron is an
Fucking idiot.
antimatter particle, which is effectively negative energy in effect.
No, that's wrong. That's
Can't
not true. Where are you getting that from? That is
Here
what
we go.
that's why please let me speak.
I'll read out.
That's why you are making
Dirac
me
further pointed out the situation
Oh
in
my
which
God.
all the
Can someone
negative
mute him
energy states
while I speak? Please?
Or make your point,
I'm not
mate.
going to speak for long. I promise. I won't monologue the way he does. I'm going to get straight to the point.
Go ahead.
So Rumpus's claim was that Paul Dirac stated that positrons are negative energy. And now he's saying that because positrons are made of antimatter, they must be negative energy. He's making this wild leap based on I don't know what. Within the Dirac model, positrons are seen as having net positive charge and net positive energy. In the Dirac model, it describes the universe as being filled with negative energy in the form of electrons. And in points and places where you have an absence of this negative energy, you have a positron, which has a net positive energy content. And this is within Paul Dirac's own model. So to sit here and say Dirac said this, that, and the third, or because a positron is made of antimatter, it must have, negative energy, that's just wrong, Rumpus. I'm done.
Before you respond, Rumpus, let me just make a point of clarification. In the Paul Dirac model, is the electrons, does that constitute matter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys agree that the positrons are antimatter. It's just whether or not that's negative or positive energy is the issue right now.
Yeah, I'm being very clear and concise as to what my contention is. I don't disagree that positrons are antimatter. I just disagree when Rumpus says that because they're antimatter, they all of a sudden have negative energy.
Right, here we go. I'll read out this Dirac C. I'll read out this Dirac C. The Dirac sea is a theoretical model of the vacuum as an infinite sea of particles with negative energy. It was first postulated by... Let me just carry on. It was first postulated by British physicist Paul Dirac to explain the anomalous negative energy quantum states predicted by Dirac equation for relativistic electrons. Electrons traveling in space. The positron, the antimatter counterpart of the electron, was originally conceived as a hole in the Dirac sea before its experimental discovery in 1932. In other words, it's a hole, it's that negative energy in the
No.
Dirac sea.
You need to read that again, Rumpus.
You are so wrong, Rumpus.
If
the negative energy is the Dirac sea and there's a hole in this negative energy, that
is the positron. That hole is the positron.
Please don't interrupt me. That hole is the absence of your relativistic electrons, which are your sea of negative energy.
And it's a positron.
That hole will be a positron, which has
so it's a negative energy positron.
No, it's not a negative energy.
Read your quote again. Hold up.
What?
Nate, let him read it again. Read your quote again.
He's only doing
right,
this
here we go.
because...
The Dirac sea is a theoretical model of the vacuum as an infinite sea of particles with negative energy.
Negative energy. So what are those particles with negative energy? What are those particles?
One of them is a positron.
No. Let him continue reading. Let him continue reading. So you have negative...
To explain the anomalous negative energy quantum states predicted by Dirac equation for relativistic electrons. So the positron, the antimatter, was originally given as a hole. So in other words, the positron is a hole of an electron in effect. And it's a negative energy.
You are so wrong. So let me break down what Rumpus just read. I'm about to school you now, Rumpus. Take notes. So the Dirac sea is seen as a sea of negative energy, right? This negative energy, the particles that describe this negative energy are electrons, and more specifically, relativistic electrons, right? They are seen as having negative energy within the Dirac sea. So it even says there, like I just found what it is you were reading. To explain the anomalous negative energy quantum states for relativistic electrons. negative energy quantum states for relativistic electrons, which make up the negative energy content within the Dirac sea, he then posited that within his Dirac sea there must be holes, places where there is no negative energy. And in these places where there's no negative energy, or there's no electrons with negative energy, we have positrons, which have a net positive energy content. Positrons do not have negative energy. They're the absence of electrons which have negative energy within the Dirac sea model.
Right, here we go. I'm now reading off the Texas utext.edu, and here we are. And it looks
now
at
you're going to run to something else.
Yeah, to make it clear, because you don't understand what you're reading. So here we go.
Right.
This is discussing the negative solutions to the Dirac equation, and I read. We conclude that the negative energy solutions of this equation, the Dirac equation, refer to the motion of a new type of particle having the mass of an electron but the opposite charge. Such particles have been observed experimentally and are called positrons. Note that we cannot simply assert that the negative energy solutions represent positrons, since this would make the but for instance, it's certainly not true that a positron has a negative kinetic energy. So here we are. It's describing a negative energy of a positron. So it's the antimatter particle with a negative energy. Sorted. There you go.
Whoa, what?
Oh my God.
Did you just read that last sentence you just
Christ.
read?
Here we go. We conclude that the negative energy solutions of the Dirac equation refer to the motion of a new type of particle having the mass of an electron but the opposite charge. In fact, that sentence will do. So the negative energy solutions refer to a new type of particle having the mass of an electron but the opposite charge. That is a positron.
I agree with that, but that is not saying that a positron
described
has
as a
negative
energy. It's a negative energy solution. This particle is a negative energy solution to that equation. So it has negative energy and it's called a positron. You don't understand.
It's saying that in order to make the Dirac sea model work, which is a model for negative energy, we need to formulate particles that have the opposite charge of an electron.
Energy.
Positron.
The positron is a solution of the negative energy. I'll read this sentence out again. We conclude that the negative energy solutions.
Rumpus, why did you cut him off? Please
because
stop.
Hold on, I've got this because this will clear up everything.
Why
we conclude that the negative energy solutions, in other words,
why are you? Oh, thank you. There we go.
Can I ask something, please?
Nicely done.
Hold up. We'll wrap up this one in a second.
Oh, silent.
Nate, go ahead.
The conclusion to the energy, he's not getting right.
We're still in the one-on-one. Please let Nate say his piece.
So what Rumpus just said. So what Rumpus just said is that the solution to these negative energy models is this particle with an opposite charge to the electron, which we call a positron. No way did it say in that sentence he read there that a positron has a net negative energy content.
Yes, it did. It said exactly that. That we conclude that the negative energy solutions to the Dirac equation refer to the motion of a new type of particle having the mass of an electron but the opposite charge. Such particles have been observed and they're called positrons.
Yeah,
it cannot be clearer.
Agree with that.
My God.
That wasn't a point of contention.
It is. He's claiming that I'm saying that positrons are negative energy particles, and he's saying they're not. I am correct. He's wrong as usual.
They are not negative energy particles. No way in what you read.
How about this, Nate? Nate, do you have a citation for yourself to support that what you're saying, that positrons have positive energy?
Yeah, sure. I can post something. Did I post something?
Real quick, is it?
And then after that, you guys do closing statements. Go ahead, Jeremy. What are you trying to say?
While Nate's posing that, is anyone else seeing an icon for this server? Like, there on my phone, the icon's there, but it's blank. There's no picture or anything.
I see it. Same one as always.
I think Nate's right on this one because it explained that the proton's the opposite of the electron, and if the electron is the negative.
Proton is the opposite of
has to be
electron.
the
Oh my
positive.
god.
No, God has nothing to do with it. It's what you read in the sentence, man. If you can't comprehend the written sentence, you keep on reading. That's
You
your problem.
moron. Oh my god, it's
Yo,
Demo.
Rumpus, at the same time, actually, you could use this time.
Proton cannot be negative.
Okay, Rumpus, I muted you. No name calling. That's enough.
Rumpus, you could use this time actually to find a citation that says that electrons are positive energy.
Yeah, because the proton is the opposite of the electron. The electron's the one with the negative that you keep talking about. They keep referring to the proton as the negative of the electron. So if the electron is the negative, how the hell can the proton be the negative too?
Demok, don't confuse charge with energy. They're saying Nate's saying that the charge state is the same as the energy state. Basically, if it's positive charge, it's positive energy, and Rumpus is saying the positive charge is a negative energy.
Nah, I heard what I heard in the sentence. I said.
All right.
He just said the proton was the opposite of electron.
Who said that?
Yo, the one-on-one's over.
No,
I had to give
we have closing
Rumpus
statements right now.
No, it's over, bro. I had to give Rumpus a warning, an official warning. So,
what happened?
It's a wrap.
What? So he's muted now?
What happened? He was over talking constantly. He was calling names.
Yeah.
You missed that?
All right.
we just muted him for that.
Feel fair. I continue.
Nah, bro. Just muting him temporarily, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. People come in and they do the same thing day after day. Just temporarily muting them doesn't work.
All right.
Imagine if you robbed a bank.
Jeremy, how long does this mute last for?
Yeah,
imagine if you robbed a bank. Yo.
Yeah, Jeremy, we get it. How long does this mute last for?
Bro, why are you over talking me now? What the fuck is wrong with you? Yo, imagine if you robbed a bank and the penalty was they just told you don't rob any more banks and made you sit in the corner for 20 minutes. Like, that's essentially what we're doing to these people, and you just temporarily mute them. We're just saying, oh, don't do it again, and they just come back, keep doing it. That it can't.
So
it's not going to work like that.
So how long is this?
I don't know. I don't know how many warnings you got. I don't know.
What do we do for people who don't bring
That's anticlimactic. Fuck antimatter. That's anticlimactic.
Yeah, like this is kind of a bummer.
What do you want me to do, Nate? Listen, we're getting pressure from people that we're letting people call names and interrupt constantly, and it's turning into a shit show. So people are complaining about that. Now I took mod action, okay? Now you're complaining about that. I can't win. This is a gray area. I don't know what to tell you.
I personally would have waited until after the one-on-one, and then if you did it again, then I would have warned him.
Yeah, but I'm not complaining about mod action. If you did what you feel you needed to do, go for it. I just feel, I just want to know how long he's muted for, so that I know when we can continue with this discussion.
I have no idea. It could be anywhere from 30 minutes.
I'm still talking, Jeremy, and I feel it's weird that you can't find out how long he's muted for.
Yeah, I don't know how many warnings he has. It could be anywhere from 30 minutes to a month.
Can't you guys check? There must be a log.
I ain't even interested in checking. If Percentage wants to do it, I don't even know how.
All right, Percentage, can you check?
I don't even care.
All right. I'm not asking you anymore, Jeremy. Can Percentage check?
Yeah, give me a second.
Thank you, man.
Like, yo, you want to rob banks and you go to jail? How long you go to jail for? I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, man. I mean, this whole line of questioning here, how long does he have? What are you guys worried that he's going to accidentally get himself into so much trouble he doesn't get to speak anymore? Because that's what's going to eventually happen. And then what?
It's no way to win. It's no way to win a one-on-one when it's just like ends like that.
Yeah, Nate just wants to finish the conversation. I understand that, but at the same time, I can't just let people run wild in here. He's been running wild with it ever since he got in. He started with the name calling, interrupting. I gave him an official warning, multiple verbal warnings, and he kept doing it. We can't let people run wild in here, or it's just going to be day after day, shit show after shit show. I'm sorry that the one-on-one ended like that. Maybe if Rumpus, when the warning runs out and the timeout's over, we had to put him in the corner and give him a timeout. When it's over with, then you guys can finish. When it's over, you guys can finish the one-on-one.
It's not like we don't know his argument. Repeated it 100,000
Well, I gotta
Yeah,
say,
so I
the
mean,
argument was very
I guess
interesting.
we'll just
I
have to
thought,
go back to what was being discussed before.
well, I mean, why can't me and you talk about the vacuum? Because you seem to know a lot about it. So the vacuum that's supposed to be like when everything gets to zero, it doesn't actually get to zero because the 0 point energy, right? So that's like 0.5 volts in every system. Would you agree?
Sorry, what?
We're talking about maximum nothingness when it comes to voltage, right? Can you get it down to zero in any system?
What, voltage?
Yeah, are you familiar with the Casimir effect?
Yeah.
This is old stuff, right? Been around for at least 20 or 30 years almost. So there's voltage in every system. Like you can't get it down to nothing, right? So in your worldview, there's the electromagnetic field, which permeates the universe, and then there's gravity, right? And then there's this, right? Like it's everywhere. Cosmic
Nate.
background radiation.
Sorry,
That
real
would be
quick.
another
I
one,
can't
right?
tell how much time is left.
That's weird. Okay.
Is my mic working?
Yeah, keep going, man.
Right. So if they could, pull particles out of this so-called nothing, which I don't think that's the right word. Let's call it something. And if you could pull particles out of it, then there's got to be something there. That's my thinking. So when people talk
Yeah.
about quantum foam or, this new graphene-made particle, right? The superlattice, like when they're talking about this, like they're talking about pulling something out of nothing, but nothing isn't really nothing.
Yeah. That headline is misleading. They're not really getting something out of nothing.
Well, we agree, right? So there has to be something there, but if I call it quantum foam, that's okay. But if I call it the ether, is that like a bad word?
Well, you can call it the ether, but then you just got to properly define what kind of ether this is. Because, I mean, this is the issue most people have with ether. Number one, there are so many different types of ether. There's Einstein's ether, there's Newton gravitational ether, there's Maxwell's ether, there's the historical ether of quintessence, which was seen as like the fifth fundamental force, right? You had earth, air, fire, water, and then ether. And now there seems to be this new type of ether, which is seen as some sort of fundamental electromagnetic field. It's almost like a luminiferous ether, but you guys feel it's a bit more fundamental. So you just got to be clear, what kind of ether are you talking about here?
Well, I'm talking about the stuff that's coming out of the field of the vacuum. So the vacuum is where they took almost
Which
all the
vacuum?
particles out. The low pressure system that needs like walls to contain it. So in the middle of that, right, in the middle of the Casimir, they use graphene. I think is what they did. Is they're just redoing the Casimir with graphene. They thought that at first it was a superconductor material, and then they realized something else was going on, right? And the something else was they're pulling these particles out of nothing, is what they say, but we're going to say something. And this something that they're pulling these particles out of, it exists in next to nothingness. It exists in the lowest amount of something as possible. So this just kind of goes on to show that a vacuum is theoretical. Like there's never going to be something that you can't break it down even further. And a lot of people hear the word virtual particles and they're like, no, that's bullshit. I agree. They're not virtual particles. Lawrence Krauss is kind of crazy, I think. I don't listen to much of what he says, but I think it is cosmology when you're talking about Lawrence Krauss is more akin to not scientific, but rather philosophy, right? So I don't think they're virtual particles, but there is something there that's measurable. These people are talking about it. They're studying them, and they're calling them, these little virtual particles or whatever, or all these different kind of particles. But this seems to be like the cutting edge of science, not dark matter. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it was hard to follow you there because you kind of jumped and touched on a lot of different things. But from what I heard, it sounds like you announced that within this quote unquote vacuum, right? This non-zero point density fundamental medium. You're trying to say that is the ether, and within this ether we have these random fluctuations, which are governed by the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and it's from these fluctuations that virtual particles pop in and out of existence. Is the vacuum now the ether?
No, the ether exists where the vacuum should be. So
Our vacuum is your ether.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's not mine. I mean, it's everybody's. It exists for everybody. So the weird thing about these stories, the way they're presented, is like clickbait. Like they're like, okay, I want to see something come from nothing, and they click on it, and then they kind of leave the story going, well, there really is still nothing, but we can pull something out of it. And my point is, there is no such thing as nothing, and to prove it, they're pulling stuff out of it.
Yeah, but I just feel you don't really have an argument there because you're saying the same thing we're saying. You just choose to call it ether. You just gave it a different name, but it does the exact same thing we say it does. But you just gave it a different name, so I don't see the point in this. You just called it something else.
Sorry, I'll explain it. It's real simple. The point is, the orthodoxy has crept in, and you guys can't call it ether because then you'll be blackballed, or they'll take away your papers, right? You'll just be like a regular guy, like a fry cook. You guys don't want that to happen. You love your papers, so you're going to go with the flow and go with the orthodoxy. Because if you utter the words ether, it's going to give credibility to the Michelson-Morley experiment, right? And it kind of gives another reason what could be happening to the the pendulum, right? Is it going because the ether? And it's kind of like we're in a paradigm shift. Everything's going from non-electromagnetic, like solar winds. Do you hear any, electromagnetic in the name of solar winds? No, they just sound like what? Like wind, right? Solar wind. What is solar wind? Can you describe it to me, or describe it to the class so that we can be real clear about the nature of the solar wind? Is it electromagnetic in principle?
But you see what I mean? Like you just jumped around there, man. Now I gotta explain what solar winds are.
I can explain it, right?
I mean, yeah, but I'm trying to follow you. But
I'm talking about the orthodoxy, bro. Like you guys can't acknowledge the electromagnetic effect of, the heavenly bodies, right? Like you don't like to talk about it, right? You don't want to talk about. You want everything to be like gravitic rather than electromagnetic, and even like, the TV shows this. Like Tesla's the bad guy in the first animated Superman cartoon. Why was there an evil scientist named Tesla? Was Tesla evil? And now his name is what? A car company that's probably like a gatekeeping car company.
I don't even know what it is.
Find solar winds. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, sometimes you're right.
I mean, what am I supposed to respond to? Am I supposed to respond to
you can find
this
solar winds,
you made?
or you can talk about?
Let me speak, Hank. Can I talk? Because you took the biggest pause there. I thought that was my turn to talk. So I don't know if I should respond to this claim you made that ether gives validity to the Michelson-Morley experiment, or me explaining what solar winds are, or why Nikola Tesla was the first bad guy in the Superman comic. Like, you all over the place, man. It's hard to follow you.
I'm sorry, try to keep up. I'll go slower.
Let's take it one step at a time. Let's discuss this claim you made that ether gives validity to the Michelson-Morley experiment. What do you mean by that?
Was the Earth being measured to travel through the ether?
The Michelson-Morley experiment was to detect whether or not there is an ether, and it got a null result. So I don't know. I mean, but just because it got a null result doesn't mean an ether doesn't exist. They are still ether theories out there. They are still cosmologists and physicists that model things based on some or other type of ether. It just depends what kind of ether you're talking about, because throughout history, we've had various different ether models.
Can I just
And
correct
the
something you
model,
said real quick, Nate?
and I just need to add this last part, Napalm. I'm so sorry. And the model of ether that Michelson-Morley got a null result for was the luminiferous ether. Only that type of ether. The other types, they might still exist. We don't know. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah, the Michelson-Morley was not to test for ether itself. It was Earth's movement through the ether. So just to make that clear, it's a very large difference and a distinction that needs to be made.
I thought it was to detect the existence of the ether by seeing whether or not there was some sort of ether drag or current due to light propagating at different, velocities as Earth changes direction as it moves through the ether.
Yeah,
so it's
testing.
Earth,
Sorry, go ahead, Nico.
Yeah, it was Earth's movement through the ether, right? So it was not testing to see whether ether did or did not exist, and there's a very big distinction there. So I know that is kind of the clickbaity headline that is posted on things like Wikipedia and stuff like that regarding Michelson-Morley. But if you go back through it and maybe investigate it again, Nate, you'll realize.
Napalm, you're not wrong, but I would say it the other way around.
That's what they
Hold
said.
up, Nate. I would say it the other way around. I would say it's testing for a stationary ether on a rotating on a moving Earth. That's what they did.
Yeah, that's exactly what they said in their paper. We're trying to detect the ether as Earth moves through it, and we're using the propagation of light to detect this.
No, if it says
because
we're trying to detect
light
Earth's
seems
movement
to
through
propagate at the same rate, regardless of what reference frame it was in, they then came to the conclusion that there is no ether because there's no ether drift or ether current being detected.
So
here's the moving Earth, but it's possible that the ether is stationary on a stationary Earth.
Exactly.
Maybe.
That's the inverse of the result, right? So if you're trying to detect Earth's movement through the stationary ether, i.e. you would get some sort of ether drift, then if your result is null, that doesn't mean ether doesn't exist and the Earth is still moving.
I agree.
It means that the ether still exists, but the Earth is not moving. That's the actual result. That's why Einstein had everything come out when he did, and it is a direct result of the Michelson-Morley experiments results. And that's why they had to touch upon it. That's why Lorentz had to come in with the Lorentz contraction to explain away what was taking place within the apparatus. Interrelativity. Trust me.
Before sorry, go ahead, Dom.
No, I was just gonna say, like, ether drift, like.
Okay, so before I touch on those other points you made, you were wrong about
the stars be sitting still, but then like when you object, is that what they're?
You added me.
Is he choppy? Is he choppy?
You guys
I don't know when you added me.
Eli, you're hot micing, bro.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I think the mark is breaking up. So, Napalm, so you were wrong about what the purpose of the Michelson-Morley experiment was. I do agree with you that just because they didn't detect Earth's movement through the ether, it doesn't mean the ether doesn't exist. But because they were under the impression Earth is moving, it does mean that if Earth is moving, there is no ether. Now, if you want to say that's
wrong.
Please let me finish.
Why do you guys
Please
just
let me
lie
finish.
so much stuff?
If you want to say that you could interpret that as Earth isn't moving, to me that's a bit of a stretch. But if you have something to validate that, please do share it with me.
So
The Earth
when you started that,
can I just correct? Can you just correct that though? So if the Earth isn't moving,
or if the Earth is moving, that doesn't mean that it debunked the ether. So people need to stop talking about stuff they don't understand. It means that the ether couldn't be stationary with the Earth moving through it.
Yeah, you just cut off Napalm. Napalm,
No,
if you
no,
could
I'm
say what you
correcting
would
the
understand.
conversation. I'm correcting it. So please stop saying
Yeah,
that.
I really don't care. I'm trying to talk to Napalm. It's not about you.
Just don't admit you
Napalm,
were wrong, though, right? Just don't admit it.
So
whatever,
that's why I
Whitson,
was trying to
whatever,
get
man. Like
Nate.
I'm not trying to get hostile with you. You know, like you need to calm down.
I'm
Napalm,
just
go
tired of
ahead.
hearing people say things that they don't understand.
Yeah, whatever. If you could let Napalm talk, please.
So Nate, if you could allow me to talk, Nate, I would. So you said that I was incorrect about Mickelson Morley, but you didn't really explain how I was incorrect or what I was incorrect about. You just said I was incorrect about it, and you gave no specificity.
Okay.
So what was I incorrect about?
So you said Mickelson Morley wasn't done to detect the ether. That wasn't the purpose of the experiment, but it was. That was the purpose of the experiment. They wanted to see if a moving Earth through the ether would create some sort of ether drift or ether current or ether wind. And you said that wasn't the case. So that is what you were wrong about. That's all. It's not that big a deal.
Hold on. How was I incorrect within my statement? I didn't say that because my claim of the intentionality of Mickelson Morley was not to do an experiment to detect ether, right? That was my claim. It was not an experiment to detect ether. It got a null result. Therefore, ether doesn't exist. That's what Wikipedia would lead you to believe if you just read Wikipedia real quick about the Mickelson Morley. And I did say, I did elaborate on that.
Was the purpose
I said the
of the
intentionality of Mickelson Morley was to try to detect Earth's movement through the ether, which they got a null result, but they still had a result, right? Which is basically the Earth isn't moving, but there is a slow drift of the ether across the Earth.
It sounds to me like you saying they weren't trying to detect the ether, and then you say they were trying to detect the ether, and they were trying to detect the ether under the assumption Earth is moving through it. Like I don't get it, Napalm.
Dude, the title of the paper is Detecting Earth's Motion. What's it detecting then? If the title of the paper is Detecting Earth's Motion, then what is it supposed to be detecting?
Yeah, Nate, you lost me, man. Like you,
Earth's
like you're
motion
saying
through
everything that they deliberately didn't say. That's what's crazy.
It says detecting the Earth's motion in the title of the paper. So what was it supposed to be detecting?
The Earth's motion through the ether.
So it was supposed to be detecting, the thing it was detecting was Earth's motion, right?
Through the ether, yeah.
Okay, so what was it detecting?
Earth's motion through the ether.
So Earth's motion.
I don't know exactly
Earth's
what
motion.
to say it.
Right. So Earth's motion. So whenever you said he was wrong about saying it was not supposed to detect the ether, you're wrong because it was supposed to detect Earth's motion. Earth's motion is what they were detecting, measuring. That was the whole point. Detecting the Earth's motion through an ether. Meaning what you're detecting is the Earth's motion. Okay? I don't know why you guys have been saying it wrong for 5 years now. It's insane to me.
So the full title of the paper is On the Relative Motion of the Earth in the Luminiferous Ether. That's the full title of the paper. The purpose of the experiment was to use Earth's motion through the ether to detect this ether wind, ether drift, and thus validate the existence of the ether. This wasn't detected, so please don't interrupt me, man. This wasn't detected, so they got a null result for ether. Now Napalm is saying that, from what I'm understanding him to say, I might be misunderstanding him. You know, I'll put my hand up and say that, but it sounded to me like he was saying that wasn't the purpose of the experiment. But maybe I'm.
Yeah, you don't understand it. So the null result was that they didn't detect the Earth's motion. The null result was the measurement of Earth's motion Okay, and you also said that if the Earth is moving, it debunks the ether, which is also wrong. It would just be a stationary ether. Everything the Globers say about it is wrong. It's insane. The null result was the lack of detecting Earth's motion. That's what the measurement was. The measurement was showing the phase shift in light relative to 30 kilometers a second orbit of the Earth's motion. That's what the numbers are about.
They weren't trying to detect Earth's motion because they already knew Earth moved. They were trying to detect an ether current or an ether drift created by Earth moving through the ether, and they were using the velocity of light through different reference frames to detect this, to signal this. And they didn't get it. They got a null result. And all that says is that if Earth is moving, there is no ether. Now,
that's wrong again.
Please don't interrupt me, because when you spoke, I was quiet, So please don't interrupt me. Control yourself. You got to control yourself. If to sit here and just call me a liar,
Yeah, you're a liar.
Sounds like name calling to me.
But Nate, that last part was wrong though.
So please control yourself. Also, I'm not going to do this if it's three guys shouting at me. You guys need to calm down.
So if I have a potato drifting, it doesn't mean the potato doesn't exist, Nate. It means the drift of the potato didn't exist. Do you understand that?
I don't understand what you said, Devon.
Yeah, he's right about that.
If I have a potato drifting through space, the potato still exists even though I can't find its drift. Do you understand?
So you're wrong to say that it shows that the ether doesn't exist on a rotating Earth. It just shows that if it does exist, it's rotating with this rotating Earth. It's just
the drift.
Exactly.
Okay. I'll give it to you percentage. That is a conclusion. A conclusion you could jump to. Then you could then say that this ether must then be moving with the Earth. That's why we are not detecting an ether drift, and therefore the ether is not stationary. But in Michelson-Morley's experiment, they thought the ether is stationary and the Earth is moving. So in that scenario, they got a null result. In these other scenarios where you could say either the ether is moving with the Earth or the Earth is stationary and not moving, that's why we didn't detect the drift. That wasn't the purpose of the experiment, and the experiment doesn't speak to those situations.
But when they wrote about it later and did speak about those situations. So every time that you say it debunked the ether, you're wrong. So just stop saying it, please.
I never said it debunked the ether, though. You strawmanning and lying about me. Those words never left my mouth.
It showed if the Earth is moving, then there is no ether. That's what you said 5 times.
Yeah, if the Earth is moving, there is no stationary ether, and that's why they got a null result. That's not me saying that the ether was debunked. I've said it more than once that they are
now
still
you're adding the word
because you did. Shut up.
Don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. So I've said it more than once that they are cosmologists and physicists that still
I only got 5 kills.
And
this is terrible. But they were tough.
Eli, you're hot,
Eli.
You're now adding the word stationary. You think that's not dishonest to just add the word now?
I wasn't done talking, It's just that Elijah was hot, Mike, and that's why I said.
How's this not lying? How's it not lying?
Control yourself and stop calling
he added the word stationary after me and Demo corrected him, and he took that on the chin. He's not.
He just now said he's been saying it the whole time. He just said he's been saying it the whole time.
No, but what I'm saying that I've been saying the whole time is that there are physicists out there and cosmologists that do work with ether models, that there are different types of ethers. I never once said that the ether was debunked. All I said is we have a null result for it. So don't lie about it.
I came in here and heard you say 3 times. I came in here and heard you say 3 times. Which is the only reason I jumped in. I heard you say it 3 times. That okay, Napalm, you can think, well, if the Earth's not moving, whatever, but if the Earth is in motion, it debunked the ether. You said that 3 times.
I never said that. I never said that it debunked the ether. Go listen to the tape. You're lying. But play the tape back. I want to hear the words debunk leave my mouth, please.
Yeah, you said disproved.
What's it? Play it in here so we can all hear him say.
I'm gonna play it.
Play it in here.
I'm tired of people lying.
Yeah, play it.
I'm going to.
Cool.
You said disprove the ether 3 times.
Go for it, man.
Now, it's not even a big deal. Just say, "Oh man, you're right." Okay,
No, but you
technically,
are the one making it a big deal, so you might as well play the recording. You're the
going
one
to because you're
sitting
lying.
here calling me a liar, saying I said something I never said. The only
you did.
person making a big deal of it is you, so you might as well play the recording.
Go
Nate,
ahead and
I'm
get it
pretty
right now.
sure. I'm pretty sure that's legitimately why I stepped in and we started having the conversation about Mickelson Morley.
Anyone can go back and
No,
find
we
it
started
right
talking
over
about
here.
Mickelson Morley because of something Hank said.
Right. I'm saying when I
You don't
entered
even
the
remember what happened.
conversation, that's why I stepped into the conversation, Nate. Is because
Well,
you're
what did I say that made you step into the conversation?
that Mickelson Morley disproved the ether. It's literally why I came in. I might be breaking up, but literally that's the reason why I stepped into the conversation.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Witsit to play something I never said.
I mean, why else do you think you and I started having a conversation, Nate? Why did
we started having a conversation because of the claim I thought you made, and I thought you made the claim that the purpose of the Mickelson-Morley experiment was not to detect the ether. That's the claim I thought you made. That's what you jumped in with.
Yeah, I jumped in with Mickelson Morley was not an experiment that was done to try to prove or disprove the ether. It was the motion
No,
of the
that's not
earth.
what you said. That's not what
Exactly
you said.
what I said, bro. He'll play it back. It's fine. It's fine.
Alright.
He'll play it back.
Cool. But to me, it sounded like you said it wasn't done to detect the ether. That's why I gave pushback to that. I never gave pushback to it disproving or falsifying the ether, because I clearly said that the ether hasn't been disproven, because there are still cosmologists that work with ether models. There are different type of ether models. That's why I was asking Hank for clarity on which ether he's talking about. The Mickelson-Morley experiment just got a null result for the luminiferous ether. But these other types of ether, I mean, who knows? And just because it got a null result, it was only in that specific situation where the ether
Are you
could be
ready?
stationary.
You
and
ready,
Earth
buddy?
could be moved.
Are you ready?
Yeah, play.
All right.
I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Agree with you that just because they didn't detect Earth's movement through the ether, it doesn't mean the ether doesn't exist. But because they were under the impression Earth is moving, it does mean that if Earth is moving, there is no ether.
What's up?
Yeah,
I think that
but
was
that's
before
not
I
me
corrected
saying
him.
that.
No, percentage.
Yeah,
He's
that's
been
where I
saying
was
it the whole
corrected.
time.
That isn't what you claimed you have said. Whoa! That's not what happened, Whitson. That's
You're
what.
gonna sit here and double down. Oh my God.
Whoa! Hang on now. Percentage. We both know that is the statement on which you corrected me.
Bro, show
That
some
is not
humiliation.
the statement.
Stop. Show some humiliation.
Hang on now. Calm down. That's the statement percentage corrected me on. When I said
right
that
after that
statement,
was
you were already
Demok's
well
potato thing,
involved
and then
in the conversation with it. That is the statement I made where the ether was supposedly be debunked that got you involved in the conference. So you were still lying.
In truth, he was only addressing the luminiferous ether, which is a non-existent
Yeah,
form of
thank you.
ether.
Like
We're
you just
talking about
lying.
the luminiferous ether,
It's
which would be
sad.
the correct way to say it, but you can't even say the right type of ether.
Yeah, it's a difficult word to say.
He never said it once right. Play it back.
Me. It's a difficult word to say.
I'm gonna play it again.
But
I'm gonna admit it.
Whitson is lying, and I mean, I don't know. This is sad.
Wow. I'm about to play it again.
Play it again.
Yeah, just you said it 3 times.
Play it again.
I jumped in the conversation.
Play it again.
Dude, I'm moving to my computer. You said it 3 times. That's the only reason I even jumped in the conversation.
Yeah, you were involved in the conversation long before I said that. That's number one. Number two,
I hadn't even
when I made that statement,
oh my God,
percentage corrected me on it, and I rephrased what I was saying. Number three, that was the first time. Number three, that was the first time I made that statement. Number four, nowhere in that statement am I saying the ether was debunked. So you're just a liar, Witsit. Please stop it.
Some credit goes to Demok too. He like corrected it
He
in his
yeah.
Demok way with the potato peel drift thing.
With the potato, yeah. Props to Demok. But Witsit's lying, so I
You're
don't
lying.
see the point.
Play it again.
Play it again, bro. Play it again.
I can't believe you're doubling down, dude.
Knows,
You said that
everyone knows what happened.
you said the experiment was to detect the ether, and it got a no result. And then you just said that if the Earth, dude, you just played it. You're doubling down, bro. Are you fucking kidding me?
What? You see, now the claim I made has changed. From
Dude, you
me
can't
saying
just add a word and double down.
The ether was debunked to whatever Brian just said.
Can we not hear it?
You guys can't even get your story straight as to what it is.
I'm playing it. It shows. Listen, it shows right when I jump in. Okay, I jump in right when you say it. So listen.
Go for it.
It does mean that if Earth is moving, there is no ether. Now, if you want to say that that's wrong, please let me finish.
See? So that's when I jumped in. You said it was after.
That wasn't the first. What?
Got him.
Then I jumped in.
Whoa, play that again? I didn't hear it.
Okay, I jumped
Got
in.
him. Dude,
It's a little low. If you could increase the volume.
Yeah.
Turn your headset up.
All right, guys, tell me.
Gotcha.
Tell me if this sounds better.
Earth is moving, there is no ether. Now, if you want to say that that's wrong, please.
So that's the first thing I said. Did you hear it?
We all
yeah.
heard it.
So I was explaining that according to the experiment, if the Earth is moving, there is no ether, and Percentage corrected me on that. I don't see what the issue is.
Well, you didn't.
But no way did I say that the ether has been debunked.
Bullshit, bro. Because you said it went into the experiment. They already knew the Earth was moving. You said they already knew the Earth was when they did the experiment. You're double lying, bro.
But they did know the Earth was moving when they did the experiment. Do you think Mickelson and Morley thought Earth is not moving? Come on,
I know for
Brian.
a fact Michelson didn't think the Earth was moving because I've already showed his papers where he invented the device to detect the Earth's absolute motion in space.
Wow.
End of subject.
All right, watch. I'm gonna play. Look, I'm gonna play.
That is totally different from what Witsit's saying.
You gotta stop lying, bro. So I'm gonna play where I jumped in and corrected you right before Percent or Demock did. That's the only reason I jumped in the conversation. And I told you specifically, it just would debunk if the Earth's moving. It just would debunk a stationary ether. And then you doubled down against me. That's exactly what happened.
Did you say that? All right, Percentage.
Yeah.
Did Witsit say that? Because you were the first person I
I'm
heard
not
speak.
sure, man. All I know is that at the very beginning, I mentioned the same thing, that it's for a stationary ether on a moving Earth.
And I corrected myself after that. Yeah, so I don't know what Witsit's talking about, and
I
not
think you
once
guys are
have I
making
said
a big deal out of nothing.
No,
Yeah,
the big deal is when people lie.
What
So-
I don't like is when he calls me a lion now. You know, like that
Yeah, you're
shouldn't be
lying.
tolerated.
You're lying. So
I haven't lied.
I'm gonna play it.
He lied about what I said. I never
Bro,
said.
not only are you
Mickelson-
lying, bro, you double down lying.
Witsit to apologize. You know.
No, can I play it,
Bro,
please?
are you
Can I play
fucking
it?
kidding me? Y'all gotta
You
give
haven't
Nate a
told
strike, dude. Y'all need to give Nate a warning, bro. That's bullshit.
I'm gonna play it.
No,
I'm gonna play it. So this is petty. You might think it's petty or whatever, and I know Percent just wants to save Nate and all this bullshit. No, blatantly lying about people is not acceptable. So I'm gonna play it. So please don't interrupt it. Please don't interrupt it.
It's a bit of a stretch. If you have something to validate that, please do share it with me.
So when you started that, Nate,
Can you just correct that though? So if the Earth isn't moving, or if the Earth is moving, that doesn't mean that it debunked the ether. So people need to stop talking about stuff they don't understand. It means that the ether couldn't be stationary with the Earth moving through it.
Yeah, but the words "Earth," Mickelson Morley debunked the ether never left my mouth. Witsit. You are claiming
You said
that I said
disprove the ether.
Mickelson Morley debunked the ether.
You said
I
disprove.
never said that.
What's
So
the
to
difference
sit
in
here
disprove
and
and
call me a
debunk?
liar is ridiculous. Can you
What's the difference?
apologize?
What's the difference in
Can
disproved and
you
debunked?
apologize?
What's the
Please
difference?
apologize.
What's the difference in disproved
There's
and
a
debunked?
big difference. Big difference. Now, please apologize.
What is it?
I
Define the
never
difference for the room.
said the
Define the
Mickelson
difference
Morley
for the room.
experiment debunks the ether. All I
Define
said
the
is
difference for the
it
room.
was a null result. and then I
was gonna.
misspoke, and I was corrected by percentage, but I never
I
said
corrected you first,
debunked.
buddy. I just played it.
Hold
So
on.
He's
Hold on.
changing one
Nate,
word. He's just changing
hold
one
on.
word,
Hold
thinking
on,
it's
guys.
making him
Hold
honest.
on. Hold on. I was gonna ask this a while ago. What's the difference between debunk and disprove or does not exist? What's the difference between that?
I think
Nate.
you could say.
Debunk. Expose the falseness of all in this.
I think you could say that there's a difference in terms of experimentation. You know, your null hypothesis either proven or disproven, and your alternate hypothesis either proven or disproven, but not necessarily debunked, right? Debunked, you could kind of expand the scope.
Synonym. Listen, synonyms
so,
for
like, you know,
debunk,
the rest of the
disprove, falsify. They're synonyms.
it's a
Disprove,
synonym.
falsify.
It's literally a synonym.
Whatever.
I mean,
Can you apologize, Whitson, and stop calling people
Apology? Okay,
He's
now
tripling down now. Now he's tripling down.
Brian.
all right, now,
Brian.
can I respond without being interrupted? So, like, I was just sitting outside. I didn't plan on jumping in, right? I heard you say that, so I just jumped in to correct it because Globers say it all the time because you guys just repeat scripts like a cult. So I said, no, that's not true because you said, I get what you're saying, Napalm. It doesn't necessarily mean there's no ether. Right? Because you may not think the Earth's moving, and you think it may have showed that the Earth's not moving. I think that's a bit of a stretch. You'd have to have some evidence for that. That's what you said. You said, but if it did show that if the Earth is in motion, then it disproved the ether. I jumped in and said, no, that's not true. Okay? Because it would just show that if the Earth's in motion, then it disproved the stationary ether. It didn't debunk the ether. And then you doubled down and told me, actually, you just ignored me and then just said, I was talking to Napalm, which I only jumped in to correct it. And then you said it 2 more times after that. Okay. And then you're telling me that I'm lying because now you're saying that when I phrased it back to you, I said the word debunked instead of disproved, even though they're literally synonyms.
No, Whitson. I agree with everything you said. What you said happened is what happened. But after all of that, you came back and started calling me a liar, claiming I said Mickelson-Morley debunked the ether. That is the claim that I had contention and
He's
an
trolling,
issue.
dude. He's trolling. Literally,
Because
got
you
to
kept
trolling.
calling me a liar, saying I made that claim. And
now
I
you're going to
told you
make
I
him
never
go
said
back and
that.
pull the fact that you
And
didn't
you kept
disagree with
saying
him.
I said that, and you kept calling me a liar. But
No, the
from
only
all the
reason-
recordings you played, it's clear I never said that, Whitson. So can you please apologize?
Do you see what's happening here?
Can we just agree on what we agree on, which is that the ether is stationary on a stationary Earth or moving on a moving Earth? Like that's what
The same shit with Jeremy yesterday morning, dude. You did the same shit with Jeremy,
No,
dude.
the ether's not stationary on a stationary Earth.
Well, isn't
That's
that
wrong.
what Mickelson-Morley would have to show? If
No,
the
because they
ether
did.
Stationary?
No, they did detect a drift. They classified it a null result because it wasn't the drift they needed if the Earth's moving. It did detect a drift.
Is Whitson breaking up?
No.
So
no,
they
Whitson
did-
was
they-
loud and clear. He didn't
Yeah,
hear you,
So how
Whitson.
Whitson breaking up wasn't me.
So if the Earth was stationary, how much is the drift that they detected?
It's very, very little. So they detected less than 1/6 of what was supposed to be there, and then more precise measurements since then has shown it even smaller. But there's always some drift detected, as if the ether slowly drifts over top of the stationary Earth.
Was it consistent?
Yeah, well, like I said, the more precise the measurements, the smaller it got. But today it stays pretty consistent for like the last 50 years or so, yeah. Since the Air Force did it in '87.
1/6 of like 15 degrees per hour, so like around 2-point-something degrees or something?
Oh, it's revolution. So it's 30 kilometers a second. I can get the exact numbers in my presentation, but it's very close. Well, and then Mickelson-Gale is the 15 degrees per hour, which that the experiment shows 98% accuracy with the rotation. So the same methodology shows the sidereal rotation matching the prediction almost perfectly every time, but it doesn't show any revolution. So either it's accurate method, like we proved it is when we detect sidereal rotation, which means the Earth's stationary and the sky moves around it. And then in an attempt to look at the orbit, it's just a slight drift over the stationary Earth. So they've never reconciled the two. They just dismissed the ether with a fake story of Mickelson Morley disproving it, which is just wrong in their own paradigm anyway. But that's the only reason I jumped in. I'm so tired. I'm here like for a month. I've heard flat earthers talk about this when they don't understand it, and I'm tired of hearing Glovers talk about it when they don't understand it. It's none of it's complicated. It's just disingenuine recollection. Or maybe people don't understand it.
Yeah,
cool.
to be fair, is hold on. I was already going.
Never said,
Hold on.
and then calling me a
check.
liar. That's
Mic check.
uncalled for. And next time, I won't be so nice if you do that. You know.
You
Mic
did
check.
lie. You
Yeah,
said
your
that you
I
user.
did not lie. Shut the fuck up.
Hold up.
I did not
Larry's
tell
not
you.
getting
You're good.
Yeah, New York guy, can you just let Larry say what he was going to say?
Yeah, I was going to say,
Sorry.
Witsit, to be fair to the flat earthers, as soon as he said it, Napalm jumped in, and I was going to say it, but Napalm beat me to it. So, I mean, to be fair to the flat earthers, we were going to correct him immediately.
Yeah.
And I think we did. And then
Yeah.
you came in and interrupted Napalm, who was already correcting him, and corrected him some more. So,
That's
I mean, you
fair
had
enough,
three
but
flat
I know
earthers on bat. You
Yeah,
got three
I don't-
flat earthers on deck in here, ready to do it.
Right, but I'm not talking about you two. I'm talking about the people that have been attacking the ether for over a month. I'm not talking about
Got
you.
it. Got it.
Yeah,
You talking about
it was just now playing again on YouTube, them talking about it and not understanding it again with Brian in
Yeah,
there.
but then you need to go and fight Nathan Oakley. Don't bring that battle here.
What does that have to do? That's not what I brought up. I just jumped in to say.
But you did. That's why Hank just responded to you right now, because you try to make the claim flat earthers don't understand it, but you should say
I didn't
Nathan Oakley
understand.
doesn't understand it.
It's one of those, if it doesn't apply, let it fly things.
Yeah, exactly. You think
But
I'm
you
talking about-
didn't let it fly, did you?
Dude,
'Cause you
I've
felt
been
that
talking
way.
to Napalm about the ether for a year and a half, bro. You think I didn't know? What? I'm talking about a lot of flat earthers don't understand it, and a lot of Globers don't understand it, but they're the ones that talk about it a lot.
All right. Anywho, just don't call people liars, bro. It's
Dude,
not cool.
you're now saying that I mischaracterized you as lying because of the difference between the word debunk and disprove, and we just looked it up and they're synonyms.
They're not synonyms. Not in the context of scientific experimentation, number one. Number two, I never said debunked. So the claim I said debunked and then play recordings where I didn't say debunked and still call me a liar. Like, I don't know what your problem
When you
is.
said debunked,
I
what
really
do you
don't know
mean?
what your problem is.
Imagine being this dishonest where you're going to double down and pretend the only reason that you can now.
How I'm dishonest.
The only
You
reason
see?
that you see what I'm saying now, you can interrupt me though, right? Like now you're claiming that the only reason you contended me saying you were lying is because you knew that you didn't say debunked, you said disproved. No, you doubled down and said you didn't say that it disproved it.
No, I doubled down and said I didn't say
quadrupling
it
down at this point,
debunked.
bro. Nate,
Whatever, we can
Nate,
move on. Everyone
bro,
heard you get exposed.
you
I didn't
can't
say
now
debunked.
say that
Misspoke
you,
the first couple seconds. He misspoke in the first little amount, and then towards the very last sentence he said, he didn't say it about ether itself. He was talking about the other portion. Like, so he actually,
It was after he got corrected.
at the very last
I,
sentence. He
I don't
didn't
know what
say
you're
that.
talking about.
He said like Witzel and I were just a different account of what the or how.
you're breaking up, D-Mark.
Yeah, so Demark, what I said
Hold on, Nate.
wrong.
Hold on, Nate. Nate, I can't believe you're still talking, bro. Because let me get one thing out. Okay, you're
All right, go ahead.
quadrupling. You're literally quadrupling down now. This is the full stretch you've made. You stretched from claiming you didn't even say it. Okay, and then
What
he
did
played
he
it.
say?
You get buzzed. Then you change the word to Then you try and change stationary, which was your doubling down. Then you tripled down. You're trying to get in a him.
Whoa,
And then
Brian,
you said
now you lying.
he said disproven. Now you're saying that disproven and debunked are not the same thing, bro. That's quadrupling down. That's insanity, bro.
Brian,
You need to.
I don't know what you're on right now, but when I was corrected about not saying that it's a stationary ether, I admitted to my mistake and I rephrased what I said. When DeMarc and Percentage pointed that out, I corrected myself. When Whitson pointed it out, maybe I didn't hear him, but I ignored what he said because he was over talking and interrupting Napalm, and I was in the middle of a discussion with Napalm. The claim Whitson is making, where I apparently told a lie, was where I apparently said Mickelson Morley debunks the ether. I never said that.
Disprove, bro. Disprove.
Shut up. I never said that. And Whitsid, said I said that. He said he would play the recordings where I said
He
it
played
debunks
it,
the
bro.
ether, and he's failed to do that. But instead
Bro,
of
he played it.
apologizing and admitting I never said it debunks the ether, I don't know, man. Now you writing
Now
a
you're
stick
so
about
now
it.
you're
But
so
to
so
me,
your whole thing stands on debunk and disprove not meaning the same thing.
Why are we being
in the
pedantic about
context
these
of a
words? I
scientific
don't even get it.
experiment, they're definitely not the same thing.
I've
Hands
been
down, the
listening for
most
2 hours. I ain't said a
disingenuous
word
shit
in
I've
2
heard
hours.
all day. Hands down.
No, it's
Yeah,
pedantic.
cool.
You're
But
just
just
being
don't call
pedantic.
people liars and accuse people of saying things they never said, Richard. It's not.
What do they have
I've
to
never done
write it
that to
down
you.
word for
I
word,
don't
bro?
think you would like it if I accused you of saying something
Who
you never
cares
said.
what you think? Y'all are being trolled with it.
Dude, the only person that's being sub pedantic would be the person that once I went and found the recording said, "Oh, see, I said disproved, not debunked." That's the only person being pedantic.
Yeah,
I'll admit when I
because
misspeak.
that's what you
No
accused
big
me
deal.
of saying, Woodson.
What's the actual core that we're talking about here?
Oh,
The
God.
Michelson-Morley experiment didn't detect the ether. I mean, that's the core of it. I mean,
See
it
what I'm
didn't
saying?
detect
You
the
see
If
what
he had
so,
an ounce of humility, he would stop talking.
Soundly, this is the problem. Globers have a script, right? This is the only reason I jumped in because they always just say the same thing and then they get corrected. They'll come back here tomorrow and they'll say it again.
What do you mean?
So they
Like,
say that
what
Mickelson
was the
Morley
correction?
debunked the ether or disproved it. Those words are interchangeable, of course, to any honest person. They'll say that Mickelson Morley disproved the ether,
Well,
right?
that's how people talk in just colloquial terms. But yeah, they didn't.
I'm
They didn't
talking.
disprove
I'm going to
it.
explain it. So they say that it disproved the ether, and then the flat earthers will jump in and correct them. Well, no, they assumed that the Earth is moving, and then they threw out the ether. The flat earther that says that is also wrong because they didn't throw out the ether in entirety. Even if they did assume that the Earth was moving, it showed that the ether wasn't stationary. And Albert Michelson wrote about this in depth afterwards. Okay, and he explains it very specifically that if there is an ether,
those
then
experiments
it
came
can't be
later, right?
stationary. Okay, but the Glovers just have a script. They want to say, no, the ether got debunked. The ether got disproven. They say both those things, both those phrases all the time, and everyone knows it. That they say Michelson Morley disproved or debunked the ether, and that's not what happened. For one, it showed that either there's not a stationary ether or that the Earth's not moving through the ether. That's what it showed.
It depends on what we mean by proof, though. I mean, it's people use the word proof in different ways, right? I mean, sometimes you use it like in the scientific sense, and sometimes you use it in the colloquial sense, and it just depends on what the person means.
Well,
but, I mean,
Yeah, but I was very specific in
the
what I meant
experiment, the experiment
and how I was
just
using
failed
the
to
word.
You were
detect the ether.
wrong.
That's the best way to say.
I was wrong in saying just ether. I should have said stationary ether, and DeMarc and Percentage corrected me on that. Thank you.
Well,
actually,
Michelson Morley was
in that
about.
context is so different from what debunk means. And I just posted a screenshot tagging you and Brian showing what the difference between disproved and debunk is.
Wait.
So please apologize, Winston. Stop calling me a liar.
Correct me on
I'll
this.
just read what
Correct
he
me on this,
posted.
Whit. You probably know more than I do about
In the
this, Whit, but
context.
I'm pretty sure that Michelson Morley was trying to detect not a stationary but an actual difference, right? Like a motion in the ether, right?
It was trying to detect the Earth's motion in
a stationary ether.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, and then I jumped in and said, dude, that's not true. Even if the Earth was moving, it would just debunk that the stationary ether. It would just disprove that the ether was stationary. And then he just ignored me and then kept saying it. And someone else had to jump in and correct him. And then he acknowledged it. That's what happened.
Yeah, that is what happened. I do not disagree with that. What I'm disagreeing with is you accusing me of saying Michelson Morley debunked the ether. I never said that.
Shut up.
So you need to apologize.
Everyone here knows that you're
for accusing me of having said that.
and you're just doing
you need to
everything in your power
apologize for
to
calling
make
me a liar because I haven't lied about anything.
The reason that I
Like,
called you a
it's
liar was because you said
ridiculous.
I never said that it
Debunked.
ether.
I know. I said I never said it debunks. Play the tape. I never said it debunks it. That's the only contention I've had with you.
Okay, they're the same thing.
Can I help Bridge?
It's not the same thing. I just posted a screenshot tagging you, showing you disproved and debunked are not the same thing.
Okay,
Because
about
if
this.
you're
Let me
wrong
get.
It says that the
and you're a
difference
liar
is
with it,
it
you
says the
actually
difference is
are the liar here.
yourself. The whole room saw you get exposed, buddy. You said go play it. I
Yeah,
did.
sure, whatever.
So it.
I don't care
But
what
he
the
just
room
posted.
saw.
I
You're a
read
liar.
Oxford. We
You
read
apologize.
Oxford Dictionary, right?
Can we?
Oxford
Hey,
Dictionary
Will.
explaining it. Now he posted some screenshot without a citation. This is definitely not any accredited source, right? And it says that disprove is to prove to be false or erroneous, to confute, to refute, while debunk is to discredit or expose, to ridicule the falsehood. So disprove is to prove to be false, and debunk is to ridicule the falsehood. Wow, they're so different.
Yeah, there's a difference. That's a big difference.
My God, dude.
If you can't see it, then I don't know how it can help you. Just don't call people lies when they haven't told lies.
You did
It's not
lie.
right.
You said you never said that.
Yeah, whatever, man.
All right, let's
just a
move
weirdo.
past.
Close, we can move on.
Yeah, let's just move on.
Hey, Wit. So, is the theory then that there is a? I'm asking you your perspective. Are you saying that there could still be an ether and that it's just moving at the same speed as Earth or whatever? Like, what's
Well,
your,
yeah, the Earth's
what's your thoughts on it?
obviously, I don't think the Earth is moving, right? Like the Globers say they already knew the Earth was moving, but that's not true either. You can read Einstein. He said you can never prove that the Earth is moving. You can read all the scientists before that. So they just assumed it was moving.
Okay, so stationary Earth and stationary ether?
No, stationary Earth with the ether slightly drifting, moving with the stars effectively around the Earth.
But wouldn't the Michelson-Morley detect that then?
It did. No, okay. So Michelson-Morley was to detect the orbit, the presupposed 30 kilometers a second around the sun, and it did get a reading. It didn't get nothing. It's classified as a null result because it didn't get the predicted value, but it does get a value. And to this very day, even when the military does it, it still always detects something, right? There's always a difference.
Is it a preferred direction? Is there a preferred direction?
Yes, because the ether moves in a specific direction.
What direction is it? Like preferred? Is it like north, south, east, west?
East to west.
East to west?
Yeah, just like the stars. And then they went and did what's called Michelson-Gell-Pearson after that in 1935. And they had a predicted value for the sidereal rotation, the daily rotation, right? And this was like a huge, like 2 kilometer long little tube they tested with. And it predicts a certain value and it matches the prediction within 98% accuracy every single time. Like it's been done thousands of times. So it shows that the method is accurate because we know that there's a 15 degree per hour movement of the sky, right? We know that. And so the methodology of using interferometry to detect it is accurate, right? But they just kind of dismissed this because if you combine Michelson-Gell predicting the daily rotation perfectly with Michelson-Morley not detecting the orbital motion, then you only have one viable explanation, which is that the Earth is stationary, the sky moves around it every day, and there's an ether that drifts over a stationary Earth. And I've never heard a Glober ever respond. Like, how do you reconcile the two together? Right? Because Michelson-Gell proves the methodology works, which means that Michelson-Morley disproved that the Earth is orbiting.
I want to point out that it's funny that, nobody really talked about these experiments like Aries failure, Michelson-Morley, right, Sonya experiment. Nobody really started talking about them until like the geocentrists started bringing it up, and maybe the flat earthers were talking about it during that time, but I was not a flat earther in 2014. So maybe the flat earthers were talking about it too, but it's like now that it came up, they automatically hijacked the narrative. And by 2016, it was like they disproved the ether. And I remember them saying that, and I'm going like, no, like you have no idea what you're talking about. So the same argument that Witz is having has been going on since about 2016, early 2016.
Yeah, because they were just told what to say. And what's so funny is if you go to Wikipedia, this
Hold on,
is what it
they did.
says.
Hold on, they disproved it. They didn't debunk it though, right?
Yeah. So if you go to Wikipedia, it says this, right? It leads you to believe this. But what's so funny is at the bottom of Wikipedia, it has the actual reference of the paper, and you can go read it. But the Globers don't do that.
Which one are you talking about?
The Michelson-Morley, which it's like Earth's motion through the ether. So they were trying to detect the Earth's motion through the ether. And then it classifies it as a null result, meaning it didn't get what it wanted. It never says in the whole paper, this disproves ether. Nothing in any way does it say like that. In fact, they write afterwards that there seemed to have been, this is what Arthur Eddington said, the famous Eddington experiment, right, with the star behind the eclipse for relativity proof, quote unquote. He said there seemed to have been only one viable explanation, and that is that the Earth's velocity happened to have been nil. Right, and then Michelson-Morley explains, Michelson and Morley both write and explain that it showed that the Earth could be stationary. Einstein himself says this, and Hank's making a good point. It's not like we were taught this in school, and this is the biggest event that happened in the 20th century because this changed all of quote-unquote science for good. It changed everything. It was the biggest, it's now known as the quote-unquote most failed experiment ever. It was like the biggest turning point of modern science ever.
Yeah, they expected to detect ether back then. Yeah.
Well, it showed that either the Earth is stationary or there is no ether, and at that point, it was unthinkable that you would have electromagnetic waves and light waves with electromagnetic energy without something to sustain and carry the propagation or energy. So they had to scrap all electrical field theory because they would not check the presupposition that the Earth was moving.
I have a question.
Are we doing Aries failure next?
Don't both the ether boys and the quantum physicists claim that the ether, which they call quantum foam, is stationary?
No, the ether drifts over the stationary Earth. Now, if they claim it, they might claim that assuming that the Earth is moving, right? So yeah, like modern quantum physicists will say that because they assume the Earth is moving, and so again, they're still using Michelson-Morley results, right? Because
didn't Tesla think that the ether was stationary?
He assumed that it would have to be if the Earth was moving after Michelson-Morley. But not
doesn't he say that? Doesn't he say that Tesla, that is, that the ether is a field that vibrates at the tachyon speed? And for those who don't know what that is, that means faster than the speed of light.
Maybe I've never read that quote. That's interesting. But what he says is that there's a luminiferous ether, and then there's something called a prana, which is the creative force that puts it into motion. But once it becomes in motion, it manifests. So there's like two components. The motion isn't the ether itself. There's some other.
Yeah, check that out. He does say that. What's it? And he also says he says it's a field. He compares it to how sound travels through the air. He says that light travels through the ether in that manner.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't ever use the word travel, but he says that light can be nothing more than a sound wave in the ether. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to point something out. Prana in like the Eastern sense, like Asia, it's like saying chi, right? I think the Native Hawaiians, they had a word for it. I can't remember what they called it, but a lot of people all over the world talk about the life force, chi, prana. So you guys know what I'm talking about in martial arts.
Yep.
Okay, just making sure you guys knew what that was.
Yeah,
Same
chi,
thing.
we got it.
Now, I have a question regarding the test, though, the experiment and the observation, the hypothesis. Now, when I do an observation, like put a, let's say, a gnomon on the ground, and I want to time the shadow, and I'm going to use a protractor next to it, I see that there's a fluctuation in speed at the local level that I can measure the path of the sun or the movement of it through a shadow. I know it does not consistently go at 15 degrees. It changes. But over on an average, you can quantify it at 15 degrees. Now, how does that equate? This is what I can never wrap my head around, because in a gyro, in the way the interference pattern works in, let's say, internal navigation systems, it's has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth. It's just path from straight line, the deviation from it. That's essentially what the calculation's for. So if you have a heading and you're going from point A to point B, you would use an interferometer to keep that what's called dead reckoning. And any other deviation, deviation from that, you'd be able to calculate, and that's why the international the INS systems are precise that way. So when you apply it to the sidereal motion or diurnal motion, whatever you want to call it, how does it? I mean, is it doing essentially the same thing that I'm doing and then quantifying it at the end? Because well, this is what my readings show, that the sun does not move at an even 15 degrees an hour. It does not. It speeds up
Okay,
and
that's what
slows down.
Mickelson. That's also what Mickelson-Gell-Pearson shows. That's why I said 98% accuracy. It slightly fluctuates within that small window, and then 15 degree per hour is the average that we use to quantify for calendar purposes, for time quantification, all that. I mean,
Yeah, but
and
it's wrong, because you have what's called the equation of time, which is an added equation to remove the diurnal motion versus clock time, solar mean time,
yeah,
the
I know.
fake sun time.
I just explained that Mickelson-Gell-Pearson shows that. So you're asking like, how does that work with the experiment? Like, it works
No, what I'm
perfectly.
saying is that their instrument is devised by a 60 by 60 by 24 clock. So they have a solar mean time to compare it against. They have to have a base of something. Then they have an interference pattern based on what they claim that the beam is being split due to the direction it's being pointed at, right? And if they turn it that slightly 90 degrees, they get that interference pattern. My problem is that the sun is not consistent like this.
I
So is
just
why you claim,
explained that.
you claim a 98%, a 2% error range. Fine. My point is it's not accurate at all. Okay,
Oh, it's
zero.
more than that? So cite it.
What I'm saying, it's not accurate because we have a construct that is not accurate itself.
The
That's why we have the
Mickelson-Gell-Pearson doesn't
equation
use
of
a
time.
construct.
Yeah, the equation of time shows us that we're
No.
wrong. Okay.
Mickelson-Gell-Pearson doesn't use that.
Kepler did for his planetary motion, all that stuff, dude.
Okay,
We're
but that's not what
right with time.
Mickelson-Gell-Pearson did.
So if we were going to clock the rotation of a body, we have to have a base to compare it against too, right? So you're telling me that the base that we're using is wrong, but then we came 2% accurate to being wrong.
There you go. So I just explained it. Mickelson-Gell-Pearson isn't presupposing anything. He doesn't put anything in there. They get the 98% with maybe what's wrong. Sure, it's an average that people use to come up with math. I just said that. I literally just said that. But what Mickelson-Gell-Pearson shows is that the methodology works to detect the actual sidereal rotation, and it fluctuates, which is what we see when we go measure it accurately. So it works perfectly. So the answer of within 98% is just to show that within the convention we got for an agreed upon average for time purposes, right? It's within 98% accurate of that. It's actually 100% accurate with what's actually going on, which shows that the methodology works, right? It's obviously something that needs to be addressed. If we use interferometry relative to the motion of the sky, the light does something different. Okay, so that's
that's what I wanted to also ask to clarify about, is because you're pointing the direction to the opposite rotation or against the rotation to detect an interference pattern, right? You have to do it from two points, two positions. You don't do it all four corners, right? You just do it in two directions, correct?
Yeah, it's perpendicular. Yeah.
So I'm just looking at the process of understanding how you would clock the sky, and through a shadow. That's what the basic tools that I have access to. Explain to me then, if they're going to use light against light. I don't know. I look at the 60 by 60 by 24 as where the whole system lies in error, because it's the way it's set up.
But it doesn't use that. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Like Mickelson-Gell-Pearson doesn't use. No, Mickelson-Gell-Pearson doesn't have to. It doesn't.
Well, how do you get your numbers? Where do you get your degrees from? A 360 circle. That 360 circle is based on a size.
That's right. So I'm trying to explain it. Okay. So they go in there with predicted values. And you're right. They use this convention that is actually not correct. They go in there with predicted values. But what's observed has nothing to do with those. Okay. Like, sure, the way that they quantify it has something to do with it. Like you said, you have to have numbers to try to quantify it. So they come in there with predicted values. They look at what they see. They throw it in their convention, and it's a little bit off. But that's because their convention's a little bit off. So you're not wrong. That's correct. But this doesn't throw out the Mickelson-Gell-Pearson, though, because it is independent of the convention. It shows us that light does not do the same thing in different directions. That's a real phenomena, right? And so what's the cause of that phenomena? Do you think it's
Well,
just a coincidence that it moves relative to the Earth or the sky moving around the Earth? That would be an insane coincidence, right?
well, I think that the body itself of radiation that's being emitted is what's obviously interfering with the signal. No different than any kind of metal metal or electronic device that you put next to a field. It's going to change its operation, right? So
Radiation of what?
this sense we're taking an instrument and we're putting it against the sun's radiation, and I think that's just we're getting the interference pattern from the sun. But the question to follow that was, is there experiments done at night with the same effect?
Yeah, that's the point.
That's exactly. So that's what I wanted to figure out finally to put the pieces together. I'm writing about this stuff, right? So I want to try to tell a story that's at least.
Yeah, you can do it inside, nighttime, daytime, any time of the year. Every day, it shows you the same thing. The Michelson-Gell-Pearson. Now, Michelson-Gell.
So the field is so in other words, light is the field that is interfering with the instrument is independent of the visibility of the light. So that means it's invisible light causing it, right?
Seemingly, if you want to call it that way, but say it that way. But yeah, so there's a background that drifts with the sky around the stationary Earth, and we can use lasers to effectively prove that. I mean, I've never heard another explanation. I mean, what are the odds, right, that it matches perfectly? If you shoot it in the wrong direction, you don't get anything. If you shoot it against it, you do get something, as if something's moving against what you're detecting, right? And it does it within 98% accuracy of the convention. The convention's not true, but that's not the value of the convention's valuable in a sense. It's because we use that to quantify what we see every day. We know for a fact that the sky moves around the Earth, right? Even in both paradigms, perceivably the sky moves around the Earth. We know that happens. We know it resets every day. Okay, that's a real phenomena that we know. Now we've come up with a convention to try to quantify it because it's actually not as simple as our math wants to make it. But we then look at the lasers and it matches. It basically matches it perfectly. And in fact, it doesn't match the convention perfectly because the convention's wrong. That's the only reason. It actually it shows even more validity for the method, right? Because if the method was wrong, it would match the predicted value perfectly and it would be some type of parlor trick, as people call it. But it's not. The results don't match the convention perfectly, but pretty damn close, because our convention is pretty damn close.
Well, I don't really have much to say after that.
So I think this is what's so funny. Globers have never answered it. Like if you combine Michelson-Gell-Pearson with Michelson-Morley, it debunks the Earth is moving. The two results together.
Write that down and mark a date. They didn't have much to say.
Yeah.
I said that for you, Jeremy.
Put that in a book.
Oh, there's lots in the book for you.
That's so nice, Jim.
Like there's never been an answer, bro. It's like there isn't an answer. And then so what the Globers want to say is, well, the method's just a no good, I guess, right? But they never actually muster up the courage to say anything. But they can't say that because they use that for their interferometry. They use the Sagnac effect, right, for their gyros. So
well, for straight.
I want to add on to that.
Straight lines, right? Like in the INS. This is what I was thinking about for the INS systems, because they use the interferometry plus these gyros plus these accelerometers, right? They use a combination of a whole bunch of things for the purpose of what? Well, straight line between 2 points. So this deviation that we get, it works in the same way as a heading direction, I'd imagine, right? So the question is that if the plane is in the air, it's still being affected by this field, then therefore causing the deviation of the INS. I don't see that written in like the experiment that you say is applying to showing that there's some type of field that's moving. But in the INS system, it's just solely for the independence of 3D space of the plane going from point A to point B, showing the deviation, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? So there's two different applications here. One is not going against or going with the ether or the field. It's independent to the plane's position in 3D space. So explain to me how the difference between the two of them, because they're both in the same operation.
Well, just calibrated on the motion detected in the original observation, and they just calibrate the They calibrate the technology with that. Like I just dropped right here, it says the measured shift was 230 parts in 1,000 with an accuracy of 5 parts in 100. That the predicted shift was 235 parts. There are 237, so it was 7 parts out of 1,000 off. So 230 out of 1,000 when the predicted value was 237, and the accuracy of the device at the time had an error bar of 5 parts in 1,000. So it's like, and it's actually just gotten more and more accurate with time. Right, so Mickelson, Gale, Pearson has been repeated, and so has
Well, you
Mickelson.
understand my problem though. So again, let me just reiterate what I just said. So where I'm on a plane and I'm using an interferometer, I'm flying against the ether wind. Then my interferometer would be thrown off by that. But that's not how they work on the plane. The same technology as the interferometer as Michelson Gale and Michelson Morley, the same thing.
It's
So explain
calibrated
to me.
correct. Dude, on
Well,
a plane, they're
but
calibrated.
it's not written like that. There's nothing that I've seen. If you can show me in the interferometer manual that it's written for the ether wind or written for the rotation of the Earth the way that because it's one or the other. You
It
can't.
is,
It's
it
not
is.
written
You
that
you have
way.
to calibrate it with a plane for a few minutes before you take off.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but that's that you still have to be in operation to have any effect. That's the whole point of the instrument is to keep a straight line in dead 3D space called dead reckoning, and
Because it has to calibrate with the alleged 15 degree per hour before you take off. That's why it doesn't show any difference. That's why it's able to maintain, you know, its position so that then
well,
it detects any additional deviation.
well, the gyro doesn't operate in that manner. The accelerometer doesn't operate in that manner, and the INS is the only one that would say that you'd be calibrating for the magnetic field or the ether wind or rotation, one of the two, right?
What gyroscope are you talking about? The ring laser gyroscope does operate in that manner.
No, just a gyroscope. Okay, so the interferometer and the gyroscope is essentially the way that show any kind of deviation from a path, right? They work fundamentally the same.
Like you're talking about like
And
a
then
mechanical gyro?
Yeah.
Yeah, mechanical gyros don't detect anything because the Earth's not moving, right? So like you're not gonna detect anything. The reason the
but
ring
I'm just
laser
saying
does
the machine doesn't say anything that it's about the Earth rotation or the ether. It's actually just to keep a straight line in 3D space.
of the
Right? So
mechanical or the ring laser?
the INS, the interferometer that's built in these internal navigation systems in aircraft.
Okay,
Right?
yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying they don't so the experiment says that there's an ether wind or there's rotation, whatever, right? There's a deviation due to the direction of going against this field that we see we're going to have a prediction because of a certain velocity we've guessed. From that velocity, we see the deviation in an interferometer instrument. You're measuring that the
Why
beam
would
not
you
joining,
detect
right?
wait, if you're in a plane, why would you detect the ether drift? Why would
Well,
it
that's what I'm
affect
saying.
your
They're using
plane?
the interferometer technology. So if the interferometer technology is light and it's going to be interfered with the light field, then when you're driving this plane, you're going to want to keep a straight path, but then you're going to compensate for this either rotation of
But it's
some kind.
calibrated data. It's
You say
calibrated.
that, but I haven't come across it yet. I haven't seen it written like that or described like that. It's just so I'm trying to correlate how the observation Michelson Morley shows there's an ether wind, but yet it's the
Well,
technology used in the plane to keep a straight path, right?
it's Michelson Gale. Okay, Michelson
Sorry,
Morley.
Michelson Gale.
Yeah, Michelson Gale Pearson, which is what we use to calibrate ring laser gyros. It's called the Sagnac effect. Who said it was a vortex in the ether? They have to calibrate before they leave. The reason the mechanical gyro, this all proves that the Earth's not moving and that there's an ether, is as far as I can tell, because like the mechanical gyro doesn't pick up anything, and the mechanical gyroscope would detect Earth's motion if it was moving. There's something else that the Globers will never respond to. They'll come up, they'll just frantically Google and say whatever it says, but the mechanical gyroscope would detect the Earth's motion, but it doesn't because the Earth's not moving, and it wouldn't detect the ether motion, right? Because it's not going to have like a mechanical physical effect on matter. The only way that we detect the ether moving is light, right? The perception of light, because it's so precise. It's detecting such a precise deviation. So that's what, again, this also debunks the Earth is moving. Like if you combine the ring laser with the mechanical gyro, the Earth spinning is debunked. But of course, when they use ring laser gyros, they do calibrate them with this 50 degree per hour conception, which is not entirely accurate, but it's accurate enough for like flight purposes, right? I mean, and they're not claiming that they have to account for Earth spin or anything, right? It's just to make sure that the device stays constant, so that you could detect any additional deviation. And it changes anyway, right? They have built-in like what's it called, like pendular vein systems. I forgot what it's called, like pendular vein systems or something.
Pendulum veins, yeah.
Yeah. It's because they've rigged the game.
Pendulous veins.
Pendulous veins, yeah. They rigged the game. But the point is that the overarching point is that it's insane that a flat earther would ever go against this, because it debunks that the Earth is moving, bro. So I mean,
I'm not going
Why is
against.
that?
I'm not going against any of that.
Can I ask why?
I'm
Why
just
does it
trying to
Why does it
trying to
debunk the Earth is
clarify
moving?
things.
Yeah, why
I'm
does
just
it?
saying the general.
Hey, why does it debunk the Earth is moving? What's
Okay, yeah. So when we use the same methodology in Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gale-Pearson, Michelson-Morley fails to detect a presupposed orbital motion of 30 kilometers a second, or it's like 18.97 miles per second, or something like that. It doesn't detect that. So they classify it as a null result. It wasn't that they got nothing, it's just that they didn't get as much as they needed if it was the Earth
Wait,
moving.
Michelson
So
Morley
then,
was the ether, and Michelson Gale was the
Hold
rotation,
on, bro.
right?
yeah. You see what I'm saying? You see, Zenik just has a script. They all just have a script.
No,
So
no, I'm
No,
just
Xanac, I'm letting you know
Smith.
right now, Xanac, I'm letting you know right now. Stop over. I don't think Witsit was done last time when you started talking. Let's just make sure everyone's done with their stuff
I think he
before
was.
we get crazy.
You asked him a question and he got halfway through a sentence, bro. What do you mean you think he was done?
Yeah. So they both use the framework of the light moving relative to an ether. That's what Globers don't understand. So Michelson-Morley, the people say it disproved the ether, but it did not. Okay, for one, if the Earth is moving, if the Earth is revolving around the sun, it means that the ether has to be can't be stationary. It has to be moving with the Earth. If the Earth is not moving, then it shows that the ether has a very slight drift relative to a stationary Earth. That's what Michelson-Morley shows. Now, it's the same methodology that we used in Michelson-Gale-Pearson, which is to detect the sidereal rotation, and it works perfectly. Like within 98% accuracy of our convention of 15 degrees per hour, which isn't correct, it detects the sidereal rotation perfectly every single time, thousands of times. It's been done a million times. It always works. So what that shows is the methodology is efficient. It does detect rotation. It just doesn't detect the Earth moving. So when you combine Michelson-Morley with Michelson-Gale, what it shows you is that the Earth is stationary and that there's a slight drift over top of the Earth, and that it detects the sidereal rotation of the sky around a stationary Earth. And Globers can never reconcile the two together. They try
I
to
don't know
substitute.
how you connected those dots, Austin. I'll never know, but good for you.
See, you
You're
got
a
nothing.
talker. You should be a sales guy, because that is
You
a
got nothing.
bunch of
You got
That's a
nothing.
bunch of dude. Let me finish. I'll be respectfully saying it's just a bunch of nonsense. But you can go with
You
it.
got
If you like.
nothing.
I got everything. Your pendulous veins have nothing to do with that.
No one's talking about that.
Really? That's why I came in, because you said you couldn't even pronounce the word.
Okay, so are you going to respond to the watch? I want the flat earthers to pay attention, right? Globers don't have any response. How do you reconcile the Michelson-Gale-Pearson and the Michelson-Morley together if one of them detects sidereal rotation within 98% accuracy of the predicted value, but Michelson-Morley doesn't detect the orbit?
I said before, one detected whether there was or whether was not a ether present. It detected there wasn't. The second, the Gale, Michelson-Gale, detected Earth rotation.
That's wrong.
They can be. Really? Show me how it's
Yeah. Okay. So for one, I just explained to you. See, you're just like robots. You just have scripts. I just explained to you. It doesn't disprove the ether. Okay. For one, even if the Earth is revolving around the sun, it would show that the stationary ether isn't true, that the ether must be moving with the sun, with the Earth around the sun, which is pretty preposterous, to be fair. Or it shows that the Earth is not moving, right?
You understand the test? So let's.
I understand it way better than you do.
Well, obviously not, because you're connecting some dots that don't make any sense. Hold on a second.
But these are objective. I can quote
listening.
Michelson talking about it. So you know more about the Michelson-Morley than Albert Michelson? Yeah, thanks.
Got him.
No, I
Got
had
him.
to do something real quick. Hold on.
Thanks for playing, bro. So, and again, the actual experiment's paper is titled Earth's Relative Motion Through the Ether. So it was actually trying to detect the effects of Earth's motion, assuming an ether. So both the stationary ether and the Earth's revolution was assumed going into the observation. So this was why it's called the greatest failed experiment in history, because it put science at a forefront where they had to make a decision at a crossroad. It was either there's a stationary ether, or there is no stationary ether and the Earth is moving. So there's a stationary ether and the Earth's not moving, but actually it didn't show that either way. It debunked the stationary ether pretty much either way because it showed a slight drift. So they had to decide either there's an ether slightly drifting, right, or the Earth's not moving. And so they just presuppose the Earth's moving. Like I can quote Arthur Eddington, for example, and I just did that. And he said that Michelson-Morley showed us that the Earth's velocity through space might happen to have been nil. And Albert Michelson himself said, all observations have shown us that to try to detect the motion of the Earth has resulted in a negative result. And then that's why Einstein explains that he came up with special relativity, was to try to explain the results of Michelson-Morley. There's nothing.
Hold on, real quick. Did Eddington say that before or after he did the experiment to supposedly validate GR?
I can't remember when he did that. Was that 17? No, maybe that was 13. I don't.
You need a timeline, bro. We talked about this. Remember that timeline thing?
Yeah.
That'd be dope to like see how all this shit played out, bro.
Yeah.
Another famous quote from the period before Einstein came up with his theory, it goes something along the lines of, "So as for now, at least, the Earth seems to be at rest."
Yeah, I think that's Hendrik Lorentz. I don't remember. They like all of the physicists at the time said similar quotes. It's so funny how we talk to Globers and they just lie.
Bro, the timeline thing would be fire, bro. I'm telling you, you should do that shit.
Yeah, well, I already compiled all the quotes, so I'll just go. I have them dated. So yeah, I should do that. Because people just don't know. Like you can watch an interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about Michelson-Morley, and he calls it the greatest failed experiment in history. That's like its nickname, because it changed all of theoretical physics within the helios.
No, that's not what he means by that. So you take everything out of context. Even the Michelson-Morley experiment itself, he meant that in the context of it failed because they're trying to prove that ether did exist, and they proved that it didn't. So it was a failed experiment.
That isn't what happened. So again, it was trying to detect the Earth's motion through a stationary ether. It didn't match the predicted value of 30 kilometers per second orbit around the sun. So they then had a choice to make. Either scrap all of electrical field theory up to that point and throw out the background that sustains electromagnetic energy, or throw out that the Earth was revolving. They did not even consider throwing out the Earth was revolving, so they just frantically tried to find a way to come up with a new theory to explain the results with the Earth revolving. This is again why Michelson himself said that it seems to have shown that the Earth's not moving. And Hendrik Lorentz said every attempt to detect the motion of the Earth has resulted in a null result. And Arthur Eddington said there happened to have been, there seemed to be one outcome, that the velocity of the Earth through space might happen to have been nil. This is after and in the context of Michelson-Morley. And then Albert Einstein gives the speech about why he came up with special relativity, and it was to try to explain Michelson-Morley.
You're conflating and confusing more than I can count facts about the experiment and the intent.
He's not. He's not. He explained it perfectly. Now, if he's confusing, be clear then, Zanuck. Let's put us all correct. Go on.
No, he just keeps saying I'm wrong, but he can't offer specificity. And I have 3 comments in a row. So
let him finish.
Because I know what he's talking about.
Hold on. Pete, you came in a little hot. We're letting everyone finish today. We're gonna try this new thing where we let everyone finish their statement. All right, go ahead, Zanuck. Zanuck. Yo, mic check.
We
Zanuck, you
don't
there?
have anything, bro.
Did you have something, or you were in the middle of a
I have
sentence?
some. I have some major.
There we go. All right.
I'm trying to do this while fixing my computer right now. This Dell is ridiculous.
Well, bro.
It's very spotty connection, and my
Very
mouse pad
convenient.
is not
Yes.
really but now
Zanuck,
I'm
speak of Googling.
the reason I'm doing, I'm clicking back and forth between screens to get information so Witsit can understand what I'm referring to without trying to not Googling.
Are you going to
Not
Wikipedia?
Googling, where I talked about what I'm going to explain. And they weren't trying to find the motion of the Earth through the system or around the Earth, around the sun. They were trying to find whether the Earth, whether the ether existed, whether
Wrong.
light needed ether to propagate the light from one target to another.
Wrong.
I'm putting that in the chat. Hold on.
Is this like Nate?
actual
Nate just
paper.
taps out? Is this like Nate just taps out? Zanuck comes in just to repeat the same exact thing we just went over with Nate.
Yeah. Zanuck, what's the hypothesis then, Zanuck?
His hypothesis is simple. It's that Carl Steinmetz and all the rest of those scientists, like, they didn't believe in the ether, like it was well established, so they were trying to prove it, right? Even though, the scientists that were actually inventing things, right, like Tesla that we all use today, they were actually doing stuff that actually worked. It's obviously the theoretical astrophysicist like Einstein who was right, right?
The name of the paper is On the Relative Motion of the Earth. The name of the paper, okay, is On the Relative Motion of the Earth and the Luminiferous Ether.
The whole experiment's a straw man, the way they wrote it up, because Michelson face, he's a geocentrist, and that's why he didn't accept the results.
Yeah, but he admits
Zanuck is gonna have a hard time coming up with anything with weight.
He admits though, like I have quotes from him. Like, okay, this is when Einstein was giving his speech about why he came up with special relativity in the context of Michelson-Morley. That's what he's talking about during the speech. And he says, I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. He's talking about Michelson-Morley and why he came up with special relativity. That's why he said that quote.
That's not what he's talking about. He's not talking about optical experiment. He's talking about comparing the relative motions of the sky and the ground. You get every point. You really are mixing up.
Like optical, right? Optical.
Zanuck's just lying.
Even though you use your eyes to look at these experiments, they're not considered optical experiments.
Dude, he's saying optical because of light.
Okay, I can't even talk with you, Brian, because you just interrupt.
You lie. You're just lying.
No, he's meaning you can't. For example, there's a famous quote about not being able to determine whether we're moving, or I'm paraphrasing, or the Earth is moving. That is the optical comparison in relativity that he's speaking about. Relative motion of the Earth, relative motion of the sky. We can't tell who's moving without further investigation and further experimentation.
Dude, this quote
Optically,
came
you
from,
can't tell.
Zanuck,
Any optical instrument can't be used to tell whether the Earth is in motion or the sky is in motion.
Zanuck, listen carefully and respond to what I'm saying. The quote I just read comes from a speech from Einstein when he's talking about Michelson-Morley.
You're hopeless, Zanuck. You're fucking hopeless.
So when he says the word optical, he's talking about light. You can't use experiments with light to detect the motion of the Earth. He's explaining why he came up with special relativity, giving a speech about Michelson-Morley, and then he says, I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. Talking about Michelson-Morley.
Just real quick, was he talking about Michelson-Morley when he said that?
I think he was. Hey, and then this is actually a quote out of his writings on general and special relativity. He said, to the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward,
What was the negative result, though? That's what I'm asking you.
before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result.
Well, it's proposed that the Earth was dragging this ether along, right, with its orbit around the sun. Is that what you're saying? That's what the idea was.
It just didn't detect the orbital motion.
Right. And then accounted for this negative result in the interferometer experiments, right? That's what Michelson.
Just in general, yeah, just in
Yeah.
general. So that's why he came up with the
when
Lorentz
Michelson joined
contraction.
up with Morley, they constructed a new interferometer.
No,
It had multiple
you don't
mirrors.
understand anything. So they had to
You're
create
not listening. I listened to you. You're not listening to me. So that was the experiment. And that was what they said, okay, it's a negative result. Then there was another test, Michelson-Morley. And they used a new interferometer with multiple mirrors, and the path lengths were longer. So they could actually see a differential, a change. And this new interferometer with these multiple mirrors and the longer path lengths, it should give that fringe shift, and it observed no fringe shift.
That's
so
wrong.
At that point, they said, and of course, that's been tested forever since then, right?
You're lying.
With the same negative result.
That's not true. It didn't detect. It did detect a fringe shift.
No, but so small, like
oh, I thought it didn't detect
5 thousandths of the 5 thousandths of that shift.
Our theory.
No, that's what they detected. I talk about 10 thousandths less, or
no, that's wrong.
5 thousandths less.
They detected less than 1/6.
No, much less. I'm talking about several decimal places. 3 decimal places different.
No.
Yes.
It's 1/6 the value.
Go look up. I can pull up the paper. Go Michelson-Morley.
I already dropped the paper. I already dropped it.
I have it. I know it. I could find it myself.
I already dropped it.
It was 3 decimal places minimum, 3 to 4 decimal places.
You're getting destroyed. It's less than.
I'm not getting destroyed. I just different. Okay, you tell me that's wrong. That there's not a 3 decimal places between the result that they expected and the one that they got.
It's not
they
about
observed something so small that was thousandths of the first measurement.
No, you're not understanding.
They expected that shift.
It was just under 15%. So the device was sensitive
3
enough.
decimal points is not 15%.
Stop interrupting me. Okay. The device was sensitive to detect something as slow as 2 miles a second.
I'll post the values because you're wrong.
Stop interrupting me.
These things. You're misunderstanding things that you post.
Stop interrupting me. So the device was sensitive enough to detect as small as 2 miles a second. And they were trying to detect the presupposed movement of the Earth at 30 kilometers a second. Much faster than the device could detect. And they did detect a fringe shift. So when you say they didn't get one, that's a lie. Okay? They did get one, and it's been replicated hundreds of times, and every single time you get a fringe shift. It's just way too small.
No, but you even said it yourself. They expected a 3% fringe shift, right? You said that. And they didn't get that. They didn't detect it. There were several decimal places over from that.
Dude, again, okay? It's 1/6 the value of what they expected to get. Now, it's been done many times since then.
I'll go find the values. I have it written down.
I have all the actual quotes from them.
My physics books. Okay, I'll get my right here.
This guy's a clown.
How is he pulling out his physics books if they didn't teach it?
You might learn something instead of fucking misinterpreting.
He's doing fine. He's earning his wage.
And you by the way, Whitsitt, Austin, you'd get a PhD and a Nobel Prize on the same day for the things you think you've discovered.
Ah, yeah, here we go.
Good one, man. So you're just triggered because I exposed that you just lie.
I found something nobody else noticed. How arrogant are you? Seriously.
You just lie about
it. You're lying. You're not really lying. You're just confused. You're not
getting paid to do this.
I know you're not trying to deceive me. You're just lying because you're misinformed.
No. Admittedly, this has been done many times. It always shows a fringe shift.
So, of how much?
It doesn't matter. The point is that it shows one, and it doesn't show as much of one as is needed to detect the Earth's motion.
Thousands of times less than they should see.
That's not true. It was 1/6 the value. It was 1/6 the value.
That's the number I'm going to give you. Then.
Okay. Well, how about you make sure you put the predicted value and then the actual value?
We already found the predicted value.
No, put them both in there.
You already told me about 3%.
For example, I just now dropped the predicted value.
3% of the moving frame.
Oh my god, dude, this guy's a freaking clown.
Yeah.
Hang on with it. Hey, Zana, can you just clarify then? What was the issue with the Michelson-Morley results according to official sort of science? What was the major issue?
Michelson-Morley. Here it is.
Here it is right here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have like 20 different subsequent that all show
786.
that.
Oh, here's my note. Even have my notes in this class. Look at this.
I'm about to drop like
I even have my
20
notes on
different.
it. Look at this. I got my scribbles. Here we go. Hold on.
No one cares.
Cool. Taking me back in time, Witz. Thank you, Austin, for doing
We're
that.
not using your notes as a
Oh
citation.
boy.
Where did they teach
Okay?
Marcus and Morley in
Oh
school?
boy. In front.
Hold on.
Because
We're
I
not
was
using your
pretty-
notes. Hold on one second, Zanuck. We're not using your notes as any kind of citation. What you wrote down in the past is point
No,
worthless.
I'm not. I just have the notes all over the tests, and I have the values.
Post a citation of what you're saying. Witz, it's wrong, and he's getting these numbers wrong. Post a citation stuff from somewhere.
I'm dropping the actual
not,
stuff.
Not your notes.
This
So
is not my
not
notes.
your notes.
This is the book. My notes are on the book. I actually wrote on the text.
Okay, look. So fringe shift expected 0.04. Fringe shift measured 0.02. Fringe shift detected expected 0.04. Then detected 0.02. I dropped all these different subsequent right here. Fringe shift expected 1.12. Detected 0.08. So if the fringe shift detected is 0.02 off of what it was, that's not 5,000ths of something. You're objectively wrong. I just dropped the real value.
Values here.
I just dropped the real values. So the
This
expected
is the real
fringe
value.
shift is
They
0.4.
expected a fringe shift of 0.4. They able to
I just
observe
said
less than 0.0. Okay, you're gonna talk over me. I was right in the middle of giving you a value, and you started talking. How cool is that? 0.04, but they observed less than 0.005.
That's wrong. I just dropped the actual values.
It's right from Michelson
Bro,
Morley.
you're reading something.
I'm quoting
You're reading something
A.A.
to
Michelson
us.
and
Zanuck.
E.W. Worley,
Hold on, guys.
A.M.J. Psi, 134.33 and H from 1887.
Dude, I
It's
have
right from
all the
data.
observations. I already dropped
Hold
them.
on.
That is the observation. My God, I'm reading it right
Hold
from
on
the
one
source.
second. One
You wanted a
second.
quote, I gave
We're
you the
not.
quote.
We're not.
You don't believe
Hold on
me.
one
Okay, fine.
second, please.
That's how you guys are.
Zanuck. Hold on one second, Zanuck. Relax. Witsit dropped his values in the chat. Did you cite them from somewhere, Witsit, or?
Yeah, these are all the subsequent. They're all cited in the chart. It shows you who did them, and I'm about to show you all the observations
Where's
they
it?
made.
Where's
I
your
just quoted
citation
where it's
from?
found. It's Michelson Morley, page 134 and 33 in the AMJ science book, 1887, page 134, 133, and it says the values were expected. The fringe shift was to be 0.4, and they observed less than 0.005.
That's not correct though, because I
We're
just
not
dropped the
going to go.
actual paper.
I just gave you. It's right
We're
from the
not
book.
going to
Right
go
from the
off what you're
experiment.
I
reading.
dropped the actual
Zanuck.
paper.
Hold on,
That is the
Zanuck.
paper.
We're
That is the
not going to
actual.
go off
That is the
what
paper
you're.
from 1887. Yes.
Listen, Zanuck. Post your thing from some kind of place that has it online or something, so we can all see
I'll
it. We're
find
not
it.
going to
I'll
just trust that you can read correctly.
I'll just go search for that book, and I'll give you the place. Don't worry.
Yeah,
So I
get a
just dropped the
citation
actual
with the
paper
number.
though.
And your numbers came from the
Come on, how
actual.
many times have we gone through this before?
What's it? Your numbers came from the actual paper. What's it? So
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
Zanuck, cite inside the actual. Hold on, what's it? Zanuck, cite inside the actual paper the numbers you think it is in the paper, not in some book that maybe they got the number. There was a typo, not from what you read or your notes from 30 years ago when you were an American Gladiator.
Friggin' test.
Post it
Why they
from
did this.
the paper. Post it from the paper.
I'm getting it right now, and you're gonna be able to look at it yourself.
I already dropped the paper. Why don't you just go look at it, Zanuck? Why are you so scared?
I'll look at yours too, but right now I'm trying to find whatever.
It's the actual paper. It's not mine. So the first chart I dropped was all the subsequent experiments from different people and stuff like that. And then I just now dropped another chart from all their different observations at noon and during the PM. Wait, let me get to the conclusion here.
Zanuck was a gladiator.
There it is. American Journal of Science, page 7, PDF. Is that good enough for you? Or how about the Michelson A. Morley W. 18 on relative? Here we go. This
I dropped the actual paper. Can we drop the actual paper?
Yeah, this is the actual paper. It's a PDF, a picture of it.
They got 1/6 the predicted value. That's what Michelson said.
Just there's no point in even arguing about it anymore. We know where he stands. We know where you stand. You posted the thing from the paper with the actual numbers, and now Zanuck is somehow going to post the numbers from the paper with some kind of different numbers. Let's see it, Zanuck.
It's pictures. It's not. It's from the American Journal.
There's no
Series,
numbers.
third series.
It's a picture pop-up book. There's
Yes,
no numbers.
there is numbers in it. There is numbers on it. That's the whole experiment. It talks about everything. What they
Post it.
expected, the values.
Post
I
it.
already told you the values. You know, I'm not going to read
Post it in the
I'm
live
gonna post it
stream
again.
text one.
I'm
Live stream
gonna
text
put it-
one.
I'm putting
Just
the
the
live stream.
part where the
I'll put it
numbers.
in, hey,
just
stop
the part,
talking, Jeremy.
Just the part where the numbers. We want the numbers.
Oh, I'm not going to dig through it. I'm done with you guys. Just in denial. So.
No, we're not. So I'm explaining. So there's a quote that he says it's less than 1/6. That was his safe approximation. He then goes on to say that it looks like it's less than 1/20th of the prediction. You said 5,000th.
Well, I said several decimal places. It's actually 0.04 or 0.4 to 0.04 to 0.004. It's 2 decimal places. Sorry.
I just dropped his quote. This is his quote from the paper. The actual displacement was certainly less than the 20th part of this and probably less than the 40th part. But since this displacement is proportional to the square of the velocity, the relative velocity of the Earth and the ether is probably less than 1/6 the Earth's orbital velocity and certainly less than 1/4. That's from the paper. That's Albert Michelson.
I have the paper in front of me. I posted it in the chat too, the entire paper.
Dude, I just now pasted his writing out of the paper. I'm going to read it again. It says, but since the displacement is proportional to the square of the velocity, the relative velocity of the Earth and the ether is probably less than 1/6.
That's not the result of the test. That's a guess based on his assumptions. You don't even know what you're reading.
This is literally after the results.
No.
Oh my God.
He's giving a whole different. It's a whole different result to what I'm talking about.
This is the supplemental conclusion, buddy. And he said
supplemental conclusion.
Yeah, he said the actual displacement. This is based him talking about the results. The actual displacement. That's him talking about the results. Was certainly less than the 20th part of this and probably less than the 40th part. But since the displacement is proportional to the square of the velocity, the relative velocity of the Earth and the ether is probably less than 1/6 the Earth's orbital velocity and certainly less than 1/4.
That's why they did another test. And that's the second test, is where they actually got the mirrors farther apart and realized that it wasn't even close. So you're missing so much, Austin. You cherry pick your answers and quote people and misunderstand what they're saying, when they said it, and what about they're saying it. And then when we give you the real answers of what happens after the final conclusions, you deny it, saying, I'll go back to my original statement because I read that and here's a citation. I mean,
dude, I dropped
nonsense.
Dropped all of it. So I dropped. We were talking about.
You can drop as much as you want. You just don't know.
You're
what
gonna
you're
keep
reading.
interrupting me because you're getting exposed. So
I'm not exposed at all.
We were talking about the original Michelson-Morley experiment, okay? And you made a claim that it showed, because you just have a robotic script you repeat from Wikipedia. So you said it debunked the ether, and then you said, disproved. Apparently those are different words.
Was there two?
Yeah, be careful. Be careful, bro. Disprove and debunk. And next time, if anyone ever hears Nate say the word debunk again, I want to know exactly what he means when he says that. Thanks.
Okay.
He'll never say it.
Do you know there was 2 tests that were the same test, same part of the same test, the Michelson-Morley test? Michelson did the first test, and that was in 1881. And then he did it again in 1887. Yeah. So those tests, that was not Michelson-Gale. That was still Michelson-Morley.
No one said anything about Michelson-Gale. That was 35.
I know. I'm telling you this, but your
You don't
source
know.
is something coming from. All right, fine. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. So now don't interrupt me because I was in the middle of talking and you interrupted me.
You latch onto something like a
I'm gonna talk over you, and I'll turn my microphone up if I have
It's total
to.
Dunning-Kruger, dude.
Zanuck,
you go
stop
searching.
talking so much. Thank you. Okay, so the reason that I corrected you was you said that Michelson-Morley disproved the ether and that it showed 1 or 5,000ths of what was predicted. I said, no, actually, Michelson-Morley, when they first did it, he explains that it's less than 1/6 the value. I then quoted it straight from the paper where it says 1/6 the value.
Well, 500ths then. I'm sorry, I misquoted my own guess. I missed the decimal point. I didn't read my 0.4 as 1. If that was 1 versus 5,000.
Then, stop.
The actual
Then I
measurement
dropped
was 0.4 to 0.005.
Then I dropped all the
500.
subsequent observations.
That's 100 times. Okay, there at least we got 100 times.
Then I dropped all the other experiments that have been done since then.
You dropped it.
Yeah, it's a chart with all the other ones, and there's 2 charts
I'm busy
there.
trying to figure out how to get this.
close
13
to
minutes after the
chat.
hour has all the
Take a
experiments
picture of
done
that. I can't use my
afterwards
mouth.
with
I
all the
just
results,
can't help. You're just talking over me.
all the way to
talking
1930.
and he argued for like 20 minutes, pretending he was ruffling around through some books in the back, just to say, yeah, I remembered you were right with this.
That's
So
nonsense too.
what's your problem again
Like
then?
Elijah.
In the first, like, what's the problem?
So do the Globers have to lie about this?
We're not
Because
lying, and I don't think you're lying either. I think you're just misinterpreting the data.
I cited all of it from the
But you
paper.
don't know what he's talking about.
Oh my God. Okay, so anyway, you said he was saying it before, he was just guessing beforehand, and it's literally
What
him
do you think the
explaining
Nobel
the
Prize in
results.
1907? Why don't you read the Nobel Prize, what they discovered, what their conclusions in 1907. Really had it dialed in, and people had done this and repeated the experiment over and over again for
I
20 years.
dropped the repeated experiments all the way to 1930. You're a clown. This was actually redone in 1987 by the Air Force.
So what is your conclusion? Your conclusion is that the
Okay,
ether
now
does
we want to
exist?
change the subject. Yeah. So
No, I'm giving up because you're not going to listen to anything today. So let's just go.
okay,
With
this is the conclusion, that it does always show some phase shift. It's never zero. It's never identical in both perpendicular directions, right? So there is some type of drift going on, but it's nowhere close to the predicted value of 30 kilometer a second, which is the Earth's alleged revolution around the sun. No matter how many times you do it, even the Air Force in 87, you always get a fringe shift. It just isn't what's predicted. In addition to that, when you do it throughout the year at different times, the values do not change relative to the time of year, which also goes against the orbital claim, because of course we're in an elliptical orbit going around the sun, and it
Oh,
should
that was
change.
huge. Yo, that was huge. Say that again. Say the last sentence again.
No matter how many times you do the observation throughout the year, through all different times of the year, the value does not change relative to where we are allegedly in our orbit. It always stays the same. It doesn't change proportionate to the orbit, which debunks the orbit because we're in an elliptical orbit around the sun, allegedly.
Okay, do you have a rebuttal for that, Xana? Because that's pretty fucking big right there. Are you supposed to? You're supposed to get a different reading because it's because of the elliptical orbit. Yeah, that makes sense.
We're not able to. This experiment will not detect our path around the sun. It's not sensitive enough for that. That's not what
Even
it's
whenever
testing.
the Air Force did it in 87 with way more sensitive equipment.
I haven't looked at that test.
Okay.
You just don't understand the Air Force.
Check it out. Yeah, right. Yeah, the Air Force that actually predicts Coriolis for all
All
military
right,
spots.
So even Albert Einstein himself would tell you that Coriolis and centrifugal effects would happen if the Earth was stationary. So here's Albert
They
Michelson
wouldn't. They
himself.
wouldn't. They can't.
Here's Albert Michelson
They
himself,
wouldn't happen.
dude. Okay,
You're missing this as
this is
well.
a quote from Albert Michelson. He said, "This conclusion directly contradicts the explanation that presupposes that the Earth moves."
Through this around the sun doesn't mean it's not rotating.
Now you're changing subjects. Michelson Morley is talking about the orbit around the sun. Now,
Right.
of
Luminous
course,
ether. If
the
it
Earth
was,
has
if
to
it
be
was a
rotating
luminous ether,
and
then
revolve.
yes. And if it was a luminous ether, then they would be able to detect it as the Earth moves through this ether around the sun. I agree with you. They
Well,
didn't
you
detect
tried to
that at all.
say that they did the test and they were like, "Oh, it disproves the ether," but that's not what happened. I just now read him, and he said this conclusion directly contradicts the explanation, which presupposes that the Earth moves. That's Albert Michelson.
That's huge right there. That's huge.
So then you did something called the Lorentz contraction. Before we get to that, someone named Henri Poincaré, a French physicist, he proposed the theory of relativity a year before Einstein. And this is what he said. Well, he just stole it from him. And then Poincaré actually refuted it, released a refutation of his own theory that Einstein stole and was famous for. But anyway, what he said was, we do not have and cannot have any means of discovering whether or not we are carried along in a uniform motion of translation.
I feel like this went from trying to disprove or debunk the ether, however you want to use those words. I'm not even sure anymore, but I feel like this went from that to trying to debunk the ether to it actually debunked the Earth was moving.
Yep.
Is that what just happened over the course of like the last hour or so?
Yeah. That's why they had to come up with relativity.
I'm reading. No, it's
Now
not like
when
The
you
only,
let
the only thing I've heard is
people
Wizard
go
quote
back and
people from over 100 years ago that were wrong about stuff,
did Nick
thinking
Hug
that
not hear me talking?
I know. Nidhug, can you hear Eli's mic?
no, I can't.
Nidhug,
You
stop.
can.
Let him
Let Nidhug interrupt Eli. No, bro.
talk.
Please,
No, he
guys,
wasn't.
don't and
Eli
nobody
was not saying
interrupt.
anything. He had a hot mic.
No, Eli was
Oh,
literally talking.
I couldn't hear him. Like it's just background noise.
So
Eli, are you hot, Mikey?
no, I'm not. Yeah, like that's the thing. If a flat earther goes
I
one
can't hear him
on
at
one
all.
with a globe earther with no interruptions, typically this is how it is.
Nidhug, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, Witset's quoting a bunch of people that were wrong and then saying that because he can quote them that they must be right.
That's not
You
what I'm
can
saying.
quote
That's called a straw man fallacy.
if you quote
No, that's not.
Nicholson,
That's exactly
you
what you're
quote
doing.
Conter, and they say, "Oh, you can't ever do this." Well, sure, but they were wrong. So quoting them is meaningless.
Well, that's what relativity says. So you just don't understand what you're talking about. Einstein himself said it. You still use his theory. Secondly, the reason we're talking about what they said so long ago is we're talking about a test that happened so long ago and a false claim that Zenek made about the test. So I'm correcting him with objective
Well, let me
recollections.
read exactly what they said. So just this is only one paragraph, so just hang on. Maybe you can take something out of it that I'm taking out of it. The discovery of the aberration of light was soon followed by an explanation according to the emissions theory. The effect was attributed to a simple composition of the velocity of light with the velocity of the Earth in its orbit. The difficulties in this apparently sufficient explanation were overlooked until after an explanation on the undulatory theory of light was proposed. This new explanation was at first almost as simple as the former, but it failed to account for the fact proved by the experiment that the aberration was unchanged when the observation was made with a telescope filled with water. For the tangent of the angle of the aberration of the ratio of the velocity of the Earth to the velocity of the light, since the latter velocity of the water is 3/4 its velocity in a vacuum, the aberration observed with the water telescope should be 4/3 its true value. Now that's how it starts out.
That's a totally different thing. That's Airy's failure. You don't ever know what you're talking about. So here's Arthur
This is Michelson
Eddington.
Murley
Here's
on
Arthur
the relative
Eddington.
motion of the Earth.
I'm just going to debunk you with the people.
First paragraph on the relative motion of the Earth and the luminous ether.
Okay, that's
what they
talking
talk
about Airy's failure.
Yes, that's what they started with. They start
Okay,
with
yeah, they're explaining that it was supposed to detect the difference between the vacuum and the water, but it didn't. Okay,
right.
now
And
that's why it's
then
called Airy's failure because it debunked your little claim also.
no,
So
it didn't.
it did. That's why they did this to
No.
try to explain it away. So this is
You're-
Arthur Eddington. I'm going to read it now.
You're
Zenek. I'm going to
insufferable.
read it
You
now.
really are.
This is the guy from the Eddington experiment, Arthur Eddington. He said there was just one alternative. The Earth's true velocity through space might happen to have been nil. So objectively, when flat earthers say they were forced with a decision, either the Earth's not moving or there is no stationary ether, that's correct. The people that did the test, some of the heroes within your paradigm, like Arthur Eddington from the Eddington experiment, where you claim that that gives evidence for relativity, right? Yeah, with the star behind the eclipse, the Eddington experiment. He sat here and said that it might have happened to have been nil, the Earth's velocity. That's what the only alternative to us trying to frantically explain
Why
it
would
away.
that be nil?
What?
When you can see that effect, why would it be nil that the star that you shouldn't see?
You never understand anything. I wasn't
That's
saying
what I'm
that he
asking you.
wasn't,
I don't understand what you're
wasn't
saying.
talking about that. I said I explained that's who Arthur Eddington is for anyone that doesn't know.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, so now what you had to
You're
do.
changing the subject.
So I'm explaining who he was.
That's what I was
So-
explaining. What they originally
No,
proposed.
then you said that what I said somehow applies to the eclipse observation, but it doesn't, and I didn't say it did. So anyway, something else that you guys want to skip over is I quoted Einstein within his speech on special relativity and why he came up with it in response to Michelson-Morley. That's what the speech is about. And he says, I've come to the conclusion that no optical experiment can detect the Earth's motion through space. And then you make up all this bullshit. But what he's saying is, when I looked at Michelson-Morley, I've now come to the conclusion that you cannot use light of any kind. You can't use an experiment optically with light to determine the motion of the Earth. It won't work. And this is
Why
what
not?
this is what Einstein said. And so this is,
he said that. Stop.
oh my
For a second.
God, bro. You
No,
have
no,
a
we have
problem.
we have 3-ring laser gyros that work amazingly well on the fact that this Michelson-Morley effect, this Sagan effect, actually is real. And
That's
we
the
use it to detect.
Michelson-Gell, dude.
I
You're
know,
wrong
I
about
know. That goes
everything.
later. I get that. I know, but still, all the effects of light being used to detect the rotation of the Earth is used after Michelson-Gale. Yes, and it detects it very accurately to where every airliner
Oh my God.
uses this thing over 6 minutes to determine we have a 15 degree per hour shift in this rotation of the Earth. We know
Once
this.
again,
by the 3-ring
no,
laser gyro.
you just want to interrupt
No,
so you
they
can
don't
just
use this
view your
They
misunderstanding
don't
and
use.
your lies.
They don't use this
This
goddamn
is why
tool.
this room
They
gets
don't
on
use
my
it.
nerves. Because Zanik,
Denial.
why are you
You just have
interrupting me?
denial on top of denial.
You just have to funny mute me.
3-ring lasers don't work. Pendulous vanes don't work. I mean, what does work?
How about
Hey,
you
Austin,
shut up? How about
Houston, I
that?
got a suggestion for you. Why don't you quote mine someone else and see if you can convince Zanuck with that?
You're a gamma mel. All you can say is stupid little backhanded gamma comments every time with no substantive specificity. Feel free to
Did
go
I
on
hurt your
mute.
feelings,
When Zanik
Austin?
interrupts me, Nidhug, it's not your turn
I'm
to
so
jump in
sorry,
afterwards.
Austin. I hurt your feelings.
No, you're
Maybe
just
quote
annoying.
mining isn't for you.
Okay.
Yo, let it fall on deaf ears, and it'll sound as stupid as it sounds.
Okay,
Just
so I
listen.
want to point this out though. This is what's important. I'll stop talking so much if I can please explain this one part. Zanuck had to interrupt me because it destroys his religion. So whenever Einstein's explaining that we can't use optical experiments to detect the motion of the Earth in space, he's talking in context of Michelson-Morley, and he explains that's what motivated him to come up with special relativity, to explain a new behavior of light, right? So what they had to do was they had to use something called the Lorentz contraction. And they had to say that the measuring apparatus itself in Michelson-Morley was shrinking and contracting, right? And then time physically expanded and slowed down. And so the combination of the time expanding and the measuring device physically shrinking gave you a similar result where it would look like it was the same even though it should be different. So you can't tell that it's shrinking and you can't tell that time is slowing down, but that's why you weren't able to detect the Earth's motion in space. And that's the current claim to this day. Now, he got that from Lorentz, someone named Lorentz, right? And he came up with these
Lorentz transformations and Lorentz contraction. We know all about Lorentz.
Okay.
That's named on a lot of physics. What we're saying here today is,
Zanuck, I was one sentence away from being done. Okay,
I
so I'm just explaining who Lorentz is. Henrik Lorentz. So this is a quote from him, and he says, in context of Michelson-Morley, briefly, everything occurs as if the Earth were at rest.
So here's the actual quote, in case you care. Soon I came to the conclusion that our idea about the motion of Earth with respect to the ether is incorrect.
Wait,
oh
what are
man,
you talking about?
almost like you quote mine him.
Yeah, really.
Wait, what quote is that? Who said that?
Einstein did, genius.
Not in the quote that I said.
Yeah, but you didn't have the right quote.
No, I quoted it directly from his speech. So the fact he might say that later doesn't mean anything. No, quote mining is whenever
his writings are right there. I've read that before as well.
Quote mining is when if you go take it in context, dude.
I came to know the strange result of Michelsen's experiment. Soon I came to the conclusion that
we need moderation.
is incorrect.
He already read the
I'm
quote
here.
once.
One at a
Yes,
time,
moderate. He read the quote once. He's using it to keep interrupting Witsit. When Witsit wants to rebut what he's trying to say. And this is and yes, Zanuck as well. Mute him too and let Witsit.
All right, everyone stop.
All right, hey,
everyone stop, please.
Relax, guys.
All right,
Relax,
just
guys. All right, Witsit will go first, and then Nidhug will respond, and then
Okay,
Brian's next if you want to go.
So what I explained was that he's explaining that Michelson-Morley is what motivated him to come up with special relativity. And in that speech, he says, I've come to the conclusion that no optical experiment can detect the Earth's motion through space. That's what he says. So it doesn't matter if you then want to say, oh, well, he's talking about the ether. Yeah, because that's what Michelson-Morley is. But Einstein explains in his writings thoroughly that he threw the ether out. entirely, but that there does have to exist some sort of an ether in the sense that there has to be, like physical properties. So you don't know what you're talking about. Like, I didn't quote mine him. What I said was specifically true, which is that he explains the reason he came up with special relativity was in response to Michelson-Morley, and he explains in that speech that he doesn't think any optical experiment could detect the motion of the Earth in space. That's what he says.
Why would he say in relation to the ether if there is no
Hold
ether?
up, Brian, you got next after me.
Here's the full quote, and it includes what Whitsitt said. While I was thinking of this problem in my student years, I came to know the strange result of Michelson's experiment. Soon I came to the conclusion that our idea about the motion of Earth with respect to the ether is incorrect. If we admit Michelson's this was the first path which led me to a special theory of relativity. Since then, I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, though the Earth is revolving around the sun.
Exactly. 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 Exactly.
So how do you get what you get from that, Whitsitt?
Okay, so I'll explain it. Watch, you guys will interrupt me. So he explains that when he was in study, he came across the results of Michelson-Morley, and they were perplexing to him. And our inability to detect the Earth's motion relative to the ether is what motivated me to come up with special relativity. Okay, so he's just describing Michelson-Morley, which was an attempt to detect the Earth's motion through the ether. He said that weird result is what led me to try to come up with special relativity. He then says, since then, I've come to the conclusion that no optical experiment can be used to detect the motion of the Earth through space, although it's going around the sun. So he just reasserts his begging the question at the end. No one is disputing that Einstein thought the Earth was moving, obviously. So you didn't refute anything.
I did, because the optical experiment he's talking about is Michelson-Morley's experiment, not optics in general.
That's incorrect, because the quote says that, no, watch, you have to interrupt me. The quote says that when he came across Michelson-Morley, that's what led him to start looking into special relativity. And then he says, since then, so he says he saw this experiment and he's like, this is perplexing. I need to come up with special relativity, try to explain this away. And then he says, since then, I've come to the conclusion. I've come to the conclusion since then that the Earth's motion cannot be detected with any optical experiment.
That's Michelson-Morley's optical experiment.
What you say,
They
percent?
included from those tests.
Any optical
the Earth
experiment,
is
including
not-
Michelson-Morley.
He said the Earth is
Exactly,
not in
including
an
Michelson-Morley. That's clearly what it says. So you guys are the ones that are actually quote mining.
Not quote mining. I didn't leave
Brian
off.
wants to get in.
Remember that,
Yeah, you
Whitsitt?
did.
I gave you the full quote. You didn't.
You're misrepresenting what the quote
Alright.
says in context. I didn't. That's what quote
So
mining
these
is.
conclude.
Let's give Brian a chance, guys. He's been waiting patiently.
I'm pretty sure adding more context doesn't misrepresent.
I just
Whitsitt.
debunked you.
I'm pretty sure
You didn't
I'm pretty
debunk
sure you're
anybody
just
with it.
grasping at straws right now.
So you
Fine,
guys
he
aren't
didn't
going
debunk
to
you, but he disproved you.
Yeah, I just want to make one quick comment. If there is no ether, if Michelson-Morley debunked the ether, why is he still talking about the ether? And Austin did say that the optical experiments that he's speaking of was Michelson-Morley. Y'all have nothing.
Yes.
Yeah,
and that
Michelson
light
Well,
does
actually,
not
this is
travel.
the
For
point.
the light does not travel through the ether. That the orbital
Gives
speed of
Anik
the
a
around the
chance.
sun is constant, which is not really totally constant, but relatively constant. And the speed of light is influenced by the direction of this motion. The direction of the motion is critical for the conclusions of what happened in the Michelson-Morley, certainly Michaels and Gale afterward.
Okay.
You
They
need
use
direction of
this-
motion through the ether, right?
They use this for detecting gravitational waves at LIGO. I mean, this is what it's used for.
Okay, listen, this is what you need to understand. So, first of all, LIGO is a joke. They said they see a string
It's
move.
a joke. It's $1 billion joke. Okay.
They see the string move like 1/1000th of a nucleus atom. So anyway, so
As their funding is about to come up.
a nucleic atomic nucleus, that 1/1000th of the size of that the string moves. But anyway, this is the point. I'm going to say it one more time, okay? So the full quote doesn't in any way disprove my point, okay? Because what he says, I'm going to say it one more time. He
His
says,
quote, "Light does
I
not
was
travel
in
through the
study. I was studying, and I came across the perplexing results of Michelson-Morley, where they attempted to detect the Earth's motion relative to the ether. This is what started me on my journey towards building special relativity. Since then, I've come to the conclusion that the movement of the Earth in space cannot be detected by any optical experiment.
Would a Foucault pendulum be an optical experiment?
And then he just reasserts his starting premise.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Would
And
Foucault
this is a
pendulum
big
be an
deal,
optical
guys. It's a
experiment?
very big deal
Wait a
because
minute, why are you still omitting parts
Janet
of
said,
his
hold on.
quote, dude? You're
Because
omitting the
we
part
know.
where he
Listen,
said
Nidhogg, we
conclusion
know
of
that
Earth
he.
with respect to the ether is incorrect. At the very end, you omitted the part that he said, though the Earth is revolving around the sun. These are pretty
Yeah,
damning.
where's his evidence for that? If there's no optical test that he can possibly know it from, how does where's his evidence for that?
Yeah, he's just saying.
He's just begging the question at the end.
Exactly. Like no one's disputing. Like, no
motion of
one's.
the Earth.
You guys are now trying to say that I'm presenting the quote as if to convince people deceptively that Einstein didn't think the Earth was moving, which is a very desperate attempt to try to dismiss the validity of my point. Everyone knows that Einstein thought the Earth was moving. He proposed the theory of general relativity. Okay? No one's disputing that. He's saying that although he presupposed that it's true. So he's like, although it is moving, we can't use optical experiments to detect it. What he's saying is that no optical experiments, including Michelson-Morley, could ever detect the motion of the Earth in space. The reason that's relevant is because you guys try to say that
Austin, there's a three-ring laser gyroscope.
It's literally. Sorry, go ahead, Zanuck.
It's not a straw man, and it's not a begging the question. It's not affirmative, consequent, anything. It is.
I'll tell you what it is,
fallacy.
Zanuck. It is a logical fallacy.
Does a three-ring laser gyroscope allow airline pilots before they take off to determine their latitude and to verify that the systems are working appropriately for us?
It uses the Sagnac effect, which was discovered by Sagnac, who said it was the vortex in the ether. So you have two options: either
but they've already
Earth
proved
moving.
the ether was not causing this effect.
No, Sagnac didn't prove that at all. Michelson-Gale Pearson was
Michelson-Morley-Gale. Yes,
dude. Michelson-Gale
before we
Pearson
move on
was
to
done
Sagnac,
38 years after.
Before we move on to Sagnac, let me say it is a logical fallacy, and the logical fallacy that it is argument for ignorance. He's literally saying, although I can't prove it with any optical test, the Earth is moving around, or like the Earth is rotating. It's moving around the sun.
Yeah.
He can't prove it, but he asserts it. That's literally an argument from ignorance.
And not only that, percentage,
also-
Zanuck said that there's instruments that do detect the Earth's motion, so he's smarter than Einstein and Michelson and Morley and all these guys. No, they don't claim it.
Well, yeah. So I want to explain one thing.
There's the whole problem of, real quick. It's just that the only reason they're saying optical is because all you can do is look.
Oh God,
at
that's
the
not what they mean by
sky.
optical.
So
That's true.
there's a
That's
what,
not what they
what do
mean
you
by
mean?
optical.
Oh wow,
Did you
so
know what he
optical
said?
doesn't mean optical
Yes.
now.
He
Wow.
said the reason he's saying optical is because all you can do is look at the sky. You can actually go out there and physically test on it. My
All right,
God.
I want to go ahead and say what I was going to say. Yeah, sorry, I've been waiting, Zanuck. So yeah, I was going to say what I was going to say. I think is going on is we do need to define these words, right? And I'm going to go ahead and do so. So when something is disproven, it would be like if he did have an optical experiment to disprove it, like legitimately, right? The ether and all the other stuff that's being claimed right here. But a debunking is something as simple as debunking or disproving a straw man version of the argument, or a straw man version of building 7, or like a twisted argument that nobody's making, right? That's what I want to point out. So when somebody debunks something, you need to say, show me how it was debunked, right? And what they'll do is they'll quote something. There's no debunk that. Thanks.
Yeah, like any honest person knows what he's saying. I've actually read a ton of Einstein. Like many years ago, I started reading Einstein, and he explains it like they're not near as dishonest as you guys are. Like Einstein, I respect Einstein more than people in this room that lie, right? Like he's very open. He says that, Michelson-Morley was a perplexing thing. And when he writes about it, he explains that we had to just dismiss the readings as instrumental error because he couldn't come up with any type of explanation for why there was a fringe shift. It wasn't a null result as in 0. It just didn't match the predicted value. So he just says, oh, well, it must be instrumental error, even though we know now for a fact it's not. We have much more precise instruments that still show it, right? And then he came up with the contraction. Well, he didn't come up with it. Lorentz did. But Lorentz said it would have to be like the mechanical, physical ether that's doing this, the ether with physical characteristics. And so Einstein took the contraction math, the transformation, but didn't offer a mechanism for it. And that's why there still isn't a mechanism for it. Like he didn't offer a physical mechanism for it. He just took the math to fix this problem. And he's saying that there's no optical. And I'll give the true thing is it seems to be talking in context of like light, like also what Eli said, like you can't just look up at the stars or look up at the sky and prove the Earth's moving. And you also can't look at light. You can't like observe any type of differentiation because of the Earth's motion. That's why he goes on later to say no terrestrial experiment could ever prove it. So
Yo, what's it?
real truth. I don't know why
Hold
you have
on.
to lie. If the Earth's a ball, you don't have to lie.
Okay, quick question.
Yo, real quick. All right, I'm next.
All right, so when they did Michelson-Morley, you said that the result was 1/6 of the rotation of the Earth, right? So
Revolution, yeah.
1/6 of in a day, 1/6 of rotation, or revolution.
No.
But you said that it got more accurate when they, like, it got lower when they got more accurate with like their tools and
Yeah.
and their measurement, right?
Yep.
How low did it get when they got, like, right now you said it's very accurate, you know? So
Yeah,
how
I
low
can't
is it
remember.
now.
In 87, I think when the Air Force did it, which is really hard to find this document now, which is sad, but I want to say it's something like, I don't know, like it's less than maybe 1/8 the predicted value. I'm not positive. I just know that the number keeps getting smaller the more precise the measurements get, but it never gets to zero. There's always a shift detected, which
And
just
that one in the 80s is the most recent accurate one, or have they done-
1987. I think so. I think people don't really do it anymore. Like it may be somewhere else. I haven't really looked into it. I just know that like it shuts the Globers up to invoke the military. You know, the military confirmed the results of Michelson-Morley that there is a shift.
Yeah, I wonder what the lowest, most accurate figure is.
Oh, that's a good question.
So, the number you were looking for at LIGO is 1/10,000th the width of a proton.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the number from LIGO. Also, I wanted to hear. I just have one question for Zanuck. It's a yes or no. I doubt I'll get a yes or no answer, but I'm going to ask it anyways. He brought up a Foucault pendulum. I just wanted to ask if the Foucault pendulum deviation precession. Sorry, if the Foucault pendulum precession change with latitude, does that mean we're on a globe? Or sorry, does that mean that the Earth is rotating? Yes or no?
Yes,
Okay.
most definitely is.
Somebody, no doubt.
It's the most simplest and most mechanical way to witness.
Let me ask you this:
rotation of the Earth.
I know.
Being a
One more
spherical
question.
object and its rotation at a rate that you can detect by the rotation precession anywhere on the Earth.
I know. One more question. Does weight change with latitude prove that we're on a globe? Or sorry, does weight change with latitude prove that the Earth is rotating?
Yeah, if you had the Earth rotating, you could verify the
Yeah,
rotation.
is it yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I'm posting something in live chat right now. It's a little clip with me and Ruhif. Just listen to that.
Yeah, Zanuck, wouldn't weight change with latitude happen even on a stationary globe?
Why would it change on a stationary globe?
Because you have more mass underneath you towards the equator, because it's bigger. And
if it had,
so you would think the attracting mass effect would be such that you'd be heavier at the equator.
Yeah, if you had more mass under it, sure. So yeah, if the flat Earth had but you've seen the drawing in the actual calculation.
Why go on flat Earth? No, I'm saying on a globe, on an oblate
It's in
sphere.
the chat, Zanuck. Zanuck, it's in the
not-
chat.
not-
I just posted
No,
it.
it wouldn't.
Zanuck, I just posted it in the chat.
Because
Just listen to that. It's a 30-second clip, bro. It's like a 20-second clip.
I was talking a percentage real quick. Hold on. Just because the Earth is 20 miles thicker at the equator doesn't mean we would see that change. We shouldn't see, or we should see that change in gravitational pull, yet we don't.
Hey, Zanuck, go listen to the clip, please. No, percent.
All right, go ahead. Listen to the clip.
Go listen to the clip, and let's when you come back, when he comes back from listening to this clip, I just want to see if he'll even acknowledge that he committed a that clip is from me and Ruhif. When Ruhif was like, yeah, that's a logical fallacy. Very good. I'm just wondering if Zanuck is going to admit that he just committed a logical fallacy or not.
Yeah, because the weight change at the equator has nothing to do with the 20 extra miles of the thickness of the pear-shapedness of the Earth. It's about the centrifugal force created by the spin of the Earth, allegedly. Thanks.
Yo, I got another point I want to bring up. Sorry, I just got back though. It was just silent. Did I interrupt something?
No, I just bodied. Zanuck's right in the middle of getting bodied right here. Just give me like 20 more seconds with it.
Okay.
He's got to be. It's only like a 10-second clip. I don't know what he's doing. Because me and Ruhif went over. You missed it. Me and Ruhif went over. You know, if the weight change with latitude proves that Earth was rotating, and I did the affirming the consequent for him, and if weight change with latitude, then Earth's rotating. If Earth's rotating, whatever it is, and then Ruhif said, that's a logical fallacy. Very good. So I'm just wondering if Zanuck just said the same exact thing, but in the opposite. He said it does prove that Earth is rotating. So right now we're waiting to see if Zanuck can man up and admit he just committed a fallacy, or if he's gonna deny it, try to talk his way out of it somehow. Is he gonna bicker on what one of the words meant?
That's the new tactic, I guess, is to try to be
Zanuck, Zanuck, you there or what, bro?
No,
Like, we can't hold the whole room up forever.
Yeah, well, okay, there he is.
All right, go ahead with it. Go ahead.
No, he's here. Go ahead, Zanuck. Admit you are wrong, please.
Admit you just committed a logical fallacy.
It's okay.
I said the word proof because I agree with you that you said proof. Yeah, technically, as you know, I always stand by this. It's more evidence that the Earth is round and rotating.
It's affirming the consequent.
It's not affirming the consequent. It is evidence.
So Ruhif was wrong. Okay.
Why do you got to?
So
I'm in the middle of a response.
My bad.
And you
All
got
right, my bad. Go ahead.
Me. Come on.
You were like trailing off. My bad. Go ahead. I just want to say something.
Yes, it is evidence that the Earth is round and rotating. Not proof.
Okay, so is Ruhif wrong that is not a logical fallacy then?
If you
so you just committed a fallacy.
But I agree with you because you kind of tricked me, but you kind of let me know. I was just trying to be agreeable and making you my point. My point has been very clear. There is
so you were just fallacious just now.
You're doing it again. It's round and rotating, and the evidence for that is things like the Foucault pendulum. Are things like other types of tests, 3-ring laser gyroscopes, pendulous veins, etc. These are evidence.
So you were fallacious just now, just for the record.
No, I was not fallacious. I was sloppy in my agreeing.
All right, go ahead with it.
Yeah, right. You're never gonna get it.
When you start making people agree to certain things, and I know what your intent was, I agreed to your intent. I didn't want to get into the semantics of proof.
No, let's just stop. You're boring. So
you're boring.
I have I'm sorry.
If you ever knew how boring you were,
but I have a debate
it's like
in a couple hours, and I want to bring up one more point. So I just want to bring up a point for the room. Okay. So I'm going to use the globers as a demonstration, so the flat earthers can really soak this in. So there's a talking point going around that ether and space-time are the same thing, and that relativity needs the ether, and that the heliocentric model needs the ether. Now, Zanuck, let's ask Zanuck or any other glober in here. Is the ether in relativity? Is it needed for relativity, the ether? Or do you think the ether doesn't exist now?
Ether doesn't exist.
Okay, so how do you explain when now everyone pay attention, please, if you're a flat earther. Zanuck, how do you explain when Einstein said that relativity claims space has physical properties, and in this sense there does exist an ether? In fact, space without ether is unthinkable.
Well, the context for which he's using ether is